Lin Yan traversed into a fantastical realm, successfully joining a sect dedicated to the art of cultivation and awakening a system that promised a 10,000-fold return on his alchemical endeavors. Each potion he crafted bore a chance of yielding multiplied rewards. Furthermore, with the support of his alchemical techniques, Lin Yan possessed the ability to concoct potions inscribed with mystical runes, facilitating cultivators in their comprehension of the natural laws and aiding them in breaking through their cultivation bottlenecks to ascend to higher realms. With the myriad of techniques granted by the system, Lin Yan became invincible, developing in all aspects. Chapter 1. The 10,000-fold Return on Alchemy. Lin Yan, by the order of the Sword Peak's master, you are hereby expelled from the Sword Peak. On the Sword Peak of the Qingyun sect, in the northern territory of the Dian dynasty, an elder looked disdainfully at the youth before him, whose cultivation was merely at the first level of physical refinement, his eyes filled with contempt. Having been a disciple of the Sword Peak for nearly 3 years, Lin Yan had shown little progress in his cultivation, and his swordsmanship was non-existent. It was baffling how such a waste could have gained entry to the Sword Peak. Elder, please show some leniency and grant me one more chance. I promise to devote myself to my training. Lin Yan raised his gaze towards the elder, fear etched upon his face. In this world rife with demons and dangers, being cast out of the sect meant a death sentence for someone of his meager cultivation. You have already been given a chance, yet you failed to seize it, the elder replied, shaking his head as he tossed a token before Lin Yan. Aren't you obsessed with alchemy? The Alchemy Hall is currently recruiting a batch of servant disciples. You may wish to test your luck there. With that, the elder turned away, no longer regarding Lin Yan. Thank you, elder. Lin Yan bowed deeply to the elder's departing figure, a bitter smile adorning his face as he made his way out of the Sword Peak. It has been 3 years since I arrived in this fantastical world, and I remain utterly inept. At the very least, grant me a golden opportunity so that I need not worry for my safety. Exiting the Sword Peak, Lin Yan arrived at the sect's plaza, surrounded by fellow disciples bustling about, and he couldn't help but voice his lament. Indeed, Lin Yan was not of this world. As a transmigrant, he had been in this realm for 3 years. In this fantastical universe, myriad races existed, and powerful beings were as innumerable as the stars in the sky. For the formidable, soaring through the skies, traversing mountains and seas, and shattering the heavens and earth, were mere trifles. 3 years ago, upon his arrival, Lin Yan was filled with aspirations of cultivation, yearning to soar on his sword and shatter mountains with bare hands. Yet, reality dealt him a harsh blow. Shortly after his arrival, he was targeted by a spirit beast and nearly met his demise. Fortunately, an elder from Qingyun sect happened to pass by and saved him, allowing him to inadvertently join the Sword Peak. Sigh. Reflecting on his experiences over the past 3 years at the Sword Peak, Lin Yan couldn't help but sigh. He had believed that with a perilous start, a mysterious savior, and entry into a sect, all the conditions for a protagonist were fulfilled, and he would soar to great heights at the Sword Peak. However, reality had played a cruel joke on him. During his 3 years at the Sword Peak, he had failed to demonstrate even a glimmer of talent in swordsmanship, and his cultivation had only progressed from a mere mortal to the first level of physical refinement. Had it not been for the fact that he was homeless, he would have been expelled long ago, rather than being allowed to linger until now. Though my cultivation has made little progress over the past 3 years, I have gained a profound understanding of this world. Lin Yan reassured himself, gripping the token given by the elder as he made his way to the Alchemy Hall. Step back one at a time. Those with experience in alchemy and outstanding cultivation will be given priority. Upon arriving at the Alchemy Hall, Lin Yan found the area teeming with people. Many, like himself, faced expulsion from their sects, and with the Alchemy Hall recruiting servant disciples with a low threshold, they all came to try their luck. In no time, the throng gathered at the entrance of the Alchemy Hall numbered in the thousands. Yet the hall was only accepting a little over 100 disciples. Thus, the competition was fierce and the pressure immense. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Yan felt a tightening in his chest and quickly pushed forward, shouting, "I possess a recommendation token from the Sword Peak's elder." As expected, upon hearing Lin Yan's proclamation, the disciple in charge of recruitment at the Alchemy Hall glanced at him, signaling him to step forward. After examining the token, the disciple nodded and accepted Lin Yan. That's unfair. Why him? He is merely at the first level of physical refinement. Why should he take precedence over us? Is it true that the Alchemy Hall prioritizes connections and backgrounds? Where's the fairness in this? We refuse to accept it. Lin Yan's exceptional acceptance incited discontent among the throng gathered at the Alchemy Hall's entrance. Among them were many at the 4th and 5th levels of physical refinement, unable to bear watching someone at the first level take precedence. Silence. When has it become your place to question the Alchemy Hall's recruitment? If you are dissatisfied, leave at once, lest I find you bothersome. The disciple responsible for recruitment, faced with the uproar, did not yield but instead retorted angrily, questioning their audacity to challenge his authority. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, the focal point of their ire, remained silent, not offering a defense. Though he had made no progress in swordsmanship during his 3 years at the Sword Peak, he had nonetheless achieved a foundational understanding of alchemy. While still unskilled in potion crafting, identifying various herbs and spiritual materials had become second nature to him, having devoted most of his time to such studies during his tenure at the Sword Peak. This was why, despite expelling him from the sect, the elder had provided him with a token to the Alchemy Hall. Lin Yan, you may enter first. The senior brother will assign you tasks for the servant disciple shortly, the disciple in charge of recruitment said with a faint smile, encouraging Lin Yan to do his best. Lin Yan returned the smile, clasping his hands in gratitude. Having successfully joined the Alchemy Hall, the burden on his heart was finally lifted. He no longer had to worry about being cast out of the sect. With this thought, Lin Yan turned and stepped into the Alchemy Hall. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully joined the Alchemy Hall, and the 10,000-fold return on alchemy system has been activated. However, the moment Lin Yan entered the Alchemy Hall, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Yan trembled, stunned in place, his heart brimming with excitement as tears of joy cascaded down his cheeks. 3 years. After a full 3 years, the system has finally arrived. Regaining his composure and wiping away the tears of joy, Lin Yan eagerly inquired within his mind, what functions does the 10,000-fold return on alchemy system possess? The familiar mechanical voice responded, ding. This system has 3 primary functions. 10,000-fold return on alchemy, system, task issuance, and strengthening through alchemy. 10,000-fold return on alchemy. Any potion crafted by the host will have a random return reward ranging from 1 to 10,000 times. Note, potions with returns below 10,000 will be of the highest grade for the current level. System task issuance. This system will issue tasks corresponding to the host's growth. Completing these tasks will yield certain rewards. Strengthening through alchemy. For every potion successfully crafted by the host, a reward will be granted. The types of rewards are varied. The host is encouraged to explore. Hiss. After hearing the system's self-introduction, Lin Yan couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Wasn't this excessively overpowered? Did this mean that the final golden finger of the destined one had finally been fulfilled, and now it was time for him to soar? System. Is there a beginner's gift package? Chapter 2. How about a wager? Evidently, Lin Yan, as a traveler from another realm, was well versed in this matter. He silently contemplated within himself. If a novice gift pack existed, it would undoubtedly elevate his starting point in the art of alchemy significantly above that of others. After all, within the Qingyun sect, everything hinged upon innate talent. The higher the talent, the greater the attention and resources bestowed upon one. Now that he had awakened the system, Lin Yan was naturally unwilling to remain merely a humble disciple. Congratulations, host. You have received a novice gift pack, a compilation of insights from a master alchemist, a 10,000-fold return once, and an alchemical furnace. Hearing the voice resonate in his mind, Lin Yan felt a surge of joy. The insights from a master alchemist, coupled with a 10,000-fold return and an alchemical furnace, were indeed commendable. As a radiant light flashed, a torrent of profound information surged into Lin Yan's consciousness, comprising the master alchemist's alchemical insights. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his head, Lin Yan gradually began to comprehend the intricacies of alchemy. He learned that in this world, alchemists were categorized from 1st grade to 9th grade, and those who could be deemed master alchemists were at least 3rd grade. This meant that Lin Yan now possessed the insights of at least a 3rd grade alchemist in his mind. requiring only time to digest and practice before he could ascend to the status of a master alchemist. With a deep breath, Lin Yan felt a thrilling anticipation. He yearned to engage in alchemy immediately to test his newfound abilities. As for the reward of a 10,000-fold return, it would be reserved for crucial elixirs, such as those that could enhance one's cultivation. As time swiftly passed, 100 outer disciples were soon recruited into the alchemy hall. On the hall's plaza, Lin Yan, along with the other newly inducted outer disciples, waited quietly for the elder brother of the alchemy hall to assign them tasks. "Welcome, fellow disciples, to the alchemy hall." Shortly thereafter, a young man clad in a yellow robe approached, a congenial smile gracing his face. "I am Tung Yuan, your elder brother, responsible for all your affairs." At this point, Tung Yuan paused momentarily, then furrowed his brow slightly as he scanned the crowd. "Who among you is Lin Yan?" Upon hearing Tung Yuan's words, Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what to make of it, but he stepped forward nonetheless. "What is it, elder brother Tung?" Tung Yuan glanced at Lin Yan, who possessed only the cultivation of a first-level body refinement, and a trace of disdain flickered in his eyes. "Since you possess the recommendation token from Elder Jianfeng, from now on, you shall be an outer disciple of the alchemy hall." As his words fell, Tung Yuan tossed Lin Yan a token symbolizing his status as an outer disciple. However, just as Lin Yan received the token, still somewhat perplexed, the crowd of newly inducted outer disciples erupted in discontent. Why should he, a mere first-level body refinement practitioner, be granted the status of an outer disciple? "We refuse to accept this. The alchemy hall's actions are utterly unjust. Indeed, if a first-level body refinement practitioner can become an outer disciple, then I, at fifth-level body refinement, should surely be a direct disciple." Hearing the outcry, Tung Yuan's brow knitted tighter as he glanced at Lin Yan. To be frank, he held a deep-seated disdain for those who relied on favoritism to gain entry. Yet, as a mere disciple of the alchemy hall, he could not afford to disregard Elder Jianfeng's wishes. Thus, he found himself in a predicament. Meanwhile, Lin Yan observed the scene, a faint smile gracing his lips as he sighed. It seemed an opportune moment to showcase his alchemical prowess. Assessing his golden opportunity, Lin Yan understood that to grow stronger, he must continually engage in alchemy. Thus, gaining recognition from the alchemy hall would elevate both his access to resources and his alchemical skills. With a resolute decision, Lin Yan approached Tung Yuan, smiling as he said, "Elder brother Tung, I possess a modicum of skill in alchemy." He believed that if he could successfully concoct an elixir, it would silence the doubters. Upon hearing Lin Yan's declaration, Tung Yuan's initially irritated demeanor shifted to surprise, followed by a hint of skepticism. If junior brother Lin truly possesses alchemical skills, then that would indeed be commendable. Yet, Tung Yuan's fleeting hope was quickly extinguished. If this Lin Yan truly had such skills, he would not need to resort to underhanded means just to become a humble disciple. Nonetheless, since Lin Yan had voiced his claim, Tung Yuan felt obligated to escort him to the alchemical chamber. Simultaneously, the crowd, upon hearing Lin Yan's assertion of his alchemical abilities, could not suppress their derisive laughter. "Huh, I must be dreaming. He dares to gamble with us?" Such arrogance from a mere first-level body refinement practitioner. "Let's teach him a lesson today." The crowd exchanged glances, their disdain palpable. "What do you wish to wager?" Seeing that the majority of the crowd had agreed to his proposal, Lin Yan's smile widened. "I propose a wager of at least one low-grade spirit stone. Equivalent items may also serve as stakes. Considering that most were at the lowest tier of body refinement, it was reasonable to assume they had limited resources. Consequently, Lin Yan's suggestion was met with agreement, and many produced glimmering low-grade spirit stones, while others offered various equivalent materials. "Hold on. If it is a wager, then what if you lose?" "Lose?" Lin Yan shook his head slightly, his voice imbued with undeniable confidence. "When did I ever suggest I might lose?" As Lin Yan's voice faded, he immediately summoned a strand of earth fire, then proceeded to meticulously add the materials for the body refining elixir one by one, diligently controlling the extraction process. Several spiritual materials, under the intense heat of the earth fire, transformed into pure droplets of liquid, visibly suspended in midair. At this moment, Lin Yan was completely focused on manipulating the strand of earth fire, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This being his first attempt at alchemy, he found himself somewhat inexperienced, despite the guidance from the insights of a master alchemist. Thus, the initial attempt concluded in failure, as various elixirs evaporated into wisps of steam under the scorching flame. Haha, I told you. How could a mere first-level body refiner possibly concoct an elixir? Look at this failure. It's utterly laughable. He hasn't even learned to crawl, yet he wishes to walk. Everyone knows that purifying spiritual materials is a step-by-step process. Yet he dares to attempt it all at once. To think he would resort to shortcuts and still pretend otherwise. With Lin Yan's first alchemical failure, the onlookers could not contain their ridicule, their eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. Even Tung Yuan, standing nearby, furrowed his brow while observing Lin Yan. However, the only aspect that earned his recognition was Lin Yan's ability to simultaneously manipulate the earth fire to purify several materials, indicating his extraordinary soul power. For Lin Yan, a single failure at the alchemical furnace was quite normal, especially as this was his inaugural practical attempt. He thus reflected on the reasons for his failure and began the second round of alchemy. This time, Lin Yan once again manipulated a strand of earth fire to purify several spiritual materials. Once the materials transformed into pure elixir liquid, he directed the earth fire to heat the alchemical furnace. The pure elixir liquid, now inside the furnace, slowly began to merge under the high temperature. As time passed, half an hour later, a fragrant aroma wafted throughout the alchemical chamber. What is happening? Where did this delightful fragrance come from? Who is spraying perfume at this time? Have I no decency? Wait, this scent, it seems to be that of the body-refining elixir. Among the crowd, as the last speaker finished, all gazes turned towards the alchemical furnace before Lin Yan. Could it be real? How could a mere first-level body refiner actually concoct an elixir? Despite their reluctance to believe it, when Lin Yan slowly opened the furnace, 3 round body-refining elixirs, radiating a rich fragrance, lay quietly inside. Viewing this outcome, Lin Yan let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow, a smile of joy gracing his face. Ding! The host successfully refined 3 low-grade, body-refining elixirs. 100-fold return has succeeded, granting 3 top-grade body-refining elixirs. Congratulations to the host for refining 3 top-grade body-refining elixirs, receiving a 3-year swordsmanship cultivation reward. Simultaneously, the familiar voice of the system echoed in Lin Yan's mind. A 100-fold return was triggered, yielding 3 top-grade body-refining elixirs, plus a 3-year swordsmanship cultivation reward. Upon sensing the sudden addition of 3 years of swordsmanship understanding in his mind, Lin Yan emanated a subtle, sharp aura, akin to a hidden blade. In the alchemical chamber, Tung Yuan, who had been quietly observing Lin Yan, felt a surge of astonishment within him. Having been in the alchemy hall for so long, this was the first time he had witnessed someone successfully concoct elixirs at the first level of body refinement. Could it be that this junior brother Lin Yan is indeed the rare alchemical prodigy rumored in whispers? As Tung Yuan pondered this, he stepped closer to see what quality of body-refining elixirs Lin Yan had produced, only to find that Lin Yan had already retrieved the previous batch and commenced his third attempt. Does he possess such formidable soul power that he requires no rest? Yet, Lin Yan was not preoccupied with such thoughts. What a joke! Successfully concocting an elixir would yield substantial rewards, and the materials were right before him. He had to seize the moment. With the success of his second attempt and the assistance of the master alchemist's insights, Lin Yan executed the alchemical process with greater agility and proficiency than before. Thus, within half an hour, another waft of elixir fragrance filled the air, and this time, he produced 6 elixirs, doubling the quantity of the previous attempt. Ding! The host refined 6 medium-grade body-refining elixirs, achieving a 100-fold return and obtaining 6 perfect-grade body-refining elixirs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for refining 6 perfect-grade body-refining elixirs, receiving a 3-year cultivation reward and a 3-year growth reward for soul power. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Yan's smile deepened. Perfect-grade elixirs represented the pinnacle of all elixir qualities. Consuming them would guarantee complete absorption without any side effects. However, Lin Yan felt somewhat dissatisfied, for the 3-year cultivation reward had merely elevated his prowess from first to second level of body refinement. How lamentable it was that his bones and cultivation talent could only yield such a meager improvement. Unbeknownst to him, within the alchemical chamber, not only the new disciples but even Tung Yuan the eldest senior brother, were left in a state of shock upon witnessing Lin Yan's second batch of elixirs. This is a perfect grade body-refining elixir. How is this possible? He is merely a novice at the first level of body refinement. How could he concoct a perfect grade elixir on his second attempt? Wait, it seems you have overlooked an important detail. Wasn't the quality of the elixirs he refined the first time also top tier? Could it be that the true jest lies with us? Especially for Ten Yuan, as the current elder brother of the alchemy hall, his alchemical skills ranked among the top 5 disciples, now being a second-tier alchemist. Yet, even as a second-tier alchemist, he could not produce perfect-grade body-refining elixirs, let alone top-grade ones. Not even his master, an elder of the alchemy hall, could hope to concoct a perfect-grade body-refining elixir, as the requirements for such concoction are exceedingly stringent, demanding a harmonious convergence of time, place, and person. Yet now, this junior brother Lin Yan, who was initially thought to have gained favor through backdoor means, had not only successfully refined perfect-grade elixirs, but had done so with 6 at once. If news of this were spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire Great Yin dynasty, drawing frenzied attention from countless alchemical associations. Whoosh! Just then, as the crowd remained astonished, a figure swiftly approached Lin Yan's alchemical furnace, seizing a perfect-grade body-refining elixir to examine closely. Not bad, not bad. A perfect-grade body-refining elixir, crafted by you, young lad. Chapter 4. The astonishing thousandfold return, cultivation surge. The sudden appearance of the elder jolted those still in shock back to their senses. Especially Ten Yuan, upon recognizing the figure, was momentarily taken aback, promptly bowing in respect. I greet Elder Fong. To think that Lin Yan's alchemical endeavors would even attract Elder Fong's attention. The foremost alchemist of the Qingyun sect, renowned for his unparalleled dedication to the craft. Ten Yuan could not help but marvel inwardly at the sight of the elder examining the perfect body-refining elixir. Upon hearing the words of Elder Fong, the others present respectfully bowed in his direction. Lin Yan, too, did not hesitate and immediately performed a courteous bow. I have come to pay my respects to Elder Fong. The elder, however, paid little heed to the crowd and instead smiled warmly at Lin Yan, expressing his admiration. Indeed, young lad, you possess remarkable talent in alchemy. Throughout my long life, you are among the most gifted I have encountered in this art. To be able to concoct a perfect grade body refining pill on your second attempt is truly commendable. Even in my youth, I would not have been able to achieve such a feat. After a brief pause, the elder continued, If you do not mind, might I take you as my apprentice? I believe that, as a fourth-tier alchemist, I can guide you well on your journey. The elder was aware of the vast potential that lay before Lin Yan, and he understood that merely guiding such a prodigious talent would be a significant honor in itself. However, before Lin Yan could respond, the onlookers began to murmur in disbelief. Wow, the elder is personally taking on a disciple. Is this the treatment reserved for geniuses? Exclaimed one. How can there be such disparity among people? We all started as outer disciples, yet some have become the elder's cherished apprentices while others remain mere attendants. One individual lamented. Elder Fong is the chief alchemist of our Qingyun sect. To be his disciple is to secure an incredibly bright future. Their envy was palpable. Even Tenjin, the senior brother, looked at Lin Yan with a gaze full of yearning. To be accepted as Elder Fong's apprentice was a dream shared by all disciples of the Pill Hall. Yet, the elder had exceedingly strict criteria for accepting students, with only 2 disciples currently under his wing. Naturally, Lin Yan could not let this fortuitous opportunity slip away. Despite possessing a unique advantage that rendered traditional teachings unnecessary, he recognized the value of acquiring alchemical materials. Alone, it would be challenging to obtain the resources he required, but as Elder Fong's direct disciple, acquiring such materials would be a simple endeavor. After all, a talent like his needed numerous trials to hone his alchemical skills. Understanding the wisdom of seeking shade under a great tree, Lin Yan bowed respectfully to Elder Fong. Disciple pays respects to my master. Ha! Excellent, excellent. Henceforth, you shall be my third direct disciple. Elder Fong exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Lin Yan's gesture. He assisted Lin Yan to his feet and, amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, ascended into the air. Before his departure, Lin Yan fulfilled his prior wager and collected his first earnings, nearly 50 low-grade spirit stones. You will have a senior brother and sister above you, Elder Fong explained. Alchemy is an incredibly resource-intensive profession, requiring continuous practice to elevate one's skills. Keep this token safe. Should you find yourself in need of materials, you may present it at the resource hall to receive first-tier herbs for free. Additionally, here is a compilation of insights from various third-tier alchemists that I have gathered. Peruse them when you have the time. Now, your primary task is to refine as many pills as possible and elevate your skills to that of a first-tier alchemist. On the mist-covered peak before Grand Hall, Elder Fong imparted these instructions before departing into the sky. This location was not only the Elder's residence, but also Lin Yan's new abode as a direct disciple. After watching his master leave, Lin Yan began to explore the peak. Once he familiarized himself with the surroundings, he chose a secluded room as his dwelling. Inside, he eagerly retrieved a perfect-grade body refining pill he had crafted and consumed it without delay. As a surge of pure spiritual energy coursed through him, Lin Yan felt his cultivation ascend to the third level of body refinement. Truly, the perfect-grade body refining pill was extraordinary, allowing for such a seamless and natural enhancement without any adverse effects. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Lin Yan's eyes as he set aside one perfect-grade pill and consumed the remaining 4. He refrained from using the top-grade body refining pill, aware that anything below the perfect quality would not only lack purity, but could also entail side effects. In less than half an hour, Lin Yan's cultivation advanced from the 3rd level to the 7th level of body refinement. He reserved one perfect-grade body refining pill with the intention of amplifying it through a 10,000-fold enhancement. System, activate the 10,000-fold enhancement on the perfect body refining pill. Lin Yan silently commanded within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. The perfect body refining pill has been successfully enhanced 10,000-fold, yielding one 5th-tier perfect cultivation pill. With a radiant flash, Lin Yan beheld the perfect body refining pill transform into a new pill exuding potent spiritual energy, an exquisite 5th-tier pill, equivalent to a nascent soul grade. Lin Yan suppressed his exhilaration, knowing that with his current physique and cultivation, consuming this nascent soul-grade pill would only lead to catastrophic failure. While he could not ingest it immediately, it would serve as an invaluable resource for his future cultivation. Gradually regaining his composure, Lin Yan recognized that the purity of the spiritual energy contained within this perfect nascent soul-grade pill would make it ideal for his upcoming cultivation endeavors. Without further hesitation, he placed the nascent, soul-grade perfect pill before him and began to circulate his foundational qi cultivation technique to absorb its spiritual essence. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. As Lin Yan, feeling fatigued, opened his eyes, he noticed that the nascent soul-grade pill had dimmed slightly. Simultaneously, his cultivation soared from the 7th level of body refinement to the 3rd level of qi refinement. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. In merely 3 days, he had ascended to the 3rd level of qi refinement, a feat that would typically require years of arduous practice. While such cultivation was still insufficient for his status as a direct disciple, Lin Yan was confident that it would not be long before he caught up, or even surpassed his peers. Moreover, reaching the qi refinement stage signified that Lin Yan could now produce qi refinement pills, a first-tier alchemical product. Ding! The system has detected that the host cultivation has reached the qi refinement stage and is now issuing a system task. Chapter 5. Methods to enhance root and talent. The host is urged to elevate his alchemical skills and proceed to the Alchemist Association for the first-tier alchemist assessment. Completing this task will yield a 10,000-fold enhancement opportunity. As Lin Yan reveled in his cultivation's surge, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Securing a 10,000-fold enhancement opportunity by passing the first-tier alchemist assessment. A smile graced Lin Yan's face, for he understood the extraordinary potential of such an enhancement. Without hesitation, he exited his room, bearing the token that represented his status as a direct disciple, and made his way toward the resource hall. The body refining pills Lin Yan had previously crafted were merely entry-level alchemical products. Thus, to qualify for the first-tier alchemist assessment, he needed to master the creation of qi refinement pills. In front of the resource hall, Lin Yan gazed at the bustling crowd, a look of surprise immediately appearing on his face. He had not anticipated that the resource hall would draw such a multitude of people. Of course, Not all of these individuals were there to collect spiritual materials for alchemy. Most of them were either undertaking herb-gathering tasks assigned by the resource hall or exchanging the spiritual materials they had gathered during their excursions for the spiritual stones they required. Thus, the resource hall was able to maintain a healthy cycle amidst the staggering consumption by the numerous disciples of the outer sect. Lin Yan did not linger. Entering the resource hall directly, he took out his token and addressed an elder attendant at the counter, requesting, "Could you please assist me in procuring 5 portions of Qi cultivation pills, 3 portions of blood vitality powder, and 3 portions of strengthening pills?" Upon receiving Lin Yan's token, the elder attendant's initially languid demeanor shifted slightly in surprise. "You are the talented alchemist, Lin Yan, recently taken under Elder Fang's wing?" Lin Yan did not deny it, merely nodding with a faint smile. "Hee, Elder, you flatter me. I possess only a modest understanding of alchemy." Hearing Lin Yan's humble words, the elder attendant immediately returned a smile, saying, "Excessive modesty is unwise. Not everyone can refine pills of perfect quality." With that, the elder attendant handed Lin Yan a storage bag. "Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. As long as it is within my power, I will fulfill your requests." Establishing a connection with such a prodigy in alchemy was wise. After expressing his gratitude and accepting the storage bag, Lin Yan turned and left. Upon returning to his room, Lin Yan proceeded directly to the alchemy chamber, where he began to draw upon the earthly fire for his alchemical endeavors. Given that his current cultivation was merely at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation and lacking alchemical fire, he could only rely on the sect's alchemy chamber. However, depending on the alchemy chamber was not a sustainable solution. He either needed to elevate his cultivation to the foundation establishment stage to utilize Dao fire for alchemy, or to capture an alchemical flame. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Yan cast all the materials required for the Qi cultivation pills into the summoned earthly fire and began to manipulate it to purify the herbs. After a quarter of an hour of refining and purifying, the spiritual materials for the Qi cultivation pills had transformed into several portions of pure elixir of various colors. With a swift motion, Lin Yan poured all the elixirs into the alchemy furnace and summoned a stronger earthly fire to begin the process of roasting and merging the elixirs. Condensing the pills was a critically important step. Any mistake could render all prior efforts futile and waste the materials. Thus, under Lin Yan's intense focus, after half an hour, the various elixirs finally merged, gradually forming the rudimentary shape of the pills. The next step was the final phase of pill formation. This step was equally significant, as the ultimate quality of the pills depended on the perfection of this process. However, with the experience of a master alchemist, Lin Yan found the refinement of these Qi cultivation pills to be exceedingly smooth. After an hour of pill formation, a unique fragrance wafted from the alchemy furnace. Lin Yan dispersed the earthly fire and looked at the 3 Qi cultivation pills lying quietly in the furnace, a smile gracing his face. Ding! The host has successfully refined 3 low-grade Qi cultivation pills. A 10-fold return has been achieved, resulting in 3 mid-grade Qi cultivation pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for refining 3 mid-grade Qi cultivation pills. You have received a 1-year cultivation reward. With a familiar voice echoing in his mind, Lin Yan exhaled in relief, feeling a surge of warmth coursing through his body. He sensed his cultivation had increased, rising from the 3rd level of Qi cultivation to a state very close to the 4th level. However, Lin Yan's brows furrowed tightly, feeling exceedingly dissatisfied with the outcome. A year had passed, yet he had not even advanced a full level. Lin Yan shook his head. Such talent and foundation were insufficient. Given his current aptitude, even with a 10-fold return, the effects would be minimal. Furthermore, as one progressed, the challenges of cultivation only intensified. It appeared imperative to find a way to enhance his foundational aptitude. Furrowing his brows slightly, Lin Yan ceased his alchemical work and exited his room, heading straight to Elder Fang's residence. He intended to inquire with his master about any pills or spiritual materials that might enhance a cultivator's foundational aptitude. Master, upon entering the grand hall where Elder Fang resided, Lin Yan observed the elder engrossed in refining a batch of pills and from the waves emanating from the alchemy furnace. It was evident that the quality of these pills was no less than 4th grade. Simultaneously, Lin Yan noticed a man and a woman standing beside the hall, and from their focused demeanor, he deduced their identities as his elder brother and sister whom he had yet to meet. Little junior brother, come here. However, just as Lin Yan was lost in thought, a gentle call came from ahead. Looking up, he found it was his elder sister beckoning him. Sister, you recognize me? Upon approaching his elder sister, Lin Yan asked in astonishment. Little junior brother, you are quite the celebrity in our alchemy hall now. Your first attempt at alchemy resulted in the creation of perfect-grade entry-level pills, which has caused quite a stir. You may not know this, but many disciples at the body refinement stage are seeking your assistance to refine perfect-grade body refinement pills. With a smile, Lu Mei scrutinized Lin Yan, displaying a familiarity that was disarming. Upon hearing Lu Mei's words, Lin Yan felt a flicker of surprise, but he did not wish to dwell on that topic. So he inquired, what is master refining? Essence infant pills. Lu Mei replied promptly, explaining. The higher-ups of the sect seem to have sensed that the great Yin dynasty is on the brink of significant upheaval. Therefore, to ensure the sect's survival through this turmoil, Master has been working tirelessly to produce essence infant pills to cultivate a powerful essence infant cultivator for our Qingyan sect. Boom! However, as Lu Mei explained, a faint rumble suddenly emanated from the center of the hall. Instantly, the three turned their gazes forward and saw Elder Fong's troubled expression. Alas, I have failed again. Elder Fong's face was filled with sorrow. It appeared that, given his alchemical prowess, producing an essence infant pill was exceedingly challenging. Master, the three immediately approached, casting concerned glances at Elder Fong. Elder Fong shook his head slightly. Upon seeing Lin Yan, his previous gloom lifted, replaced by a look of surprise. As if he had found hope. Lin Yan, what brings you here? Have you encountered difficulties in alchemy? Lin Yan shook his head and replied. Disciple has come to inquire whether there are any pills or spiritual materials that could enhance foundational aptitude. After speaking, Lin Yan felt a bit embarrassed and, with the system's assistance, revealed his cultivation level at the third stage of body refinement. Elder Fong immediately grasped Lin Yan's intent, but furrowed his brows. Pills or spiritual materials to enhance foundational aptitude. Such precious items are rare, not only in our Qingyan sect, but I doubt even the entire northern region could yield a single one. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Yan's face. However, just as he was about to give up, Elder Fong added, there may be a relatively easier-to-obtain spiritual material that could temporarily serve as a substitute, albeit with extremely weak effects. Chapter 6. The Two-Colored Qingling Flower, comprehending the first level of sword intent. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's expression immediately transformed with excitement. A slight glimmer of hope was inconsequential. As long as he could acquire such spiritual materials, refine them into elixirs, and subsequently use them for a tenfold return, everything would be resolved effortlessly. Not only Lin Yan, but even Lu Mei and Yi Tian, who stood beside him, were captivated by this revelation. Despite their prolonged affiliation with the Qingyan sect, it was their first encounter with the existence of such spiritual materials. Elder Fong paused momentarily before continuing. The two-color Qingling flower. It is said that this flower absorbs the essence of the sun and moon daily, harboring the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. It not only enhances a cultivator's innate talent, but can also temporarily increase their comprehension. However, due to the short growth cycle of the two-color Qingling flower, most cultivators sought it primarily to exploit its temporary boost in understanding for their path of enlightenment. After hearing Elder Fong's words, Lin Yan was filled with longing, eager to find this two-color Qingling flower at once. Does my master know where I might find this flower? Elder Fong, noticing Lin Yan's fervor, smiled and replied, based on the growth conditions of the two-color Qingling flower, it is likely that traces of it can be found in the Sunset Mountain Range. However, locating it will require a bit of luck. With that, Elder Fong lightly patted Lin Yan's shoulder and added, focus on refining elixirs and strive to elevate your alchemical skills, achieving the qualifications of a true alchemist. As for the two-color Qingling flower, I will arrange for someone to assist you in your search. After departing from the Great Hall, Lin Yan proceeded to his residence. Since his master had spoken thus, there was no need for him to dwell on his innate talent for the time being. If quality was lacking, then he would compensate with quantity, aiming for a qualitative transformation through sheer volume. Junior brother, immerse yourself fully in alchemy. In 3 days, the Alchemy Hall will dispatch a group of junior disciples to the Sunset Mountain Range to gather herbs. I will accompany them as a protector and will certainly help you search for the two-color Qingling flower, said Yi Tian, patting Lin Yan's shoulder before turning to leave. Little junior brother, you are a prodigious talent in our alchemy hall. Do not disappoint our master's great expectations. Lu Mei also assured him that she would keep an eye out for materials that could enhance his innate abilities. Watching them depart, Lin Yan felt a surge of gratitude. Rest assured, I will not let you down. As for the fifth-tier Yuaning pill, give me some time, and I will surely be able to concoct it. Upon returning to his chamber, Lin Yan promptly took out the alchemy furnace and commenced his work. Having gained experience from refining qi cultivation pills, he became exceedingly adept at producing these elixirs, and within half an hour, the fragrant aroma of pills began to permeate the room. Ding! The host has successfully refined 5 intermediate qi cultivation pills, achieving a 10-fold return, and has obtained 5 advanced qi cultivation pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for refining 5 advanced qi cultivation pills, earning a reward of 3 years of swordsmanship cultivation. Upon hearing that familiar voice resonate in his mind, Lin Yan's face broke into a gentle smile. However, it was fleeting as he quickly resumed his focus on the next batch of qi cultivation pills. As time swiftly passed, 2 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. After 2 hours, Lin Yan refined the remaining 3 sets of qi cultivation pill materials. Ding! The host has successfully refined 3 advanced qi cultivation pills, achieving a 10-fold return, and has obtained 3 top-tier qi cultivation pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for refining 3 top-tier qi cultivation pills, earning a reward of 3 years of cultivation. Ding! The host has refined 3 top-tier qi cultivation pills, achieving a 10-fold return, and has obtained 3 perfect qi cultivation pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for refining 3 perfect qi cultivation pills, earning a reward of 3 years of swordsmanship cultivation. As the final notification echoed in his mind, Lin Yan was astonished to find that his cultivation had surged from the 3rd level of qi cultivation to the 5th level. Moreover, he felt a faint yet piercing sword intent manifesting around him, something he had previously been oblivious to. Could this be sword intent? Yet, as Lin Yan pondered in astonishment, the familiar voice of the system rang out once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the 1st level of sword intent. Hiss! Upon hearing this voice and sensing the sharpness of his newfound sword intent, Lin Yan couldn't help but gasp in surprise. It was known that even elders from the Sword Peak rarely attained such comprehension of sword intent. However, Lin Yan quickly reassured himself, recognizing that the system had bestowed nearly a decade's worth of swordsmanship cultivation upon him, merely enabling him to comprehend this 1st level of sword intent. Such talent in swordsmanship could only be deemed average at best. Cursing under his breath, Lin Yan lamented. So it seems my only gift lies in alchemy? Shaking his head to regain his composure, he began the process of refining blood qi powder. As a 1st-tier elixir, it was considered a challenge for Lin Yan, given its relatively high grade. Purifying the elixir liquid, condensing, and completing the elixir all flowed seamlessly. In less than half an hour, the fragrance of the pills wafted from the furnace. This seems even simpler than I anticipated. Watching the 3-round, blood-red top-tier blood qi powders in the furnace, Lin Yan found himself momentarily dazed, wondering how it had become progressively easier. Ding! The host has refined 3 top-tier blood qi powders, achieving a 30-fold return, and has obtained 3 perfect blood qi powders. Ding! Congratulations to the host for refining 3 perfect blood qi powders, earning a reward of 3 years of spiritual power growth. Feeling the enhancement of his spiritual power, Lin Yan realized his understanding of alchemy had deepened significantly. Consequently, he refined the remaining 2 portions of blood qi powder in one go. A total of 6 perfect blood qi powders brought him 3 years of cultivation rewards and 3 years of swordsmanship cultivation rewards. Naturally, his cultivation surged from the 5th to the 7th level of qi cultivation, and his insight into swordsmanship also deepened considerably. Given his current spiritual power and alchemical proficiency, refining 1st-tier elixirs had become second nature, and he might even venture into refining 2nd-tier elixirs. After seriously assessing his current level, Lin Yan gained a clearer understanding of his capabilities. Generally, an alchemist aiming to refine 2nd-tier elixirs needed to reach the innate level of cultivation. However, Due to the enhancement of his spiritual power and the experience of a master alchemist, it was entirely plausible for him to attempt refining second-tier elixirs. Perhaps it was time to approach the Alchemist Association to complete the assessment for first-tier alchemist certification. A tenfold return reward would undoubtedly elevate his capabilities to new heights. Chapter 7. Exorbitant Elixirs. Favor from the Vice Hall Master. It was the perfect opportunity to step outside and breathe in the fresh air. Remaining cooped up in his room all day, refining elixirs was not a sustainable path. However, before leaving the sect, he needed to prepare ample funds. In the event he encountered any precious spiritual materials he wished to purchase, being short on funds would be unacceptable. With this thought in mind, Lin Yan set off to the Outer Gates Resource Hall, carrying with him the 6 perfect chi cultivation pills and 9 perfect blood chi powders he had just refined. Typically, the outer disciples, upon venturing out for training or completing tasks, can submit their acquired items to the Resource Hall for valuation. If the items possess purchasing value, the sect will procure them at a considerable price. This is one of the primary sources of income for many outer disciples. Upon entering the Resource Hall, Lin Yan was met with a thunderous roar from the elders stationed behind the counter. "Are you all deaf? Do you not see that I am resting? If you wish to sell your goods, return in an hour." Before him stood dozens of outer disciples, each clutching their respective items for sale. However, under the elders' imposing presence, despite their inner grievances, they could only retreat to the side, waiting obediently. Observing this scene, Lin Yan furrowed his brow slightly. Was he to be delayed as well? Ultimately, he approached the counter, offered a respectful bow to the elder, and stated, "Disciple Lin Yan, here to sell pills. Are you incapable of understanding human speech? Do you not see that I am the elder, who had just closed his eyes, erupted in fury upon being disturbed yet again?" However, he quickly regained composure, fixating his gaze on Lin Yan with a look of surprise. "Wait a moment, you are Lin Yan, the direct disciple recently accepted by Elder Fong, celebrated as the greatest alchemy prodigy in the history of the outer sect?" Lin Yan did not deny it. Instead, he nodded earnestly. Upon seeing Lin Yan's acknowledgement, the elder's demeanor transformed entirely. A broad smile adorned his face as he began to personally attend to Lin Yan. "Ah, so it is you, Lin Yan. Why trouble yourself to come here to sell your items? Simply inform me, and I shall send someone to collect them." Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback by the elder's abrupt shift in attitude and couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that being a direct disciple held considerable weight in the Resource Hall. In contrast to Lin Yan's smile, the elder remained rooted in place, surreptitiously observing Lin Yan. There were only a few direct disciples in the outer sect, and offending any one of them was not something he could afford, especially when the individual before him was a direct disciple of Elder Fong. As a mere elder of the Resource Hall, possessing only innate level cultivation, he certainly could not afford to provoke such a figure. Moreover, given that Lin Yan was a direct disciple of Elder Fong, even the intersect elders would think twice before offending him. Without further ado, Lin Yan produced 2 jade vials and handed them to the elder, containing 6 perfect-grade chi cultivation pills and 9 perfect-grade blood essence pills. "Might I trouble you to assess their worth in spirit stones?" The elder, sensing no hostility from Lin Yan, let out a sigh of relief and began to scrutinize the vials. These are all perfect-grade pills. 6 perfect-grade chi cultivation pills and 9 perfect-grade blood essence pills. The elder took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment before speaking slowly. "Lin Yan, please hold on for a moment." With that, he hurried deeper into the Resource Hall, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Shortly thereafter, the elder returned, accompanied by an elderly man clad in a dark robe. "Lin Yan, this is our Resource Hall's Deputy Hall Master, Lu Fei." "Greetings, Deputy Hall Master." Lin Yan offered a respectful bow to the elderly man, who exuded formidable strength. "Ah, Lin Yan," Lu Fei began. "The market price for a top-tier chi cultivation pill is 300 low-grade spirit stones, while a top-tier blood essence pill is priced at 500. However, since yours are perfect grade, the price will naturally exceed double that. How does this sound? For your 6 perfect-grade chi cultivation pills and 9 perfect-grade blood essence pills, I shall offer you 20,000 low-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, not only Lin Yan, but even the elder beside him was left utterly astounded. While perfect-grade pills were indeed precious, they were merely low-tier chi cultivation and blood essence pills, The maximum they could fetch was 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. Yet here, the Deputy Hall Master was offering an astronomical sum of 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Deputy Hall Master, surely Lin Yan's 15 pills cannot be worth such a price. After the initial shock, Lin Yan quickly regained his composure. Since the Deputy Hall Master had presented him with an offer that was impossible to refuse, there must be other conditions involved. May I inquire what other conditions you have, Deputy Hall Master? Lu Fei, upon hearing Lin Yan's inquiry, smiled. Haha, indeed. It is commendable to maintain one's rationality in the face of such immense profit. Elder Fong has found himself a good disciple. He continued with a grin. I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to befriend you. Taken aback by the Deputy Hall Master's words, Lin Yan quickly bowed once more. If a Deputy Hall Master wished to maintain a good relationship with him, Lin Yan was more than willing to oblige. I am grateful for your kindness, Deputy Hall Master. With that, Lin Yan took his leave from the resource hall. His next objective was to proceed to Dansheng City to undertake the assessment for a first-grade alchemist. Chapter 8. Completing Tasks and Unexpected Gains. Deputy Hall Master, what is this? After Lin Yan's departure, the elder of the resource hall looked at Lu Fei with a puzzled expression. Consider it an investment. My cultivation has stagnated at the peak of the innate level for quite some time. From Lin Yan, I see the hope of foundation establishment. Without waiting for the elder's response, Lu Fei turned and left. Meanwhile, the outer disciples who had been waiting to sell their items watched Lin Yan's retreating figure with envious expressions. Reflecting on the elder's treatment of them versus that of Lin Yan, it was clear that true strength commanded respect. Even the Deputy Hall Master had taken notice of Lin Yan, treating him with utmost regard. Those wishing to sell items, come forth while I am in a good mood. However, almost immediately, a sharp voice snapped the waiting disciples back to reality, and they rushed eagerly toward the counter. After leaving the resource hall, Lin Yan made his way to the task hall. Since he was headed out for the alchemist assessment, he intended to accept a few suitable tasks to earn some sect contribution points. After all, to exchange for various techniques and resources within the sect, one must primarily rely on contribution points. After some searching, Lin Yan finally found two tasks that suited him and were conveniently located. One involved traveling to the Tian Shui spirit mine to investigate why the sect's recently submitted spirit stones had decreased, with a reward of 50 contribution points upon completion. The second task required him to venture to the Flame Mountain Range to collect over 100 firestones, offering a reward of 200 contribution points and 10 low-grade spirit stones. Both tasks were relatively easy for Lin Yan, who was at the 7th level of Qi cultivation, making his journey much less tedious. Just as he was about to accept the tasks and head down the mountain to summon a spirit beast for transportation, he suddenly received a notification from his identity token. Junior brother, wait a moment. It was his senior sister's voice. Sister Lu? What is it? The sect's identity tokens served multiple purposes, including communication, so Lin Yan was not surprised at this development. Young junior brother, our master has heard of your impending journey to Dansheng City for the alchemist's rank assessment. He is concerned for your safety and has requested that I accompany you for companionship along the way. Upon hearing the voice from the opposite direction, Lin Yan felt a warmth in his heart and responded, in that case, I shall await you at the Beast Control Pavilion at the foot of the mountain. The Beast Control Pavilion is specifically established by the Outer Sect's Beast Control Hall to provide transportation for disciples venturing outside the sect. Before long, Lin Yan arrived at the Beast Control Pavilion, where he saw Lu Mei approaching on a flying sword. Lin Yan felt a pang of envy, pondering when he might possess his own flying sword. Having recently grasped the first level of sword intent, he lamented the absence of a suitable weapon. With a wry smile, he shook his head, realizing that once the alchemist's rank assessment was complete, he would need to procure an appropriate weapon for himself. Come, junior brother. The journey to Dansheng City will take approximately 10 days, but with the presence of a first-tier unicorn from the Beast Control Pavilion, we should reach our destination in less than 5 days. While Lin Yan was lost in thought, Lu Mei had already led 2 tall white horses with horns over to him. Actually, there's no need for you to rush, senior sister. I have accepted 2 tasks that conveniently align with our route. With that, the two mounted their steeds and soared toward the Tian Shui mountain range. The Tian Shui mountain range stretches over 10,000 miles, abundant not only with low-tier herbs, but also concealing numerous hidden spirit mines. The Qingyun sect has developed a small spirit mine there, outsourcing the mining work to several prominent mortal families in the nearby Tianshui city. However, the Qingyun sect recently received reports indicating that not only had miners been meeting untimely deaths during the mining process, but a significant number of the extracted spirit stones had also been pilfered. Who would dare to lay hands on the Qingyun sect's resources? Upon hearing Lin Yan's account, a frost-like expression flickered across Lu Mei's delicate face. Was this not akin to disturbing a hornet's nest? Who could forget that the Qingyun sect is one of the foremost sects in the northern region? A cold glint flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. Had he not been for the Qingyun sect, he would have long since perished in the wilds. Thus, he felt a profound sense of belonging to the Qingyun sect, the very first place he had established himself after his arrival. Not far from the Qingyun sect, after half a day's rapid travel, Lin Yan and Lu Mei arrived at the sect's outpost in the Tianshui mountain range. Greetings, esteemed immortals. As soon as Lin Yan and Lu Mei appeared, a middle-aged man named Lu Song hurriedly approached with a group of people, his face filled with reverence, fearful that the two immortals might express dissatisfaction and impose punishment. Junior brother, these individuals are those who, having failed their sect assessments, volunteered to assist the sect in exchange for cultivation resources, Lu Mei explained to Lin Yan. Lin Yan understood at once, realizing why these individuals possessed the strength of the body refinement realm. You should know the purpose of our visit here. Please share the details. Lu Song, not daring to delay, quickly replied, reporting to the immortals, whenever we extract spirit stones, a mysterious spirit beast appears and attacks our miners, stealing the spirit stones. As he spoke, Lu Song led Lin Yan to the entrance of a mine and pointed inside. This incident just happened the day before yesterday. Lin Yan peered into the mine, catching a faint whiff of blood. Without hesitation, he leaped inside. Lu Mei, who was about to voice a concern, was silenced by Lin Yan's gesture. Within the mine, Lin Yan gradually reached the end and discovered corpse. He then unleashed his formidable spiritual power to probe the surroundings. Moments later, Lin Yan opened his eyes, forming a sword with his fingers, and unleashed a sharp sword intent toward the earthen wall beside him. A chilling scream echoed, and a smile crept onto Lin Yan's lips. Utilizing his cultivation, he excavated the earth, revealing a space of approximately 10 feet in size. Within lay a half-human-sized mouse, bleeding profusely. It was indeed a digging mouse at the Qi refinement stage. No wonder those outside were helpless against it. As Lin Yan lifted the mouse's corpse, intending to leave, he noticed a faint white glow emanating from the nearby earthen wall. Driven by curiosity, he blasted it open, revealing a scene that left Lin Yan momentarily stunned. Could this be the digging mouse's treasure trove? Before him lay a multitude of low-grade spirit stones, shimmering with a gentle light, numbering no less than 1,000. According to sect regulations, all spoils discovered during external missions need not be submitted to the sect and may be kept by the finder. Thus, it appeared that fortune had smiled upon him. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Lin Yan's face, and with a wave of his hand, he gathered all the low-grade spirit stones into his storage pouch. After completing this, he exited the mine, holding the Qi refinement digging mouse. The creature that attacked you was this digging mouse. You're now safe. Thank you, esteemed immortal. Lu Song and the others, witnessing the still warm digging mouse, respectfully bowed to Lin Yan in gratitude, their hearts relieved. They had not anticipated that the assailant was merely a Qi refinement digging mouse. Had it not been for the immortal's intervention, they might have become the next victims. Meanwhile, Lu Mei observed the slain digging mouse with a trace of astonishment in her eyes. She, too, practiced the sword and was sensitive to sword intent, realizing that the digging mouse had perished under the blade's energy. Junior brother, let us proceed to the next location. Chapter 9. Harvest of the second-grade Flame Spirit Flower. The emergence of two-color blue spirit flowers. The Flame Mountain is situated in the northwestern region of the Great Yin Dynasty. Due to the constantly high temperatures, conditions conducive to the formation of flame stones have gradually developed. These flame stones are one of the primary materials for crafting yellow-grade weapons. With a stroke of luck, one might even stumble upon flame essence stones, which could be used to forge high-grade yellow weapons or even low-grade weapons. This is why, despite the extreme dangers of Flame Mountain, numerous cultivators are drawn to explore its depths. Truly, Flame Mountain lives up to its name. Even at the periphery, the heat is somewhat uncomfortable. Lin Yan and Lu Mei found themselves at the outskirts of Flame Mountain, feeling the rising temperature around them and unable to restrain their exclamations. And this is merely the outskirts. It is said that deep within the flames, even golden core cultivators do not dare to tread lightly. Lu Mei gazed toward the heart of Flame Mountain, continuing, I once heard our master mention that the reason for the formation of this sprawling flame mountain is the presence of a highly ranked Dan fire deep within. Of course, over the years, many golden core cultivators have perished, and still, no one has uncovered any clues regarding the Dan fire. Dan fire? Lin Yan's eyes sparkled upon hearing the term. Was this not precisely what he needed at present? It seemed that the depths of Flame Mountain warranted exploration. However, now was not the time. A place capable of extinguishing even golden core cultivators was akin to courting death for him. Senior sister, if you feel unwell, you may wait for me here at the outskirts. I shall gather 100 flame stones and return. Lu Mei, upon hearing this, appeared displeased and retorted. What do you mean, junior brother? I have been sent by our master to protect you. How could I possibly allow you to venture alone in such a perilous place? As they boldly ventured into the depths of Flame Mountain, Lin Yan couldn't help but chuckle, realizing he had momentarily forgotten that his esteemed senior sister possessed innate cultivation. The external temperatures posed no threat to her at all. Together, they journeyed deeper into the mountain, collecting dozens of flame stones along the way. Senior sister, there seems to be a disturbance from a battle over there, Lin Yan remarked, his powerful soul force enabling him to sense the fluctuations from afar. Let's investigate. Lu Mei, too, had sensed the commotion. Such disturbances often heralded the emergence of valuable treasures. After traversing approximately 1,000 meters, they indeed stumbled upon two groups of individuals locked in confrontation. Beside them, on a massive boulder, a striking red flower with two petals caught their eye. It was none other than the second-tier medicinal herb, Flame Spirit Flower. Lin Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld the Flame Spirit Flower, which was a key ingredient for concocting the Flame Spirit Pill. While this pill held limited value for innate practitioners, it was immensely beneficial for chi refining cultivators below the innate level. If consumed by a practitioner with a fire spiritual root, not only could it enhance their foundation, but it might also induce a state of enlightenment. Even for those with other roots, or none at all, there existed a slim chance of awakening a fire spiritual root. For Lin Yan, who was inclined towards alchemy and possessed a weak fire spiritual root, acquiring this herb would temporarily alleviate his limitations. What is the matter, junior brother? Do you desire it? Lu Mei inquired, noticing the urgency in Lin Yan's gaze. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Wait here, junior brother. The strongest among those two groups is merely at the first level of innate cultivation. I shall retrieve it for you. With that, Lu Mei vanished in a flash. Moments later, she returned, presenting the Flame Spirit Flower to Lin Yan, along with the storage bag she had gathered from the defeated opponents. Thank you, senior sister. However, I only require this Flame Spirit Flower. Please keep the spoils for yourself. Lin Yan understood the principle of not taking advantage of others. Securing the Flame Spirit Flower had already placed him in her debt. Claiming additional rewards would be excessive. Upon seeing Lin Yan's resolute expression, Lu Mei accepted his decision without further protest. Eventually, after Lin Yan had gathered a sufficient number of flame stones, they departed Flame Mountain and made their way towards Dansheng City. Initially, Lin Yan had undertaken 2 tasks to earn contribution points and hone his skills, but he had not anticipated such a significant bounty. The acquisition of over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones was remarkable enough, but the second-tier Flame Spirit Flower alone was worth at least 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upon entering Dansheng City, Lin Yan and Lu Mei were immediately greeted by a cacophony of vendors hawking their wares. The streets were lined with an endless array of stalls, and the air was thick with the enchanting aroma of alchemical concoctions, invigorating their spirits. Undoubtedly, this was the sacred ground for alchemists of the great Yan dynasty. Such an environment alone could elevate one's alchemical skills. Attention! 2-colored Qing Spirit Flower for sale. Highest bidder wins. A sudden shout interrupted Lin Yan's reverie. The mention of the 2-colored Qing Spirit Flower piqued his interest. It was precisely the material he needed to enhance his talents and comprehension. Lin Yan and Lu Mei exchanged glances and hastened toward the source of the call. Upon reaching the stall, they found themselves amidst a throng of eager onlookers. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones? You might as well rob a bank. Someone scoffed. While the two-colored Qing spirit flower can temporarily increase comprehension, it requires the skilled crafting of high-quality pills to realize its potential. Selling this raw flower for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones is sheer madness. Just hiring a capable alchemist to create a high-quality second-tier pill would cost at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, not to mention the cost of materials. If the alchemist fails, we stand to lose everything. Clearly, the crowd was unimpressed with the exorbitant price. The stall owner, who had risked his life to seize the flower from a pinnacle innate beast, felt the weight of their disdain. He had invested considerable effort and could not afford to sell it for less than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, lest he incur a loss. "Step aside if you're not buying. There are others who will," he retorted dismissively. Just as he spoke, a clear voice rang out from the crowd. "I'll offer 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for it." The speaker was none other than Lin Yan. To others, the price might seem ludicrous, but to him, he would have paid double without hesitation, for this flower was crucial to his future advancement. The sudden declaration startled the crowd, drawing their gazes toward Lin Yan. Is this fellow a fool? 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for that two-colored Qing spirit flower? What if the alchemist fails? The stall owner, however, appeared to see a glimmer of hope. He quickly prepared the flower for Lin Yan, eager not to lose the sale. "Wait, I'll offer 15,000 low-grade spirit stones." Another voice interrupted, just as the stall owner was about to hand the flower over. The newcomer, a young man clad in an ornate feathered robe and wielding a golden feather fan, exuded an air of wealth and privilege. The crowd recognized him as someone of high status, and murmurs of discontent rippled through them. "Is this fool trying to provoke the son of the martial king as his state?" Someone whispered in fear. The stall owner, now wearing an apologetic smile, turned to Lin Yan and Lu Mei. "I'm sorry, gentlemen, but this young master has offered a higher price." Lu Mei, visibly displeased, interjected, "Hold on. You didn't specify that the sale of the two-colored Qing spirit flower was an auction. Since we placed our bid first, it rightfully belongs to us." At this juncture, Lu Mei suddenly shifted her tone, coldly remarking, "Are you intent on disrupting the established rules of Danxing City?" Upon hearing the mention of the city's regulations, the stall owner exhibited a fleeting glimmer of apprehension in his eyes. It was said that these rules were set forth by a formidable figure within Danxing City, a master of the Golden Core realm. Instantly, the stall owner became dispirited, casting an apologetic glance towards the young man from the Wu Wang mansion. "I apologize, young Master Wu. According to the rules, this gentleman made his bid before you, so these two-colored spirit flowers rightfully belong to him." The young man from Wu Wang mansion disregarded the stall owner's words and approached Lin Yan with a polite demeanor. "Might I inquire if you would consider parting with those two-colored spirit flowers? I am willing to offer double the price for them. While they may hold little value for you, they are of great significance to an important figure within the Wu Wang mansion. Should you choose to relinquish them, I assure you that Wu Wang mansion will owe you a favor." The onlookers, unable to contain their excitement, buzzed with anticipation at the mention of a favor from Wu Wang mansion, an opportunity sought after by many within the Yan dynasty. Rumor had it that even the royal family had to pay a steep price to secure their assistance. If I were that young man, I would have agreed immediately. With Wu Wang mansion as a backing, one could navigate the Yan dynasty with ease. The young man from Wu Wang mansion remained silent, observing Lin Yan as he awaited a response. After a moment, Lin Yan slowly replied, "I regret to inform you that it is not a matter of unwillingness to part with them. These two-colored spirit flowers are of significant importance to me as well." Lin Yan understood that this statement would likely offend the young master of Wu Wang mansion, perhaps even the entire mansion, yet he felt compelled to uphold his position. As it pertained to his future, "Impudent! My young master extends such generous terms because he values you. How dare you fail to appreciate it? Are you courting death?" Before the young master from Wu Wang mansion could respond, one of his attendants erupted in anger towards Lin Yan, seemingly ready to strike had the young master not intervened. Lu Mei instinctively stepped in front of Lin Yan, drawing her sword and glaring coldly at their adversaries. To everyone's surprise, Wu Wang mansion did not retaliate against Lu Mei's stance. Instead, the young master turned and slapped his attendant, saying, "I apologize. My subordinate has acted out of turn. I hope you will not take offense." With this, the young man from Wu Wang mansion abruptly changed his tone, smiling as he proposed, "How about this? I see that you have come here for the alchemist assessment. Let us hold an alchemical competition in accordance with Dansheng City's rules to determine the rightful owner of the two-colored spirit flowers. Excellent. That is indeed the most equitable approach. Before Lin Yan could respond, the crowd erupted into cheers, eager not to miss such an entertaining alchemical contest. Observing the commotion around him, Lin Yan furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Is there something troubling you, young brother? Are you perhaps not an alchemist? The young master from Wu Wang Mansion inquired with a mocking tone, noticing Lin Yan's furrowed brow. The surrounding crowd echoed his sentiment, questioning how someone who was not even an alchemist dared to vie for such precious herbs. Isn't this just causing trouble? According to Dansheng City's rules, there are consequences for such actions. After a brief pause, Lin Yan finally raised his head, looking steadily at the young master from Wu Wang Mansion, and calmly stated, "Are you certain you wish to challenge me to an alchemical contest?" Chapter 11. The contest begins. Lin Yan's seemingly inconspicuous statement ignited the emotions of the crowd. His confidence radiated, as if telling everyone that challenging him in alchemy would be a grave misstep. Even the young master, who had maintained his composure, nearly faltered under Lin Yan's overwhelming self-assurance. He suppressed his irritation, his expression darkening slightly. "Very well, lead the way to the designated alchemical competition area in the square." With that, the young master turned and strode towards the square. "Little junior brother, do you feel confident? If not, you needn't concern yourself with the Wu Wang Mansion. We, Qingyan sect, do not regard them highly." Lu Mei watched the young master's retreating figure with concern as she turned to Lin Yan. The young master clearly possessed innate strength and had come for the second-grade alchemist assessment. Lin Yan, having only joined the Dan Hall for half a month, had already demonstrated extraordinary talent by becoming a first-grade alchemist. How could he compete with someone of the second grade? However, Lin Yan merely smiled and shook his head. "Lu Shiji, you should have faith in your junior brother." He followed closely behind, exuding an air of assuredness. It seemed that successfully concocting a perfect great elixir had indeed bolstered his confidence. Setting aside the fact that achieving a perfect great elixir is not something that occurs regularly, even if he had successfully created a first-grade perfect body refining elixir, it merely indicated significant potential in alchemy, not necessarily reflecting his current skill level. With a slight sigh, Lu Mei followed suit, hoping that Lin Yan would learn from this impending trial. At the square of Dansheng City, word of the impending alchemical contest between Lin Yan and the representatives of Wu Wang Mansion had drawn a massive crowd, nearly filling the entire area. "I hear that the young master has already attained second-grade alchemist status, while the youth he is competing against appears to be merely at the chi refinement stage and likely a first-grade alchemist. This hardly seems a fair match." "Huh. That young man is simply putting on a brave face, trying to impress the lovely maiden by his side. It's typical youthful folly. He'll learn from his experience." Indeed, it seems that this young man has made an enemy of Wu Wang Mansion. As the crowd buzzed about the two contestants, two elderly men in white robes observed the scene from atop a towering structure. Wu Hong has been able to concoct intermediate second-grade elixirs for quite some time. By now, given his remarkable talent, he must be capable of producing advanced second-grade elixirs. Wu Hong's talent is indeed impressive. Without a doubt, he will secure an admirable position in the Northern Region alchemical competition in 3 months. Wu Wang Mansion has certainly nurtured a promising talent. However, the young man he is competing against appears unfamiliar. Yet, to be here for an alchemist assessment at such a young age suggests he possesses considerable talent as well. It is a pity, though, that he seems overly ambitious. He may need to learn a lesson today. The two men, clearly high-ranking members of the Alchemist Association of the Yan dynasty, expressed their preference for Wu Wang Mansion's Wu Hong. Meanwhile, in the square, Lin Yan and Wu Hong had chosen their respective alchemical platforms and were ready to begin the competition under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd. Due to the differing levels of alchemical proficiency between the two contestants, the rules of the competition dictate that the ultimate quality of the elixirs produced will determine the victor. Among the two, irrespective of the grade of the elixirs, whoever produces a potion of superior quality shall emerge triumphant in this contest. As Lin Yan and Wu Hong prepared themselves, an elder suddenly appeared in the square, announcing the competition rules to the gathered crowd. This individual was a representative from the Alchemist Association, specifically responsible for overseeing such contests, thus lending considerable authority to the results. This seems exceedingly unfair. Clearly, Wu Hong possesses a significant advantage under such regulations. Indeed, Wu Hong's alchemical skills have already reached the second tier, and he is capable of crafting high-grade second-tier elixirs. If he were to produce a first-tier elixir in this competition, it would undoubtedly be a top-tier potion. How could he possibly lose? Alas, this is the advantage of having a powerful background. Even the elders of the Alchemist Association show him favor. Poor Lin Yan has unwittingly placed himself in a disadvantageous position. He should not have hastily agreed to this contest. With his cultivation merely at the Qi refinement stage, his alchemical skills barely reach the first tier. How can he possibly compete with Wu Hong? Upon hearing the competition rules, the onlookers began to murmur, most casting sympathetic glances towards Lin Yan. If both parties are ready, let's commence. However, the elder from the Alchemist Association paid no heed to the crowd's reactions and promptly declared the contest to begin. Lin Yan, it seems even fate is favoring me. With a wave of his hand, Wu Hong summoned a strand of earth fire, initiating the crafting of his most proficient elixir while wearing a triumphant smile directed at Lin Yan. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, Lu Mei's delicate features revealed a hint of indignation as she glared at the elder from the Alchemist Association, her eyes brimming with hostility. Were it not for the association's formidable influence, she would have already confronted him. At the alchemical platform, upon hearing Wu Heng's confident words, Lin Yan merely smiled faintly, offering no response. With a hum, he skillfully summoned the earth fire, then began to introduce various spiritual materials into the flames, commencing the melting of the medicinal liquid. However, in the next moment, those surrounding the square looked on in astonishment at Lin Yan's audacious method. Chapter 12. The Marvelous Art of Alchemy. A perfect elixir stuns the crowd. What manner of operation is this? He is melting all the spiritual materials simultaneously? Does he not fear that a moment's inattention may reduce everything to ashes? The youth is far too impatient. Everyone knows that alchemy is an incredibly meticulous craft. Melting spiritual materials one by one yields a higher success rate in pure liquid. I see no reason for this contest to continue. To melt several beads of spiritual materials at once and succeed is nothing short of a miracle, especially when considering that he is attempting to craft the renowned blood qi elixir. Unless he possesses an extraordinary soul force, failure is the only outcome that awaits him. The crowd erupted with skepticism, shaking their heads at Lin Yan. Simultaneously, Wu Hong, witnessing Lin Yan's actions, instinctively revealed a smug smile. He hasn't even learned to walk and is already attempting to fly. Such hubris. However, undeterred by the cacophony of doubt surrounding him, Lin Yan remained focused on melting his spiritual materials. Buzz. In the next moment, as the crowd sighed and shook their heads, a subtle, buzzing sound resonated. Suddenly, astonished expressions spread across the faces of those present. Before Lin Yan, the spiritual materials enveloped by the earth fire had transformed completely into distinct, vividly colored medicinal liquids. The rich aroma emanating from these materials was so potent that even those in the square could distinctly perceive it. Could it be a success? Such fragrant liquid. How is this possible? Is it conceivable that this young man can concoct a top-tier blood qi elixir? Surely, there can be no mistake. This high concentration of aroma must indicate a top-tier blood qi elixir. The crowd, recovering from their state of shock, began to gaze at Lin Yan with increasingly fervent admiration. The blood qi elixir is renowned as the pinnacle of first-tier potions, its crafting difficulty rivaling that of certain second-tier elixirs. Typically, those available in the market are merely mid-tier blood qi elixirs, with high-tier ones being exceedingly rare, let alone top-tier elixirs. Thus, witnessing Lin Yan's potential to create a top-tier blood qi elixir ignited passionate interest among the spectators. Yet, we must not jump to conclusions too soon. What if he fails later? It will be prudent to wait for the final result before making judgments. Among the crowd, a few remain composed. Should Lin Yan truly succeed in crafting a top-tier blood qi elixir, they would undoubtedly be willing to pay handsomely for his services. However, should he fail, it would merely indicate that his alchemical skills require further refinement. At the same time, Wu Hong, sensing the stir within the crowd, momentarily diverted his attention towards Lin Yan. However, upon doing so, he nearly lost control of the fire, threatening to reduce his own spiritual materials to ashes. Fortunately, his adept skills allowed him to stabilize the earth fire. Even if you manage to create a top-tier liquid, what of it? The key lies in the latter stages. With that thought, Wu Hong turned his full focus back to the second step of alchemy, the condensation of the elixir. Opposite him, Lin Yan, having introduced the medicinal liquid into the alchemical furnace, skillfully manipulated the earth fire to initiate the condensation process. For him, crafting his blood-chi elixir was a familiar endeavor. And soon enough, under the intense heat of the earth fire, the medicinal liquids melded together perfectly, completing the second step flawlessly. Next came the final step, the formation of the elixir. This process is comparatively more challenging, requiring the precise control of the earth fire to maintain a delicate balance between the newly condensed elixir and the spiritual energy, ensuring that the medicinal properties remain intact without dissipating. Fortunately, for Lin Yan, this step seemed relatively simple, as he had previously crafted a perfect blood-chi elixir. Thus, it took little time before a faint, exquisite fragrance wafted from the furnace, signifying the successful completion of his elixir. Wait, something feels amiss. This fragrance. It does not belong to a top-tier blood-chi elixir. As the crowd inhaled the unique aroma once more, they were left momentarily speechless. This scent was unlike anything they had ever encountered. I told you not to jump to conclusions. The fragrance is different from before. It clearly indicates a failed elixir. You must be joking. Pay attention to the distinct fragrance. The concentration of medicinal energy contained within is exponentially richer than the previous aroma. A fragrance more potent than that of a top-tier blood-chi elixir. Could it be a perfect-grade blood-chi elixir? As the final words of the crowd echoed through the air, every gaze simultaneously turned towards the alchemical furnace before Lin Yan, their faces brimming with anticipation. A perfect-grade chi blood pill was an unprecedented phenomenon, even in the renowned Dansheng city. Meanwhile, Lu Mei, amidst the throng, stared in astonishment at Lin Yan's silhouette, murmuring to herself, "I never imagined my junior apprentice would truly be a rare talent in alchemy." At that moment, even the elder from the Alchemist Association, serving as the judge, could not help but cast a glance at Lin Yan, eager to ascertain whether he had indeed concocted a perfect-grade chi blood pill. However, just as the crowd was filled with eager expectation for Lin Yan, a faint sound emerged from across the way. Soon after, they beheld Wu Hong successfully completing his alchemical endeavor, revealing 3 plump and fragrant chi gathering pills, gracefully resting within his furnace. Wu Hong himself stood tall and confident, exuding an air of assured victory. A top-tier chi gathering pill was an achievement unattainable by many second-tier alchemists. As he awaited the cheers of the crowd and the declaration of his triumph by the elder of the Alchemist Association, he felt the surroundings grow eerily silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. Was everyone rendered speechless by his remarkable alchemical prowess? As Wu Hong pondered this, a smile graced his face while he surveyed the crowd. However, his expression faltered upon discovering that all eyes were fixated on Lin Yan, as if they had completely overlooked his impressive chi gathering pills. Even the elder of the Alchemist Association, with connections to the Wu royal house, seemed oblivious, his gaze equally drawn to Lin Yan's alchemical furnace. What was happening? Were even top-tier pills failing to capture their attention? Just then, an aroma, far surpassing that of the finest pills, wafted into Wu Heng's senses. To his astonishment, he witnessed Lin Yan slowly lifting the lid of his furnace. Within lay 6 radiant chi blood pills, each exuding a mesmerizing aura of spiritual energy. Congratulations, host, on successfully refining 6 perfect-grade chi blood pills, earning a 10-year cultivation reward. Chapter 13. The Youngest Second-Tier Alchemist, an invitation from the Wu royal house. This was indeed a perfect-grade chi blood pill, and 6 of them at that. As Lin Yan unveiled the furnace, the crowd was struck with disbelief, their expressions frozen in shock, particularly those cultivators who lived on the razor's edge of danger. Upon seeing the 6 chi blood pills, gazed upon them as if they were priceless treasures. Were it not for the presence of the Alchemist Association, they might have rushed forward to purchase them from Lin Yan. This was truly a perfect-grade chi blood pill. Even Wu Hong, who had previously believed his alchemical skills surpassed Lin Yan's, deflated like a punctured balloon upon witnessing the scene before him. Nevertheless, being far from ordinary, he quickly regained his composure and bowed respectfully to Lin Yan. Brother Lin, your alchemical skills are astounding. I humbly bow to your expertise. Lin Yan bore no ill will towards Wu Hong and reciprocated the gesture with courtesy. Haha, Brother Wu, you flatter me. It was merely a stroke of luck. As his words settled, Lin Yan turned his gaze towards the elder of the Alchemist Association and inquired softly, might the elder announce the results of the competition? The elder, regaining his focus, proclaimed loudly, I hereby announce that the results of this competition declare Lin Yan as the victor. With this, the two-color Qingling flower was finally within Lin Yan's grasp. Lin Alchemist, might you consider selling a Qi blood pill? I would gladly pay a handsome price for just one. As soon as the results were announced, the crowd surged forward like a tide. Will you kindly form a line? I was the first to seek Lin Alchemist pills. Nonsense. My foot is already in front of you, which means I am ahead of you. With only 6 perfect-grade Qi blood pills available, who wouldn't desire one? You, who are already at the 3rd stage of innate cultivation, dare to compete with us for first-tier pills? We'll use our first-tier pills to you. How dare you? A perfect-grade Qi blood pill is beneficial even to those at the 5th stage of innate cultivation. Speak again, and I shall teach you a lesson outside the city. Surrounded by eager individuals, Lin Yan observed their fervent desire for his pills with a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had never anticipated that perfect-grade pills would be so sought after. But soon he understood. After all, perfect-grade pills bore no side effects. Yet, faced with the intensity of their desperate gazes, Lin Yan found himself in a quandary, for selling to anyone would inevitably lead to unnecessary complications. At that moment, the elder from the Alchemist Association approached, dispersing the crowd before conversing briefly with Lin Yan. He then announced, Everyone, please disperse. In 3 days, our Alchemist Association will host an auction, during which we will not only auction the perfect-grade Qi blood pills that Lin Alchemist refined today, but Lin Alchemist will also offer additional perfect-grade pills, such as perfect-grade Qi gathering pills. As soon as the elder's words fell, the crowd erupted in excitement, especially among the innate cultivators, whose faces were alight with exhilaration. Conversely, many Qi gathering cultivators bore frowns, aware that their resources paled in comparison to those of innate cultivators. Nevertheless, several Qi gathering cultivators willingly relinquished their claim to the Qi blood pills in favor of the perfect-grade Qi gathering pills, recognizing their unparalleled potential to enhance cultivation without side effects. Once the crowd dispersed, Lin Yan respectfully bowed to the elder of the Alchemist Association. Thank you, Senior, for your assistance. You may call me Elder Mo. I assume you are here for the Alchemist level assessment? Elder Mo waved his hand and added, Given your talent in alchemy, I suspect you could refine 2nd-tier pills with ease. Lin Yan smiled, acknowledging the truth in Elder Mo's words. With the recently acquired 10-year cultivation reward, he had reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage of Qi gathering and had even coalesced 2 strands of innate energy within him. Thus, stepping into the innate realm was merely a matter of time. Since that is the case, I shall not disturb you further. You are welcome to come to our Alchemist Association for your level assessment at any time. With that, Elder Mo turned and departed. Congratulations, Brother Lin. Achieving the status of a perfect-grade 1st-tier alchemist is highly prestigious. After Elder Mo's departure, Wu Hong approached, a smile gracing his features. Might you have a moment, Brother Lin? I would like to discuss something in a quieter place. Oh, what might you wish to discuss, Brother Wu? We can converse here. Lin Yan had no time for idle chat. With the 2-color Qingling flower secured and the Yinling flower in hand, he was ready to concoct pills to enhance his comprehension and spiritual roots. Beside him, Lu Mei regarded Wu Hong with an expression of vigilance, her heart instinctively repulsed by him, as if she sensed an ulterior motive lurking beneath his demeanor. Opposite her, Wu Hong, upon hearing her words, paused momentarily, but soon responded with a smile. Since Brother Lin Yan has matters to attend to, I shall not be coy. May I inquire if Brother Lin Yan would be willing to become a guest alchemist at my Wu Wang mansion? He paused briefly before adding, Rest assured, this is merely a nominal position, yet the benefits you shall receive will be delivered to you in full measure. Furthermore, you will have unrestricted access to the insights and techniques of the numerous master alchemists within my mansion. The conditions Wu Hong proposed were exceedingly generous. Any other alchemist would find it hard to refuse, given that the Wu Wang mansion ranked among the top 5 powers in the Yan dynasty. However, Lin Yan was acutely aware that there was no such thing as a free lunch, particularly when the offer was so enticing, suggesting deeper motives at play. Thus, he declined without hesitation. I apologize, Brother Wu Hong, but I am accustomed to my freedom and do not thrive under constraints." With that, Lin Yan departed with Lu Mei. Wu Heng, left behind, watched their retreating figures, his brow furrowing slightly as the smile on his face vanished, replaced by a glimmer of coldness in his gaze. What a pity to let such a talent in alchemy slip away. Chapter 14. The 3-Dan Pattern Flame Spirit Pill. The Talking Wanhua Alchemy Formula. After leaving the competition square, Lin Yan and Lu Mei found a tavern near the Alchemist Association that offered alchemy rooms for their temporary stay. With materials in hand to enhance their comprehension and roots, Lin Yan was eager to refine them. The second-ranked Qingling pill and the second-ranked Yanling pill were both of moderate quality, and with his current alchemical skills, he was fully capable of producing them. In the room, Lin Yan gazed at the two luminous spiritual materials in his hand, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Without hesitation, he summoned the earth fire to begin melting and purifying the Yanling flower, continuously adding auxiliary materials to maximize the extraction of its medicinal properties. As this was his first attempt at refining a second-rank pill, Lin Yan focused intently, slowing the pace of the melting and purification process. After 3 hours, he successfully perfected the medicinal liquid from the Yanling flower. Sighing in relief, Lin Yan immediately poured the spiritually infused liquid into the prepped alchemical furnace. He then summoned the earth fire again, applying heat to the furnace while simultaneously guiding the liquid to condense into pill form. This step was crucial, as an alchemist must master dual focus, perfectly controlling the heat while managing the condensation process. A single misstep could result in total failure. Fortunately, Lin Yan possessed an exceptionally strong soul force, and within 3 hours, the initial form of the pill began to materialize within the furnace. Drawing on his previous experience, he completed the final step of pill formation in under 2 hours. As he lifted the furnace lid, a rich fragrance of the pill wafted toward him, and with just a whiff, Lin Yan felt a slight enhancement in his innate talent. Successfully refined, a high-grade Yanling pill, 1,000-fold return achieved. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a 3-Dan Pattern Flame Spirit Pill. Host has successfully refined a 3-Dan Pattern Flame Spirit Pill. Congratulations on receiving the Wanhua Alchemy Formula. As the familiar voice echoed in his mind, Lin Yan was filled with confusion. Wanhua Alchemy Formula? What is that? Master, the Wanhua Alchemy Formula is me. I am quite remarkable. Just as Lin Yan's bewildered thoughts faded, a youthful voice resonated within him, startling him momentarily before he regained his composure. A low-grade common formula? Pray tell, what is your function? Lin Yan furrowed his brow slightly, realizing it was indeed the most basic of formulas. However, recalling that this formula was a reward from the system and possessed self-awareness, he quickly accepted it. Master, do not underestimate me. Though I may be a low-grade common formula now, with ample insights and experiences from alchemists, I can infinitely upgrade. Additionally, I can reverse engineer pill formulas from others' creations, assimilating diverse alchemical techniques to enhance your skills. Oh, hearing the words of the Wanhua formula ignited a spark of excitement in Lin Yan's eyes. If so, does that mean my alchemical skills can autonomously improve in the future? You are absolutely correct, Master. As long as I am here, your alchemical skills can infinitely advance, and every pill you refine will achieve perfection. By the way, I have some insights and experiences from alchemy masters. Let us see how much you can enhance. Lin Yan then presented several scrolls containing insights he had obtained from his master, allowing the formula to comprehend them. The Wanhua Alchemy formula studied the insights of the alchemy masters and gained significant understanding, successfully advancing to the peak of first rank. Master, this is still insufficient. If you can provide me with more insights from alchemy masters, I can leap directly to the early second rank. At that point, you will be able to refine perfect early second rank pills, complete with pill patterns. Pill patterns. Hearing this, Lin Yan's heart raced with exhilaration. As an alchemist, he understood the miraculous nature of pills adorned with patterns. Across the entire Yan dynasty, and indeed, even the northern region, he believed no one could concoct pills featuring patterns. After all, to achieve pill patterns, the prerequisite was reaching perfection. Only then could the possibility of their emergence arise. A single pill pattern could enhance the effectiveness of a pill by 10%. The apex of pill patterns reached 10, augmenting the potency a staggering 100%. Just contemplating this made Lin Yan's breath quicken. Although he had the system's returns, it did not guarantee that he would produce perfect pills each time, let alone those with patterns. However, with the appearance of the Wanhua alchemy formula, his shortcomings in this regard were effectively nullified. Henceforth, every pill refined by Lin Yan's hands would inevitably start at the level of perfection. Not bad at all, little Wan. Hee hee. Thank you for the compliment, master. If only I could have more insights and experiences from alchemists. Lin Yan smiled and reassured, fear not. With me around, I shall ensure your wishes are fulfilled. We will head to the Alchemist Association for a level assessment shortly, and upon our return to the sect, I will fetch all the insights my master has collected for you to comprehend. Upon hearing this, the little Wan was as jubilant as a child. You treat me the best, master. Thus, Lin Yan and Liu Mei set out together toward the Alchemist Association. Alchemist Lin, you have arrived. As soon as Lin Yan and Liu Mei reached the Alchemist Association, an elderly man with a beaming smile greeted them. Elder Mo has instructed that upon your arrival, I should escort you for your alchemist level assessment. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, senior. Lin Yan respectfully bowed to the elder and followed him into the Alchemist Association. The Wanhua Dan Fong sensed an exceptionally rich Dan fragrance and began to reverse engineer the Dan recipe. What? Is this even possible? Chapter 15. The Ford pattern innate Dan shocks the higher UPS of the Alchemist Association. Lin Yan's heart trembled, and a faint smile appeared on his face. The rewards from the system truly are extraordinary. Lin Yan found himself in a bustling plaza where the Alchemist Association sold various medicines. Aside from a few alchemists, the rest were cultivators eager to purchase Dan. Following an elderly man through a grand doorway, Lin Yan arrived at the place where alchemists underwent rank assessments. This must be the right place, he thought, observing the numerous alchemists engaged in evaluations. Although the Dian dynasty lay in a remote northern region, many cultivators walked the path of Dan. A glance revealed that no fewer than 100 cultivators had come for their assessments. The Wanhua Dan Fong detected over 100 different alchemical techniques and is striving to comprehend them. Oh, this works too. Lin Yan's heart quivered once more. The Wanhua Dan Fong was truly astonishing. It could glean insights just by watching others refine Dan. Lin Yan welcomed this outcome, as it would certainly ease his journey. So what if his talent was lacking? He possessed the Wanhua Dan Fong. Haha, Lin Dan Master jested. This is merely a place for ordinary alchemists to be assessed. A perfect level alchemist like Lin Dan Master would naturally have access to more advanced evaluation venues. The elderly man then led Lin Yan through several doors until they finally stopped in a grand hall. Upon arriving, Lin Yan immediately felt a scorching aura. Clearly, they were close to the earth fire vein. The Wanhua Dan Fong successfully reverse-engineered a second-grade beginner Dan recipe, the innate Dan. The Wanhua Dan Fong gained insights from 100 alchemical techniques, successfully advancing to second-grade beginner. Master, this Alchemist Association is extraordinary. I can sense the aura of Dan Fire. The aura of Dan Fire? Lin Yan disregarded the previous messages and gasped at the last one. Dan Fire is the coveted treasure of every alchemist. It is no exaggeration to say that possessing a Dan Fire would exponentially enhance an alchemist's skills. It seems the reason the Alchemist Association chose this location is likely due to discovering this Dan Fire, intending to harness it. Lin Yan shook his head. Since the Alchemist Association had set its sights on this treasure, he naturally had no chance. Ha! Lin Dan Master, we have been waiting. If you are ready, we can begin at any time. The elderly man returned with a smile. Lin Yan nodded, approached an alchemical platform, selected some spiritual materials, and commenced the refinement. This time, he intended to concoct the innate Dan that the Wanhua Dan Fong had just reverse-engineered. Buzz. As the earth fire was summoned, Lin Yan skillfully added the primary and auxiliary materials into the fire, beginning the melting and purification process. Meanwhile, as Lin Yan started concocting the second-grade innate Dan, several figures dressed in Dan robes in an upper chamber silently observed him. To melt and purify all spiritual materials at once. Such a bold technique indicates his soul power is remarkably strong. Not only is his soul power formidable, but this young man also demonstrates perfect control over the earth fire, ensuring the medicinal properties of the materials are preserved flawlessly. It has been ages since we witnessed such a genius in alchemy. The last time a perfect grade Dan appeared was crafted by the previous president. Wasn't he it? If this young man were to participate in the Northern Region Dan competition, what do you all think? I believe it is feasible. The Northern Region Dan competition requires a minimum of second-grade alchemists. With his level, he would surely claim victory in the second-grade division. Thus, let us send someone to inquire if he wishes to participate, for the champion's reward is substantial. Buzz. While the figures debated Lin Yan, he had already successfully condensed the Dan and commenced the next step. Shortly thereafter, within less than half an hour, he successfully refined a batch of innate Dan. As the furnace lid was lifted, an aroma richer than that of perfect grade Dan instantly filled the grand hall. Just inhaling it made Lin Yan feel a surge in his cultivation. This is a 3-Dan pattern innate Dan, and he produced 9 in one batch. Congratulations, host, for successfully refining 9 3-Dan pattern innate Dan. You receive a 100-fold return, obtaining 9 4-Dan pattern innate Dan. Congratulations, host, for successfully refining 9 4-Dan pattern innate Dan. You are rewarded with 10 years of cultivation and 10 years of swordsmanship cultivation. How about that, master? Am I impressive? The Wanhua Dan Fong eagerly sought recognition. Impressive indeed. Well done, little Wan. I shall reward you with 10 volumes of insights from a master alchemist. Lin Yan felt a surge of excitement. The reward of 10 years of cultivation elevated his level from 2 innate energies to the pinnacle of first-level innate. The 10 years of swordsmanship cultivation further enhanced his initial sword intent to its peak. What a pity! If only my innate talent were slightly better. This 10-year cultivation reward would have sufficed to elevate me to the 3rd level. With a bit more insight, I might have directly comprehended the 2nd-level sword intent. Lin Yan shook his head, not dwelling on it. After all, he would soon receive a 10,000-fold return reward, allowing him to enhance the Yinling Dan and improve his innate talent. Right? How? How is this possible? This is an innate Dan with Dan patterns. Suddenly, while Lin Yan reveled in his cultivation boost, several figures rushed from the upper chamber, directly approaching him with astonishment, fixated on the glowing innate dawn within the furnace. That, Lin Dan Master, may we examine your innate dawn closely? Seeing the sudden appearance of the elderly figures, Lin Yan felt no surprise at all. After all, his soul power was extraordinarily strong, and he had already sensed their covert observation. Please, esteemed seniors, feel free. With Lin Yan's permission, the high-ranking members of the Alchemist Association eagerly gathered around, each taking a piece in hand for careful examination. It cannot be mistaken. This is indeed a 4-Dan pattern perfect innate Dan. For cultivators, consuming it comes without any side effects and enhances the efficacy of the Dan by 40%. A 4-Dan pattern innate Dan. This would significantly benefit even foundation-building cultivators. Dan patterns. I have traversed the Dan path for hundreds of years, and this is my first encounter with a 4-Dan pattern Dan. The perfect refinement of medicinal properties. Lin Dan Master's alchemical skills are truly a once-in-a-millennium phenomenon. After closely observing the 4-Dan pattern innate dawn, the 5 elderly figures exhibited expressions of extreme satisfaction, reluctantly returning the Dan to Lin Yan. Subsequently, one elder immediately produced a token from his robe and handed it to Lin Yan. Lin Dan Master, this is your identity token as a 2nd-grade alchemist. As long as you hold this token, it represents your identity in any place within Dongyan Prefecture. Lin Yan accepted the identity token and carefully examined it, discovering it bore the character perfect. Senior, what does this signify? Chapter 16. The Super Danshi Formula. The success of a 10-fold return has been achieved, along with the 6th-grade root bone pill. Lin Yan's face displayed a look of confusion. The elderly man immediately chuckled and provided an explanation. This character signifies that the alchemist holding this token possesses the ability to refine perfect-grade elixirs. At this point, the elder paused slightly before continuing. I must apologize to you. Master Lin, given your alchemical skills, it is evident that this perfect-grade identity token is no longer sufficient for you. However, rest assured, we shall petition the higher-level Alchemist Association to issue a more advanced identity token for you. Lin Yan was taken aback, but did not mind overly. Since the other party had mentioned it, he merely smiled and replied, Then I thank you, Senior. Master Lin, tomorrow is the auction for your elixirs. Do you think these 9 innate pills should be auctioned? At this moment, the previously mentioned Elder Mo approached Lin Yan, his face beaming with joy. The innate pills adorned with pill patterns, particularly those with 4 patterns, would undoubtedly attract countless innate realm and numerous foundation establishment realm cultivators if the news were spread. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan paused slightly before producing 5 pills and handing them to Elder Amo. In that case, let's auction 5 of them. I will also refine a batch of qi refining pills to include in the auction. Once he finished speaking, Lin Yan immediately ignited his alchemical furnace, and within less than an hour, he successfully refined a batch of 9 qi refining pills, each boasting pill patterns. Indeed, Master Lin's alchemical talent is envied by many. The crowd gasped in astonishment and admiration as they beheld the flawless 5-pattern qi refining pills. Congratulations, host! You have successfully refined 9 4-pattern qi refining pills, achieving a 100-fold return, and received 9 5-pattern qi refining pills. Congratulations, host! You have successfully refined 9 5-pattern qi refining pills, earning the super pill qi technique. Oh! Upon hearing that familiar voice in his mind, Lin Yan felt a flicker of joy. The super pill qi technique? Could it be akin to the Wan Hua pill formula, allowing for self-cultivation and enhancement? Filled with anticipation, Lin Yan silently chanted in his mind, "Little Dan, Master, I will absorb vigorously." Instantly, Lin Yan felt that his speed of absorbing spiritual energy had increased more than 10-fold compared to before. "Little Dan, tell me, how can you elevate your level?" Lin Yan was immensely satisfied. This pill qi technique not only absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but also the fragrant pill aroma wafting through the air. This meant that as long as he was in the presence of other alchemists, his cultivation speed would significantly increase. "Master, just as you think, as long as you provide me with sufficiently high-grade pills and allow me to be in an environment rich in pill fragrance, I can elevate myself autonomously. If I could gain insights and experiences from alchemists, that would be even better, as it would accelerate my progress." Upon hearing Little Dan's words, Lin Yan was taken aback. "Oh, you also require the insights and experiences of alchemists?" This revelation eased Lin Yan's heart considerably. Both system rewards required merely the insights and experiences of alchemists for advancement. Being an alchemist himself, this was indeed fortuitous. Congratulations, host! You have completed the first-grade alchemist level assessment, earning a 10,000-fold return. Please complete the second-grade alchemist level assessment for another 10,000-fold return. Congratulations, host! You have completed the second-grade alchemist level assessment, earning a 10,000-fold return. As the familiar voice echoed in his mind once more, Lin Yan's heart surged with excitement. He had unexpectedly acquired 2 opportunities for 10,000-fold returns at once. This meant he could enhance his root bone and comprehension in alchemy simultaneously. With this thought, Lin Yan bid farewell to the crowd and departed from the Alchemist Association. "Sister Lu Mei, I may need to enter seclusion for a period." After speaking, Lin Yan took out a 4-pattern innate pill and offered it to Lu Mei. "Junior brother, this is too precious. I cannot accept it." Seeing the 4-pattern innate pill presented by Lin Yan, although Lu Mei's heart longed for it, she knew she could not afford it, even if she emptied her savings. "Do not worry, sister. Throughout this journey, I am grateful for your care. Please accept this pill. Otherwise, I would feel quite uneasy." Gazing into Lin Yan's resolute eyes, Lu Mei struggled internally, but ultimately accepted it. "Thank you, junior brother. Should I come across any materials related to alchemy in the future, I will surely prioritize sending them to you." "Then I shall await your good news, sister." With that, Lin Yan turned and entered his room, summoning the earth fire to begin refining the second-grade Qingling pill, which aimed to enhance comprehension. Given that this second-grade Qingling pill was only at the initial level, it did not take long for Lin Yan to successfully refine it. Congratulations, host! You have successfully refined a 3-pattern Qingling pill, achieving a 100-fold return and receiving a 4-pattern Qingling pill. Congratulations, host! You have successfully refined a 4-pattern Qingling pill, achieving 10 years of soul power growth. As the familiar voice resonated in his mind, Lin Yan immediately felt his soul power strengthen. He estimated that at this moment, his soul power was nearly on par with some peak foundation establishment realm cultivators. Gazing at the second-grade Yanling pill and Qingling pill in his hands, a satisfied smile graced Lin Yan's face. He utilized the 10,000-fold return on both the second-grade Yanling pill and Qingling pill. Congratulations, host! The 10,000-fold return was successful, yielding one 6th-grade root bone pill with 3 patterns. Congratulations, host. The 10,000-fold return was successful, yielding one 6th-grade comprehension pill with 4 patterns. Holding the 2 pills radiating an astonishing aura, Lin Yan's heart brimmed with exhilaration. Unlike those pills that elevated cultivation levels, pills enhancing root bones and comprehension did not impose a limit on the user's physical endurance. This meant he could directly consume these 2 6th-grade pills. With this thought, Lin Yan hesitated no longer and promptly swallowed the 3-patterned root bone pill. Buzz. As the pill entered his mouth, it transformed into an incredibly gentle, mysterious force, beginning to cleanse and reshape Lin Yan's fire spiritual root. No one mentioned that the transformation of the root bone would be this painful. Almost immediately, the excruciating agony coursing through his body caused Lin Yan to convulse uncontrollably, cold sweat cascading down his forehead until, ultimately, he fainted from the pain. As time flowed slowly, 2 days later, when Lin Yan awoke, he found himself transformed. I feel a newfound affinity with the fire attribute spiritual energy in the surrounding air. Moreover, my speed of absorbing spiritual energy has significantly increased. Master, with the enhancement of your root bone, I, little Dan, have also benefited, and my speed of absorbing spiritual energy has improved considerably. Excellent. Keep up the good work, little Dan. Upon returning to the sect, I shall reward you with 10 volumes of insights and experiences from a master alchemist. After speaking, Lin Yan noticed numerous sticky impurities expelled from his body. After cleansing himself in the bathing room, he took out the 4-pattern 6th-grade comprehension pill and swallowed it. Chapter 17. The Terrifying Allure of Patterned Pills. A fiery auction. Meanwhile, while Lin Yan immersed himself in self-improvement, a fervent auction was underway within the Alchemist Association. Thanks to the relentless promotion by the Alchemist Association over the past few days, not only were numerous innate realm and foundation establishment realm cultivators from the Great Yan dynasty stirred, but countless practitioners from surrounding dynasties also flocked to attend. The perfection of the Qi blood powder, coupled with the innate Dan and the Qi refining Dan adorned with Dan patterns, is undeniably alluring. Who would choose to endure the rigors of cultivation when a single pill can elevate one's prowess without any adverse effects? At this moment, the entire Dan sacred city is teeming with a vast multitude, a veritable sea of humanity. From body refinement to foundation establishment, every level is represented. Even prominent figures of the Golden Core realm have come to partake in the excitement. Watch where you're stepping. You've trodden on my foot, exclaimed one disgruntled cultivator. In such a crowded setting, is it any wonder that feet get stepped on? Get lost. I'm merely squatting here, not a human stool. The throng is simply overwhelming. It seems that since the inception of Dan's sacred city, such a scale has never been witnessed before. At this moment, atop a towering structure of the Alchemist Association, an elderly man with white hair stroked his beard, observing the bustling scene below with an involuntary sigh of admiration. Indeed, this is the allure of Dan pattern elixirs. I envy the Qin Yun sect. They have produced such an extraordinary alchemical talent in this generation. Beside him, another elder clad in Dan robes echoed his sentiments. These two are the true power holders of Dan's sacred city, Lord Yun Tian and President Dan Xian. Indeed, the Qin Yun sect is flourishing, and it will undoubtedly rise swiftly in the future. We must establish good relations with them. Both men resolved to strengthen their ties with the Qin Yun sect and to court prodigies like Lin Yan, the unparalleled alchemical genius. Suddenly, a resounding bell tolled throughout Dan's sacred city, igniting excitement among the cultivators. Hurry, the auction is about to commence. This time, I am determined to acquire that 4-Dan-patterned innate Dan. You've established your foundation, yet you're vying for an innate Dan with us? Have some decency, warned a foundation cultivator, glaring at the surrounding innate realm powerhouses before hastening towards the auction venue. The innate cultivators, feeling threatened, murmured among themselves but quickened their pace as well. Due to the overwhelming number of attendees, the Alchemist Association opted to host the auction at the competition square in Dan's sacred city, ample enough to accommodate the crowd. Now, I declare the beginning of this special auction, announced the elder. The first item up for bid is a second-tier top-grade Qi Vitality Dan, crafted by a third-tier alchemist. However, as the elder's voice fell, discontent arose from the audience. Who cares about your top grade, Dan? Hurry and bring out that 4-Dan patterned innate Dan. I've traversed several nations just to bid on your worthless top grade elixirs. We will only bid on pills of perfection or higher. Observing the uproar, the elder could only smile wryly. He had intended to start with a top grade Dan, but the emergence of Dan pattern elixirs had rendered even those unappealing. Once, top grade elixirs were exceedingly sought after, yet now they seem to have lost their value. Perhaps the Dan market in the Great Yin dynasty and even the northern region is on the brink of transformation. With a sigh, the elder produced 6 Qi blood powders. A perfect grade Qi blood powder begins at 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. I bid 5,000, 10,000, 20,000. As the elder's voice faded, a flurry of bids erupted, primarily from the innate realm cultivators. Ultimately, the first Qi blood powder was successfully sold for 30,000 low-grade spirit stones to a 5th layer innate powerhouse. Even if it's perfect grade, a Qi blood powder isn't worth that much. Fool, when you're facing life and death, you'll realize the true value of a perfect grade Qi blood powder. The auction continued, with the perfect grade Qi blood powder generating fierce competition among the Qi refining and innate realm cultivators, while the foundation cultivators remained indifferent, fixated on the Dan patterned innate Dan. Ultimately, the 6 Qi blood powders fetched a total of 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, averaging over 30,000 each. Next up for bidding with a 5-Dan patterned Qi refining Dawn, 9 in total. The highest bidder wins. Starting price, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. On another side, within a chamber, Lin Yan exhaled a breath of turbid air, slowly opening his long-closed eyes. As his eyes fluttered open, a myriad of insights regarding swordsmanship ignited in his mind, illuminating concepts that had previously been obscure and incomprehensible, now crystal clear as if a veil had lifted. Simultaneously, as Lin Yan's comprehension of swordsmanship deepened, a powerful and sharp sword intent manifested around him, embodying the pinnacle of second-layer sword intent. Truly, the 6th-tier comprehension Dan is remarkable. A smile of contentment graced Lin Yan's face as he reveled in this outcome. The Wanhua Dan formula has been influenced by the host's enhanced comprehension, successfully ascending to the intermediate level of 2nd tier. Oh, I hadn't anticipated that the elevation of comprehension would impact the Wanhua Dan formula. Lin Yan mused. A pleasant surprise indeed. Assuming the auction was still ongoing, it would be an opportune moment to further enhance his cultivation. Without delay, Lin Yan retrieved the perfect grade 5th-tier cultivation Dan and placed it before him, commencing his practice. The super Dan Qi art sensed an exceptionally pure Dan spiritual energy, its absorption speed doubling in excitement. Through the fervent absorption of the super Dan Qi art, Lin Yan's cultivation was successfully elevated to the pinnacle of the 2nd layer innate realm. Feeling the surge in his power, a satisfied expression adorned Lin Yan's face. The sensation was exhilarating. Alchemist Lin, do you have a moment? The auction has concluded. As Lin Yan basked in the satisfaction of his cultivation advancement, a voice resonated from the identity token of the 2nd-tier alchemist. I'm coming, Elder Mo. Through the relentless efforts of the super Dan Qi art, Lin Yan's cultivation was raised to the 3rd layer innate realm. With the 5th-tier cultivation Dan dimmed again, Lin Yan stored it away and, accompanied by Lu Mei, exited the inn, heading towards the Alchemist Association. Alchemist Lin, this is the total proceeds from the auction. 80,000 low-grade spirit stones, all contained within. Elder Mo grinned as he handed Lin Yan a storage pouch, his eyes shimmering with envy. To be able to forge perfect grade Dan with Dan patterns, he would never have to worry about poverty again. Wherever he went, he'd be a coveted individual among sects. Elder Mo, this simply won't do. I borrowed your auction venue, and you must take a fee, Lin Yan replied, refraining from immediately accepting the pouch. He was well aware of the auction house's rules, which typically charged a 10% fee. After all, the effort and expenses involved in promoting and organizing the auction were considerable. Moreover, this auction has garnered the attention of several nearby dynasties of the Great Yin dynasty, which sufficiently indicates that the Alchemist Association has invested heavily this time. Master Lin, rest assured, all of this is at the behest of the president. As a master alchemist of perfection, you are indeed deserving of such treatment. If Master Lin feels any guilt, you may take on the honorary title of elder in our Alchemist Association. Elder Mo forcibly pressed a storage bag into Lin Yan's hands with a smile. Perhaps in the future, there will be even more collaboration between us and Master Lin. Do not be deceived by Lin Yan's current status as merely a second-tier novice alchemist. With his unparalleled alchemical talent, it is a foregone conclusion that he will become a revered master alchemist or even a grandmaster in the future. In that case, please extend my gratitude to the president on my behalf. Should Lin Yan wish to auction any elixirs in the future, the Alchemist Association will undoubtedly be his first choice. Lin Yan, not one for pretentiousness, accepted the storage bag and clasped his fists in gratitude towards Elder Mo. Ha ha ha. We shall await the good news from Master Lin with great anticipation. Junior brother, I did not expect you to not only be able to concoct perfect grade elixirs, but also ones imbued with alchemical patterns. If our master were to learn of this, he would surely cherish you as a treasure. Seeing Lin Yan's abundant harvest, Lu Mei expressed her joy. After consuming the 4-pattern innate elixir handed to her by Lin Yan, Lu Mei effortlessly elevated her cultivation to the pinnacle of the innate level. The next step is to seek suitable foundational materials to advance further. Junior brother, what shall we do next? I wish to purchase some spiritual materials for daily cultivation. The perfect grade 5th-tier elixir will likely be needed soon, and the next tenfold return is uncertain. Thus Lin Yan must stock up on spiritual materials for the elixirs required for his daily practice. Consequently, accompanied by Liu Mei, Lin Yan procured nearly 500,000 inferior spiritual stones worth of materials from the Alchemist Association and departed contentedly, even with a discount. Let us return to the sect. Senior Sister Lu Mei, we have been away for over half a month. Simultaneously, as Lin Yan and Lu Mei made their way towards the outskirts of Danxing City, atop a tall building within the city, a suave young man coldly observed the two. How are the arrangements outside? Everything is ready, young master. We're just waiting for them to exit the city. Wu Heng nodded and added, ensure that the ambushers pay close attention to the young woman accompanying Lin Yan. She likely possesses pinnacle innate cultivation and should not be underestimated. After the attendant acknowledged with a clasp of his fists, he promptly departed. It is a pity that with Brother Yan's remarkable alchemical talent, he cannot be utilized by our Wu royal mansion. Thus, I must eliminate any potential threats that could obstruct the progress of the Wu royal mansion in its infancy. After retrieving their unicorns, Lin Yan and Lu Mei immediately exited the city, heading back towards Xinyan's sect. Whoosh! However, as the two rode swiftly on their majestic unicorns through a valley, a number of shadowy figures in black robes suddenly emerged from the surrounding foliage, encircling them. Who dares to block the path of Xinyan's sect? Upon seeing the 10 figures, Lu Mei's expression immediately turned cold. She drew her sword and positioned herself protectively behind Lin Yan, while keeping a wary eye on the 3 black-robed men in front of them. Even with her pinnacle innate cultivation, she sensed a formidable threat emanating from the 3. 3 at the pinnacle of innate. Lu Mei's brow furrowed, and an ominous premonition arose within her. Junior brother, these individuals come with murderous intent. During the ensuing battle, I will do my utmost to hold them off while you make your escape. Lin Yan understood that these individuals harbored murderous intent and were very likely targeting him. However, upon hearing Lu Mei's words, he felt a surge of emotion. Rest assured, senior sister, abandoning a fellow disciple to flee is not my character. With his comprehension of the pinnacle of the 2nd level of sword intent and his 3rd level innate cultivation, he felt no fear. However, senior sister, do you have an extra sword? It seems I am without a suitable weapon. Lu Mei, not fully grasping the intent behind Lin Yan's words, assumed that possessing a weapon would increase her junior brother's chances of survival. She promptly retrieved a superior-grade ordinary longsword from her storage bag and handed it to Lin Yan. What are you waiting for? Let's engage them together and finish this quickly. We 3 will hold off the woman. The rest of you, swiftly eliminate that boy. The leader of the black-robed figures, a pinnacle innate expert, immediately issued the command. Aside from the 3 pinnacle innate individuals, among the remaining 7 were a 6th level innate, 2 5th level, and 4 3rd level innate practitioners. Such a formidable lineup to eliminate a mere chi refining realm individual is indeed excessive. Kill! As the leader's command echoed, all 10 figures surged forward, surrounding the 2 and launching a coordinated assault. Junior brother, hurry and go. Lu Mei positioned herself in front of Lin Yan. forcing the 10 into her attack range to buy him precious time to escape. To think that one person believes they can impede us 10. If you seek death, then we shall oblige. Boom. The combined assault of the 10 struck Lu Mei, sending her hurtling back, spitting blood. Clearly, with Lu Mei's current strength, she was insufficient to confront all 10 head-on. Senior sister Lu Mei. Lin Yan rushed forward to embrace Lu Mei, concern etched on his face. I am sorry, junior brother. I am powerless and cannot protect you fully. Lu Mei looked at Lin Yan, her expression filled with regret, knowing she had promised their master to keep him safe. Lin Yan remained silent, quickly retrieving a 4-pattern elixir and administering it to Lu Mei. Senior sister, tend to your injuries first. Then, gripping the long sword tightly, Lin Yan stood with a frosty demeanor, his gaze filled with unyielding murderous intent directed at the 10 assailants. Today, all of you shall perish. Chapter 19. Do not think that just because you are a noble, even a king is not exempt from death. As Lin Yan's words fell, an aura emanating from him instilled dread in all present. The fierce sword intent ravaged the surroundings, causing the air to crackle ominously. This is sword intent. In that moment, facing Lin Yan, the 10 black-robed strongmen, including the 3 pinnacle innate, were gripped by terror as they beheld the surging sword intent surrounding him. The intelligence was erroneous. This young man is a sword cultivator. The power disparity between a sword cultivator who has comprehended sword intent and one who is not is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Moreover, as a sword cultivator, his combat prowess is inherently superior to that of ordinary practitioners. What are we afraid of? He is but one person, merely a chi-refining realm sword cultivator. It should be effortless for us 10 to eliminate him. All of you, charge together. As the command was issued, the 10 black-robed figures encircled Lin Yan once more, unleashing a formidable assault upon him. Seeing this, Lu Mei, despite her shock at Lin Yan's swordsmanship and her own injuries, gritted her teeth against the pain and joined the fray. Oomph. In the face of the terrifying onslaught from the 10, Lin Yan merely snorted coldly, raising his long sword. The terrifying sword intent surged forth as he struck out decisively. Aside from the 3 pinnacle innate practitioners who sustained minor injuries, among the remaining 7 innate black-robed individuals, the 6th level innate practitioner had already lost the ability to move. As for the 5th and 3rd levels, of course, Lin Yan's terrifying sword could not be resisted, transforming into a mist of blood. The pinnacle of the innate 3rd level. This individual is by no means a mere practitioner of the chi refinement stage. The 3 pinnacle innate experts clutched their chests, their faces a portrait of horror as they stared at Lin Yan, unable to suppress their dread. If he were merely a practitioner of the chi refinement stage who had grasped the sword intent, they might have been able to defeat him through their strength disparity. However, if he were an innate 3rd level expert who comprehended sword intent, then no matter how many of them came, their fate would be nothing short of death. Flee. Realizing Lin Yan's terror, the 3 pinnacle innate black-clad experts lost all courage to continue the battle. What a joke. If a Lin Yan who had grasped sword intent could easily subdue them, what hope did they have with the presence of the pinnacle innate Lu Mei beside him? If they did not escape now, once Lu Mei fully recovered from her injuries, death would be their only outcome. Senior sister, I leave the rest to you. After leaving a message for Lu Mei, Lin Yan immediately pursued the 3. With the enhancement of his 2nd level pinnacle sword intent, his speed was hardly inferior to that of the pinnacle innate. Thus, it wasn't long before Lin Yan spotted their figures. However, he had no intention of revealing himself. Instead, he silently followed them back into the dancing city. After traversing several secluded streets, Lin Yan concealed his aura and finally encountered the 3 black-clad figures on a deserted street. Indeed, it was you. Yet, upon seeing the individual meeting with the 3 black-clad men, a fierce killing intent flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. The person meeting them was none other than the personal attendant who was always by Wu Heng's side. In other words, the one behind the plot to eliminate him was the previously charming Wu Heng. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend others. Since you have made your choice, be prepared to bear the consequences. Whoosh. Following this, Lin Yan swiftly vanished from his spot and headed straight for Wu Heng's residence. Since Wu Heng had previously given him his address while trying to recruit him, Lin Yan saved considerable time. Alas, what a pity after today. This world shall lose an extraordinary genius of alchemy. On the upper floor, Wu Hong savored a sip of spiritual tea and gazed into the horizon, unable to suppress his sentiments. Hee, Brother Wu, how refined you are. Even in such a situation, you still have the leisure to enjoy tea. However, at that moment, a chilling voice laced with killing intent suddenly echoed from behind Wu Hong. The abrupt sound nearly made Wu Hong drop his teacup, and he immediately turned around, his eyes filled with disbelief upon seeing the familiar figure. Lin Yan, you should have. How could this be? Lin Yan, holding a long sword, sat down directly at the stone table and poured himself a cup of hot tea, savoring it attentively. You wish to imply that I should have been silenced by your hired hands by now? I am a person who respects others as they respect me. But if anyone attempts to harm me with ill intentions, I am afraid the consequences will be quite grave once discovered. Wu Hong stood frozen in place, paralyzed by the imposing killing intent emanating from Lin Yan. The 10 innate experts he had dispatched had failed to eliminate him, which spoke volumes. Brother Yan, this is all a misunderstanding. Yet, Lin Yan offered him no chance for explanation, directly placing the sword against Wu Heng's neck, stating flatly, "Speak. How do you wish to die?" Seeing the unwavering determination in Lin Yan's eyes, Wu Heng's heart filled with fear, but simultaneously, a sense of indignation arose within him. As the son of the Wu Wang manor, he had always been the one to determine the fate of others. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? He immediately retorted coldly, "I am the heir of the Wu Wang manor. If you dare harm even a hair on my head, the entire Wu Wang manor will not let you off. Moreover, we have a powerful force backing us. Should you dare to act against me, there will be no refuge for you in the entire northern region. Not only you, but even your insignificant Qingyun sect will be eradicated." As he spoke, Wu Hong gradually regained his composure, no longer appearing frightened. Instead, he looked at Lin Yan with a mocking expression, casually sipping his tea as if confident that Lin Yan would not dare to strike. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's brow furrowed deeply, and the killing intent in his gaze intensified. At this moment, you are but a fish on the chopping board, ripe for slaughter. I truly wonder where you derive your courage to speak to me so audaciously. With a swift motion, Lin Yan's sword swept through the air, severing a head adorned with disbelief and terror. Do not presume that I would spare you simply because you are the heir of the Wu Wang manor. Even if your father, Wu Wang, were to provoke me, he would meet the same fate. Chapter 20. The Furious Wu Wang, the descendant of the alchemy sage, descends. Although Lin Yan could not yet contend with Golden Core experts, this did not signify he would not in the future. Whoosh! After collecting Wu Heng's storage bag, Lin Yan swiftly departed under the cover of night, heading toward the outskirts of the city. Senior sister, let us return to the sect. Under the effects of Lin Yan's elixirs, Lu Mei had already healed her injuries and was in peak condition. Upon seeing Lin Yan appear unscathed, she breathed a sigh of relief. Junior brother, had you not shown up, I would have gone into the city to search for you. Lin Yan merely smiled in response and mounted the unicorn, the two of them swiftly making their way back to the Qingyun sect under the moonlight. Ah, who dares to be so bold? How dare they act against the heir of the Wu Wang manor? After Lin Yan and Lu Mei had ridden for quite some distance, the personal attendant who had been with Wu Hong finally discovered the lifeless body of Wu Hong, now cold as ice. Buzz, the elder attendant, overwhelmed by emotion, inadvertently released an aura that caused the 3 pinnacle innate experts standing behind him to shudder involuntarily. This elder was actually a Foundation establishment expert. Search for the culprit. Even if I must dig 3 feet into the ground, I will unearth that fiend. The fury of the Wu Wang is not something you or I can withstand. The 3 pinnacle innate experts trembled at the thought of Wu Wang's formidable methods and immediately utilized their connections to commence a thorough investigation. Meanwhile, the Foundation establishment elder carried Wu Heng's corpse straight toward the city lord's mansion. The incident occurred in Dansheng City. Thus, he naturally sought an explanation from them. You must provide me with an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, once Wu Wang's wrath descends, it is far beyond what Dansheng City can bear. The elder glared at the city lord of Dansheng City, his voice laced with indignation, disregarding the fact that the latter was a golden core powerhouse. Hearing this, City Lord Yin felt a headache coming on. It was easy to resolve the death of an ordinary individual, but this was the cherished son of Wu Wang. He had no choice but to issue an order. Captain Zhou, send someone to investigate this matter. How dare they disregard the rules of Dansheng City and commit murder within the city. No matter who it is, they must be brought to justice. In the great hall of the city lord's mansion, a robust middle-aged man, upon receiving the command, immediately vanished from sight. 3 days later, within the city lord's mansion. Friend Yang Cheng, think carefully. Have you offended any masters of the sword path recently? Our dispatched individuals have turned Dan Sheng's city upside down, yet have found not a single clue, only that this person is a master of the sword path. In the great hall, City Lord Yin furrowed his brow slightly, looking at the Foundation establishment elder, unable to restrain himself from speaking. However, with that single utterance, the old Foundation builder was enlightened as if struck by a sudden revelation. Instantly grasping everything, Yang Cheng suddenly recalled that the 3 innate peak experts he had previously dispatched had also spoken in a similar vein. That Lin Yan was not merely an unparalleled alchemist, but also a master of the sword. Who would have imagined it was you, this insignificant wretch? Just wait. Not only you, but even the Qingyun sect behind you shall accompany the young master to his demise. With this thought, Yang Cheng promptly bid farewell to the city lord of Yun and immediately retrieved a communication token, relaying this news to the martial king. Qingyun sect, you dare to touch my son. On that day, a voice filled with wrath echoed into the heavens, laced with an icy, bone-chilling killing intent. Within the core of the martial king's residence, a middle-aged man of commanding presence glared furiously at the token in his hand, his eyes brimming with palpable murderous intent. Wishing to immediately strike at the Qingyun sect to avenge his son. Your Highness, calm yourself. Our plans are at a critical juncture. We can no longer afford to make enemies, cautioned an elder clad in robes. The Qingyun sect is no weaker than us. Just as the martial king was on the verge of losing his composure due to anger, the elder's timely reminder brought him back. I am fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Once this matter is settled, the Qingyun sect will no longer have any reason to exist. The martial king, for the sake of the future of his residents, had no choice but to suppress his furious emotions and calmly inquired, is there any news from our upper sect? Once their reinforcements arrive, we can act immediately. The elder shook his head slowly in response. According to reports, it seems our upper sect is currently entangled in a struggle with several other factions over a minor secret realm. They do not have any excess strength to send us. I fear we must wait a while longer. Damn it. What a bunch of useless fools. Wait for others to find more allies? Upon hearing this, the martial king's recently quelled fury flared up once again. No, I can no longer endure this seething rage within me. Send someone to the Qingyun sect and inform them that as long as they surrender Lin Yan, this matter can be resolved amicably. If they refuse to comply, they shall bear the consequences. Seeing the martial king's renewed fury, the elder refrained from further persuasion. Recognizing this was indeed the best solution, he immediately set about executing the order. At the Qingyun sect's alchemy hall, after 10 days of arduous travel, Lin Yan and his companion finally returned. You brat, you finally decided to come back? You've been hiding quite well, managing to concoct second-tier pills with pill patterns. As soon as they arrived at the alchemy hall, Feng Ming appeared, looking at Lin Yan as if he were a rare treasure. Master, you already knew? Lin Yan expressed his surprise, not expecting that news of everything that had transpired in the Dansheng city had reached the sect before he even returned. Isn't that obvious? Not only our Qingyun sect, but several neighboring kingdoms of the Dian dynasty are now aware of a supreme alchemist named Lin Yan, who can refine perfect pills adorned with pill patterns. You are in high demand now. Once the news reached the sect, many disciples flocked to our outer alchemy hall, seeking your assistance in pill refining. Even some foundation-building elders are eager to approach you. After all, the innate pills you concocted with 5 pill patterns hold great significance for them. Feng Ming gazed at Lin Yan with increasing satisfaction, explaining with a smile, moreover, even the sect master has personally declared his intention to designate you as the alchemy saint son of our Qingyun sect. Your status will be equivalent to that of the sect master's direct disciple. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan was momentarily stunned, his heart stirred and struggling to digest the news. They are about to appoint me as the alchemy saint's son, but I am not yet mentally prepared. Congratulations, junior apprentice. To my knowledge, this is the first time since the establishment of our Qingyun sect that such a position as alchemy saint's son has been created. Beside him, Lu Mei cast a joyful glance at Lin Yan, genuinely happy for him. knowing that without Lin Yan, she might have already fallen victim to those 10 black-clad individuals. All right, you should just stand there. Prepare yourself. In 3 days, the sect will hold a grand ceremony for your appointment. Chapter 21. Visitors from the Martial King's residence. News of the third-tier alchemical flame. The title of Alchemy, Saint's Son? Truth be told, Lin Yan felt a flutter of excitement within. For who wouldn't he want to stand out in the sect? His status would be equivalent to that of the sect master's direct disciple, receiving 50 medium-grade spirit stones monthly, along with numerous pills. More importantly, he would gain access to the sect's hidden gold pavilion, where he could select a ground-tier cultivation technique for comprehension, and if he contributed sufficiently to the sect, he could even learn their sole heavenly tier technique. Even his master, Feng Ming, had only comprehended a superior ground-tier technique. This underscores the significance of the alchemy Saint Son's role. However, presently, he already possessed a super alchemical chi technique capable of self-upgrading and evolving. Thus, he could choose a ground-tier sword technique later. In his room, Lin Yan pondered deeply and came to a decision. Although he had comprehended the pinnacle of the second level of sword intent, his means of attack were still too singular. With 3 days until the ceremony, he could utilize this time to grasp the insights on alchemy he had just received from his master. With this thought, Lin Yan took out over 10 scrolls of alchemical insights, arranging them around himself. He then retrieved a high-grade 5th-tier cultivation pill that he had not yet fully absorbed, placing it before him. After completing these preparations, he entered a state of cultivation. The myriad transformation pill formula is now fully absorbing the insights of numerous alchemists. The super alchemical chi technique is also entering a state of comprehension, and with the enhancement of the perfect 5th-tier pill, the comprehension speed is accelerating. Qingyun sect, you must provide my Martial King's residence with an explanation. Either surrender Lin Yan, and this matter will be forgotten, or prepare to endure the wrath of my Martial King's residence. Within the inner peak of the Qingyun sect, in a grand hall of purple gold, a white-haired elder clad in robes glared angrily at the master of Qing Tian Peak opposite him, his words dripping with hostility. This man was sent by the Martial King to demand Lin Yan. Wu Yun, you must not speak carelessly. You claim that our Lin Yan Saint's son extinguished the fire of your Martial King's heir. Do you have any evidence? If you merely rely on mere words to demand a person from me, you're greatly underestimating our Qingyun sect. As the elder's voice faded, a subtle yet palpable killing intent erupted from Qing Tian, his cold gaze fixated on Wu Yun, as if ready to engage in battle at any moment. Wu Yun, momentarily taken aback by Qing Tian's sudden display of power, realized he was on another's territory. Having grown accustomed to the Martial King's residence's intimidation, he now understood he was in the Qingyun sect. Does this mean the Qingyun sect is willing to hand him over? Though Wu Yun was no longer as arrogant, his brow furrowed tightly as he coldly inquired. Without evidence, there is naturally no room for negotiation. While Qing Tian spoke thus, his heart was as clear as day. Had there not been truth to these events, the Martial King's residence would not have sent someone to the Qingyun sect for no reason. Very well. Since that is the case, I hope your Qingyun sect can maintain such bravado in the future. Seeing that there was no room for further discussion, Wu Yun swiftly departed after leaving a threatening remark. It seems our Qingyun sect has stumbled upon a treasure this time. Unexpectedly, not only is this Dan Saint gifted in the art of alchemy, but his talent in swordsmanship is also exceptionally remarkable. Through relentless efforts in comprehending the myriad transformation elixirs, he has successfully advanced to the late stage of the 2nd rank. The understanding gained from the insights of over a dozen alchemists has led to the discovery of the most exquisite methods for refining and purifying medicinal liquids, significantly enhancing the host's alchemical skills. The super elixir chi technique has, through unyielding practice, ascended to the mid-tier of the yellow grade. Under the rigorous cultivation of the super elixir chi technique, the host cultivation level has been elevated to the 5th level of innate power. Within the room, Lin Yan, upon hearing the voice resonating in his mind, couldn't he help but display a satisfied smile. He had not anticipated that the insights from those alchemists would yield such tremendous enhancements. This progress was nearly as swift as his own alchemical endeavors. With the enhancement of the myriad transformation elixirs to the late stage of the 2nd rank, it signifies that he can now concoct elixirs of perfect quality, including high-tier 2nd rank potions, all adorned with exquisite alchemical patterns. Furthermore, with the super elixir chi technique upgraded to the mid-tier of the yellow grade, his cultivation has risen from the pinnacle of the 3rd level of innate power to the 5th level. It seems I must craft a few more elixirs for my own cultivation. Lin Yan chuckled, shaking his head at the thought of the now-vanished 5th rank elixir. With this in mind, he headed directly to his alchemy room, summoned a strand of earthly fire, and began to refine innate elixirs. Currently, the highest level formula he possesses is merely the innate elixir. Skillfully, he combined all the necessary materials into the earthly fire, initiating the process of melting and purifying. What a sensation! However, as Lin Yan commenced this initial step, he suddenly noticed that the materials he was refining became extraordinarily clear and transparent, with all their medicinal properties perfectly activated, devoid of any waste. The medicinal essence was flawlessly extracted without a trace of evaporation. Could this be the method for perfect refining and purification of medicinal liquids? How splendid, Master! Little Juan is truly remarkable. If only I had access to more insights from alchemists, perhaps I could ascend directly to the 3rd rank in one go. At that time, you would be able to concoct 3rd rank elixirs. Master, praise me, little Dan, for I am also diligently striving. If there were more elixirs for me to consume, I could ascend to the mysterious grade even sooner. Seeing the 2 techniques vying for recognition, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile inwardly, commending them both. Indeed, both Little Juan and Little Dan are commendable. However, Little Juan, the insights you seek from alchemists may not be readily available in the near future. We may have to find time to visit the Alchemist Association. As for you, Little Dan, I shall refine a few batches of elixirs shortly. The Qingyun sect is merely a sect within a dynasty, and all the alchemical insights are stored with his masters. Now that he has comprehended all these insights, further advancements will require seeking new knowledge. Setting aside his thoughts, Lin Yan immersed himself wholeheartedly in the refining of the innate elixir, proceeding to the 2nd step of congealing the elixir. With his enhanced alchemical skills, concocting the innate elixir had become exceedingly simple. Thus, in less than 2 hours, the 2nd step of congealing and the 3rd step of forming the elixir were successfully completed. Instantly, a rich fragrance wafted from the alchemical furnace before him. Congratulations, host! You have successfully refined 10 5-pattern innate elixirs, triggering a 100-fold return, and obtained 10 6-pattern innate elixirs. Congratulations, host! You have successfully refined 10 6-pattern innate elixirs, gaining information about 3rd rank elixir fire and a copy of the fusion fire technique. Upon hearing the familiar voice in his mind, Lin Yan's heart surged with joy. It is indeed news of the 3rd rank elixir fire. The 3rd rank elixir fire is precisely what Lin Yan needs at this moment. With it, the process of concocting elixirs will become significantly easier, and the alchemical furnace awarded by the system will finally find its purpose. Filled with anticipation and excitement, Lin Yan promptly began to review the information regarding the 3rd rank elixir fire. In the far western region of the Great Yin Dynasty, within the Earth Fire Valley, there exists a 3rd rank elixir fire known as the Earth Flame Lotus Fire. Master, let us hasten to capture that Earth Flame Lotus Fire. If we can obtain this 3rd rank elixir fire, I might just ascend to the upper tier of the mortal grade. Imagine the perfection with which we could manipulate flames for alchemy. Hearing the eager voice of the fusion fire technique in his mind, Lin Yan was no longer surprised, as the techniques awarded by the system typically possess the ability to communicate. All right, after the coronation ceremony tomorrow, we shall set off for the Earth Fire Valley to collect the Earth Flame Lotus Fire. Lin Yan smiled contentedly, then sat down, taking out a freshly refined 6-pattern innate elixir to begin his cultivation. The super elixir chi technique is stimulated by the 6-pattern innate elixir, accelerating the cultivation speed. The comprehension speed increases. As time gradually passed, after a day and night of cultivation, a voice finally roused Lin Yan from his meditative state. Junior brother, the coronation ceremony is about to commence. Are you prepared? I'm coming. Responding to the voice of Sister Lu Mei outside, Lin Yan quickly tidied himself and exited. After a day and night of cultivation, the super elixir chi technique successfully elevated the host cultivation to the 6th level of innate power. The super elixir chi technique feels it is still lacking in comprehension and has not yet reached the upper tier of the yellow grade. With his cultivation enhanced, Lin Yan exuded an aura of vitality, showing no signs of fatigue despite a full day and night of training. "Let us go, sister." Upon exiting, Lin Yan and Liu made their way toward the inner gate of the Qinyan sect, where his coronation ceremony would take place. "Your Highness, please take the sacred palanquin." At the plaza of the outer sect's alchemical hall, individuals from the inner sect awaited Lin Yan's arrival. The sacred palanquin is reserved solely for those personally designated by the sect leader. Lin Yan, not one to feign modesty, promptly stepped aboard, and under the guidance of a foundational cultivator, proceeded towards the inner gate. The inner gate of the Qinyan sect felt like an entirely different realm compared to the outer gate. This was the most immediate impression Lin Yan had upon entering the inner gate, not to mention the majestic halls and the soaring cranes. The mountains were lush with a plethora of spiritual materials. The density of spiritual energy in the inner gate surpassed that of the outer gate by at least 100-fold. No wonder the outer sect members yearned desperately to enter the inner gate for cultivation. In such an environment rich in spiritual energy, cultivating here would surely lead to rapid progress. Lin Yan couldn't help but exclaim, realizing that solitary cultivators could never compare to the sect's disciples. Yod Ignas. The reason for the vast difference in spiritual energy density between the inner and outer gates is due to the presence of a grand gathering spirit formation. A gathering spirit formation? Lin Yan mused, pondering the utility of such a formation. In that moment, his curiosity was piqued. If he could learn to set up formations himself, he could enhance his own abode and, combined with his alchemical skills, make cultivation significantly more convenient. The super elixir chi technique perceives the extraordinarily dense spiritual energy, doubling the cultivation speed. Before long, Lin Yan was brought to the main peak, where many individuals were already gathered. To meet the peerless alchemist capable of refining perfect elixirs adorned with patterns is truly a sight to behold. As Lin Yan descended from the sacred palanquin, a middle-aged man clad in a green robe approached him with a beaming smile. "Impudent child, this is none other than the sect leader of Qinyan sect. Do not delay in paying your respects." Nearby, the high-ranking official Fong Ming constantly signaled Lin Yan, discreetly urging him to bow. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's demeanor shifted to one of reverence as he hurriedly bowed. "Disciple Lin Yan, paying respects to the sect leader." No need for excessive formality. Today marks your grand ceremony of conferral, and you are indeed the protagonist. Now that the main character has arrived, let us commence the ceremony. With a resounding command from the esteemed leader of the Qinyan sect, the atmosphere within the inner sanctum was charged with anticipation among countless disciples and senior elders. The ceremony has begun. Let us invite the alchemy saint to the stage. Under the proclamation of an elder, Lin Yan, adorned with a sacred crown and clad in an alchemist's robe, gracefully stepped onto the prepared altar, all eyes upon him, requesting the leader to bestow upon the alchemy saint the sacred robe and insignia. Atop the altar, the leader of the Qinyan sect presented Lin Yan with a golden alchemist's robe and a golden identity token, prearranged for this occasion. We extend our heartfelt congratulations to His Highness, the Alchemy Saint. As the conferral ceremony concluded, a chorus of congratulatory voices erupted throughout the inner sanctum. The vice president of the Alchemist Association, Bai Shan, extended his congratulations to Lin Yan, the Alchemy Saint. In that moment, as the voices of congratulations faded, a series of sounds echoed from a distance. Suddenly, a figure clad in alchemist robes, exuding a formidable presence, swiftly appeared atop the main peak of the inner sanctum, wearing a smile and presenting gifts. My goodness, is this the network of connections that the Alchemy Saint possesses? Even the vice president of the Alchemist Association has come to offer his congratulations. At this moment, many within the inner sanctum, including numerous foundation-building elders, gazed at the sudden apparition in astonishment. The vice president of the Alchemist Association is undoubtedly a prominent figure in the realm of Golden Core alchemists, a pinnacle fourth-grade alchemist. He ranks among the best in the entire Yan dynasty. To have the vice president of the Alchemist Association personally extend his congratulations is a remarkable honor, and Lin Yan felt a mix of surprise and delight in his heart. After all, this is a true heavyweight in the Yan dynasty. Even in the entirety of the northern region, he stands among the elite alchemists. The fact that he has come in person to congratulate Lin Yan signifies a profound bond. You young lad are quite remarkable. Who would have thought that a mere outing would lead to establishing ties with the vice president of the Alchemist Association? At this moment, the one who felt the utmost joy was undoubtedly the sect leader. The arrival of the vice president of the Alchemist Association clearly indicates their willingness to draw closer to the Qingyun sect and explore collaboration. If a partnership with the Alchemist Association can be forged, the future of the Qingyun sect appears exceedingly bright. After all, the Alchemist Association is an immensely powerful organization, and all of this is thanks to Lin Yan. Since everyone holds Lin Yan in such high regard on this joyous occasion, I shall personally concoct a batch of elixirs for all. Chapter 23. Demonstration of alchemical techniques, eliciting a frenzied bidding. How splendid! The alchemy saint is personally crafting elixirs for us. As Lin Yan's words echoed from the altar, the disciples and elders below erupted in joyous cheers. Especially the disciples of the alchemy hall, who were utterly exhilarated, rushing forward to observe Lin Yan's alchemical process up close. For them, witnessing the techniques of an unparalleled alchemist was a divine opportunity. With sufficient insight, they could glean valuable knowledge and enhance their own alchemical skills. Even the elders and senior members of the alchemy hall, including Fang Ming, looked on with eager anticipation fixed on Lin Yan. In the realm of alchemy, mastery begets mentorship. The fact that Lin Yan can concoct elixirs adorned with alchemical patterns speaks volumes. Since Master Lin intends to personally demonstrate the alchemical process, I must observe closely. Beside him, the vice president of the Alchemist Association also expressed his eagerness to watch Lin Yan's demonstration. On the altar, seeing the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lin Yan promptly summoned an alchemical platform from the alchemy hall and retrieved the alchemical furnace rewarded by the system, summoning a strand of earth fire to commence the alchemical process. Buzz! This time, Lin Yan chose to refine the innate elixir, as he had yet to acquire higher-level formulas. As the fire ignited, he began to meld and purify all the necessary materials for the innate elixir simultaneously. Lin Yan, the alchemy saint, truly exemplifies an extraordinary talent in alchemy. His method for the initial step diverges significantly from that of other alchemists. Indeed, to simultaneously melt and purify all the materials demands immense spiritual strength and an exceptionally meticulous technique. Any misstep would reduce all ingredients to mere ashes. Just at this point, Lin Yan has already surpassed us by a considerable margin. This near-perfect melting and purifying technique ensures that even if the subsequent steps contain errors or imperfections, the quality of the elixir will remain at a high standard. All around, the alchemists were wholly engrossed in observing Lin Yan's process, especially as they witnessed his melting and purifying technique, which elicited waves of astonished gasps and reverence in their eyes. Brother Fang, you have indeed acquired a remarkable disciple. Among the crowd, the vice president of the Alchemist Association gazed at Fang Ming with envy. To cultivate connections with such a prodigious talent as Lin Yan is an extraordinary opportunity in itself. Brother Liu, you flatter me. In the future, our two factions shall engage more closely, and we shall be like family. Besides, with my alchemical skills, I have little to impart to Lin Yan. At most, I can guide him and provide some resources. Fang Ming's face radiated pride, knowing that as Lin Yan ascends, so too shall he. Vice President Liu smiled and shook his head at Fang Ming's words, acknowledging their validity. After all, he had come not only to congratulate Lin Yan, but also to represent the Alchemist Association in discussing potential collaboration with the Qingyun sect. With Lin Yan's presence, the future of the Qingyun sect is destined to flourish. Buzz. Presently, Lin Yan's alchemical skills have advanced to the late stage of the second grade, making the refinement of an early-stage innate elixir a mere trifle. Thus, within less than an hour, he successfully concocted a batch of innate elixirs. Almost instantaneously, an intensely rich aroma of elixir wafted through the air, permeating the surroundings. What an exquisite fragrance! Just inhaling it seems to enhance my cultivation. Is this the terrifying potency of elixirs inscribed with alchemical patterns? Below, the crowd, captivated by the rich aroma, gaze in astonishment at the alchemical furnace on the stage. Congratulations to the host for successfully refining 10 innate elixirs with 5 alchemical patterns. 100-fold return has been achieved, yielding 10 innate elixirs with 6 alchemical patterns. Congratulations to the host for successfully refining 10 innate elixirs with 6 alchemical patterns, and receiving a volume on the 10,000 transformation array. Oh, upon hearing the familiar voice in his mind, Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. He had been pondering when he would master the array techniques, and unexpectedly, the system rewarded him with a volume on the 10,000 transformation array. It seems the rewards from the system are influenced by my needs. Truly a user-friendly system. Roar. The realm of array techniques lies within my grasp. Simultaneously, a grand proclamation resounded within Lin Yan's heart. The 10,000 transformation array has sensed the aura of the heavenly level spirit gathering array, entering a state of enlightenment. Lin Yan smiled, choosing not to disturb the 10,000 transformation array's comprehension. Instead, he clapped his hands, lifting the lid of the furnace before him. 10. I never expected that Master Lin could refine 10 innate elixirs in a single batch. Moreover, all of them bear 6 alchemical patterns. The individuals closest to Lin Yan were undoubtedly Fang Ming and Vice President Liu. At this moment, they gazed in awe at the innate pill, which lay quietly within the alchemical furnace, emanating waves of ethereal radiance. Lin Yan, may we take a closer look at this pill? Fang Ming inquired. Haha, please, esteemed teacher and senior. Lin Yan replied with a smile, then turned to the leader of the Qingyun sect, saying, since I have promised to refine this batch of pills for everyone, I believe it is best for the sect leader to take charge. The sect leader of Qingyun nodded with a smile, acknowledging that there were certain matters Lin Yan should not decide alone. He then boldly announced, since the pill saint has agreed to refine a batch for us, I have decided that these 10 pills will be sold through an auction. Does anyone have any objections? As soon as the sect leader's voice fell, a cheer erupted from the crowd below. No objections. Let's begin the auction. I can hardly wait to taste the essence of the 6-pattern innate pill. One exclaimed. This time, I must acquire a 6-pattern innate pill. I have been stuck at the pinnacle of the innate realm for far too long. This 6-pattern pill will surely enable me to enter the foundation establishment stage and gain admission to the inner sect. All present were now eagerly focused on the sect leader, awaiting the commencement of the auction. Meanwhile, the alchemists, having observed Lin Yan's refining process, fell into a state of enlightenment, reflecting on their own practices to identify any flaws that might lead to breakthroughs. Very well, with that, I hereby announce the auction is open. The ensuing auction had little bearing on Lin Yan, so after exchanging pleasantries with the sect leader and his teacher, he intended to set off for the Earth Fire Valley to collect the alchemical fire. Lin Yan, do you need me to have Liu Mei accompany you? I am quite concerned about you venturing out alone, his teacher expressed. Indeed, junior brother, I might be able to assist you, Liu Mei added, not wanting to sound overly confident, as she was well aware of Lin Yan's current prowess, which far surpassed her own. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Yan nodded. Having Liu Mei accompany him would alleviate some unnecessary troubles, especially since he needed to focus entirely on capturing the alchemical fire without any distractions. All right, then please exercise caution on your journey, Fang Ming said, before presenting Lin Yan with a sword. I have nothing else to offer, but please accept this high-grade yellow-tier Xianyan sword. As he handed over the sword, Fang Ming shot a glare at the head of the sword peak. The sword peak leader, sensing the look, felt puzzled. What is wrong with you? Why are you staring at me? He thought, shivering slightly as he hurried away. Teacher, this is too precious. Lin Yan exclaimed in surprise at the sight of the Xianyan sword, quickly declining the offer. A high-grade yellow-tier weapon is a rarity even among many Foundation establishment experts. Take it. If you feel guilty, just remember to refine more pills for our Qingyun sect once your skills improve. Fang Ming insisted. Lin Yan felt warmth in his heart at this sentiment. Regardless, he was determined to contribute to the sect once his alchemical abilities enhanced, especially as Qingyun sect had saved his life, becoming his first home after his reincarnation. Rest assured, teacher, when I elevate my skills, I will prioritize refining pills for you. Ha ha, your words bring great comfort to my heart. The scene elicited envy from Liu Mei, who was still using only a low-grade yellow-tier weapon. After bidding farewell to Fang Ming, Lin Yan and Liu Mei took a Qinglin eagle from the base of the mountain and headed toward the Earth Fire Valley. One intense heat. The Earth Fire Valley lay in the far west of the Great Yin Dynasty, deep within a desolate gorge, a considerable distance from Qingyun sect. Thus, even with the Qinglin eagle, it took nearly 10 days to reach the arid edges of this wasteland. As they approached, they felt waves of scorching dryness envelop them. Damn it, I was so close. If only I could have advanced to the yellow tier. A voice echoed in Lin Yan's mind. Master, the formations. I need to comprehend more formations to ascend quickly. Hearing the voice, Lin Yan could only smile wryly in his heart. All right. Don't rush. I'll figure something out for you. Due to the intense heat of the desert, they chose not to use the Qinglin eagle for the remainder of their journey and instead continued on foot. As they ventured deeper into the wasteland, the temperature rose even higher, making it unbearable for even the most novice cultivators to endure for long. According to legend, this extreme western desert was the site of a cataclysmic battle between two nascent soul ancestors a millennium ago, leading to the eruption of magma from beneath the earth, thereby forming this perilous location. While on the road, Lu Mei explained the origins of the wasteland to Lin Yan, who nodded in response. He was filled with yearning for the overwhelming power of the nascent soul. It was said that the previous emperor of the Great Yin dynasty had chosen to enter seclusion for the last 100 years of his life to break through to the nascent soul stage. After all these years, it remained unknown whether he had succeeded. As they conversed, they unexpectedly arrived at a deep pit resembling a meteor impact crater. The term pit seemed insufficient. Gorge would be more fitting. Standing at the edge of the gorge, Lin Yan and Lu Mei gazed into the abyss, which seemed to stretch endlessly. Evidently, even in this desolate place, many cultivators had come seeking treasures. Observing their surroundings, Lin Yan noticed numerous innate realm cultivators heading into the gorge. Although it was deemed a perilous area, it harbored many rare treasures, such as the earth fire stone required for forging yellow tier weapons, which was abundant here. With a stroke of luck, one might even discover an earth fire essence stone, enabling the crafting of high-grade yellow tier weapons. Lu Mei, smiling, explained this to Lin Yan. No wonder. Lin Yan nodded in understanding. Although he was not well-versed in forging, the materials used for crafting yellow tier weapons would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. Let us proceed, senior sister. With that, Lin Yan took the lead into the Earth Fire Valley, following the clues provided by the system, heading directly toward the Earth Flame Lotus Fire. The temperature here is so extreme that even a strong cultivator at the 7th level of the innate realm would struggle to endure upon reaching a pool of magma. Lu Mei could not help but exclaim, Master, I sense it. The Earth Flame Lotus Fire is on that small island in the center of the magma. I sense it too. That island is shrouded by a yellow tier natural formation, effectively blocking external probing. Lin Yan confirmed as he observed the small island, resembling a lotus flower, gently swaying in the magma lake. Senior sister, please wait for me here. With that, Lin Yan utilized some floating stones in the magma lake, effortlessly leaping to the small island in the center. Little formation, can you break this yellow tier formation? Rest assured, Master, I will handle it. The myriad transformation array sensed the aura of the yellow level formation and began to comprehend. The myriad transformation array successfully comprehended, acquiring a low-grade yellow level ceiling formation, and was promoted to low-grade yellow level. Buzz. At the same time, as the myriad transformation array elevated its level to low-grade yellow level, the yellow level formation that could isolate the outside world could no longer hinder Lin Yan. However, as soon as Lin Yan stepped into the formation, the distant Dan fire seemed to sense an imminent threat and immediately unleashed a strand of flame, attacking Lin Yan. Melt fire technique, control fire. Yet, under the influence of the melt fire technique, the flame not only failed to harm Lin Yan in the slightest, but instead became a mere plaything in his hands. Submit. Following this, Lin Yan exerted all his strength to activate the melt fire technique, and in an instant, that strand of Dan fire, which possessed a hazy consciousness, was drawn in, crashing directly into Lin Yan's body. Melt fire technique successfully subdued the 3rd-grade Dan fire, the Earth Flame Lotus Fire, and was promoted to low-grade yellow level. After subduing the 3rd-grade Dan fire, Lin Yan gained enlightenment and successfully comprehended the perfect fire control technique, the Super Dan Qi technique. Under the overwhelming spiritual energy of the 3rd-grade Dan fire, successfully elevated the host cultivation to the peak of the innate level. Chapter 25. Unexpected Gains. A request from the president of the Alchemist Association detected that the host cultivation has reached the peak of the innate level. A task is now issued to gather the 5 elemental natural treasures to achieve perfect foundation establishment. Task completed. rewarding the host with 2 times 10,000-fold returns. 3 days later, while Lin Yan was still immersed in his cultivation insights, a familiar voice abruptly pulled him back to reality. Gather the 5 elemental natural treasures for perfect foundation establishment. Lin Yan furrowed his brow slightly, setting aside the collection of the 5 elemental items. He had never heard of anyone achieving perfect foundation establishment, at least not in the entire northern region or even Dongyan Prefecture, where no one had ever achieved perfect foundation establishment with the 5 elemental spiritual roots. Master, now we already possess the fire spiritual root. As long as we gather the remaining 4 elements of metal, wood, water, and earth, we can achieve perfect foundation establishment. Moreover, at that time, I might even rise several levels, directly reaching the Xian level. The Super Danshi technique appeared exceedingly excited, for if the 5 elements were gathered, it would result in a significant enhancement. Who knows, it might even elevate to the Xian level. All right, in that case, once I return to the sect, I'll inquire with my master to see if he has any information about the other 5 elemental treasures. With this thought, Lin Yan intended to leave the central island of the magma lake. However, just as he stood and lowered his head, his eyes suddenly brightened as he discovered something extraordinary. Could this be the earth fire essence stone? Looking at the fist-sized crimson stone beside him, Lin Yan felt somewhat uncertain. For this earth fire essence stone appeared vastly different from what Lu Mei had described. The intricate patterns on it resembled array formations, profoundly mysterious. Lin Yan promptly stored away, and within a few leaps, he returned to the shore to reunite with Lu Mei. Senior sister, there is something I'm not quite sure about. Could you take a look? With that, Lin Yan produced the intricately patterned earth fire stone. This is the legendary earth fire soul stone. However, as soon as Lin Yan took out the earth fire stone, Lu Mei couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Her face filled with astonishment. Earth fire soul stone? Lin Yan asked, puzzled. Indeed, junior brother, you struck it rich. Lu Mei tried to calm her excitement, and then explained to Lin Yan. Junior brother, this earth fire soul stone is a genuine treasure. Do you see those intricate patterns on it? They are the main material for refining Xian-level magical treasures. What? Capable of refining Xian-level magical treasures. Upon hearing Lu Mei's explanation, Lin Yan's heart trembled slightly. He hadn't anticipated such a bountiful harvest from this journey. The myriad transformation array sensed the Xian-level natural array patterns and entered a state of comprehension. The myriad transformation array successfully comprehended a set of Xian-level natural array patterns and deduced the low-grade offensive array, Earth Fire Lotus array, successfully advancing to mid-grade yellow level. Master, this Xian-level natural array pattern is a product of the Earth Flame Lotus Fire. So when we arrange the Earth Fire Lotus array, its power will increase several-fold. Oh, hearing the voice of the myriad transformation array, Lin Yan felt a surge of delight. Xian-level formations could pose a threat to those at the foundation establishment stage. Well done, little array. Upon receiving Lin Yan's praise, the myriad transformation array felt elated. Its spirit lifted as it began to fervently enhance its array skills. Senior sister, thank you for protecting me these past 3 days. Lin Yan glanced around and noticed several unfamiliar figures eyeing them with intent. Especially when he showed Lu Mei the Earth Fire Soul Stone. Countless pairs of eyes around them sparkled with eagerness. However, among these individuals, the strongest was merely at the 7th level of the innate stage. Therefore, facing a peak innate powerhouse like Lu Mei, they refrained from making any rash moves. Moreover, Lin Yan himself now possessed the strength to contend with foundation establishment. Alchemist Lin, are you there? Just as Lin Yan was about to leave, a familiar voice suddenly emerged from the 2nd grade alchemist identity token. Old M.O., what is it? Old man here has neglected a significant matter. The voice from the token carried a tone of frustration, followed by, Alchemist Lin, you should be aware that the Northern Region Alchemy Competition is scheduled to take place in 2 months, right? The Alchemy Competition? Lin Yan nodded. His master had mentioned this event before, though at the time he had just joined the sect and had not inquired further. The president intends for you to represent our Great Yan Dynasty Alchemist Association in the 2nd grade competition. On the other end of the token, Old M.O. spoke with a hint of embarrassment, as Lin Yan was a disciple of the Qingyun sect, and having him represent the Alchemist Association seemed somewhat inappropriate. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan did not display any displeasure, but instead responded with a smile. Old Mo, it seems a bit unfair for your alchemist association. I am a disciple of the Qingyun sect, and if I participate, it would naturally be representing the Qingyun sect. If I were to represent your alchemist association, not only would my master disapprove, but even your alchemist association might look down upon me. Ha, good lad. Our alchemist association has indeed not misjudged you. As soon as Lin Yan finished speaking, a hearty laugh resonated from the token. Yet this time, it was clearly not Old Mo's voice, but that of an even more robust voice. Evidently, the old president was present as well. Apologies, Alchemist Lin. I underestimated you. In truth, I have a request for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan smiled and replied, Senior, please do not hesitate to say. As long as I can assist, I shall certainly help. As soon as Lin Yan finished speaking, a sigh of relief echoed from the token, followed by, There are still 2 months until the competition, right? I have a true disciple who intends to compete in the 3rd grade category, but I know that given her current level, it will be quite difficult for her to emerge victorious. Therefore, I wish to have her follow you, Alchemist Lin, as an apprentice for the next 2 months. I hope that Alchemist Lin can provide her with guidance in alchemy. After the statement, the token fell into silence, as if fearing Lin Yan would refuse. Senior, you overestimate me. My alchemy skills are still rudimentary. How could I be worthy of teaching others? Lin Yan felt a sense of astonishment to his knowledge. The president of the Alchemist Association had a true disciple named Dan Ling, who was a genuine 3rd-tier alchemist. Furthermore, even when concocting high-grade 3rd-tier elixirs, the success rate was remarkably high. Lin the alchemist should refrain from excessive modesty. That fellow Liu Fei, after personally observing Lin's alchemical practices, had made tremendous strides in his own skills, nearly catching up to Lin. It was quite possible that before long, he would break through his limitations and ascend into the ranks of 5th-tier alchemists. Upon hearing the words of the president of the Alchemist Association, Lin Yan's heart trembled slightly. A peak 4th-tier alchemist had discovered a path to advancement after observing a late 2nd-tier alchemist process. Who would believe such a tale? If it were anyone else, Lin Yan would surely find it hard to accept, but this came directly from the mouth of the president of the Alchemist Association. With this thought, Lin Yan could only smile wryly. In that case, if the elder has the time, please send that senior sister over, but not as an apprentice. Rather, let us engage in peer-to-peer exchange of alchemical techniques. Chapter 26. Lin Yan's kindness. Dan Ling's single-minded pursuit of the path. Excellent. I shall send her to Qingyun's sect right away. The president's voice resonated with excitement, as if he could already envision his true disciple's rapid advancement in alchemy. Congratulations, junior brother. The president of the Alchemist Association is indeed a genuine Yuan Ing elder. To have such an esteemed individual owe you a favor would allow you to navigate the De Yin dynasty, even the entire northern region, with great ease. Beside them, Lu Mei felt a genuine happiness for Lin Yan upon witnessing the end of their communication. She was grateful that she had accompanied Lin Yan to Danxing City, forging a solid relationship with him. Reflecting on the past, Lin Yan had just entered the Dan Hall as a novice who knew nothing, with merely a physique cultivation level. Unexpectedly, 3 months later, her little junior brother had not only caught up in cultivation, but had also achieved remarkable accomplishments in both alchemy and swordsmanship. Sister, there's no need to jest with your junior brother. Lin Yan chuckled, then presented a pill vial to Lu Mei. Sister, I appreciate your hard work on this journey. Please accept these elixirs and strive to establish your foundation soon. At that moment, Lu Mei stood frozen, gazing at the precious elixirs Lin Yan had offered. Junior brother, such a valuable gift. To be honest, Lu Mei deeply desired the elixirs Lin Yan had provided, as they were innate pills with 6 alchemical patterns, and he had gifted her 3. Her cultivation was at a critical bottleneck. With these 3 elixirs, she could undoubtedly establish her foundation and become a formidable foundational cultivator. But if she accepted such a generous gift, how could she repay this enormous favor? Would it mean offering herself in return? Come now, sister. There's no need to be coy. We are all the same family. Why act so distant? Besides, if you establish your foundation sooner, you'll be able to protect your junior brother better, won't you? Lin Yan smiled, directly placing the vial containing the 3 innate pills into Lu Mei's hands. Farewell, sister. We are family. Indeed, Lin Yan's sincerity in accepting her as one of his own made Lu Mei reconsider her hesitation. Gazing at Lin Yan's retreating figure, She felt an immense warmth in her heart. His words struck a deep chord within her. Fear not, junior brother. As long as I, Lu Mei, draw breath, I shall ensure you face no harm. With this thought, Lu Mei regained her composure, a glimmer of determination sparkling in her eyes. After securing the elixirs, she quickly followed after him. Meanwhile, around the valley, numerous innate cultivators regarded Lu Mei, who followed Lin Yan like a bodyguard, with a mix of wariness, allowing the two to depart unimpeded. Junior brother, I shall retreat to seclusion now. If you require anything, seek our master. He will assist you. Upon returning to the sect, Lu Mei smiled gently at Lin Yan before hastening to her residence, eager to break through to foundational cultivation. After parting with Lu Mei, Lin Yan did not return to the Dan Hall immediately. Instead, he made his way to the resource hall. Greetings, holy son. What brings you here personally? If you require anything, just let me know, and I shall deliver it to your cave, dwelling myself. Within the resource hall, the same elder from before greeted Lin Yan with great respect as soon as he saw him, ushering him into the inner hall. Ah, elder, please continue with your duties. I have come to speak with Deputy Hall Master Lu. Upon hearing this, the elder promptly conveyed the message to Lu Fei. Before long, Lu Fei arrived at the inner hall. Lu Fei pays his respects to the Holy Son. As soon as he saw Lin Yan, Lu Fei, the Deputy Hall Master, immediately bowed, for his status as a mere outer sect deputy was far inferior to that of the Holy Son. No need for such formality, Deputy Hall Master. I have come to express my gratitude for your previous assistance with the spiritual stones. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yan produced an innate pill with 6 alchemical patterns and handed it to Lu Fei. Holy Son, this is too precious. I could never accept such a gift. Lu Fei was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yan's generous offering, his heart filled with longing yet hesitant to accept. After all, on the day of the Holy Son's consecration, this 6-pattern innate pill had fetched a staggering price of 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Deputy Hall Master Lu, please accept it. In the future, I will require many spiritual materials for my alchemical practices, and I will need to trouble you then. Lin Yan said with a smile as he pressed the pill into Lu Fei's hands. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei finally gathered the courage to accept the precious elixir. His heart elated with gratitude. With this 6-pattern innate pill, he would be able to break through to foundational cultivation, granting him the opportunity to enter the inner sect resource hall. Thank you, Holy Son. From now on, our outer sect resource hall will prioritize providing spiritual materials to you. If you have any requests, we will do our utmost to accommodate you. Lu Fei's heart brimmed with excitement. He had not anticipated that his previous kindness would yield such immense returns. I was eagerly awaiting those words from Deputy Hall Master Lu. Immediately, Lin Yan presented Lu Fei with a list and continued, please prepare 5 sets of the materials listed and deliver them to my cave dwelling. Now, with Lin Yan's change in status, he no longer resided in his previous quarters, but had moved into a natural cave dwelling adorned with a small spirit-gathering array. The concentration of spiritual energy within was more than 100 times that of the outside world. When Lin Yan returned to his cave, he was surprised to find a white-haired woman clad in an alchemist's robe standing at his entrance. Dunling, greetings, alchemist Lin. The white-haired woman was none other than the president of the Alchemist Association's true disciple, Dan Ling. This is a gift from my master for you, Alchemist Lin. I sincerely hope you will accept it. Lin Yan gazed at Dan Ling, who resembled a celestial being, and felt a slight shock within. She was a foundational cultivator. Her spiritual power was particularly formidable, surpassing her peers, though not quite matching his own. I have met Sister Dan Ling. After a slight bow, Lin Yan accepted the gift from the president with no pretense. However, he soon furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his thoughts. Is this the hospitality of the Dan Hall? To leave a guest from the Alchemist Association standing here? Seeing Lin Yan's displeasure, Dan Ling quickly clarified, Alchemist Lin, you misunderstand. The people of the Dan Hall have been exceedingly cordial and have already arranged for my accommodations not far from yours. I insisted on standing here to await your return, wishing to demonstrate my earnest dedication to the path. Chapter 27. News of the 3-line natural treasures. The super pill chi technique and the 10,000 transformation pill formula ascend simultaneously. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan felt a wave of relief wash over him. So that was the case, and he had wrongly accused the pill hall. He, Sister Dan Ling, as the day is already late. Why don't we exchange our alchemical knowledge tomorrow instead? Lin Yan proposed, for he had matters to attend to and needed to settle Dan Ling first before their discussions. Dan Ling, upon hearing this, expressed no discontent, but rather nodded politely. Acknowledging the opportunity to converse with Master Lin Yan about alchemy was indeed a stroke of fortune. Subsequently, Dan Ling bid farewell and returned to her prepared abode in the Pill Hall, readying herself for their exchange the following day. You rascal, every time you leave, it's for 10 days to half a month. Do you still remember your teacher? After parting ways with Dan Ling, Lin Yan promptly made his way to his master's dwelling. Disciple merely missed you, master, hence my visit, he replied. You brat, seeking me must mean trouble, Fong Ming teased, amused by his disciple's antics. Before handing Lin Yan a storage pouch, inside are the auction results of the 10 pills from your conferment ceremony. They were quite popular. Upon seeing the pouch, Lin Yan's face lit up with joy. Opening it, he was astounded to find a staggering 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Such a fortune made him feel as if he had struck gold overnight. Speak, what brings you to seek your teacher today? Fong Ming inquired, seemingly reading Lin Yan's mind. Master, do you have any news regarding the 5-element natural treasures? News of the 5-element natural treasures? Fong Ming paused, deep in thought, before slowly responding. I indeed have some tidings about the 3-line natural treasures. The gold element natural treasure is said to be the champion's reward at this year's Northern Region alchemical competition. The earth element treasure is located within the earth sect at the border of the Great Yin dynasty, serving as the foundation of their sect. As for the wood element treasure, rumors suggest a practitioner once discovered traces of it in the giant forest of the northern domain. Fong Ming did not inquire about Lin Yan's intentions for seeking these treasures, but smiled, adding, as for the remaining 2 natural treasures, I shall keep an eye out for you and inform you as soon as I have news. Also, here's some insights and experiences I recently collected from alchemists. Take them and comprehend at your leisure. Thank you, Master. Once my alchemical skills improve, I will surely concoct the highest grade Yuan-ing pill for you, assisting you in breaking through and entering the Yuan-ing stage. Lin Yan expressed, his heart swelling with gratitude as he bowed respectfully to Fong Ming. Initially, he had only hoped for a hint regarding a single natural treasure, considering their extreme rarity. However, he was astonished that his master provided him with the whereabouts of 3 treasures at once. This would significantly shorten his time to perfect his foundation. Master, we no longer need to search for the fire element natural treasure. The Earth Fire Soul Stone you previously acquired is a companion gem of the 3rd grade alchemical fire, making it an exceedingly rare fire element natural treasure. Upon returning to his abode, the voice of the super pill chi technique resonated within Lin Yan's mind. The Earth Fire Soul Stone? Indeed, as a companion treasure of the 3rd grade alchemical fire, it is a treasure of the fire element. The super pill chi technique begins to comprehend the fire element natural treasure, entering a state of enlightenment. The super pill chi technique successfully comprehends the fire element power, elevating its level to upper yellow grade, completing 1/5 of the perfect foundation. As the super pill chi technique grasped the fire element power, Lin Yan's understanding of the fire path became clearer, and his own strength experienced a notable enhancement. Although he had not yet reached the foundation building stage, he was already on par with many cultivators below the 3rd level of foundation building. The 10,000 transformation array path sensed the aura of a small spirit gathering array and fell into comprehension. The 10,000 transformation array path thoroughly comprehended the small spirit gathering array, acquiring a yellow grade lower tier small spirit gathering array. The 10,000 transformation array experienced an epiphany, merging insights of the heavenly grade spirit gathering array into the small spirit gathering array, successfully elevating it to a profound grade lower tier. Master, with sufficient materials, I can upgrade the yellow grade spirit gathering array in our abode to a profound grade lower tier. At that time, the density of spiritual energy within our residence will surpass that of the outside world by more than 150 times. Hearing the excited voice of the 10,000 transformation array path, Lin Yan nodded with a smile. Excellent. I shall contact Deputy Hall Master Liu immediately and arrange for the necessary materials. Without delay, Lin Yan sent a message to Deputy Hall Master Liu and then opened the welcoming gift from the president of the Alchemist Association. Oh, this is the formula for the foundation building pill, and many other formulas for 2nd and 3rd grade pills? Lin Yan's heart raced. Within were not only numerous second and third-grade formulas, but also many insights from alchemists. The president of the Alchemist Association had been thoughtful. While these items may not be particularly valuable, they were precisely what Lin Yan needed at this moment. He promptly laid out all the alchemist insights before him and began to delve into their teachings. The 10,000 transformation pill formula sensed a wealth of alchemist insights and entered a state of understanding. The super pill chi technique sensed a wealth of alchemist insights and also entered a state of understanding. As the two grand techniques entered this state of comprehension, Lin Yan's alchemical skills began to ascend quietly. Time flew by, and soon a night had passed. After a night of understanding, the 10,000 transformation pill formula successfully elevated its level to peak second grade. After a night of understanding, the super pill chi technique is but a step away from entering the profound grade. Chapter 28. The highly perceptive Dan Ling achieves the perfect pill formation method, just a hair's breadth away. Master, I am just a step away from entering the initial stage of the third grade. Master, so am I. I am on the verge of entering the profound grade. Upon hearing the voices of the two techniques within him, Lin Yan smiled and reassured them. Rest assured, I will ensure both of you achieve breakthroughs today. Without delay, Lin Yan turned to Dan Ling, who had been waiting patiently outside his dwelling. Sister Dan Ling, please enter. The door to the dwelling swung open, and Dan Ling stepped inside. Please, take a seat, Sister Dan Ling, Master Lin. Let us begin at once. Dan Ling's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Her relentless pursuit of alchemy left no room for wasted moments. Hearing this, Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback before responding with a smile. Very well. Then, I invite Sister Dan Ling to commence by concocting a batch of pills. Without further ado, Dan Ling began her alchemical process. As the alchemical fire and cauldron emerged, she promptly added a primary ingredient, initiating the process of melting and purifying it. Lin Yan observed that Dan Ling was refining a third-grade initial stage pill, the foundation-building pill, and she appeared remarkably adept. In less than half a day's time, she successfully produced 6 high-quality foundation-building pills. The ability to concoct high-quality third-grade pills clearly attested to Dan Ling's exceptional talent in alchemy. I humbly request Master Lin's guidance. Dan Ling gazed at Lin Yan with anticipation, acutely aware that her alchemical skills were rife with imperfections, yet she felt an inexplicable smoothness during her recent concoction, as if it flowed seamlessly from her hands. However, the final product was merely of high quality, far from her expectations. Through observing Dan Ling's alchemical process, Lin Yan had gleaned various techniques and successfully advanced his skill level to the initial stage of the third tier. Similarly, he had attained a lower-grade proficiency in the super elixir technique. With a sense of elation at the newfound knowledge, Lin Yan proposed, "Allow me to demonstrate the crafting of a potion. Perhaps you will uncover something valuable from my methods, after which I shall elaborate further." With that, he summoned his third-tier alchemical flame and the refining furnace awarded by the system, embarking on the process of creation. This time, he aimed to produce a foundational elixir, a potion of the initial third tier. Having reached the pinnacle of second-tier alchemy, he found no difficulty in crafting the foundational elixir. He then cast all the spiritual materials into the flame, initiating the melting and purification process. At that moment, Dan Ling's eyes were fixated on Lin Yan's meticulous actions, her mind swirling with astonishment. To melt all materials at once demanded not only exceptional skill from the alchemist, but also a formidable soul force. A slight misstep could result in utter destruction of the ingredients. The method employed by Master Lin in refining the medicinal liquid seems distinctly different from my own. No matter how I perceive it, his technique is flawless. Could this be the chasm that separates our abilities? Caught in contemplation after witnessing the initial step of melting and purifying the liquid, she was further mesmerized as Lin Yan proceeded to condense the potion. He poured the impeccably purified liquid into the furnace, where the flame enveloped it, commencing the condensation process. Such exquisite fire control. Dan Ling gasped in shock, recognizing that even her revered master had never exhibited such proficiency. Lin Yan's command over the flame seemed as if he were one with it, manipulating it with effortless precision. Observing this flawless control, Dan Ling's mind began to awaken, leading her to enter a state of profound enlightenment. Once Lin Yan completed the third step, A rich aroma of the elixir pervaded the cave, revealing 10 foundational elixirs adorned with 5 intricate patterns, resting serenely within the furnace. Congratulations, host! You have successfully refined 10 foundational elixirs with 5 patterns, triggering a 100-fold return, resulting in 10 elixirs with 6 patterns. Congratulations, host! You have successfully refined 10 foundational elixirs with 6 patterns, acquiring the perfect alchemical technique and blood sword technique. With the realization of the perfect alchemical technique, Lin Yan felt a surge of enlightenment regarding the path of alchemy. 6 patterns are not my limit. A thrill coursed through him as he recognized his prior shortcomings in the alchemical process, which he had now rectified, achieving an unparalleled mastery in his craft. Slay all enemies. A voice brimming with murderous intent echoed within Lin Yan's heart, soon morphing into an obsequious tone. Master, I require comprehension of sword intent to elevate my abilities. As Lin Yan had already grasped the peak of the second tier of sword intent, the blood sword technique manifested at that level. Very well. We shall venture to the sword peak soon. After settling the blood sword technique, Lin Yan observed Dan Ling, who was deep in contemplation, choosing not to disturb her as he quietly practiced. 3 days later, he inquired, "How are you, Sister Dan Ling? Have you gleaned any insights?" As Dan Ling awoke, she immediately rose and respectfully performed a teacher's salute to Lin Yan, saying, "Thank you, Master Lin, for your guidance. Your words are too kind." Our exchange was merely one among peers. Lin Yan chuckled, surprised by her sudden display of reverence, feeling unworthy of such honor. In the realm of alchemy, those who achieve mastery become teachers. Since Master Lin has enlightened me, you shall henceforth be regarded as my half-teacher, Dan Ling declared earnestly, her pure pursuit of alchemy evident. It was clear that her alchemical skills had significantly improved following this period of enlightenment, enabling her to craft top-tier, third-tier elixirs with an impressive success rate of 80%, a remarkable leap from her previous 50%. Seeing the determination in her eyes, Lin Yan opted for silence, recognizing her resolve. Sister Dan Ling, I must depart for a while, and I fear our exchanges on alchemy will be limited. Perhaps you should return to the Alchemist Association until I return to the sect. I shall notify you then. With Lin Yan's alchemical prowess having ascended considerably, it was time for him to prepare for his foundational endeavors. His aspirations for the natural treasures of the gold element were unwavering, while the wood element remained uncertain. Thus, the only attainable treasures were likely those of the earth element sect. No need. Before I left, my master instructed me to remain by your side for these 2 months. Upon hearing Dan Ling's words, Lin Yan smiled and shook his head. However, considering his sister Lu Mei was still in seclusion attempting to break through to the foundational realm, having a foundational expert accompany him was not unwelcome. Very well. Then I shall trouble you, Sister Dan Ling. Before their departure, Lin Yan added, I must visit the Sword Peak first, so please return to your cave temporarily to rest. I will inform you when we are set to leave. Dan Ling nodded and departed for her abode to reflect on her newfound insights. Upon arriving at the Sword Peak, Lin Yan was greeted by the Peak's master, who wore a face of exaggerated humility. Is there something you require, young master? Your reverence is overwhelming, esteemed elder, Lin Yan replied, taken aback by the elder's overly warm demeanor. Forgive me, young master. I nearly cast aside such an unparalleled talent from our sect due to my ignorance. Please, do not be so harsh on yourself. My previous ignorance was my own folly, and it was your expulsion that allowed me to discover my alchemical potential. Lin Yan reassured the elder, whose demeanor resembled that of a remorseful child. In truth, Lin Yan bore no resentment for being expelled from the Sword Peak. Rather, he felt a sense of relief, grateful that his banishment afforded him the opportunity to join the Dan Hall, ultimately leading to his present self. Senior Master of Sword Peak, I have come here today to seek a glimpse of the Sword Cliff. Very well, I shall personally escort the Holy Sun to the Sword Cliff. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the Sword Peak Master felt a surge of joy. Lin Yan's request indicated a potential thaw in their relationship. After all, he would need to seek Lin Yan's assistance for pills in the future, so it was imperative to foster a good rapport. Without delay, the Sword Peak Master took the lead, guiding Lin Yan. This scene evoked envy among many disciples of Sword Peak. As disciples, they were well aware of the Sword Peak Master's notorious pride. Who would have thought he would willingly act as a guide? Witnessing this makes me want to switch to alchemy. Wake up, you can never forge a perfect grade pill. Upon arriving at the sword cliff, Lin Yan observed that many sword peak disciples were already present, immersed in comprehension. Finding an open space, he paused to begin his own meditation. Master, this won't do. The sword intent here is too weak. We must approach the sword cliff. Hearing the anxious voice of the blood sword technique, Lin Yan chuckled and shook his head, then promptly moved closer to the sword cliff. At that moment, the numerous sword peak disciples, who were absorbed in their own pursuits, gazed in astonishment at Lin Yan's retreating figure. How is this possible? The intensity of sword intent there is such that even foundational cultivators who have not comprehended sword intent would not dare to approach. Could it be that the Dan Saint possesses not only unparalleled talent in alchemy, but also exceptional prowess in swordsmanship? Not only the disciples, but even the sword peak master, observing from a distance, displayed a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. To enter the 100-foot radius of the sword cliff at the peak of innate ability, the Holy Son must have at least comprehended the first level of sword intent, and not a low one at that. It is known that among all the disciples of Sword Peak, those who have truly comprehended sword intent are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. However, what astonished the Sword Peak master even more was that Lin Yan continued onward, not halting until he entered the 10-foot range of the sword cliff, merely 10 meters away, before settling down to meditate. This is impossible. From afar, not only were all the Sword Peak disciples shocked, but the Sword Peak master also wore a face of disbelief. Only he, as the master of Sword Peak, had been able to enter within 10 feet of the sword cliff, and to do so required at least the comprehension of peak second-level sword intent. Otherwise, even a golden core cultivator would not dare to tread that territory. Could it be that the Holy Sun's swordsmanship is already on par with mine as the master of Sword Peak? The blood sword technique sensed the dense sword intent and entered a state of comprehension. As time flowed slowly, after half a day, resounding sword intent surged skyward, and Lin Yan's previously shut eyes gradually opened. The blood sword technique successfully comprehended the sword intent from the sword cliff, elevating to the initial level of the third stage. Swish! At that moment, several figures with formidable auras rushed forth from various corners of Sword Peak, swiftly arriving before the sword cliff. Is this third-level sword intent? Each of these figures was a golden core-level expert, yet each wore a look of shock as they stared at the youth with his back to them, standing before the sword cliff. Has Sword Peak produced a prodigy in swordsmanship? At such a young age, he has comprehended third-level sword intent. Several figures landed beside the Sword Peak master, gazing at him with puzzled expressions. In response, the Sword Peak master could only offer a bittersweet smile. Am I to say that his primary focus is alchemy? Lin Yan is our Dan Saint. You lot, I urge you to venture out more often. With significant events occurring in the sect, you remain oblivious, confined to your cultivation. What good is prolonged seclusion if you cannot even measure up to a junior? It seems your centuries of swordsmanship have been wasted. The Sword Peak master vented his frustrations as if seeking an outlet. Disciple Lin Yan, I greet you, esteemed seniors. At the same moment, Lin Yan emerged from the sword cliff, realizing that the sword intent within had reached a maximum of only the third level, rendering it no longer useful to him. Holy Son, would you be interested in returning to my Sword Peak? The Sword Peak master beamed at Lin Yan, lamenting why he had not recognized Lin Yan's latent talent for swordsmanship earlier. Senior Master of Sword Peak, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Lin Yan chuckled lightly before hastily departing. This little rascal. The Sword Peak master smiled as he watched Lin Yan's retreating figure. Upon leaving Sword Peak, Lin Yan made his way directly to the inner sect's scripture pavilion, intending to study a sword technique to enhance his strength. Chapter 30, Divine Level Technique. Blood Sword Technique upgrades again. Your Highness, you have arrived. As soon as Lin Yan entered the inner sect's scripture pavilion, the elder guarding it promptly rose, smiling and nodding at him. The scripture pavilion, a vital area of the sect, was overseen by an elder of golden core level. Thus he need not bow to Lin Yan. The scripture pavilion comprised 4 floors. The first floor housed common and low-grade yellow level techniques. The second floor contained mid-grade yellow level and low-grade profound level techniques. The third floor held high-grade profound level techniques below heavenly grade, and the fourth floor was reserved for heavenly grade techniques. It was evident that the elder was aware of Lin Yan's purpose for visiting. The earth grade techniques are on the third floor, Holy Son may proceed directly. Thank you, Elder. Lin Yan clasped his hands in gratitude before heading to the third floor of the Scripture Pavilion. With a prodigy like the Dan Saint, our Qinyan sect has great prospects for rising. The elder gazed at Lin Yan's figure, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. The first 2 floors of the Scripture Pavilion were expansive, yet the third floor was only about 10 paces square, highlighting the rarity of high-grade, profound-level techniques. High-grade, profound-level, mountain-crushing seal, earth-grade, low-level, annihilation, thunder fist. None of these were suitable for his cultivation. Lin Yan browsed through the techniques, feeling increasingly disheartened. Master, I sense an extremely potent aura of slaughter. Just then, the excited voice of the blood sword technique resonated within Lin Yan's mind. Master, it's on the last shelf to the left. Following the guidance of the blood sword technique, Lin Yan quickly located the source of the slaughtering aura. Earth-grade high-level, Shura sword technique. Lin Yan stared at the dusty scroll in his hand, feeling a mix of shock and concern. He was astonished that this Shura sword technique was merely a fragment. The shock stemmed from the fact that, despite being a fragment, its level was classified as high-grade earth level. If even the fragment reached such a level, one could only imagine the complete sword technique's potential. Heavenly grade, perhaps? Upon looking up, Lin Yan noticed a warning inscribed beside the shelf storing the scroll. Without sufficient willpower and comprehension, do not attempt to learn this sword technique. Otherwise, one will merely become a machine of slaughter. Master, this is it. I feel an extraordinary connection with it. I believe that mastering it will elevate my level once more. Upon hearing the excited voice of the blood sword technique, Lin Yan nodded in agreement. Then this shall be the one. As for the so-called backlash from the Shura sword technique, that is utterly impossible. Without delving into the existence of the blood sword technique, Lin Yan's current comprehension alone allows him to effortlessly grasp it. Through the successful mastery of the blood sword technique, he has unlocked the Shura sword technique and comprehended the 3 forms of Shura. The blood sword technique has yielded insights from the realm of slaughter, allowing him to grasp the essence of killing intent, successfully elevating his level to the mid-stage of the 3rd layer. Master, this Shura sword technique is extraordinarily powerful. It originally comprises 18 forms. I estimate that the complete version of the Shura sword technique reaches divine level. Upon hearing the astonished words of the blood sword technique within his heart, Lin Yan was equally taken aback. Divine level. That is a sword technique far surpassing the nascent soul stage. Even formidable beings in the divine transformation stage would vie for such an existence. For a moment, Lin Yan felt a bit dazed, completely unprepared for such a significant discovery. If he could gather the remaining 15 forms later, he would possess an exceptionally powerful divine sword technique. This thought ignited a wave of excitement within him. After departing from the 3rd level of the Scripture Pavilion, Lin Yan proceeded to the 1st level, where he comprehended the low-grade yellow-level sword technique before bidding farewell to the elder of the pavilion. Upon leaving, Lin Yan promptly retrieved his communication token and initiated contact with Dan Ling's senior Dan Ling. Let us convene at the foot of the mountain. With a whoosh, 2 streaks of light shot forth, marking the beginning of Lin Yan's journey to the Earth sect. Though the Earth sect is merely a small sect on the border of the Great Yan dynasty, it is still guarded by foundational cultivators. However, the Earth sect is not far from the Qinyan sect, and within 10 days, the 2 arrived at the jurisdiction of the Earth sect. Who dares to intrude upon our sect? A congenital cultivator brandishing a spear appeared before Lin Yan and his companion, questioning them sternly. In response, Lin Yan smiled and replied, I kindly ask my friend to announce my arrival. I am Lin Yan from the Qinyan sect, seeking an audience with the sect master of the Earth sect. However, as soon as Lin Yan finished speaking, the previously arrogant congenital cultivator's demeanor shifted to one of respect, as he immediately cupped his hands in greeting. It is the esteemed Master Lin. Please come in swiftly. The Earth sect's congenital cultivator dared not delay and promptly welcomed Lin Yan and his companion into the grand hall of the sect. Please wait here, Master Lin. I shall inform the sect master at once. Watching the back of the departing congenital cultivator, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect my reputation to have reached the borders. To which Dan Ling replied with a chuckle, it's not just the Great Yan dynasty's border. Even several neighboring dynasties are aware of Master Lin's name. After all, the only alchemist capable of refining pills with patterns in the entire northern region is you, Master Lin. Seeing a smile finally grace Dan Ling's face, Lin Yan remarked, "I thought you always maintained that serious demeanor, Senior Dan Ling." "What are you saying, Master Lin?" "One must approach the pursuit of alchemy with seriousness, but during ordinary times, one should relax. Otherwise, one risks losing oneself to obsession." Dan Ling smiled. Unfazed bu Lin Yan ist. "It is indeed an honor for our Earth sect to host Master Lin." As Lin Yan and Dan Ling exchanged pleasantries, an elderly man abruptly entered the grand hall, beaming as he addressed Lin Yan. This elder was none other than Zhao Dian, the sect master of the Earth sect. "You honor me too greatly, Senior Zhao. It is I who feel privileged to receive your personal welcome." After a round of courteous exchanges, Lin Yan promptly transitioned to the main topic. "Senior Zhao, I have come here with the intention of making a trade." "Excellent, excellent." Zhao Dian responded without hesitation upon hearing Lin Yan's words. "This is a chance to trade with a peerless alchemist capable of refining six-pattern pills. Such a fortuitous opportunity must not be squandered. Besides, our Earth sect's resources are limited, not even comparable to a single peak of the Qingyan sect. So such a transaction would be immensely beneficial for us." Seeing the Earth sect's master agree so readily left Lin Yan somewhat taken aback. He had prepared numerous arguments to negotiate. With a wry smile, he realized he had underestimated the status of alchemists. "I have come here to request a glimpse of your sect's Earth nature treasures." Viewing the Earth nature treasures? Zhao Dian's brows furrowed slightly at Lin Yan's words. Lin Yan's heart sank. Is that not possible? However, the next word from Zhao Dian nearly provoked him to lash out. "Young friend, what are you saying?" "Of course, it is possible, but it feels as though our Earth sect will be taking too much advantage of you." Suppressing his inner turmoil, Lin Yan replied humorously, "Senior, you need not worry. While the Earth nature treasures may hold little value for others, they are of great significance to me. If you agree, I would be willing to refine a batch of foundational pills for the Earth sect as compensation." "Isn't that too extravagant?" Zhao Dian's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Truthfully, he yearned for the six-pattern foundational pills. After all, he had been stuck at the peak of the foundational stage for many years, with a limited lifespan. Should he fail to break through to the golden core stage, he would face the prospect of sitting in meditation. Now, Lin Yan was willing to refine a batch of foundational pills for their Earth sect. This sparked hope within him to reach the golden core stage. If the Earth sect could produce a golden core cultivator, its status would soar. "Ah, Senior Zhao, the Earth nature treasures are equally important to me." Zhao Dian's excitement surged, and he looked at Lin Yan as though he were a savior. "Very well, I shall take Master Lin to the location of the Earth nature treasures." Subsequently, Lin Yan and Dan Ling followed Zhao Dian to a valley suffused with an overwhelming and profound aura. The myriad transformations array has sensed the presence of a profound level formation and has begun to comprehend it. "Oh, I did not expect there to be a formation here as well. My apologies, Master Lin. This formation is a superior quality profound level protective array. After all, the foundation of our Earth sect lies in the Earth nature treasures." Lin Yan understood and, under Zhao Dian's guidance, successfully entered the protective formation, heading toward the Earth nature treasures. As soon as he stepped into the formation, Lin Yan felt an oppressive aura that was several times denser than that of the outside world. Even moving forward became laborious, as if a colossal stone rested upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. The natural treasure emanating such thick earth energy was, astonishingly, a massive hammer. The Super Pill Chi technique has sensed the extremely rich earth energy and has begun to comprehend it. As the Super Pill Chi technique absorbed the earth energy, the pressure on Lin Yan's chest eased considerably, and his steps became lighter. The talent and comprehension of Master Lin are indeed formidable. Outside, the sect master of the Earth sect observed Lin Yan's swift return to a light-footed gait, feeling a profound sense of astonishment. As the sect master, he was acutely aware of the formidable power of the earth energy within this formation. Even his disciples could only cultivate outside the formation. He himself could not achieve the same ease as Lin Yan within it. You cannot compare yourself to a monster. That would be self-inflicted suffering. Do not forget, Master Lin primarily practices alchemy. Beside him, Dan Ling had already grown accustomed to such displays. She had witnessed Lin Yan's astonishing talent in swordsmanship back at the Qingyan sect. Zhao Jian could only shake his head and smile wryly. Indeed, in comparison to a prodigy like Master Lin Dan, My resolve feels somewhat unsteady. At this moment, within the grand formation, Lin Yan has seated himself before the earthly natural treasure, entering a profound state of comprehension. Time swiftly passes, and soon a day has elapsed. Under the intense elemental aura of Earth, the Super Dan Chi technique has enabled him to successfully grasp the power of Earth, elevating his level to the mid-grade of the mysterious tier, completing 2/5 of a perfect foundation. With a deep breath, Lin Yan slowly opens his eyes, gazing at the towering hammer before him, effortlessly lifting it with one hand. This low-grade, earthly natural treasure, if utilized to forge a defensive artifact of the Earth tier, would undoubtedly possess astonishing defensive capabilities. Lin Yan chuckles softly before placing the immense hammer back in its original position. Since comprehending the power of Earth, the dense aura here no longer imposes any suppression upon him. Congratulations, Master Lin Yan. You have successfully grasped the power of Earth. The voice of the Earth sect's leader reaches him as soon as he steps out of the formation. Thank you, Master Lin Yan. Riplius Dunling, her face radiant with joy. In response, Lin Yan smiles and says, "Let us proceed, Senior Zhao Dian. It is time for me to assist you in refining the foundation pills." Upon hearing this, Zhao Dian's heart leaps with joy, and he promptly presents the prepared materials for the foundation pills to Lin Yan. "I greatly appreciate your assistance, Master Lin Yan." After receiving the materials, Lin Yan immediately invokes his alchemical fire and furnace, commencing the refining process. Master Lin Yan is truly an extraordinary alchemist. I have never witnessed such techniques for melting and purifying medicinal liquids before. Zhao Dian watches in astonishment as Lin Yan operates with unparalleled skill. Though he is not an alchemist, he has observed many high-level alchemists at work, yet none can compare to Lin Yan. Dan Ling, too, watches in rapt attention. Her previous observations of Lin Yan's refining process now enriched with new insights. Particularly, the final step of achieving perfect balance between the medicinal properties and spiritual energy leaves her in awe as realizations well up within her mind, replaying Lin Yan's alchemical process like a mesmerizing tapestry. Is she entering a state of enlightenment? Observing this, Zhao Dian feels a twinge of envy at her exceptional comprehension. Truly a prodigy. With a fragrant aroma wafting through the air, Lin Yan successfully produces a batch of foundation pills. Congratulations, host. You have successfully refined 12 foundation pills with 10 medicinal patterns, triggering a 10-fold return, yielding 13 foundation pills. Congratulations, host. You have successfully refined 13 foundation pills with 10 medicinal patterns, earning a copy of a supreme refining technique and 10 years of soul power growth. 10 medicinal patterns. Opening the alchemical furnace, Lin Yan gazes at the 13 foundation pills resting quietly within, his heart brimming with delight. He never anticipated that achieving the perfect alchemical method would elevate his skills to the pinnacle of 10 medicinal patterns. Meanwhile, the Earth sect leader remains stunned, his expression frozen in a mix of shock and excitement. "Here, Senior Zhao Dian, please accept these 13 foundation pills," Lin Yan says as he carefully places them in a jade vial and hands it to Zhao Dian. "Absolutely not. This is far too valuable, Master Lin Yan. 10 medicinal pattern foundation pills are treasures that even golden core experts would covet. The worth of these 10 medicinal pattern pills surpasses the remuneration for observing the earthly natural treasure." Though Zhao Dian longs for them, he understands the weight of such a gift, realizing that even selling their entire Earth sect would not suffice to repay this debt. Lin Yan furrows his brow slightly, acknowledging Zhao Dian's sentiment. Yet he knows that failing to offer these foundation pills could tarnish his reputation, and alchemist's honor is paramount for their standing. "Master Lin Yan, perhaps consider giving Senior Zhao Dian 3 pills. That would be a more fitting arrangement," Dan Ling suggests, having awakened from her state of enlightenment and witnessing the unfolding scene. Bestowing 3 10 medicinal pattern foundation pills would not only preserve Lin Yan's reputation, but also create an immense favor owed to the Earth sect. Such a compromise would be beneficial, as the value of 10 medicinal pattern pills is unparalleled in the entire Dongyan Prefecture. 3 is still far too precious. While I may lack alchemical skills, I am acutely aware of the value of pills with medicinal patterns, especially those of the legendary 10 medicinal patterns. 1 pill is already a tremendous favor. Zhao Dian's voice quivers as he speaks the final line. fully aware that even a single 10 medicinal pattern foundation pill would enable him to break through his limitations and reach the golden core level. Ultimately, under Lin Yan's insistence, the Earth sect leader reluctantly accepts 3 10 medicinal pattern foundation pills. As he holds the fragrant pills in his hands, tears of gratitude well up in Zhao Dian's eyes. He solemnly gazes at Lin Yan and declares, "I, Zhao Dian, vow that the kindness of Master Lin Yan in gifting these pills will be repaid in full by the Earth sect in the future. At your command, we would face any peril for you." Seeing Zhao Dian's resolute expression, Lin Yan merely nods, then departs with Dan Ling. From now on, the Earth sect shall be considered a subordinate sect to Master Lin Yan. Not long after Lin Yan and Dan Ling leave the Earth sect, a message reaches him through his communication token. Lin Yan, news has arrived regarding the water elemental natural treasure. Is there news about the water elemental natural treasure? Indeed, a few days ago, we received word that a small secret realm has emerged in the South Sea Islands, rumored to contain traces of the water elemental natural treasure. Lin Yan's heart swells with excitement. The South Sea Islands are not far from the Earth sect, and it would take approximately 5 days to reach them. Head there directly if you are out, as our Qingyan sect has already dispatched a team. The leader is that old fellow from Sword Peak. Additionally, thanks to your pills, your senior sister has successfully established her foundation and is now accompanying the team to the South Sea Islands. Thank you, Master. After severing the communication, Lin Yan and Dan Ling promptly set off towards the South Sea Islands. After 5 days of travel, Lin Yan and Dan Ling finally arrive at the southern borders of the Dian dynasty, greeted by the refreshing sea breeze that brings a sense of indescribable comfort. They gaze at the islands floating on the South Sea, resembling stars scattered across the ocean surface. At the same time, numerous cultivators soar overhead, hastening towards a medium-sized island among the archipelago. Let us go, Senior Dan Ling. My fellow disciples are eagerly awaiting our arrival. Lin Yan exclaims joyfully, taking flight on his sword towards the gathering crowd on the island. Dan Ling, filled with anticipation, realizes that despite her esteemed status as the disciple of the Alchemist Association's president, this grand spectacle is a first for her. Junior brother. As soon as Lin Yan and his companion arrived on the island, Lu Mei promptly appeared before them. Clearly, the teacher had already informed Lu Mei, and she had been waiting for quite some time. Congratulations, senior sister, on successfully establishing your foundation. This is a gift from your junior brother. Seeing Lu Mei not only successfully establish her foundation, but also elevate her cultivation to the 3rd level of foundation establishment, Lin Yan felt genuinely delighted. He immediately took out 3 foundation establishment pills, each inscribed with 10 patterns, and presented them to Lu Mei. Upon receiving the 3 10-pattern pills from Lin Yan, Lu Mei was initially taken aback, but her face soon blossomed with surprise. Junior brother, you are already able to refine 10-pattern pills. Congratulations, junior brother. She continued, I have nothing of value to offer, but I heard from the teacher that you are collecting treasures of the 5 elements. I'm unsure if this item can assist you. With that, Lu Mei retrieved a branch exuding a rich aura of wood element from her storage bag. Master, what a marvelous treasure. This is a branch of the life tree, a natural treasure that can undoubtedly serve as a wood element treasure. Before Lin Yan could take the branch, the Super Pill Chi formula became exceedingly excited. A branch of the life tree? Lin Yan's heart trembled slightly. It was said that the fruits borne by the life tree could be used to concoct life-prolonging pills, allowing even nascent soul cultivators to regain their peak state in an instant as long as they still had a breath left. Moreover, the fruits could also be used to create longevity pills, with even the lowest quality extending one's lifespan by at least a century. Therefore, news of the life tree would undoubtedly attract the attention of nascent soul-level ancestors vying for it. This branch is something I acquired during my training in the Giantwood Forest, found in a concealed cave. I believed its sturdiness rivaled that of high-grade magical artifacts, so I intended to refine it into one. If this item is of use to you, please accept it. Seeing Lu Mei's earnest demeanor, Lin Yan was deeply moved. It was evident that his senior sister was unaware of the true origin of the branch. The Super Pill Chi formula sensed an extremely rich wood element aura and entered a state of comprehension. Chapter 33. The Charisma of Lin Yan. 2 Foundation Establishment Senior Sisters as bodyguards. To treat the branch of the life tree as a high-grade treasure. How extravagant of his senior sister. Lin Yan couldn't help but smile wryly and said, "Senior sister, are you certain you want to give me such a precious item?" Lu Mei was taken aback, realizing the significance of the natural treasure, the life tree, even though it was merely a branch. If used wisely, it could lead to finding the life tree's whereabouts. But she quickly smiled and replied, "If you like it, take it. After all, I intended to give it to you." Upon hearing Lu Mei's words, Lin Yan felt a surge of gratitude. Possessing a branch of the life tree equated to having the opportunity to seek out the tree itself. "Rest assured, senior sister, I will merely borrow this branch for observation for a few days. This is your opportunity. Should you wish to search for the life tree in the future, just let me know, and I will certainly assist." Lin Yan was not greedy. The branch's purpose for him was simply to comprehend the power of the wood element. As for locating the life tree, he knew that even without prompting, his senior sister would be the first to seek him out. "You two share a wonderful bond," observed Dan Ling, who had remained silent until now, her eyes shimmering with envy. She had followed her teacher to learn the art of alchemy since she was 7 and had scarcely interacted with peers. Thus, witnessing the camaraderie between Lin Yan and Lu Mei filled her with longing. "Dan Ling, don't jest. Are we friends too?" Lin Yan smiled at Dan Ling, sincerity gleaming in his eyes. "Indeed, as long as you are a friend of my junior brother, you are a friend of Lu Mei," Lu Mei added. Delighted to befriend someone as talented as Dan Ling, hearing their words struck Dan Ling's heart like a heavy blow, trembling with emotion. This was the first time in her life that someone treated her as a friend. She had initially thought her coming to Lin Yan was merely an opportunity granted by her teacher to learn alchemy, and she would soon return to her dull days of solely practicing alchemy. To her surprise, Lin Yan not only taught her the craft, but had already accepted and acknowledged her. Overwhelmed, Dan Ling nodded earnestly to both of them. "Yes, friends. We are friends." "Well, since we are friends, please accept these pills, Dan Ling." Lin Yan, noticing her touched expression, promptly handed her 3 10-pattern foundation establishment pills. "Lin Yan, this is too precious." Dan Ling hurriedly declined, feeling unable to match Lu Mei's offerings. "As my friend, how could I treat you differently?" Lin Yan insisted, his attitude unwavering. Seeing Dan Ling's hesitation, Lu Mei interjected with a smile. "Dan Ling, just accept it. Junior brother is very generous with his friends." Upon hearing this, Dan Ling finally accepted the 3 10-pattern foundation establishment pills. "I won't say anything more. Once we enter the secret realm, just let me know what you desire, and I will help you obtain it. Since we are friends, feel free to call me Lin Shirdi," Lin Yan said, smiling at Dan Ling, wishing to foster a closer relationship. "Then he shall respectfully compli, Lin Shidi, Master Jianfeng." Amidst laughter and conversation, the trio soon arrived at the Qingyun sect's gathering. Young Master Dan, the numerous strong members of Qingyun sect standing beside Master Jianfeng immediately bowed upon seeing Lin Yan. "Lin Yan, why have you come in person? If you need anything, just let me know, and I will have these fellows assist you." Master Jianfeng looked at Lin Yan, his face brimming with delight, seeing this as a great opportunity to aid him. "Thank you for your kindness, Master Jianfeng, but I wish to enter the secret realm on my own for some training." Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Master Jianfeng could not say more and merely cautioned him to stay safe once inside. "Rest assured, Master Jianfeng, after entering, Dan Ling and I will ensure Lin Yan's safety." A familiar voice chimed in, prompting Master Jianfeng to notice the two accompanying Lin Yan. "Lu Mei, you have successfully established your foundation?" Lu Mei, who had initially focused on alchemy, had gradually showcased her talent in swordsmanship, somewhat neglecting alchemy, and had now only reached the level of a second-tier alchemist. "And who might this be?" Master Jianfeng inquired, looking curiously at Dan Ling, a face he did not recognize. "Ah, Master Jianfeng, this is the direct disciple of the Alchemist Association's president, Dan Ling." "Ah, so she is the direct disciple of Master Dan Xuanzi. My apologies." The master of the sword peak slightly cupped his fists towards Dan Ling, showing respect, for she was indeed a direct disciple of a Yuanian grandmaster, deserving of such deference. "With the two of them by my side, I feel reassured. During this small-scale, secret realm development, numerous sects from the Nanhai Islands adhered to a mutual agreement. Only those below the Golden Core stage were permitted to enter, as allowing Golden Core experts inside could easily lead to destructive conflicts over treasures within this modest secret realm." At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted, followed by a radiant beam of light soaring into the sky, dispersing much of the dense fog ahead and revealing the entrance to the secret realm at the island center. The secret realm had been unlocked. Charge! Instantly, countless cultivators surged towards the entrance like a swarm of locusts, each eager to be the first to seize the opportunity within. "Senior sisters, let us proceed," Lin Yan said with a smile, observing the main force of Qingyun's sect already in motion. The three of them quickened their pace towards the entrance of the secret realm. However, as they rushed forward, several cold gazes from another part of the island were fixated on their retreating figures. "Remember, our first objective upon entering the secret realm is to capture Lin Yan." If Lin Yan were present at that moment, he would instantly recognize the individuals as members of the martial king's manor. The speaker was none other than Wu Yun, a golden core expert who had previously come to Qingyun's sect seeking someone. This child possesses the ability to concoct pills inscribed with patterns, which would be of great utility to our martial king's manor. If possible, we must capture him alive. If not, we shall extract the secrets of his alchemical techniques before eliminating him within the secret realm. Upon finishing his words, Wu Yun made a gesture across his throat. "Rest assured, Elder, the young master was under my protection during the incident. I shall personally ensure his capture and deliver him to you." The elder beside Wu Hong cast a glance at Lin Yan's figure, a shadow flickering in his eyes. Due to the loss of the young master, he had faced severe punishment, his life spared only because he had volunteered to redeem himself during this secret realm expedition. If he failed to capture Lin Yan, death would be his only fate. Be cautious not to harm the girl in the green alchemist's robe by his side. She is a disciple of the Alchemist Association's president. Upon hearing this, several Foundation establishment experts from the Martial King's Manor led a throng of innate realm and chi refinement cultivators into the secret realm. As Lin Yan neared the entrance, a message from the myriad transformation array stirred in his mind. "Oh, a terrestrial-grade array? No wonder this entrance is shrouded in fog that even golden core experts fear. It is indeed a natural terrestrial-grade formation." Understanding this, Lin Yan slowed his pace, allowing the myriad transformation array ample time to comprehend its intricacies. Junior brother? Both Lu Mei and Dan Ling, flanking Lin Yan, appeared puzzled by his sudden deceleration. "I have had an epiphany and need a moment to digest it," Lin Yan explained with a smile. Lu Mei and Dan Ling exchanged astonished glances, marveling at their junior brother's extraordinary talent. How could one achieve enlightenment while simply traveling? Myriad Transformation Array has gained profound insight into the terrestrial-grade natural formation, successfully elevating its level to a low-grade profound array and comprehending the high-grade profound array, the mind-bewitching array. "Master, we can now set up the low-grade profound Earth Flame Lotus Array and the Gathering Spirit Array. Furthermore, as my level increases, these formations will automatically upgrade." The voice of the Myriad Transformation Array rang with excitement in his mind. "Excellent. Well done, little array." Lin Yan slowly opened his eyes. "Senior sisters, let us proceed." The trio hastened towards the secret realm. After a moment of dizziness, a brand new world unfolded before their eyes. Truly, this secret realm, born of heaven and earth, boasted a density of spiritual energy surpassing that of the inner sect. As Lin Yan reveled in the rich spiritual energy, he couldn't help but exclaim, in such an environment, cultivation will undoubtedly yield remarkable results. The Super Pill Chi technique has sensed the exceedingly rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, accelerating comprehension of the wood elemental chi. The Super Pill Chi technique has successfully grasped the power of the wood element, its level elevated to a high-grade, profound level, with 3/5 of the perfect foundation established. "Master, this environment is extraordinarily comfortable." The voice of the Super Pill Chi technique echoed with excitement in his mind. "Then strive diligently in your cultivation," Lin Yan encouraged inwardly before making his way deeper into the secret realm. This realm, birthed from the Nanhai Islands, naturally possesses a strong affinity for water. Perhaps there are indeed water elemental treasures you seek. As they ventured deeper, the trio collected numerous spiritual materials and resources for refining and array crafting. It could be said that the value of these materials alone, if sold externally, would amount to at least several million low-grade spirit stones. As they delved further, the water elemental aura intensified. "Senior sister, look over there." While traversing a valley, Lin Yan suddenly spotted a flower blooming in 3 colors, swaying gently in the breeze. That is the three-color Qingling flower. Dan Ling instantly recognized the flower's significance, exclaiming in astonishment. The three-color Qingling flower, like the two-color flower, possessed the ability to induce enlightenment in cultivators. Particularly, the three-color Qingling flower served as the primary material for crafting the three-color Qingling pill, a treasure of irresistible allure for golden core experts. Realizing the rarity of the three-color Qingling flower, Lin Yan thought that if he could obtain it, he would be able to concoct a 10-pattern three-color Qingling pill once his alchemical skills reached the 4th-tier level. This would allow Qingyun's sect to produce several Yuanying-level experts, elevating its status to a top-tier power in the northern region. Senior sisters, Lin Yan glanced back at Lu Mei and Dan Ling, who instantly understood his intentions and transformed into streaks of light as they rushed towards the three-color Qingling flower. However, just as they approached the flower, an earth-shattering roar erupted from the depths of the valley. The sudden attack forced Lu Mei and Dan Ling to retreat, their expressions grave as they focused on the emerging spirit beast. A 3-pattern giant python, a Foundation Establishment 5th-layer spirit beast. Its defense was astounding, and its venom was so potent that even peak Foundation Establishment experts would find it difficult to eradicate. Dan Ling recognized the beast immediately, the situation growing dire. Sister Lu, leave the 3-pattern giant python to me. You take the opportunity to retrieve the 3-color Qingling flower. With that, Dan Ling conjured an alchemy furnace above her head and charged the 3-pattern giant python, her cultivation at the Foundation Establishment 7th layer, capable of suppressing the beast and buying Lu Mei some time. However, just as Lu Mei was approaching the tricolor Qingling flower, a sudden flash of sword light surged towards her back. Be careful, senior sister. The chilling aura compelled Lu Mei to abandon her pursuit of the tricolor Qingling flower and evade the lethal strike. Hee, little girl. That tricolor Qingling flower has long been reserved by our Qingxia sect. It is not something you can possess. Chapter 35. The Terrifying Deterrence of Dan Ling. A single sword strike obliterates a Foundation Establishment Level 4 Qingxia sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Mei, stabilizing her stance, furrowed her brow tightly and replied coldly. The top power of the northern region, Qingxia sect? Aren't you currently embroiled in a struggle with 2 other top forces over a major secret realm? Do you truly have time to roam here in the southern region of the Dian dynasty? In response to Lu Mei's inquiry, the elder from across merely chuckled and said, I never claimed I would bring the tricolor Qingling flower back to Qingxia sect. Then what do you mean? Lu Mei's expression turned hostile, showing no sign of trepidation despite the elder's higher cultivation. The tricolor Qingling flower was of immense significance not only to her junior brother, but also to their Qingyun sect. Friends from the Martial King Manor, reveal yourselves. I have promised to assist you in obtaining this tricolor Qingling flower. As for that young man below, you may deal with him yourselves. The Qingxia sect's Foundation Establishment expert did not respond to Lu Mei, but called out to those behind him. Soon, several imposing figures appeared before everyone. Old man, I will trouble you with the tricolor Qingling flower. After this is accomplished, the Martial King Manor will certainly reward you handsomely. The 5 Foundation Establishment experts from the Martial King Manor bowed respectfully to the elder of the Qingxia sect before turning their gaze towards Lin Yan below, their eyes filled with palpable murderous intent. Little brat, you have 2 paths before you. One is to submit to our Martial King Manor, and the other is death. Since when did the mere Martial King Manor dare to act so arrogantly? Boom. Meanwhile, Dan Ling, who was battling the 3-pattern giant python, sensed the shift in the situation. After sending the giant python flying, she arrived before Lin Yan, coldly glaring at the Martial King Manor's members. So, you Qingxia sect intend to collude with the Martial King Manor, do you? Fine. Once this matter is concluded, I shall inform my master. You are conspiring with the Martial King Manor. My master is fully aware of it. Even in the face of a northern region's top power, the Qingxia sect, Dan Ling exhibited no fear, boldly confronting them. The elder from the Qingxia sect furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He was certainly aware of Dan Ling's identity as the sole direct disciple of Dan Xuanzi. It could be said that any request from Dan Ling would be met with utmost effort by Dan Xuanzi. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that she had the backing of the Alchemist Association, a formidable entity that even Qingxia sect dared not provoke. The thought of incurring the terrifying consequences of antagonizing the Alchemist Association caused a deep sense of apprehension to wash over the face of the elder from Qingxia sect. Unfavorable timing, truly unfavorable timing. Roar. Just as both parties were locked in a standoff, the three-patterned giant python, which had previously been sent flying by Dan Ling, quickly returned. Noticing that the elder from Qingxia sect was closest to the tricolored Qingling flower, it let out a roar and charged at him. Beast, you seek death. The elder from Qingxia sect, having no outlet for his pent-up frustration, immediately unleashed his full strength upon seeing the giant python rush at him, causing it to emit pitiful cries. Dan Ling, we have no intention of becoming enemies with the Alchemist Association. This matter is merely a grudge between our Martial King Manor and this young man. I hope you do not intervene. With that, the five were ready to strike. But Dan Ling promptly obstructed them. I do not care. Lin Shidi is under my protection. If you wish to harm him, you must first step over my corpse. This young man has a blood feud with our Martial King Manor. He has slain our young lord. The five Foundation establishment experts from the Martial King Manor were suddenly alarmed. They dared not act against Dan Ling. I do not care. I did not witness Lin Shidi slaying your young lord. Perhaps your young lord was merely frail and accidentally fell to his demise. Damn it. Upon hearing Dan Ling's words, the five Foundation establishment experts from the Martial King Manor were driven to the brink of madness. This woman was utterly unreasonable. Dan Ling, I never expected you to possess such a playful side. Lin Yan below could not help but give Dan Ling a thumbs up in admiration. He felt he needed to learn from her unwavering attitude. What to do? This woman is completely unreasonable. The five from the Martial King Manor, huddled together, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. In the next moment, they suddenly thought of the experts from Qingxia sect and intended to seek their assistance. However, upon witnessing the situation on the Qingxia sect side, they were nearly driven to fury. Are you playing house with a spirit beast? They beheld a Pinnacle Foundation establishment expert from Qingxia sect mercilessly pounding the Foundation establishment level 5 three-patterned giant python, reducing its once proud defenses to mere paper before him, leaving it bruised and battered. Yet, despite this, the Pinnacle Foundation establishment expert showed no intention of killing it. Instead, he continuously cursed, "You beast, disturbing my enjoyment, provoking me. I will not rest until you are thoroughly subdued." In contrast, the three-patterned giant python wore an expression of near tears, its eyes radiating a pleading, human-like desire for mercy, as if it were on the verge of kneeling to beg for forgiveness. Damn it, I knew I couldn't rely on you. The five from the Martial King Manor, witnessing this spectacle, could hardly contain their curses. Even Qingxia sect was immensely wary of the Alchemist Association. What could the Martial King Manor possibly do? They were ready to depart in frustration. Whoosh! However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. An elder with a sinister expression suddenly emerged from the shadows, brandishing a lethal weapon aimed directly at Lin Yan's back. This strike was intended to be fatal. Little brat. Su Mao, the foolish one, called out. Stop! The assailant was none other than the Foundation establishment elder who had earlier accompanied Wu Hong. He had already been condemned to death by the Martial King Manor, so he felt no fear of Dan Ling's threat. In fact, if he could eliminate Lin Yan, he might complete his task and find a slim chance of survival. You dare! Dan Ling reacted immediately, summoning her life weapon, the alchemy furnace. However, Su Mao's sudden assault caught even Dan Ling slightly off guard. Ha! Die little brat. Just as Su Mao's attack was about to strike Lin Yan, the latter merely made a sword-swinging gesture with his hand, and Su Mao's once threatening form met an abrupt end, his head flying off. A mere Foundation establishment level 4? Have you underestimated me, Lin? Chapter 36. The Tricolor Qingling Flower in Hand. The incredibly enthusiastic experts of the Bai Shui sect. As Lin Yan's somewhat indifferent voice echoed, Su Mao's forward momentum came to a sudden halt, collapsing to the ground, blood staining the earth. Hiss! Simultaneously, the other five Foundation establishment experts from the Martial King Manor could not help but gasp in shock upon witnessing this scene. Their gazes towards Lin Yan now brimmed with intense fear and trepidation. To wield a sword with such terrifying proficiency that one could annihilate a Foundation establishment level 4 with a mere finger? How terrifying must his swordsmanship be? Almost instantaneously, the five turned to flee the scene. Dan Ling, arriving shortly after, gazed at Lin Yan with astonishment, as if she were staring at a monster. She had never anticipated that her junior brother was not only peerless in alchemy, but also possessed such astonishing swordsmanship. While she could also eliminate a Foundation Establishment Level 4 in a single strike, she could never achieve it with the same ease as Lin Yan. Hee, senior sister Damling. You flatter me. My understanding of the sword path is merely superficial. Junior brother Lin, excessive modesty may come across as pretentiousness. Damling shot Lin Yan a glance, then took the storage bag from Su Mao and handed it to Lin Yan. The assets of a 4th-level Foundation Establishment cultivator are a considerable bonus for Lin Yan. Alas, who would have thought he was so impoverished? Peering into the storage bag, Lin Yan found only a meager sum of over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, along with some basic materials for alchemy, formations, and equipment, merely some profound and yellow-level techniques. Lin Yan pocketed the spirit stones and materials, while the profound and yellow-level techniques could later be handed over to the sect for contribution points. Junior brother, congratulations on your advancement in swordsmanship. At that moment, Lu Mei rushed over, sharing in Lin Yan's joy, and seizing the opportunity while the Foundation Establishment powerhouse from the Qingxia sect was entangled with a 3-patterned giant python. She harvested the tricolor Qingling flower. Upon witnessing Lin Yan effortlessly slay the 4th-level Foundation Establishment cultivator with his peak innate prowess, the Qingxia sect's cultivator felt a deep shock. Such a prodigy in swordsmanship was unmatched even in their sect. Moreover, this astonishing talent maintained such close ties with the Alchemist Association, prompting a flicker of unease within the Qingxia sect cultivator's heart. It was fortunate they had not offended such a genius today. Otherwise, they might have become the sect's pariah in the future. As he spoke, the Qingxia sect's cultivator forcefully stomped the giant python's head, commanding, "Python, let us go." With a mournful cry, the 3-patterned giant python reluctantly became a mount, carrying the Qingxia cultivator away. Junior brother Lin, I extend my congratulations to your Qingyun sect. With this tricolor Qingling flower, coupled with your alchemical skills, it is highly likely that your sect will soon give birth to a nascent soul powerhouse. Beside them, Damling beamed at Lin Yan, genuinely delighted for both him and the Qingyun sect. Lu Mei also smiled in happiness. Should the Qingyun sect produce a nascent soul cultivator, they would gain considerable influence throughout the northern territories. Furthermore, if any significant opportunities or secret realms arose in the future, the Qingyun sect could also partake in the benefits. At that point, the sect's development would enter a virtuous cycle, enriching its foundation. Let's proceed deeper to see if this secret realm holds the aquatic treasures I seek. Lin Yan felt elated as well. Generally, a tricolor Qingling flower could yield at most 1 pill. However, with his perfect alchemical techniques, he could guarantee the production of 2. This meant that the Qingyun sect could potentially have 2 nascent soul powerhouses. The thought filled Lin Yan with excitement. As the sect grew stronger, the resources for cultivation would naturally increase. It seemed he needed to elevate his alchemical skills to the 4th-tier level as soon as possible. As they ventured deeper into the secret realm, the trio was enveloped by a dense aquatic aura, reminiscent of being submerged in water. Upon reaching a small lake, the rich aquatic energy emanated from it was overwhelming, making it somewhat difficult to breathe. Damling gazed in awe at the expansive lake nearby, exclaiming, "There's no mistaking it. Such a potent aquatic aura can only mean that the natural treasures lie within that lake." While Lin Yan and the others marveled at the thick aquatic essence, an excited voice suddenly broke the silence. A group of cultivators clad in azure robes appeared nearby. They were from the Bai Shui sect, a local sect of the southern boundary of the Great Yin dynasty, believed to be the first to discover this secret realm. Damling explained their origins to Lin Yan, and as the leader of the Bai Shui sect spotted Lin Yan, his excitement visibly intensified. "Lin Yan, is that truly you?" The Pinnacle Foundation Establishment cultivator from the Bai Shui sect rushed forward, gazing at Lin Yan as if he were a rare treasure. "You know me?" Lin Yan asked, perplexed, for he had never interacted with the Bai Shui sect before. Everyone knows the renowned alchemist capable of crafting pills with Danwen. Just recently, one of our innate disciples successfully acquired a 6-on-1 innate pill at the auction in Dansheng City, which allowed him to break through and reach the Foundation Establishment level. The Bai Shui sect's cultivator continued, radiating enthusiasm. Could it be that you're also interested in the aquatic natural treasures? If so, I can personally retrieve them for you. However, do visit our Bai Shui sect afterward. I hear you're capable of refining 6-Danwen Foundation establishment pills. With that, the Bai Shui sect cultivator appeared, slightly embarrassed, clearly hinting at his desire to request a pill from Lin Yan. Witnessing the bashful demeanor of a Pinnacle Foundation establishment cultivator, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile and responded, "To be candid, the aquatic natural treasures hold great significance for me. If you would be willing to part with them, I would be immensely grateful. I promise to visit your esteemed sect once we exit the secret realm." "Excellent. I shall retrieve the aquatic natural treasure for you at once." Without hesitation, the Bai Shui sect cultivator dove into the lake. Moments later, he emerged triumphantly with the aquatic natural treasure and handed it to Lin Yan without delay. Clearly, the allure of a 6-Danwen Foundation establishment pill outweighed that of an aquatic natural treasure, as it represented his only opportunity to ascend to the golden core stage. After accepting the aquatic natural treasure, Lin Yan observed it resembled a coral-like structure. "Thank you, Senior." Lin Yan expressed his gratitude and bowed to the Bai Shui sect's Pinnacle Foundation establishment cultivator. "Elder Hai, this aquatic natural treasure is something the sect leader specifically requires. It is vital for him to break through to the golden core." A few disciples accompanying Elder Hai from the Bai Shui sect whispered, unable to contain their excitement. "Rest assured, with Lin Dan's pills, our sect leader will surely succeed in reaching the golden core." Lin Yan watched the exchange, smiling warmly. "I wonder if the elder has some time to spare?" Hearing this, Elder Hai inquired, "Does Lin Dan not wish to explore this secret realm further?" With a smile, Lin Yan shook his head. "I have obtained what I sought. There is no need to linger." "Very well. Since Lin Dan has time, allow me to escort you to our Bai Shui sect." The myriad transformation array sensed the low-grade Earth-level Guardian formation and entered a state of comprehension. As Lin Yan arrived at the gate of the Bai Shui sect, he received news in his mind that the myriad transformation array had entered a state of understanding. Lu Mei and Dan Ling naturally accompanied Lin Yan. "Please wait here for a moment. Esteemed Dan Master Lin, I shall inform the venerable sect master." Elder Hai arranged for Lin Yan and the other two to wait in the guest hall before departing promptly. Soon, an elder arrived at the hall, accompanied by Elder Hai. To Lin Yan's surprise, it was none other than the sect master of Bai Shui, Taoist Bai Shui. "Ah, esteemed sect master, you are too courteous. This time, it is indeed the younger generation who has greatly benefited from your esteemed sect." Lin Yan responded with a smile. "Do not say such things, esteemed Dan Master Lin. A mere water-type treasure in exchange for your alchemical prowess is truly a great fortune for our Bai Shui sect." After a round of pleasantries, the sect master presented 2 sets of materials for foundation establishment pills, one for crafting the pills and the other as compensation. "Excellent." Upon receiving the materials, Lin Yan wasted no time and immediately commenced the alchemical process. Buzz. Crafting the foundation establishment pills had become second nature to Lin Yan. So, within 2 hours, he successfully refined a furnace of 10-pattern foundation establishment pills. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully refined 12 10-pattern foundation establishment pills, achieving a 100-fold return and acquiring 15 10-pattern foundation establishment pills. Congratulations, host. You have successfully refined 15 10-pattern foundation establishment pills and gained a scroll of insights from a 7th-tier alchemy master. This is actually a 10-pattern foundation establishment pill, and you crafted 15 at once?" The fragrant aroma of the pills filled the hall, and the sect master of Bai Shui and Elder Hai could not help but exclaim in astonishment as they gazed at the radiant pills in the alchemical furnace. 10 patterns. Such pills are said to exist only in legends. "Esteemed Dan Master Lin, may I request 3 of them?" After a long moment, the sect master of Bai Shui and Elder Hai finally regained their composure and looked at Lin Yan, their voices tinged with a slight tremor. The value of these 15 10-pattern foundation establishment pills was extraordinarily overwhelming. They were not something a small sect like Bai Shui could afford. "Esteemed sect master, since I have promised to refine a batch of pills for your esteemed sect, this entire batch naturally belongs to you." Lin Yan replied with a smile, though confusion gnawed at him. Why were the people of Bai Shui sect so reserved, much like those from the Earth sect? Is it not better to have more of such pills? Why do they seem so hesitant to claim even 3? However, upon hearing Lin Yan, The sect master of Bai Shui immediately shook his head. Damn, Master Lin, you must not. 3 10-pattern foundation establishment pills already far exceed the value of the water-type treasure. How could we dare to ask for more? Furthermore, even if we sold the entire Bai Shui sect, we could not afford these 15 10-pattern foundation establishment pills. At this point, the sect master could not help but let out a bitter laugh. Although Lin Yan had voluntarily offered them a furnace of pills, he felt unworthy to accept. Ultimately, their sect was simply too weak to deserve such legendary pills. Junior brother Lin, do not blame the sect master of Bai Shui. The value of these 10-pattern pills is simply astonishing. Don Ling chimed in. A single 10-pattern foundation establishment pill could guarantee that a peak foundation establishment cultivator advances to the golden core stage. Just think about how terrifying that is for a sect's foundation. Sensing Lin Yan's confusion, Dan Ling explained with a smile. Hearing her explanation and observing the resolute demeanor of the Bai Shui sect master, Lin Yan could only nod in understanding. He then decided to keep the remaining 12 10-pattern foundation establishment pills, as these surplus pills could be brought back to the Qing Yun sect to nurture more golden core cultivators. Of course, thanks to Dan Ling's innate talent, she also gained considerable insights during this alchemical process. The myriad transformation array gained enlightenment from the low-grade Earth-level Guardian formation, nearing the mid-grade mysterious level, and successfully comprehended a low-grade mysterious level Guardian formation. Master, if I can comprehend a mysterious level formation or higher, I will be able to advance to the mid-grade mysterious level. The excited voice of the myriad transformation array echoed in Lin Yan's mind. Do not rush. There will be more opportunities in the future. Lin Yan replied inwardly with a smile, then turned to the sect master of Bai Shui and said, if that is the case, I shall take my leave. The myriad pill formula sensed the insights of a 7th-tier alchemy master and entered a state of comprehension. The super pill chi technique sensed the insights of a 7th-tier alchemy master and entered a state of comprehension. Seeing both profound techniques enter a state of enlightenment, Lin Yan felt a surge of joy within. He believed that these insights from a 7th-tier alchemy master would at least elevate his alchemical skills to the 5th tier. Junior brother, what shall we do next? Lu Mei inquired, looking at Lin Yan. Let's return to the sect and leave some pills for them. With that, Lin Yan paused briefly, then turned to Dan Ling and asked, by the way, Sister Dan Ling, what was it you mentioned about the conspiracy between the Qing Xia sect and the Martial King's mansion? Dan Ling shook her head slightly. I do not know much about it either. But I do know that the Martial King harbors ambitions to overthrow the royal family of the Yan dynasty and establish himself as sovereign. For this purpose, they sought assistance from the Qing Xia sect. The notion of overthrowing the royal family? Lin Yan's heart trembled slightly upon hearing this. Was this not outright rebellion? No wonder his master mentioned that the Yan dynasty would soon be embroiled in chaos and was eager to refine the Yuaning pills. It turned out to be due to this matter. If the Martial King's mansion truly revolted, the entire Yan dynasty would be thrown into disarray, and surrounding dynasties might seize the opportunity to reap benefits. Unless one possessed exceedingly powerful strength, they would undoubtedly become targets for plunder by numerous factions. It seemed he must hasten to enhance his alchemical skills. Chapter 38. Collecting the 5 elements natural treasures and impacting foundation establishment. As the team led by the Sword Peak master continued to explore the small secret realm, Lin Yan bade them farewell and returned to the sect with Lu Mei and Dan Ling master. Here are 10 foundation establishment pills. Please discuss with the sect master about distributing them. Upon returning to the sect, Lin Yan went directly to his master's cave and presented the 10 10-pattern foundation establishment pills. You have a kind heart. Fang Ming looked at his disciple with increasing satisfaction. But when he saw the jade bottle containing the foundation establishment pills, he was momentarily stunned. This is actually the legendary 10-pattern foundation establishment pill. How extraordinary are you, my disciple, that you can even refine 10-pattern pills? Fang Ming stood there, unable to regain his composure. Even after traversing the alchemical path for hundreds of years, it was his first encounter with 10-pattern pills. He even felt that these 10-pattern foundation establishment pills could have a certain effect on him, a peak golden core cultivator. The efficacy was astonishing. A pill meant for foundation establishment cultivators could actually benefit him at the peak golden core stage. After a long while, Once Fang Ming regained his senses and wished to inquire about Lin Yan's extraordinary abilities, he discovered that his disciple had already vanished without a trace. The young man speaks the truth. The foundational elixir of the 10-dan pattern can indeed guarantee a peak foundation establishment cultivator's ascension to the golden core stage. This matter is of great importance, and I must leave it to the sect master to decide. If the Qingyan sect were to add 10 golden core experts, they would undoubtedly become the foremost power in the entire Dine dynasty, provided that the nascent soul does not intervene. Meanwhile, Lin Yan had already returned to his cave dwelling. Upon learning of Lin Yan's return to the sect, the already successful Vice Hall master Lu promptly delivered numerous materials for alchemy and formation to Lin Yan's cave. At Lin Yan's request, he even brought many yellow-grade refining materials. What could the Holy Sun possibly need with so many formation and refining materials? Could it be that in addition to his unparalleled talent in alchemy, the Holy Sun also possesses some expertise in formations and refining? Before leaving, Vice Hall Master Lu was filled with doubt, but he quickly shook his head. As long as it was the Holy Sun's request, he would endeavor to fulfill it. Excellent. Master, with these formation materials, I can elevate our cave's yellow-grade spirit-gathering formation to a mid-tier Xian grade. Good, let us commence at once. Lin Yan smiled, then began inscribing array patterns onto the materials, replacing some of the yellow-grade formation materials. After approximately half a day, Lin Yan successfully completed this labor-intensive task. This formation work is no easy feat. Lin Yan exhaled deeply, acknowledging that only his exceptionally strong soul power made it possible to accomplish this in such a brief time. The transformation array successfully upgraded the yellow-grade inferior spirit-gathering formation to a mid-tier Xian-grade spirit-gathering formation and gained insights during the process, raising its level to a superior Xian grade. I did not expect that improving the formation could also elevate the level of the transformation array. Lin Yan felt a surge of joy within as he sensed the density of spiritual energy in his cave, which was over 200 times greater than that of the outside world. Cultivating in such an environment truly yields remarkable results. Regrettably, I am only one golden elemental natural treasure short of completing my foundation establishment. Transformation alchemy successfully comprehended 1/5 of the insights from 7th tier alchemy master, leading to an elevation to late stage 3rd tier. Superb Danchi technique successfully comprehended 1/5 of the insights from 7th tier alchemy master, elevating to inferior grade earth level. Master, I am eager to concoct a batch of elixirs to validate my understanding. The excited voice of transformation alchemy echoed in Lin Yan's mind, and he nodded in response. All right. Let us attempt to refine a late-stage Guyuan Dan. The Guyuan Dan is specifically designed for cultivators above the foundation establishment stage to restore their true essence. With a hum, as the alchemical fire and furnace were summoned, Lin Yan promptly added all the necessary spiritual materials for the Guyuan Dan into the furnace and began the melting and purification process. Although this was his first attempt at refining a late-stage Guyuan Dan, it was exceptionally easy for Lin Yan, who had mastered all 3 steps of alchemy. Thus, several hours later, accompanied by the rich fragrance of elixirs, a batch of Guyuan Dan was successfully refined. Congratulations, host! Successfully refined 6 pieces of 10-dan pattern Guyuan Dan, achieving a 100-fold return, yielding 8 pieces of 10-dan pattern Guyuan Dan. Congratulations, host! Successfully refined 8 pieces of 10-dan pattern Guyuan Dan, obtaining 1 piece of golden elemental natural treasure and 1 piece of earth elemental natural treasure. Looking at the 8 pieces of 10-dan pattern Guyuan Dan lying quietly in the furnace, Lin Yan felt immense joy. I never expected to obtain the coveted golden treasure so effortlessly. But what purpose does the system serve by granting me an earth elemental natural treasure? Observing the heavy aura emanating from the earth elemental treasure in his hand, Lin Yan was filled with confusion. Now issuing a system task, the host must possess a personal 5-element innate weapon. Upon completion, a 10,000-fold reward will be granted. However, as the familiar voice echoed in his mind, Lin Yan suddenly understood. To gather the 5 elemental natural treasures not only facilitates perfect foundation establishment, but also allows him to refine his own 5-element natural treasure. Lin Yan smiled. With his super refining technique, he could certainly attempt this afterward. Nonetheless, the priority at this stage was to complete his foundation establishment task. Thus, Lin Yan left the alchemy chamber of his cave dwelling and proceeded to the dedicated meditation room. After adjusting himself to peak condition, he took out the golden elemental natural treasure, resembling a human head, and placed it before him. Concurrently, he arranged numerous 10-dan pattern foundation establishment dan around him for use during the process. Once everything was prepared, Lin Yan entered a state of comprehension. Superb Danchi technique sensed the extremely dense golden elemental aura and entered the state of comprehension. Chapter 39. Lin Yan's Foundation Establishment. A celestial phenomenon astonishes all. With a hum, 3 days later, as Lin Yan successfully comprehended the golden elemental force, he had, at last, grasped the 5 elemental powers. At that very moment, as Lin Yan comprehended the golden elemental force, the spiritual energy of the entire inner sect of Qingyun surged, as if stirred by an unseen force. Countless strands of spiritual energy converged into a colossal 5-colored dragon, soaring directly above Lin Yan's cave dwelling. What is happening? What on earth is going on? With the emergence of the 5-colored spiritual energy dragon, the entire Qingyun sect fell into a state of panic and astonishment. Who could possibly possess such power to disregard their sect's heavenly-grade protective array and display such a phenomenon? That is the legendary divine dragon, and it is 5-colored. Wait, no, that 5-colored dragon is heading straight for the Holy Sun's cave. Countless disciples gazed in terror at this spectacle, utterly bewildered. Only the sect master of Qingyun and senior figures like Fang Ming stared in shock at the unfolding scene. Is this the celestial phenomenon caused by an unparalleled prodigy establishing their foundation, drawing upon the 5 elemental powers, transforming into a 5-colored spiritual energy dragon to pave the way for perfect foundation establishment? The astonishment on the Qingyun sect master's face showed no sign of abating. To achieve perfect foundation establishment with the 5 elemental powers was a feat never before accomplished in the entirety of Dongyan Prefecture. It is no wonder this young man has been searching for the 5 elemental natural treasures. It was all for this day. At this moment, Fang Ming, Lin Yan's master, also looked on in shock at Lin Yan, seemingly realizing that he had underestimated his disciple's potential from the very beginning. This is bad. The Xian Great Array in Lin Yan's cave seems unable to withstand this terrifying force. The arriving master of the array hall, witnessing the cave on the verge of collapse, changed countenance and immediately took action, deploying several array plates to stabilize the crumbling cave. I have never seen someone establishing their foundation cause such a significant commotion. Seeing the cave successfully stabilized, the array hall master sighed in relief. If Lin Yan's foundation were to be affected by collapse during the process, he would become a sinner of Qingyun's sect. After all, Lin Yan is their hope for the sect's future resurgence. Has Lin Shidi established his foundation so swiftly? It seems I must work even harder in my cultivation. Otherwise, I will not be able to assist my junior brother in the future. Simultaneously, in the direction of Danling and Lu Mei's cave, the 2 women gazed at the fearsome commotion above Lin Yan's cave, equally astonished. 3 days later, as the 5-colored spirit energy dragon completely vanished into Lin Yan's cave abode, the previously overwhelming aura dissipated, restoring tranquility to the heavens and the earth. Within the cave, Lin Yan's long-closed eyes gradually opened. Is this the sensation of achieving perfect foundation establishment? Lin Yan meticulously sensed the transformations within his body, feeling an immense satisfaction. Remarkably, he had ascended to the 5th level of foundation establishment in one breath. Observing the foundation establishment pills reduced to mere powder around him, Lin Yan felt a tinge of astonishment. He had not only succeeded in foundation establishment, but had also advanced his cultivation to the 5th level in a single leap. He could intuitively sense that, despite being at the 5th level, if he unleashed his full power, his combat strength could rival even those at the 7th level. Furthermore, with his sword intent at the mid-3rd level, he could contend against peak foundation establishment experts. The exhilaration of this newfound strength was truly delightful. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the perfect foundation establishment task and receiving a reward of 2 times the 10,000-fold return. Upon hearing the familiar voice echo in his mind, Lin Yan's face broke into a joyful smile. However, he found himself momentarily at a loss regarding how to utilize the 10,000-fold return. Nonetheless, it was not the time for such contemplations, as he sensed that the sect leader, his teacher, and several high-ranking members of the Qingyun sect were awaiting him outside the cave. Disciple Lin Yan pays his respects to the sect leader, teacher, and esteemed seniors. Hastily, Lin Yan emerged from the cave and, after performing a respectful bow, invited them into his abode. Upon entering, the first to notice the significant change was the master of the array hall. He gazed at the mid-grade, profound-level gathering array, his heart jolting with astonishment. Before turning to Lin Yan and inquiring, "Is this a mid-grade, profound-level gathering array? Could it be that the Holy Sun possesses remarkable proficiency in array techniques?" The master of the array hall distinctly remembered that all the cave abodes of the inner disciples were outfitted with yellow-level gathering arrays. Yet Lin Yan's abode boasted a mid-grade, profound-level array, leading him to suspect that Lin Yan had indeed mastered array formations. Without hesitation, Lin Yan replied with a smile. Reporting to the hall master, "I do have a keen interest in array techniques." In response, the array hall master chuckled. To merely have an interest and yet be able to set up a profound-level array is more impressive than many of the core disciples in my array hall. Meanwhile, the sect leader, overhearing their exchange, felt immense delight. Not only did Lin Yan possess unparalleled talent in alchemy, but he also demonstrated considerable prowess in array formations. Such an extraordinary prodigy was indeed a disciple of the Qingyun sect. One could only wonder what virtuous deeds the sect had performed in a past life to enjoy such fortune in this one. Enough idle chatter, the sect leader said earnestly as he turned to Lin Yan. "The 10 foundation establishment pills you provided are invaluable. Within 10 days, our Qingyun sect will produce 10 golden core experts. Even in the event of turmoil in the great Yin dynasty, our sect will possess the capability for self-preservation." At this, the sect leader smiled. "Now, what do you desire? As long as I, this old fellow, can fulfill your request, I will do my utmost to accommodate you." Hearing the sect leader's words, Lin Yan felt a surge of joy. The stronger the sect grew, the more benefits he would reap. This was certainly to his liking. However, he found himself momentarily at a loss as to what he needed at present. He had already gained insights as a 7th-grade alchemist. As for array formations and weapon crafting, the creation of his own 5-elements fate weapon. With this thought, Lin Yan promptly replied, reporting to the sect leader, "I have recently developed an interest in array techniques and weapon crafting." Thus, before the sect leader could respond, Fang Ming, his teacher, interjected, "Lin Yan in cultivation. One must avoid being overly distracted. You possess extraordinary talent in alchemy. Do not forsake your foundation for trivial pursuits." Understanding his teacher's concern, Lin Yan reassured him. "Please rest assured, teacher, I shall exercise discretion." Seeing Lin Yan's resolute determination, the sect leader beamed. "Very well. From this day forth, the array hall and the weapon crafting hall shall be open to you. You may enter freely and delve into the realms of array techniques and weapon crafting." Chapter 40. The Qingyun Secret Realm. The previous sect leader, Qinji Yunzi. After the sect leader's words, he produced a token from his bosom and handed it to Lin Yan, adding, "Lin Yan, with this token, you may freely enter and exit the Qingyun Secret Realm for your cultivation." Nearby, several high-ranking members of the sect looked at the token in Lin Yan's hand with envious expressions. The Qingyun Secret Realm was the very foundation of the Qingyun sect. Its spiritual energy concentration far exceeded that of the outside world, and most importantly, it housed a remnant branch of the enlightenment tree. Sitting beneath this branch during cultivation could enhance one's comprehension and even offer a chance to enter a state of enlightenment. This was a tantalizing temptation for any cultivator. Although they were high-ranking members of the Qingyun sect, very few were granted the privilege to cultivate within the Qingyun Secret Realm. The stringent requirement for entry was to make a significant contribution to the sect. Clearly, Lin Yan's ability to create 10 golden core experts in one go had satisfied this criterion. "Thank you, sect leader, for your generous favor," Lin Yan exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy as he bowed deeply. He had heard many tales of the Qingyun Secret Realm from his teacher and senior sister Lu Mei. Lin Yan was confident that if he could cultivate beneath the remnant branch of the enlightenment tree, he would surely elevate his alchemical prowess to the 4th grade in no time. It is all well-deserved. The sect leader smiled slightly before leading the group away. "Master, the enlightenment tree. Although it is merely a remnant branch, I believe that if I can cultivate there, I will undoubtedly accelerate my understanding of the insights of a seventh-grade alchemist. A voice brimming with excitement echoed in his mind from the myriad transformation pill formula. Indeed, but there is no need to rush. Before we enter the Qingyun's secret realm for cultivation, we must first visit the array hall and the weapon crafting hall. Since there was such a remarkable place as the remnant branch of the enlightenment tree, it was only fitting to maximize its potential. With newfound resolve, Lin Yan swiftly set his plans into motion. Your Highness, the Holy Sun, you have arrived. The Hall Master has already instructed me to guide you. Upon Lin Yan's arrival at the array hall, an elderly man greeted him with a beaming smile and led him to a pavilion. The Hall Master has mentioned that you may freely borrow the insights of all our array masters. Thank you. Lin Yan responded with a slight bow. Then, with a sweeping motion of his hand, he directly stored over 100 volumes of array masters' insights into his storage pouch. After departing the array hall, Lin Yan made his way to the weapon crafting hall. Similarly, arrangements had been made in advance, and an elder from the hall awaited him. Upon his arrival, Lin Yan was taken to a specialized area housing the insights of previous weapon crafters. Lin Yan borrowed another 100 volumes of insights before departing. The entrance to the Qingyun's secret realm lay atop the peak of the Qingyun sect leader's mountain. When Lin Yan arrived, holding the token bestowed by the sect leader, the guard stationed at the entrance smiled and nodded upon recognizing him, granting him passage. With a swirl of dizziness, Lin Yan's surroundings transformed dramatically. The environment bore a striking resemblance to the small secret realm he had previously visited in the South Sea archipelago, save for the 3 towering peaks that loomed before him. Moreover, the density of spiritual energy here was at least 500 times greater than that of the outside world. In certain areas of the secret realm, a gentle mist of spiritual energy even fell like rain. Were you also planning to seek enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree? However, just as Lin Yan was lost in thought, a voice, tinged with a hint of weariness, suddenly resonated from a nearby peak. Startled, Lin Yan looked up to discover an elderly man clad in simple cloth. Despite his unassuming attire, Lin Yan sensed an aura emanating from the old man that surpassed even that of the master of the Qingyun sect. The sect leader had already reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, yet this elder seemed even more formidable. Could he be at the nascent soul level? Do not be misled by appearances. I am merely the former sect leader, Qinji Yunzi. I failed in my attempt to break through to the nascent soul stage, but fortune smiled upon me, allowing me to survive. Now, I simply tend to the flowers and plants in this small secret realm of Qingyun, passing my days in peace. The elder discerned Lin Yan's thoughts and spoke casually. It has been ages since anyone visited me here. Come, young one, keep me company and share some conversation. With a casual wave of his hand, the elder beckoned Lin Yan, who found himself inexplicably transported to the peak. What sort of sorcery is this? Lin Yan was taken aback. The old man had effortlessly bypassed his defenses and summoned him. Disciple Lin Yan pays his respects to the esteemed elder. He quickly bowed, not daring to be negligent. Relax. I'm not one to stand on ceremony. I am simply an old man who has grown weary of solitude and seeks some company. The elder reassured him with a gentle gesture. Come, try the tea I have brewed. Elder, Lin Yan hesitated, pondering whether it was appropriate to accept. Why hesitate? The elder's straightforward demeanor eased Lin Yan's misgivings, and he approached the stone table, seated himself, and lifted the cup, drinking it in one gulp. You little rascal. Tea is not meant to be consumed in such a manner. Yet, upon swallowing the tea, Lin Yan was oblivious to the elder's admonitions as astonishment washed over his face. The moment the liquid entered his body, countless insights began to blossom within his mind. This is the state of sudden enlightenment. A single cup of tea has propelled me into a state of enlightenment? What sort of divine tea is this? Without further thought, he retrieved his insights on formations and weapon forging, diving into comprehension. The myriad transformations of the elixir formula, invigorated by the enlightenment tea, rapidly accelerated Lin Yan's understanding of the insights of a 7th-rank alchemist. The supreme elixir technique, influenced by the enlightenment tea, hastened his comprehension of the 7th-rank alchemist's insights. The myriad transformations of formation techniques, under the influence of the enlightenment tea, enhanced his understanding of the formation master's insights. The supreme weapon forging technique, stimulated by the Enlightenment Tea, quickened his understanding of the weapon master's insights. The bloodsword technique, affected by the Enlightenment Tea, yielded new insights into the Azura sword technique. Voices of various techniques echoed in Lin Yan's mind, filling him with joy. With the assistance of this Enlightenment Tea, he might soon ascend to the ranks of a fourth-grade alchemist. Oh, I never anticipated this young man to be such a prodigy. A single cup of tea has thrust him into a state of enlightenment. The elder did not interrupt Lin Yan, instead carrying a bucket of spiritual spring water into his herb garden to tend to his plants. If Lin Yan were fully conscious at that moment, he would have been astonished to find a plant he recognized well in the garden, a three-colored qingling flower. No, to be precise, it was a 2.5-colored flower. Chapter 41. The unmatched power of the Enlightenment Tea. All techniques ascend. Alas, this three-colored qingling flower requires at least a century to fully transform. Qin Jianzi, the former sect leader, approached the 2.5-colored qingling flower with a bucket of spiritual spring water, shaking his head with a sigh. Alas, my lifespan is but a century, and I shall not live to see that day. Once, when he failed to break through to the nascent soul stage and believed his foundation irreparably damaged, the appearance of a 2.5-colored qingling flower reignited his hope. For with a top-quality 3-colored qingling elixir, there was a possibility of restoring his foundation. While he would not regain his peak condition, he would at least have the qualifications to attempt breaking into the nascent soul stage once more. Yet, the 3-colored qingling elixir is both rare and expensive. Thus, Qin Jianzi devoted himself to nurturing this 2.5-colored flower within the Qingyan secret realm. After 200 years of cultivation, it finally reached 2.5 colors. Regrettably, I shall not survive to witness its evolution into a 3-colored flower. Qin Jianzi glanced back at Lin Yan, chuckling softly as he shook his head. After 200 years of waiting, he had relinquished any hope of regaining his former glory. Perhaps spending the remainder of his days here was not such a bad choice after all. Clearly, Qin Jianzi was aware of Lin Yan's extraordinary talent as an alchemist. He remembered when the current sect leader informed him of Lin Yan's ability to craft pills adorned with inscriptions. From that moment, he had paid close attention to the young man, intensifying his care for the 2.5-colored qingling flower. After all, if Lin Yan could create a 3-colored qingling elixir with inscriptions, not only could it restore his foundation, but it might also enable him to shatter his shackles and ascend to the nascent soul level. Thus, when the sect leader revealed that Lin Yan would be entering the Qingyan secret realm for training, Qin Jianzi had awaited his arrival. Though I may not see the day of the 3-colored qingling elixir, with this boy's presence, once the 2.5-colored flower evolves, our Qingyun sect will surely give rise to a nascent soul powerhouse. Qin Jianzi shook his head, then resumed his previously carefree demeanor. Oh, this young lad not only excels in alchemy, but possesses remarkable talents in formations and weapon forging. Even his swordsmanship is exceptional. After tending to his herb garden, Qin Jianzi returned to the stone table and was astonished to find Lin Yan immersed in understanding formations and weapon forging. The myriad transformations of formation techniques, empowered by the Enlightenment Tea, successfully completed the insights of over 100 formation masters, achieving a promotion to the low-tier Earth grade. Additionally, he comprehended supplementary formations, elevating all formation levels to low-tier Earth grade. The supreme weapon forging technique, under the Enlightenment Tea's influence, successfully completed the insights of over 100 weapon masters, achieving a promotion to the low-tier yellow grade. The myriad transformations of the elixir formula, enhanced by the Enlightenment Tea, completed 2/5 of the insights of a 7th-rank alchemist, successfully promoting to the early stage of the 4th grade. The supreme elixir technique, under the Enlightenment Tea's influence, completed 2/5 of the insights of a 7th-rank alchemist, successfully promoting to the upper tier of the Earth grade. Additionally, the host cultivation was elevated to the 6th level of foundation establishment. The bloodsword technique, influenced by the Enlightenment Tea, revealed the essence of slaughtering sword intent, successfully promoting to the late stage of the 3rd level. As Lin Yan radiated with an overwhelming sword intent filled with boundless slaughter, even Qin Jianzi, a half-step nascent soul, was left in astonishment. The late stage of the 3rd level sword intent. What kind of prodigy is this boy? Could he possibly be the reincarnation of an emperor? With such a late-stage killing sword intent, Lin Yan's combat prowess might rival that of some early Golden Core experts. Qin Jianzi's expression remained unsettled. He had not anticipated that a single cup of enlightenment tea could have such a profound impact on Lin Yan. Simultaneously, Lin Yan's long-closed eyes slowly opened, and as he sensed the changes within himself, joy filled his heart. With the enlightenment tea's assistance, this harvest was monumental for him. Aside from the fusion fire technique, every other skill had seen significant advancement. Most notably, the myriad transformations of the elixir formula had successfully risen to the early stage of the 4th grade, allowing him to begin crafting the early-stage spirit-nourishing pill, a potion specifically beneficial for Golden Core cultivators. However, in order to concoct the 3-color Qingling pill, there remains a slight deficiency, for it is a 4th-tier late-stage elixir. Although Lin Yan possesses the ability to refine it, his success rate is rather low, and the quality of the resulting pill is entirely contingent upon one's fortune. With only a single 3-color Qingling flower in his possession, he is unwilling to squander it and naturally aims to create a 10-pattern 3-color Qingling pill. Furthermore, as the myriad transformation array method ascended to the inferior grade of the Earth level, he also comprehended the supplementary array technique. This implies that any array he comprehends in the future, provided it incorporates this supplementary technique, will invariably be of the inferior grade of the Earth level. Truly, it is deserving of its legendary status as the Enlightenment Tea. Lin Yan felt an immense satisfaction within, while simultaneously yearning for more of that Enlightenment Tea. Disciple expresses gratitude to the senior for bestowing the tea. Upon seeing Qin Jianzi approach with a beaming smile, Lin Yan immediately rose to pay his respects. "Ha! You're quite remarkable. Your perceptiveness is astonishing. Moreover, you tread the path of comprehensive cultivation, and on each path, you exhibit substantial talent." Qin Jianzi gestured for Lin Yan to forego excessive formalities, his eyes gleaming with envy. Had he possessed even half of Lin Yan's talent on any of those paths, he would have likely attained the infant transformation long ago. In light of Qin Jianzi's generous praise, Lin Yan smiled and replied, "All of this is thanks to the enlightenment tea bestowed by the senior. You need not be modest, though the enlightenment tea holds its benefits. Its effects vary from person to person. Your foundational comprehension is high, thus the tea's effect on you is naturally greater." Qin Jianzi waved his hand, well aware of the tea's effects, and if Lin Yan's assertion were true, why had he himself consumed 3 cups within this Qingyun secret realm without entering a state of enlightenment? Hearing Qin Jianzi's words, Lin Yan chuckled sheepishly and then inquired, "Senior, is there any more of the enlightenment tea available? You mustn't be too greedy. Even if this enlightenment tea were to be taken to the outside world, it would incite frenzied competition among many above the infant transformation. Being able to drink a cup is already an immense fortune. Even Qingyun has only had a single cup." Qin Jianzi regarded Lin Yan and could not help but speak, only to suddenly change his tone, adding, "However, you are fortunate today. I just brewed the last fruit of enlightenment tea and can still share a cup with you." Initially, Lin Yan felt a tinge of regret, but Qin Jianzi's final words swiftly alleviated that sentiment. "Please wait a moment, senior. I shall return shortly." As Lin Yan observed Qin Jianzi preparing to pour him another cup, he promptly halted him. Since there was still enlightenment tea available, he naturally wished to maximize its effect. Without delay, Lin Yan swiftly exited the Qingyun secret realm, visiting the array hall and the refinement hall, returning with all his previous insights and a plethora of new ones. Upon his return to Qin Jianzi's mountain peak within the Qingyun secret realm, Lin Yan seated himself at the stone table and laid out all his insights regarding array masters and artifact refiners. Additionally, he presented the 10-pattern foundational pill he had brought forth. Once all preparations were complete, Lin Yan addressed Qin Jianzi, "Senior, please proceed." At this moment, Qin Jianzi observed Lin Yan's actions, momentarily rendered speechless in astonishment. It is often said that in cultivation, one must avoid being overly ambitious. Yet it seems this young man believes that his ambitions are insufficiently grand. Nevertheless, considering Lin Yan's prodigious perceptiveness and talent, Qin Jianzi could only shake his head with a smile, subsequently handing Lin Yan a cup of enlightenment tea, adding, "This is the final cup of enlightenment tea. I have refrained from consuming it myself in favor of you." Noticing Qin Jianzi's solemn demeanor, Lin Yan nodded gravely and affirmed, "Rest assured, Senior, I shall not disappoint you." Regarding the two-colored half-qingling flower in the medicinal garden, Lin Yan had indeed seen it upon regaining consciousness, and recalling Qinji Yunzi's previous attitude, he comprehended the implications. Clearly, the future of the Qingyun sect rested upon his shoulders. Without hesitation, Lin Yan accepted the enlightenment tea and downed it in one gulp. Buzz! As the enlightenment tea coursed through him, the sensation of clarity returned, and Lin Yan once again entered a state of enlightenment. The myriad transformation pill formula is further stimulated by the enlightenment tea, accelerating the comprehension of insights from a seventh-tier alchemist. The super pill chi technique is influenced by the enlightenment tea, hastening the comprehension of insights from the seventh-tier alchemist. Cultivation speed increases. The myriad transformation array method is also bolstered by the enlightenment tea, enhancing the comprehension of array master insights. The super artifact refinement technique is similarly aided by the enlightenment tea, expediting the understanding of artifact refining insights. The blood sword technique receives new insights into the Shura sword technique, influenced by the enlightenment tea. Teacher, this is the last fruit of enlightenment tea. Are you not pained to use it in such a manner? Just as Lin Yan entered his state of enlightenment, the figure of the Qingyun sect master suddenly appeared beside Qinji Yunzi on the medicinal peak, offering a salute before speaking. "Ha, what is there to lament? It is evident that this young lad Lin Yan is far more suited to this enlightenment fruit than we are, although I may not live to see it." Once Lin Yan's alchemical skills reach their peak and the three-color Qingling flower matures, will it not bring you closer to the infant transformation? To make some contributions to the sect before my time draws near is a way for me to honor the position of sect leader. Qinji Yunzi sighed deeply. Yet soon his expression turned serious. "Remember, once you achieve the infant transformation in the future, do not seek revenge for my sake." "Why, teacher? Had it not been for the intervention of the Xianming sect, you might have already succeeded in your breakthrough. Furthermore, the people of Xianming not only obstructed your path to enlightenment, but also seized a high-grade heavenly treasure from our Qingyun sect. Regardless, this enmity must be avenged by the Qingyun sect." The Qingyun sect master gazed at Qinji Yunzi in confusion, his heart aflame with vengeful thoughts upon mentioning the Xianming sect. In response, Qinji Yunzi could only shake his head and sigh. The Xianming sect is not as simple as it appears. They are backed by a mysterious force that our Qingyun sect cannot afford to provoke. Therefore, until the Qingyun sect has fully risen, you must learn to endure. At this juncture, Qinji Yunzi paused, his expression grave as he added, "Do not forget that Lin Yan is also a member of our Qingyun sect. Do you wish to jeopardize the future of such a prodigious talent due to a moment of impulsiveness?" Hearing Qinji Yunzi's admonition, despite the sect master's reluctance, he could only nod in acquiescence. "Rest assured, teacher, for Lin Yan's sake, I will not act rashly." "That is splendid. With Lin Yan's presence, what do we have to fear for the rise of the Qingyun sect?" Upon hearing the sect master's words, Qinji Yunzi finally felt reassured. The myriad transformation array method, enhanced by the enlightenment tea, successfully comprehends the array master insights, advancing to the inferior grade of the earth level. The super artifact refinement technique, influenced by the enlightenment tea, successfully comprehends the artifact refining insights, advancing to the superior grade of the yellow level. The myriad transformation pill formula, under the influence of the enlightenment tea, achieves 3/5 comprehension of the insights from the 7th-tier alchemist, advancing to the late stage of the 4th tier. The super pill chi technique, stimulated by the enlightenment tea, reaches 3/5 comprehension of insights from the 7th-tier alchemist, advancing to the inferior grade of the heavenly level, and elevating the host as cultivation to the 9th level of foundational establishment. With the enhancement of the enlightenment tea, the blood sword technique has achieved a profound comprehension of the murderous sword intent, successfully advancing to the pinnacle of the 3rd level. 3 days later, Lin Yan awakened, feeling the changes within him, his heart brimming with indescribable excitement. To his astonishment, the Wan Huadan recipe had progressed to the late 4th grade. This meant he was now capable of refining the tricolor Qingling Dan. Furthermore, the Super Dan Qi technique had ascended to the low-grade heavenly level, elevating his cultivation to the 9th level of foundation establishment. Overwhelmed with joy, Lin Yan immediately rose and bowed to Qinji Yunzi. Thank you, Senior Qinjianzi, for bestowing this opportunity upon me. Master of Qingyun sect, what brings you here? Lin Yan noticed the smiling presence of the Qingyun sect leader. Lin Yan, I have come to inform you about your journey to the northern region's Dan Saint City. Did your teacher not register you for the northern region alchemy competition? I am here specifically to notify you that the competition will commence in 3 days. What? It starts in 3 days? Lin Yan was momentarily stunned, his face reflecting a mix of disbelief and concern. After all, traveling from this location would take considerable time. Observing Lin Yan's expression, the Qingyun sect leader chuckled. Do not worry about the journey. Feng Ming will accompany you. You can use the teleportation array from the Dan Masters Association of the Dian Dynasty. 3 days is ample time. Upon hearing the Qingyun sect leader's explanation, Lin Yan felt reassured. This provided him with sufficient time for preparation. Preparation for what? Qinjianzi asked, confusion written all over his face. Lin Yan did not respond immediately. Instead, he retrieved the tricolor Qingling flower he had obtained from the small secret realm in the South Sea from his storage bag and smiled. Naturally, it is for the tricolor Qingling Dan. Chapter 43. The news of the 5th grade Dan fire, protecting the law. What? The tricolor Qingling Dan. At the moment Lin Yan unveiled the tricolor Qingling flower, Qinjianzi lost his composure. He had painstakingly cultivated this flower for countless days and nights, only to discover that Lin Yan possessed it readily. Lin Yan, may I take a look at this tricolor Qingling flower? Of course. Lin Yan grinned as he handed the flower to Qinjianzi. Trembling with excitement, Qinjianzi carefully accepted the tricolor Qingling flower. After waiting for so long, at last, you have arrived. With a face full of eagerness, Qinjianzi cautiously returned the flower to Lin Yan and inquired, Lin Yan, what you mentioned about refining elixirs, could it be? His gaze instinctively drifted towards the tricolor Qingling flower, his intentions unmistakable. Seeing Qinjianzi's reaction, Lin Yan nodded with a smile. Indeed, Lin Yan, you are now capable of refining late 4th grade elixirs? Qingyun sect leader asked, his face alight with excitement. Lin Yan nodded. This is all thanks to the 2 cups of enlightenment tea bestowed upon me by Senior Qinjianzi. Hearing this, both Qinjianzi and the Qingyun sect leader were profoundly astonished. What kind of extraordinary prodigy is this? His alchemical skills have advanced as if by play. Rest assured, I shall personally protect you while you refine. Qinjianzi's eyes rekindled with hope as he took on the role of Lin Yan's protector. Senior Qinjianzi, while I have the primary material for refining the tricolor Qingling Dan, I still lack many auxiliary materials. Without a moment's hesitation, Qinjianzi replied, take whatever you need. From now on, this medicinal garden is yours. This declaration caused the Qingyun sect leader to tremble internally. Was this still the teacher he knew? After cultivating this medicinal garden for hundreds of years, he was willing to give it away just like that. Ah, Senior Qinjianzi, you exaggerate. I merely require a few spirit materials. Lin Yan then personally ventured into the medicinal garden. He could not help but marvel at the precious spirit materials cultivated by Qinjianzi over the years. The garden boasted a rich variety from 1st to 5th grade. After gathering several auxiliary materials needed for the tricolor Qingling Dan, he promptly returned to the stone table and began the refining process. With the emergence of a flickering Dan fire and the alchemical furnace, Lin Yan directly tossed the various spirit materials into the flames, initiating the melting and purification process. As it was his first time refining the tricolor Qingling Dan, he remained exceptionally focused. This lad, how reckless in his alchemical endeavors, throwing all the spirit materials into the flames for melting and purification. The tricolor Qingling flower is an extremely rare material. What if he fails? Qinjianzi's heart skipped a beat at Lin Yan's approach. However, the Qingyun sect leader remained remarkably calm, smiling as he said, Master, you may not comprehend this, but this is Lin Yan's method of refining, and he has never failed. You can rest easy. Once Lin Yan completed the purification of the medicinal liquid, he promptly placed it into the alchemical furnace to begin the process of condensing the elixir. With the aid of the perfect fire control technique, he swiftly completed the 2nd step. As for the final step of forming the elixir with the perfect elixir formation technique, Lin Yan executed it flawlessly. As an enticing aroma wafted through the air, both Qinjianzi and the Qingyun sect leader fell into a state of rapture. Just inhaling the fragrance of the tricolor Qingling Dan makes me feel the long stagnant realm within me beginning to stir. Congratulations, host! Successfully refined 3 pieces of the tricolor Qingling Dan with 10 Dan patterns, achieving a 100-fold return, resulting in 5 pieces of the tricolor Qingling Dan with 10 Dan patterns. Congratulations, host! Successfully refined 5 pieces of the tricolor Qingling Dan with 10 Dan patterns, gaining news of the 5th grade Dan fire. Deep within the fire mountain, there exists 5th grade Dan fire, a tricolor spirit fire. The news of the 5th grade Dan fire was indeed remarkable, and it resided deep within the fire mountain. It became evident that the formation of the fire mountain was due to the presence of Dan fire. Lin Yan felt a surge of excitement. Recalling his visit to the fire mountain with Lu Mei for the Alchemist Association's evaluation, he had heard rumors that deep within the fire mountain lay Dan fires that even Golden Core experts greatly feared. Indeed, the 5th grade Dan fire could lead to the demise of a Yuanying expert due to a moment's negligence. It seemed that if he wished to capture this 5th grade Dan fire, he would need to elevate his cultivation to the Yuanying level. A bitter smile crossed Lin Yan's face. He was only at the 9th level of foundation establishment. However, he was not anxious, believing that it would not be long before he could reach the Yuanying level. Confidence gleamed in Lin Yan's eyes as he retrieved the 5 pieces of the tricolor Qingling Dan with 10 Dan pattern from the alchemical furnace. Senior Qinjianzi, sect leader, please accept these 2 elixirs. Strive to reach the Yuanying level soon. Lin Yan separated 2 pieces of the tricolor Qingling Dan with 10 Dan patterns and presented them respectively to Qinjianzi and the Qingyan sect leader. Lin Yan, this great favor cannot be repaid by my Qingyan sect. Speak your desires, whatever you wish for, even at the cost of my life. I will do my utmost to fulfill. The Qingyuan sect leader, upon receiving the elixirs, gazed at Lin Yan with profound gratitude. If the ordinary tricolor Qingling Dan held a chance of helping him break through to the Yuanying stage, then this 10 Dan pattern tricolor Qingling Dan would guarantee his ascension without any side effects. You are too kind, sect leader. As a member of the Qingyuan sect, it is my duty to serve the sect. Faced with the Qingyuan sect leader's earnest demeanor, Lin Yan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Xiaozu was correct. We are all members of the Qingyuan sect, and all our endeavors are aimed at the advancement of the sect. At that moment, Qinjianzi, who was standing nearby, spoke up. His gaze towards Lin Yan was filled with gratitude as he added, thus, for the rise of our Qingyuan sect from this day forth, Lin Xiaozu, I, Qinjianzi, shall be your protector. As long as I draw breath, I will ensure that you suffer not a hint of harm or injustice. With the 3-colored Qingling pill, marked by 10 medicinal patterns, Lin Yan not only had his injured foundation restored, but could also directly ascend to the Yuanying level. Hearing Qinjianzi's words, Lin Yan was about to respond, but upon meeting the firmness in his eyes, he could only smile wryly and nod. Then I shall trouble you, Senior Qinjianzi. From now on, Chapter 44, The Inheritance of the Heavenly Level Array Masters and the Upcoming Alchemy Competition. Lin Yan, if you're not in a hurry to head to the Northern Region's Alchemy City, wait for me for one day. Once I break through to Yuanying, I will accompany you. With the ability to break through limitations granted by the 3-colored Qingling pill, Qinjianzi radiated an aura of confidence. After centuries of accumulation, he was well prepared. Once his foundational injuries were healed by the 10-pattern pill, he could smoothly ascend to Yuanying. With the terrifying efficacy of the 10-pattern pill, he might even achieve further breakthroughs. Excellent. Then I shall first extend my congratulations to you, Senior Qinjianzi, on becoming a Yuanying ancestor. Lin Yan, aware that his foundation was not as robust as his masteress, stated, I need to make some preparations, so I shall take my leave for now. The sect leader of Qingyuan was filled with excitement. Though his foundation was not as solid as Qinjianzi's, with some preparation, he too could smoothly enter the Yuanying stage. After the sect leader departed, Lin Yan did not linger long. After bidding farewell to Qinjianzi, he returned to the alchemy hall immediately. Lin Yan, you have returned just in time. Hurry and prepare, for we shall set forth tomorrow to the Alchemy Association of the Dian Dynasty, utilizing their teleportation array to reach Northern Region's Alchemy City. As soon as Lin Yan arrived at the hall, Feng Ming sent him a communication. Junior Lin, my master has instructed me to accompany your Qingyuan Sect S team to Northern Region's Alchemy City for the alchemy competition. At that moment, Dan Ling's slightly excited voice also came through the communication token. It was evident that during this time, Dan Ling had made significant progress in alchemy. After responding to Dan Ling, Lin Yan did not reply to Fong Ming, but instead made his way to Fong Ming's chamber. "You rascal, weren't you told to prepare? What brings you to my place?" Fong Ming chided playfully upon seeing Lin Yan in his chamber. Lin Yan responded with a mysterious smile, then produced a jade vial from his storage bag. "Master, look at what this is." Fong Ming, puzzled yet curious, took the vial and examined it closely. However, upon seeing its contents, shock and excitement spread across his face. This is the 3-colored Qingling pill, and it's marked with 10 patterns? After a long moment, Fong Ming slowly calmed his excitement and looked at Lin Yan. "Lin Yan, you have already reached the ability to refine late-stage 4th-grade pills?" Lin Yan nodded and replied with a smile. "Master, this is a gift for you, a token of my achievement in breaking through to 4th-grade alchemist." However, Fong Ming did not accept it, instead attempting to return it to Lin Yan, saying no. "This 10-pattern 3-colored Qingling pill can directly elevate a peak golden core practitioner to the Yuaning stage. Such a precious opportunity should be given to the sect leader. After all, if the sect leader can ascend to Yuaning sooner, our Qingyun sect's status and influence will be enhanced." Fong Ming clearly understood the importance of the situation. Although he was reluctant to part with the opportunity to break through, priorities must be considered. However, Lin Yan smiled and insisted, "Master, please accept it without hesitation. I have already given one to both the old sect leader and the current sect leader." Huh? Fong Ming was momentarily stunned, realizing that both the old sect leader and the current one already possessed one. With this thought, he couldn't help but smile wryly. "It seems I underestimated your alchemy skills. It is a universally acknowledged truth in the alchemy world that a pill like the 3-colored Qingling pill, capable of enhancing a cultivator's comprehension and talent, typically yields only one successful pill per batch. Yet, here was his disciple, not only able to produce 3 pills in one go, but all marked with 10 patterns. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly create a stir throughout the alchemy community, with countless alchemists seeking Lin Yan for guidance. Lin Yan, with your advancement to 4th-grade alchemist, I have nothing substantial to offer you in return. Knowing your interest in formations, I happen to have news about a relic of a heavenly level array master." Lin Yan's impressive feat of producing 10-patterned 3-colored Qingling pills left Fong Ming feeling somewhat embarrassed, as he had nothing of equal measure to present as a gift. "If you do not mind, I shall share this information with you." "Oh, a heavenly level array master?" Lin Yan's heart raced slightly. As a ground-level array master, he understood just how extraordinary the insights of a heavenly level array master could be. If he could obtain this inheritance, his prowess in formations would surely surge. After all, he was already a mid-tier ground-level array master. Acquiring the insights of a heavenly level array master would undoubtedly propel him into their ranks. "I certainly do not mind," Lin Yan replied eagerly, his eyes fixed on Fong Ming. "Of course, I knew you would be interested." Fong Ming smiled and continued. "This information was obtained years ago when I was out training and helped someone refine pills. They informed me of the location of the heavenly level array master's legacy. It lies in the icy world of the far north, a place perpetually shrouded in frost, with temperatures so perilous that even Foundation establishment practitioners dare only to venture near the outskirts. Golden Core practitioners do not venture deep within. It is said that the inherent site of the heavenly level array master lies deep within that icy realm, guarded by a natural heavenly level great array. Even Yuan-Ing practitioners, who lack knowledge of formations, do not dare approach recklessly. There have been accounts of several peak Golden Core practitioners who rashly entered the domain of the heavenly level array and were annihilated in a mist of blood." As he spoke, a glint of apprehension crossed Fong Ming's eyes. A heavenly level formation poses a threat even to Yuaning practitioners. Without sufficient strength, you must not approach the depths of that icy world, he warned Lin Yan sternly. Peak Golden Core practitioners have met their demise there. For you, venturing there would be akin to courting death. "Do not worry, master, I know my limits," Lin Yan assured him. After saying this, he added, "I shall take my leave now, so as not to disturb your seclusion while you strive for Yuaning." As he turned to leave, Fong Ming called out, "Wait. Here are some insights on alchemy that I have recently gathered. Take them with you." "Thank you, master." Upon returning to his chamber, Lin Yan wasted no time preparing. He immediately employed the array formation method, utilizing some materials to upgrade his mid-tier mystic level gathering array to a mid-tier ground level formation. The transformation of the mid-grade spirit gathering array from the Xian level to the earth level has resulted in a 200-fold increase in the density of spiritual energy within Lin Yan's cave abode. As he revels in the rich aura surrounding him, he is profoundly satisfied, even noticing droplets of spiritual energy condensing on the cave walls. Under such abundant spiritual energy, the super pill chi art has diligently facilitated the elevation of its host to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, allowing for the imminent manifestation of the golden core and entry into the golden core stage. Chapter 45. The Sacred Land of Northern Alchemists, where the essence of pills is born. Oh, hearing the voice of the super pill chi art in his mind, Lin Yan's heart leapt with joy. He was on the brink of entering the golden core stage. Detection of host cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment. A task is now issued. Collect earth-level natural treasures of the 5 elements to condense the 5 elements golden core. Completion of this task will yield a 10,000-fold return reward. The notion of condensing the 5 elements golden core startled Lin Yan. He had already sensed the immense power of perfect foundation establishment. If he were to condense the 5 elements golden core, how formidable would he become upon entering the golden core stage? The thought filled him with excitement. This task was something he would endeavor to achieve, regardless of the system's urging. Having taken the first step, it was only natural to continue on this path. Regrettably, the Xian-level natural treasures he had previously collected would be of no use, relegated solely to the crafting of 5 elements magical treasures. Lin Yan felt a twinge of regret, coupled with a hint of frustration. While Xian-level natural treasures were relatively easy to obtain, Earth-level ones posed a significant challenge. Such treasures, when refined into Earth-level magical artifacts, will be coveted by even many high-ranking golden core experts. Thus, the emergence of Earth-level 5 elements natural treasures would inevitably attract numerous golden core cultivators vying for them. It seemed as though the system had meticulously tailored a cultivation path just for him. Lin Yan could not help but smile wryly. He was uncertain of the system's origins, yet he recognized it as an essential tool for every transmigrator. Dismissing further contemplation on the matter, he focused on the Earth-level 5 elements natural treasures, hoping to glean some information about them during the upcoming alchemist competition. Shaking his head, Lin Yan exited his cave, preparing to head to the Great Yin Dynasty's Alchemist Association. For today marked the day of departure. Boom! Just as Lin Yan stepped out, a terrifying force of immense pressure spread throughout the entire Qingyun sect from the summit of the Qingyun Peak. Hiss! What was this overwhelming pressure that exceeded the golden core level? Could it be that a nascent soul ancestor had arrived at our Qingyun sect? Had our sect offended some nascent soul elder? At that moment, numerous disciples and foundation establishment elders within the sect felt an overwhelming sense of dread at the terrifying pressure. A single nascent soul expert could easily obliterate the Qingyun sect. Cease your ill thoughts. Could you not think of something positive? Our esteemed former sect master has successfully advanced to the nascent soul stage. In that instant, the vice sect master, Qing Tian, appeared in the air and called out, swiftly restoring calm among the crowd. Immediately after, countless cheers and expressions of joy erupted within the sect. It is our former sect master. He has successfully advanced to the nascent soul stage. This is wonderful. From now on, our Qingyun sect will stand as a powerful sect with a nascent soul ancestor overseeing us. We congratulate the former sect master on his advancement to the nascent soul stage. Whoosh! The overwhelming pressure arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, vanishing almost instantaneously. Simultaneously, a figure darted from a main peak, landing before Lin Yan. It was Qingyun Zi, who had successfully broken through to the nascent soul stage. Disciple Lin Yan, I congratulate you, Qingyun Zi, on your advancement to the nascent soul stage. Lin Yan smiled and bowed to Qingyun Zi, who exclaimed, ha ha, young Lin, that 10-pill pattern 3-colored spirit pill of yours is truly extraordinary. Not only did it restore my foundation, but it also helped me break through my shackles and ascend into the nascent soul realm. What is even more remarkable is that your 10-pill pattern 3-colored spirit pill has elevated my cultivation to the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. Qingyun Zi appeared exuberant as if seeking acknowledgement for his accomplishments. All of this is due to your profound foundation, senior. The efficacy of my pill merely served as assistance. You're always so humble. But in the future, do not refer to me as senior. Simply call me Qing Lao. Qing Yanzi smiled at Lin Yan before turning his gaze to the side at Dan Ling, confused. And who might this young one be? Respectfully reporting to senior. I am Dan Ling, a disciple of Dan Xianzi. Dan Ling bowed respectfully to Qing Yanzi in reply. So you are that old fellow Dan Xianzi's disciple. Excellent. Dan Xianzi has indeed taught an exceptionally talented disciple. To possess the 8th level of foundation establishment at such a young age, alongside peak 3rd-tier alchemy skills, you rank among the finest prodigies in the entire Eastern Yin Prefecture. Old Sect Master, congratulations. You have finally fulfilled your dream of reaching the nascent soul stage. At this moment, Fong Ming arrived, smiling as he clasped his fists in congratulations to Qin Yunzi. Enough of your feigned modesty. It won't be long before you catch up as well, Qin Yunzi retorted, feigning anger at Fong Ming. Ha ha ha. Now that everyone is gathered, let's embark. Fong Ming chose not to engage further with Qin Yunzi's banter and summoned a high-grade, Earth-level flying artifact, carrying everyone towards the Alchemist Association. Sister Lu Mei, you are here too? Upon spotting Lu Mei on the flying artifact, Lin Yan could not help but exclaim in surprise. What? Little junior brother, do you look down on me? Do not forget, I'm also a disciple of our teacher and a peak 2nd-tier alchemist, naturally qualified to participate in this alchemist competition. In response to Lin Yan's astonishment, Lu Mei shot him a playful glare. Though her countenance bore a smile, she could not truly be angry at Lin Yan. Hee. Lu Mei is merely here to broaden her horizons. With her usual focus on swordsmanship and cultivation, even if she participates in the competition, she would merely be a bottom-tier contender. Fong Ming interjected with a smile. Teacher. Upon hearing this, Lu Mei shot Fong Ming a reproachful look, as if to say, why did you expose me? Lin Yan nodded in understanding, then inquired, what about my senior brother? Why hasn't he come? Fong Ming explained, your senior brother discovered that he possesses greater talent in formations, so he has switched his focus to learning array formations. Ah, I see. As the group conversed, they arrived at the teleportation array of the Great Yin Dynasty's Alchemist Association. Under Fong Ming's guidance, they stepped into the teleportation array and disappeared. When light returned to their surroundings, Lin Yan found himself amid a vast throng of people in a bustling square. In the distance, a magnificent pill tower soared into the clouds, standing at the heart of the city. Beneath the tower, numerous alchemical platforms had already been constructed for different competition zones, with extensive spectator stands capable of accommodating tens of thousands of viewers. Truly, this was the sacred land of northern alchemists. The rich aura permeating the air invigorated Lin Yan's spirit. He sensed that if he were to refine pills in such an environment, his chances of success would increase by approximately 10 to 30%. The Wan Huadan formula resonated with the essence of alchemy, hastening the comprehension of the insights of a 7th-grade alchemy master, successfully completing 4/5 of the understanding and ascending to the pinnacle of the 4th grade. Additionally, a newfound ability, the essence of alchemy, was grasped. The super alchemical chi technique also sensed this essence, accelerating the comprehension of the insights of a 7th-grade alchemy master, achieving the same completion and rising to the mid-tier of the heavenly grade. In Chapter 46, the ability to concoct perfect-grade elixirs rendered the alchemists participating in the competition numb with disbelief. The emergence of the essence of alchemy in the Northern Alchemist City was attributed to the president of the Northern Alchemist Association, a genuine 6th-grade alchemy master. Fong Ming seemed to perceive Lin Yan's inner doubts and promptly offered an explanation. A 6th-grade alchemy master? Upon hearing this, Lin Yan was profoundly shaken. 6th-grade elixirs had effects even on legendary experts, far surpassing the foundational realm. Moreover, the most formidable aspect of a 6th-grade alchemy master lay not merely in their ability to create 6th-grade elixirs, but in their inscrutable connections. If a 6th-grade alchemy master so wished, with a mere gesture, numerous foundational and even legendary experts would be at their service. After all, alchemists are an exceedingly rare profession. As one progresses, those with notable achievements become increasingly scarce. Yet, cultivators cannot do without elixirs, leading to a high demand for alchemy masters above the master level. Of course, individuals like Lin Yan, capable of crafting 10 pattern elixirs, are exceptions. As I heard from my teacher, only an alchemy master has the potential to give rise to the essence of alchemy. This essence not only enhances the success rate of alchemical concoctions, but also elevates the quality of the elixirs, making it a coveted aspiration for every alchemist. However, not every alchemy master can generate it. Only those with extraordinary innate talent in alchemy can achieve such a feat. Dan Ling conveyed the information she gleaned from her teacher to the crowd and glanced at Lin Yan with a smile, adding that it was undoubtedly a matter of course for Lin Yan to manifest the essence of alchemy once his alchemical skills advanced. Naturally, Fong Ming and Liu Mei echoed with smiles, having no doubts about Lin Yan's talent in alchemy. Master Lin Dan, you have arrived. At that moment, amidst their conversation, a figure clad in alchemical robes appeared before them. During this time, I sincerely thank Master Lin for taking care of my disciple. The newcomer was none other than Dan Shuzi, the president of the Alchemist Association of the Great Yan Dynasty. Greetings, Elder Dan Shuzi. Lin Yan and his companions immediately bowed respectfully upon his arrival. This was the president of the Alchemist Association of the Great Yan Dynasty, a bona fide foundational realm expert. In the entire northern region, he was a figure at the pinnacle. Master Lin need not be overly formal. I have come at the behest of the president to specifically welcome you. Dan Shuzi showed no pretense of superiority due to his foundational status and directly guided them to the registration area. Why can't I participate in the second grade division? I've just broken through to the third grade. If I enter the third grade competition, wouldn't I just be at the bottom? As they arrived at the registration area, they overheard a voice of complaint ahead. What nonsense! Who told you to undergo your assessment for the third grade alchemist right after your breakthrough? The official retorted, since you have assessed as a third grade alchemist, you can only compete in the third grade or above. With that, he dismissed the complaining cultivator. Next, Lin Yan turned to Dan Shuzi, inquiring curiously, Elder Dan Shuzi, does this mean that as long as one refrains from taking a higher level assessment, even a fifth grade alchemist can compete in the second grade division? Dan Shuzi nodded with a smile. Theoretically, yes, but such cases are rare. Why is that? Lin Yan asked, puzzled. Dan Shuzi explained, with a high-level alchemical skill, who would seek to vie for the rewards of a lower division. After all, the rewards in each division are directly linked to the cultivators' levels. Understanding dawned on Lin Yan. High-grade alchemists competing in lower-grade contests would find the rewards unworthy of their skills. Contemplating this, he questioned Dan Shuzi. Elder Dan Shuzi, may I inquire about the reward for the champion of the second grade division? What level of natural treasures are we discussing? Dan Shuzi, though puzzled, replied with a smile, Earth-grade natural treasures. It is said that these were given as a reward by a fifth-grade alchemist in the Northern Alchemist Association when he helped someone concoct elixirs. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's eyes sparkled. This was precisely what he needed. Without hesitation, he approached the registration desk and presented his second-grade perfect alchemist token, declaring, Please register me for the second-grade division. Initially, the official intended to dismiss Lin Yan's request without raising his head at the mention of the second-grade division. However, upon receiving the token and noticing the perfect inscription, he finally looked up, exclaiming, A perfect second-grade alchemist. You can concoct perfect-grade second-grade elixirs. This sudden exclamation drew the attention of several alchemists nearby who were also registering. What? A perfect-grade alchemist? And one who can concoct second-grade elixirs? Is this real? I've roamed the alchemical world for so long and have yet to encounter a perfect-grade alchemist. Let's hurry over and see. The news spread rapidly, and soon, all who heard it flocked towards Lin Yan. Elder Yang, you've spoken too much. Dan Shuzi, standing behind Lin Yan, glared at the official as countless alchemists surged towards Lin Yan. The official, realizing the gravity of the situation, finally noticed Dan Shuzi's presence. Elder Dan, what brings you here? Dan Shuzi paid no heed to the official, positioning himself in front of Lin Yan to prevent the approaching alchemist from causing any disturbance. There was no mistaking it. To be accompanied by an elder from the Northern Alchemist Association must mean this individual could indeed concoct perfect-grade elixirs. The crowd, observing Dan Shuzi standing protectively before Lin Yan, felt no inclination to retreat. Instead, they were more convinced of Lin Yan's status. Quickly, withdraw my registration from the second-grade division and enroll me in the third-grade division. Me too. Hurry and change my registration to the third-grade division. In an instant, Many who had signed up for the second-grade division rushed back to the registration desk, anxiously requesting the official to transfer their names to the third-grade division. What the hell? Just a moment ago, you all were clamoring to register for the second-grade division. Now you're all rushing to the third-grade division? The numerous officials looked at the sudden influx of work and couldn't help but grumble. What nonsense! It was madness to register for the second-grade division. If you could concoct perfect-grade elixirs, then I have said nothing. Almost in the blink of an eye, a significant portion of those who initially registered for the second-grade division had switched to the third-grade division. With Lin Yan, a perfect-grade alchemist, present, they had no chance of victory in the second-grade division. However, in the third-grade division, with their skills as third-grade alchemists, perhaps fortune would favor them. Fellow cultivators, why are you all switching to the third-grade division? A third-grade alchemist, unaware of the situation, approached, puzzled by the commotion. No worries, fellow cultivator. The second-grade division is too simple. We prefer the challenge of the third-grade division. Some successful alchemists who had changed to the third-tier competition zone responded with smiles. However, before they could revel in their joy, Lin Yan's nonchalant voice abruptly pulled them back to reality. May I still participate in the competitions of the third, fourth, or even the fifth tiers? Chapter 47. The crowded second-tier observation zone. Mind your own business. Can I still sign up for the third, fourth, and fifth-tier competitions? The sudden voice cut through the air, causing the previously jovial alchemists to display expressions of dismay, clearly struggling to voice their grievances. I suddenly feel disinclined to partake in this competition. Indeed, isn't this a form of bullying? Why participate in the competition when we can simply observe this alchemical genius? Even if we miss this competition, witnessing his alchemical process would be a monumental opportunity for us. Friend, I share your sentiments. Almost instantaneously, upon hearing Lin Yan's words, many alchemists who had switched to the third-tier competition voluntarily withdrew from the contest. After withdrawing, they swiftly moved to the second-tier observation area to secure the best viewing spots. Friends, why have you all withdrawn? This is a decade-long competition. What a rare opportunity to compete alongside so many peers. Some newly arrived alchemists at the registration area looked bewildered at the retreating crowd, with some even attempting to persuade them to reconsider. Friend, you jest. Compared to alchemy, I would much rather cheer for you from the sidelines. The successfully withdrawn alchemists casually dismissed the concerns and hurried to occupy prime positions in the second-tier observation area. Cheering? Have you lost your mind? The newly arrived alchemists shook their heads, choosing to ignore the situation. After all, fewer competitors meant less rivalry. Yet, in the second-tier competition zone, despite the contest not having begun, the observation area was already packed to the brim. Scanning the crowd, one could discern that all of the observers were clad in alchemist robes, unmistakably all alchemists. Hey, be mindful. I was here first. Get lost. This spot is reserved for my friend. Friend, that's excessive. Occupying 3 spots. I'll remember you. Taking advantage of the crowd. After the competition, I challenge you to a duel outside the city. Damn it, this shameless bunch of alchemists. Instead of focusing on the competition, they've all flocked here to the second-tier observation area. The chaotic and noisy second-tier observation area soon drew the attention of many. However, when they noticed that the observation area was entirely filled with alchemists, they were left astonished. What could possibly be wrong with these alchemists? Why abandon the competition to crowd into the second-tier observation area? They had initially planned to witness their senior sister's thrilling contest. Yet this observation zone could scarcely hold a mouse. From a regulatory standpoint, one is permitted to register for competitions above their current tier. Yet, are you truly certain you wish to enroll in the latter 3 tiers? Should your alchemical skills prove insufficient, you would not only receive no rewards, but would also lose face under such scrutiny. The official looked earnestly at Lin Yan, aware that alchemists capable of crafting perfect-grade pills are exceedingly rare prodigies. Such individuals often carry immense pride, especially considering Lin Yan's youth. Any setback could potentially hinder his future endeavors, resulting in the loss of a perfect-grade alchemist to the community. Not only the official, but even Dan Xuanzi, who was guiding Lin Yan, wore an expression of concern. Lin Yan, it would be wise to only register for the third-tier competition. The fourth and fifth tiers are no trivial matter. Clearly, Dan Xuanzi believed that Lin Yan, at such a young age, achieving the status of a third-tier alchemist was already astonishing. The idea of competing at the fourth or fifth tiers was, in his view, utterly implausible. In contrast, Ming, who stood behind Lin Yan, wore a broad smile and remained silent. After all, his disciple had already mastered the creation of a fourth-tier, tin-patterned, three-colored Lin Yan. Why fear competitors from the fourth or fifth tiers? Lin Yan was well aware of their good intentions. Yet he replied with a smile, "Rest assured, Senior Dan Xuanzi, I am aware of my capabilities." Seeing Lin Yan's determination, Dan Xuanzi could not dissuade him further and ultimately permitted the official to enroll Lin Yan in the latter three tiers. Sigh. I hope this competition teaches Lin Yan a valuable lesson. Now, announcing the alchemical substances for each tier's competition. The second-tier competition will feature the primordial pill. The third-tier competition will feature the foundation pill. The fourth-tier competition will feature the spirit cultivating pill. The fifth-tier competition will feature the blood renewal pill. The competition rules remain unchanged. Each participant will have 3 opportunities to concoct their pills, due to the varying times required for each alchemist to craft their potions. This competition will span 7 days. After 7 days, regardless of success or failure, the competition will conclude with victors determined by the quality of their potions. With that, the elder in the alchemist robes announced, this year's alchemical competition is now underway. The sudden proclamation drew everyone's gaze to the elder hovering in the sky. Indeed, aside from the fifth-tier competition, the remaining tiers comprised only the most basic pills. While these may be the simplest of potions, this arrangement greatly amplifies the competition. Indeed, this level of simplicity diminishes the advantages of high-tier alchemists. As Elder Yuanying of the Northern Alchemist Association's words settled, a wave of discussion erupted among the crowd below. Simultaneously, Lin Yan and Liu Mei arrived at the second-tier competition zone, seeking a refining platform to begin concocting the primordial pill. Here he comes, the alchemist capable of crafting perfect-grade pills. Who would have thought him to be so youthful? Truly, he is favored by the heavens. The moment Lin Yan appeared in the second-tier competition zone, he stirred a commotion among the many alchemists who had been waiting in the observation area. Without uttering a word, Lin Yan summoned the alchemical flames and the refining furnace simultaneously, proceeding to cast all necessary materials for the primordial pill into the flames to commence the melting and purification process. What is happening? How could he possibly melt and purify all the materials at once? Does he not fear failure? However, Lin Yan's initial step in alchemy left the multitude of observing alchemists utterly dumbfounded, as melting and purifying all materials simultaneously was widely regarded as nearly impossible in the alchemical community. Wait, did you notice? Although he is melting and purifying all the materials at once, not a single essence is wasted. In fact, it appears to flow seamlessly and perfectly. It's as if the materials are obeying his commands, flawlessly executing each step. Gradually, those alchemists occupying the best positions in the observation area could not help but exclaim in awe. Such a masterful technique for purifying medicinal liquids was a sight they had never witnessed before. Immediately, some perceptive individuals fell into deep thought, contemplating the methods before them. Hey, what's going on up there? Why are you all gasping in astonishment? Are you cold? If you're cold, you can give up your spot. At that moment, the alchemists in the back of the observation area, witnessing the astonishment of those in front, grew increasingly anxious. Their hearts raced, especially upon seeing some individuals enter a state of enlightenment. Such a sight filled them with envy, turning their faces a shade of purple. Alas, it has scarcely been long since the alchemical practice commenced, and already some have entered a state of enlightenment, igniting a pang of envy within me. Chapter 48. The spectacular scene of collective enlightenment. The emergence of pills embellished with Tao patterns. Fellow cultivator, I am willing to offer 10,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase your position. May I? Begone. Do you think a mere 10,000 low-grade spirit stones can buy me the chance to witness the alchemical process of a perfect-level alchemist? Only someone with a mind trapped in a door could believe so. 50,000. No way. 100,000. Well, that is not entirely out of the question. Upon hearing the subsequent bid of 100,000 from the alchemist behind him, the one occupying the prime position finally began to waver. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones is no trivial sum. How about this? You come on my side, I will hold you, and we shall observe together. Together we shall attain enlightenment. The alchemist who had just made the bid, initially brimming with excitement, was left utterly confounded by the next statement from his counterpart. "No, my dear friend, I harbor no such inclinations. Enough of this nonsense. Do you wish to forego the opportunity to observe the alchemical process of a perfect level master? You must realize this is a rare and fortuitous chance, likely to be counted on one hand across the entire Eastern Yin prefecture." After hearing this, the bidding alchemist gritted his teeth and, amidst the curious gazes of those around, seated himself in the embrace of the trading alchemist. "Good heavens, I am willing to go to great lengths to advance my alchemical pursuits." Ignoring the strange stares from the surrounding crowd, the bidding alchemist became entirely engrossed in observing Lin Yan's alchemical techniques in the competition area, utterly captivated. So, it can be done this way. Concurrently, in the second-tier competition area, Lin Yan swiftly completed the initial step of purifying the medicinal liquid, subsequently pouring all of it into the alchemical furnace, embarking on the process of condensing the liquid into pills. Such a masterful control of the flames. It appears as if the alchemical fire is in perfect harmony with him. Wait, have you all noticed? This individual not only condenses the pills flawlessly, but also emanates an indescribable Tao resonance. Could it be that this is the Tao resonance only achievable by a true alchemical master? Observing this scene, all the alchemists in the second-tier competition area stood frozen, astonished. Could it be that this person is the legendary alchemical master? But how could that be? He is so young. I have never heard of a young alchemical master within the Northern Realm. At this realization, the crowd momentarily paused, a flicker of astonishment flashing in their eyes. If that is the case, does it mean that this person's proficiency in alchemy surpasses even that of the masters? To possess Tao resonance before even becoming a master. Gasp. Contemplating this, the crowd could not help but collectively inhale sharply. Instantly, many perceptive alchemists in the second-tier competition area, under the influence of the Tao resonance exuded by Lin Yan, entered a state of enlightenment. Even those with lesser comprehension found their thoughts clarified, grasping previously elusive concepts. How can this be? Such a multitude of alchemists have simultaneously entered a state of enlightenment. The changes in the second-tier competition area naturally drew the attention of all others in the nearby tiers. However, upon witnessing that half of the alchemists in the second tier had entered a state of enlightenment, they could not help but exclaim in astonishment. What is happening? Could it be that a true alchemical master is personally demonstrating alchemy and imparting wisdom? The onlookers immediately turned their gazes towards the second-tier area. Yet, after a thorough search, they could find no such figure, causing their brows to furrow in confusion. Wait, what is that over there? Upon hearing the voice, the crowd looked towards the second-tier area, only to find Lin Yan enveloped in an overwhelming aura of Tao resonance, with strands of pill resonance emanating from him. This is Tao resonance, and it is resonating with the sound of pills. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was left utterly stunned, expressions of disbelief etched across their faces. This pill resonance is akin to the resonance of the Tao. It signifies a cultivator's connection with the heavenly principles and an ensuing harmony, indicating extraordinary achievements in that path. Furthermore, the pill resonance is the sound produced by an alchemist as they draw upon the forces of nature during the alchemical process, merging them with their own essence. The pills refined in such an environment possess a quality that is assuredly of perfect grade or higher, adorned with Tao patterns. My heavens, could it be that the innate pills he is concocting are of at least perfect grade and possess Tao patterns? I never imagined I would witness the birth of pills adorned with Tao patterns today. The crowd yearned to witness Lin Yan's alchemical process. Yet the second-tier area was already crowded with numerous alchemists, leaving them with nothing but a sea of heads to gaze upon, only able to hear the sounds of pill resonance. Good heavens, these alchemists are so cunning. They have forsaken the chance to compete in favor of seizing the prime observation positions. To observe the process of a master who produces pill resonance is akin to receiving direct teachings from an alchemical master. No, such an opportunity is even more precious than personal teachings from a master. Meanwhile, Lin Yan remained oblivious to the transformations around him, immersed in an extraordinarily profound sensation. This feeling was indescribable, surpassing that of enlightenment. Lin Yan felt as if he was resonating with the very essence of the earth, gaining new insights into the art of alchemy. The myriad transformations of the alchemical formula resonated with the heavenly principles, leading to a newfound understanding of the Tao. Successfully comprehending Tao patterns. Tao patterns? What are those? Though Lin Yan felt perplexed, he did not pause in his actions, proceeding to the third step of pill formation. For Lin Yan, the concoction of innate pills had long become second nature. However, due to that mysterious state, he found himself taking longer than usual to successfully refine a batch of innate pills. As the fragrant aroma of the pills wafted forth, the alchemists still competing in the second-tier area were impacted, directly entering a state of enlightenment, even disregarding the explosions from their furnaces. Such a unique fragrance. I can sense the aura of the heavenly principles within it. At that moment, within the observation area, not only the numerous alchemists entered a state of enlightenment, but even non-alchemists among the cultivators, under the influence of the pill fragrance, found many of the perceptive individuals entering a state of enlightenment. In an instant, all cultivators within 100 feet radius of the second-tier area, except for those in distant competition areas, sat down, entering a state of enlightenment. Even those alchemists who had secured prime positions and sat in others' laps closed their eyes, entering a state of enlightenment. Congratulations, host, for successfully refining 3 innate pills adorned with fire Tao patterns, triggering a 100-fold return, and obtaining 4 innate pills with fire Tao patterns. Chapter 49. The celestial efficacy of fire Tao pattern innate pills stirs the 6-star alchemical masters. Congratulations, host, for successfully refining 4 innate pills adorned with fire Tao patterns, obtaining earth-grade natural treasures of the fire element. Oh, Lin Yan, situated in the second-tier area, upon hearing the familiar voice resonating in his mind, glanced at the blood-red stones imbued with a potent fire element aura within his storage bag, a smile creasing his lips. This system is quite considerate, providing the perfect pillow for my slumber. Superb Pilchi technique has sensed the intense fire element aura and is currently striving to comprehend it. Fire fusion technique has sensed the intense fire element aura and is diligently enhancing itself. Oh, to Lin Yan's surprise, he discovered that this earthly-level fire-type natural treasure actually enhances the fusion fire technique. Upon reflection, he understood that the fusion fire technique is inherently a fire-based method, making it unsurprising that it could absorb fire energy. However, this was the first time he had heard of a medicinal pill infused with fire-type Tao patterns. Lin Yan gazed at the 4 innate pills resting quietly within the alchemy furnace, each entwined with a robust red pill pattern, emanating waves of Tao resonance. Although the 10 pill patterns had vanished, replaced by this single thick scarlet pattern, Lin Yan instinctively felt that these innate pills, despite possessing only 1 pattern, surpassed the efficacy of the 10 pattern pills he had previously refined. The true extent of this enhancement could only be discerned through comparative consumption. Senior, my pills have been successfully refined. Please take a look. Without further contemplation, Lin Yan carefully stored the 4 fire-patterned innate pills in a jade vial and presented them to the judge of the second-tier competition. With only 7 days for the competition and Lin Yan needing to participate in the 3rd, 4th, and even 5th-tier contests, he promptly made his way towards the 3rd-tier area. At that moment, an elder from the Northern Alchemist Association received Lin Yan's pills, and a look of astonishment immediately crossed his face. Is this an innate pill with a single Tao pattern? However, just as the elder judge finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared before him and snatched the jade vial for closer inspection. Greetings, President. The elder respectfully bowed upon recognizing the visitor. The only 6th-tier alchemy master of the Northern Alchemist Association, a figure of great renown throughout the entire Dongyan province. Wait, this is indeed the legendary medicinal pill recorded in ancient texts, imbued with Tao patterns? The president of the Northern Alchemist Association, observing the 4 innate pills within the vial, was overwhelmed with disbelief, his breath quickening and his voice trembling. Tao patterns. There could be no mistake. It matches precisely with the descriptions in the ancient texts. Moreover, it features a fire-type Tao pattern, perfectly suited for our alchemists. I never expected to witness in my lifetime the legendary pills described in ancient tomes. The elder of the Alchemist Association, witnessing the president's fervor, could not help but inquire. Tao patterns? What are they? To my eyes, these are merely 4 innate pills with a single pattern, distinguished only by their particularly robust design. Tao patterns can only emerge from pills with 10 patterns. He elaborated that the presence of Tao patterns is intimately linked with an alchemist's comprehension and affinity for the elemental forces of the universe, as well as the harmony of time and circumstance. A pill endowed with Tao patterns can significantly enhance a practitioner's cultivation and insight, and most critically, it can enable the practitioner to enter a profound state of enlightenment. With a slight pause, the president of the Northern Alchemist Association, Dan Xing, added, for instance, the fire-type Tao pattern innate pill before us. Any practitioner who consumes it will not only see a substantial increase in their cultivation and insight, but will also enter an enlightened state, directly comprehending the fundamental principles of fire energy. This revelation caused the elder to gasp in astonishment. I cannot believe the effects of this Tao pattern pill are so formidable. Dan Xing nodded in affirmation, continuing, pills with Tao patterns transcend the conventional realm of medicinal concoctions. They can be considered manifestations of the fundamental forces of the universe. Although this is merely a second-tier innate pill, its fire-type Tao pattern holds great significance, even for me. After concluding his thoughts, Dan Xing turned to Lin Yan, who was heading towards the third-tier competition. A prodigious talent has emerged in our Northern Alchemist community. He then glanced around at the numerous alchemists seated in meditation, entering their own states of enlightenment, and remarked, I am confident that, following this competition, the average level of our Northern Alchemist community will witness a substantial elevation. Friend, I offer 200,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase your spot. In the third-tier viewing area, an elder approached the front, presenting a storage bag to a practitioner occupying a prime position. 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Are you serious? The practitioner, astonished by the sudden windfall, accepted the storage bag without hesitation and departed, elated. Excellent. At long last, I have secured the best viewing spot. I must strive to comprehend the Tao. The alchemist who sold his position wore a joyful expression, watching Lin Yan step into the third-tier area to commence alchemy, feeling as though the 200,000 low-grade spirit stones were mere pebbles. However, he was not alone. An increasing number of alchemists from the second tier were extravagantly purchasing prime viewing spots in the third-tier area. Initially, the third-tier practitioners welcomed the transactions, recognizing such opportunities were rare. Yet, as more participants arrived, they began to sense an unsettling shift. Friends, you are mistaken. The alchemist capable of producing pill sounds has already entered the third-tier area to refine third-tier pills. By selling your prime viewing spots, you are forfeiting a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for enlightenment. Some late-arriving alchemists, realizing that prime positions have been sold out, lamented their misfortune, hoping to seize a good spot amidst the chaos. What? Upon learning the truth, those who had sold their prime viewing positions were filled with regret, cursing their ill fate. Damn, these cunning alchemists. I knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. Chapter 50. All techniques ascend. The threat from Xinming's sect. In the third-tier viewing area, unlike the lamentations of those selling prime spots, the alchemists who secured good positions wore smug smiles, reveling in their cunning success. It was agreed, once I trade my spirit stones, there is no turning back. Indeed, integrity is paramount among us alchemists. Since the transaction is complete, there is no reason for reversal. Upon reflection, you are not alchemists. Occupying such prime spots serves little purpose for you. Selling them to us not only nets you a handsome profit, but also earns the goodwill of the alchemists. Truly a win-win situation. I'll have my win-win situation, you scoundrels. At that moment, the practitioners who sold their positions, witnessing the smug expressions on the faces of the alchemists, felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate. They knew full well that the pill sounds were not only beneficial to the alchemists, but also invaluable to ordinary practitioners, representing a rare opportunity for enlightenment. How many chances for enlightenment does one have in a lifetime? Yet now, they had missed one. Friend, do not lose heart. It is said that this talented alchemist will also participate in the fourth-tier competition. Why don't we wait in the fourth-tier viewing area? Behind the group of cultivators stood an alchemist who, with a comforting smile, offered words of encouragement. Indeed, if we head to the fourth-tier competition area early, we can secure a prime position. Many cultivators, upon hearing this, found the logic compelling and began to retreat, intending to make their way toward the fourth-tier viewing area. Wait, fellow cultivators, why aren't you joining us? Those who had relinquished their front-row positions looked back at the alchemists who had occupied their former spots, puzzled. Where to? Can you see the fourth-tier area is already teeming with people? There's barely room for a mouse. With that, the alchemists turned back, standing on tiptoe to closely observe Lin Yan's alchemical process. Meanwhile, the multitude of cultivators in the back, initially taken aback by the remark, soon erupted in praise. How outrageous! The alchemists have brought disgrace upon themselves with such a display. Yet, regardless of their accolades, the only response from the group of alchemists was a row of bobbing heads. It has appeared. The sound of the elixir. Once more, the sound of the elixir. In the forefront of the third-tier viewing area, numerous alchemists expressed their excitement, entering a state of enlightenment under the resonant sounds and the aura of the elixir. Such an opportunity was meant for us. In the back, many cultivators watched this scene with gritted teeth, yet under the influence of the elixir sound, several of them also fell into a state of comprehension. 2 hours later, Lin Yan successfully concocted a batch of foundation establishment pills. Congratulations, host! Successfully refined 3 foundation establishment pills inscribed with firepath patterns, achieving a 1,000-fold return, resulting in 6 firepath foundation establishment pills. Congratulations, host! Successfully refined 6 foundation establishment pills with firepath patterns, elevating all techniques by 1 level. The 10,000 transformations pill formula has been successfully upgraded from the pinnacle of the 4th tier to the initial stage of the 5th tier. The super pill chi technique has advanced from mid-tier heavenly to upper-tier heavenly, and comprehension of earth-tier firepath natural treasures has been completed, achieving a 2/10 understanding of firepath rules, finishing 1/5 of the perfect 5 elements golden pill. The 10,000 transformations array technique has ascended from mid-tier earth to upper-tier earth. The fusion fire technique has risen from lower-tier yellow to mid-tier yellow. And comprehension of earth-tier firepath natural treasures has been completed, upgrading from mid-tier yellow to upper-tier yellow. The bloodsword technique has progressed from the peak of the 3rd level to the initial stage of the 4th level. The super refiner technique has upgraded from upper-tier yellow to lower-tier mysterious. Excellent. Lin Yan's face broke into a satisfied smile upon hearing the messages in his mind. He had not anticipated that all his techniques would receive such elevation. The super pill chi technique had reached upper-tier heavenly, now just a step away from the divine level. Furthermore, his understanding of firepath rules had reached 2/10. This implied that once he comprehended 10 natural firepath powers, he could grasp a rule of firepath power. With excitement bubbling within, Lin Yan handed over the 6 Firepath Foundation establishment pills to the elder of the Alchemist Association responsible for the 3rd tier area before heading straight towards the 4th tier area. Here they come, finally. The cultivators who had already secured their positions in the 4th tier viewing area eagerly awaited Lin Yan's arrival. The opportunity for enlightenment beckoned them. Friend, I'm willing to. No, I refuse, be gone. Some alchemists rushing over from the 3rd tier viewing area had intended to employ the same tactics. But before they could finish, they were met with a chorus of rejection. Stunned by this turn of events, they found themselves at a loss for words. Alas, what a pity. So close, yet so far. I was nearly at the threshold of the 4th tier. The 4th tier spirit nourishing pill, designed specifically for Golden Core Cultivators daily cultivation, took Lin Yan little time to refine. A batch of 3 spirit nourishing pills was soon completed, and with a 100-fold return, he directly acquired 4 spirit nourishing pills inscribed with firepath patterns. Additionally, he obtained an earth-tier earth path natural treasure, an unexpected delight, showcasing the system's thoughtful assistance. The super pill chi technique has sensed the profound earth path power and entered a state of comprehension. After leaving the 4th tier area, Lin Yan made his way directly to the 5th tier area. Behind him, the cultivators in the 4th tier viewing area had entered a state of enlightenment. Old Ghost Ming. Lin Yan is approaching. However, as Lin Yan headed toward the 5th tier area, a middle-aged man atop the 5th tier competition platform suddenly produced a communication token. His expression cold as he directed a message toward Lin Yan. You little brat, today marks your death day. The middle-aged man from the 5th tier area was none other than the Martial King of the Martial King Mansion. Given that the Qingxia sect was unreliable, he had no choice but to pay a hefty price to enlist the assistance of a Xianin sect. The Martial King glared at Lin Yan with a chilling gaze, his murderous intent palpable, fueled by the pain of losing his son, driving him to desire Lin Yan's dismemberment. Initially, He had contemplated capturing Lin Yan to refine pills exclusively for the Marshall King mansion, as a cultivator capable of producing pills inscribed with patterns was exceedingly rare. Yet, he had never anticipated Lin Yan's astonishing rate of growth, which had long surpassed his control. If he could not possess him, then he would seek to destroy him. Within the fifth-tier area, an elder clad in black robes, upon receiving the message, cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yan, a wicked smile forming on his lips. Such pure and potent soul energy, it must be exquisite. Old Ghost Ming, I advise you to curb your nefarious intentions. Lin Yan is not someone your Xianin sect can manipulate. However, just as Old Ghost Ming licked his lips with a malevolent grin, a fifth-tier alchemist nearby suddenly interjected coldly. Huh, what? Does your Qingxia sect also wish to intervene? Upon hearing this, Old Ghost Ming's expression darkened, yet he responded with a sinister smile. Our Qingxia sect is not as foolish as your Xianin sect. Such a prodigy as Lin Yan, we are eager to ally with, not antagonize. The fifth-tier alchemist from the Qingxia sect scoffed, gazing at Old Ghost Ming as if he were staring at a corpse. To offend such an extraordinary prodigy, you would have to be brainless. Oh, so your Qingxia sect intends to protect this child from my Xianin sect? Seeing the mocking laughter from the Qingxia sect's fifth-tier alchemist, Old Ghost Ming's expression darkened, with murderous intent surfacing in his eyes. In response, the Qingxia sect's fifth-tier alchemist showed no fear, instead smiling. We must thank your Xianin sect for providing us the opportunity to recruit Lin Yan. Old Ghost Ming fell silent, his cold gaze fixated on the fifth-tier alchemist from the Qingxia sect. Had this not been the Alchemist Association's territory, he would have likely lost control and engaged in battle. In stark contrast to the icy tension between the two, the fifth-tier viewing area was alive with excitement, whether it be the successful alchemists or the gathered cultivators. They all gazed at Lin Yan's alchemical process with eager anticipation, especially the alchemists, who appeared utterly entranced. No wonder I've been stuck at the pinnacle of the fourth tier, making no progress. It is because of this. The sound of the elixir. The sound of the elixir has returned. Splendid. This feeling of enlightenment suggests that my stagnation at the peak of the golden core is finally loosening. The profound rhythm of the fire element resonates deeply with me. I anticipate that it won't be long before I ascend to the fifth level of the nascent soul stage. In this moment, in the fifth-grade competition zone, Lin Yan is fully engrossed in concocting a fifth-grade early-stage elixir, the blood-replenishing bone elixir. It is said that the efficacy of this elixir is astonishing. As long as the severed body is intact, it can be successfully reattached. This elixir is favored by many long-term wanderers among golden core and nascent soul cultivators. Although it is Lin Yan's first time refining this elixir, his alchemical skills have already reached the early stage of the fifth grade, combined with 3 perfect techniques of alchemy. Therefore, it wasn't long before he successfully crafted 2 blood-replenishing bone elixirs, each adorned with 10 intricate patterns. Congratulations, host! You have successfully refined 2 blood-replenishing bone elixirs with 10 patterns, triggering a 100-fold return, thus obtaining 4 blood-replenishing bone elixirs. Congratulations, host! You have successfully refined 4 blood-replenishing bone elixirs, and you have acquired the fire spirit body. Oh, the fire spirit body? Lin Yan felt a surge of joy within. His weakness lay in body refinement. Perhaps he should seek a method for body refinement in the future. The super elixir technique, under the influence of the fire spirit body, has successfully comprehended 1/3 of the fire elemental rules. The super elixir technique has completed its comprehension of the earth elemental natural treasure, reaching 1/5 of the earth elemental rules. The conditions for the super elixir technique to ascend to the divine level require comprehending all 5 elemental rules to 1/3. The fire fusion technique, influenced by the fire spirit body, has gained new insights into fire control, successfully upgrading to a low-grade mystic level. The transformative elixir formula, under the influence of the fire spirit body, has achieved a new understanding of alchemical techniques, successfully advancing to the mid-stage of the 5th grade. The transformative formation technique, influenced by the fire spirit body, has grasped the essence of the fire element, enhancing the power of formations by 20%. The blood sword technique, under the influence of the fire spirit body, has comprehended the fire sword intent, increasing the technique's power by 20%. The super refining technique has become more attuned to the fire elemental power, having comprehended the perfect method of fire tempering. As Lin Yan successfully merged with the fire spirit body, he immediately felt a transformation within himself, becoming more harmonious with the fire elemental power. Additionally, he heard a series of resonant sounds in his mind, which filled him with delight. He had not anticipated that the fusion with the fire spirit body would grant him such significant enhancements. However, it was somewhat regrettable that the blood-replenishing bone elixirs were merely adorned with 10 patterns, lacking the Tao patterns. Yet, recalling that this was his first attempt at refining a 5th-grade early-stage elixir, Lin Yan quickly let go of his disappointment. As Lin Yan opened the alchemical furnace before him, an incredibly rich fragrance of the elixir filled the entire 5th-grade competition zone. This sudden aroma astonished many 5th-grade alchemists. Such an intense fragrance surpasses my understanding. How exhilarating! I did not expect this rich aroma to make my refinement of the blood-replenishing bone elixir so much more effortless. This time, I am certain I can produce a high-quality blood-replenishing bone elixir. Could it be that President Danqing is also refining elixirs? Otherwise, who else could create such a high-quality fragrance? In an instant, the alchemists in the 5th-grade competition zone, upon catching a whiff of this elixir's fragrance, felt a sense of calm and clarity, temporarily enhancing their alchemical abilities. It seems that the results of my 10 years of hard work will be overshadowed by a junior. Upon smelling the fragrance, a 5th-grade alchemist from the Qingxia sect couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. With Lin Yan's presence, they had no chance of winning. Even if he produced a top-quality blood-replenishing bone elixir. I am even more eager to taste this young man's soul power. If I could devour it, my alchemical skills and strength would surely soar. Old Ghost Ming abruptly halted his alchemical work, casting a sinister smile in Lin Yan's direction. Senior, may we announce the competition's results? Lin Yan inquired with a smile after handing the 4 10-pattern blood-replenishing bone elixirs to the elder of the Alchemist Association responsible for this region. Upon receiving the 4 10-pattern blood-replenishing bone elixirs from Lin Yan, the nascent soul elder was initially taken aback, and after a long while, he nodded with a smile. Typically, 1 furnace of blood-replenishing bone elixirs can yield at most 1 elixir. Only exceptionally skilled alchemists might manage to produce 2, and even then, the quality is often low. However, such conventional wisdom seems irrelevant when it comes to Lin Yan, who not only breaks the limits on the number of elixirs produced, but also achieves a quality of all 10 patterns. I will notify the president right away. However, just as the nascent soul elder finished speaking, President Danqing's figure appeared before them, smiling as he said, "There is no need to wait for the 7-day period to end. Let us announce it directly. Lin Yan is the champion of all competition zones." Chapter 52. The Generous Champion S Rewards. Lin Yan is about to make a name for himself in Dongyan Prefecture. Alchemist Lin, this is your well-deserved reward. As the words fell, Danqing, the president of the Northern Realm Alchemist Association, personally handed Lin Yan a storage bag. Junior greets President Danqing. Upon realizing that the elder before him, clad in an alchemical robe, was the only 6th-grade alchemist in the Northern Realm, Lin Yan dared not act arrogantly and quickly bowed respectfully. Seeing Lin Yan's humble demeanor, Danqing nodded in appreciation and generously praised. Alchemist Lin's accomplishments in alchemy truly surpass all from ancient times to the present. Not to mention the elixirs with Tao patterns, even those adorned with 10 patterns. Aside from Alchemist Lin, it is unlikely one could find another in the entire Dongyan Prefecture, let alone the entire Eastern Xian domain. President Danqing, you flatter me. Lin Yan responded with a smile, simultaneously accepting the storage bag. Upon a quick glance, he discovered that, in addition to the rewards from this competition, there was also an additional token. However, Lin Yan was puzzled as to why the storage bag contained only the rewards from 3 competition zones, clearly missing 1. Alchemist Lin, the champion reward for the 5th-grade competition zone is rather special, so you will need to collect it in person later, Danqing explained. Seemingly aware of Lin Yan's confusion, the champion reward for the 5th-grade competition zone is special? Lin Yan inquired, intrigued. Indeed, for it is a flame of alchemy. What? Lin Yan's heart trembled. He had not expected such a precious reward. He couldn't help but wonder what grade it was. Excitement began to build within him. As for the rewards from the other 3 competition zones, they were as follows. The champion reward from the 2nd-grade competition zone was an Earth-level metal element natural treasure, which Lin Yan currently needed. The champion reward from the 3rd-grade competition zone was an Earth-level spiritual material, the golden yuan fruit. which served as the primary material for producing the pinnacle third-grade elixir, the golden yuan elixir. It was said that a single ordinary golden yuan elixir could increase the success rate of a foundation establishment pinnacle cultivator achieving the golden core by 30%. The champion reward from the fourth-grade competition zone was a method of alchemy that utilized soul power to control fire, thus achieving a perfect level of fire control. As for the fourth-grade competition zone's reward, it holds little value for me, Lin Yan remarked, shaking his head and setting it aside. Upon returning to the sect, he could pass it on to his teacher and the alchemical spirit for comprehension. Meanwhile, the numerous alchemists and countless cultivators surrounding Lin Yan had no doubts about him being the champion of all competition zones. After all, they had all greatly benefited, not only in their alchemical skills, but also in their cultivation levels. Although I had anticipated that alchemist Lin would win the championship across all competition zones, I was surprised that it even caught the attention of President Danqing. Indeed, President Danqing is a sixth-grade alchemist, and his cultivation level is at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, just a step away from entering the divine connection stage. How enviable! Observing President Danqing's attitude, it is evident that he treats alchemist Lin as an equal. This is not mere rhetoric. In the realm of alchemy, true masters are revered as teachers. Even the esteemed president of the Alchemist Association, Danqing, can only craft pills adorned with 3 patterns at most, while Lin Yan emerges with an impressive 10 patterns, destined to surpass Danqing's achievements significantly. It is conceivable that he may one day attain the esteemed title of a saint alchemist. In the meantime, during this interlude, the top 3 contenders from each competition zone have emerged, with the second place in the third-grade zone naturally belonging to Danling. Doning, I must apologize for usurping the champion title that rightfully belongs to you, Lin Yan remarked with a smile, glancing at Danling beside him. This was not mere flattery. Had Lin Yan chosen not to participate in the third-grade competition, Danling would undoubtedly have claimed the championship. Under Lin Yan's guidance over the past 2 months, Danling has perfected her craft, achieving a success rate exceeding 90% in producing flawless pills. It is fair to say that Danling has now evolved into a master alchemist of impeccable caliber. Your words are too kind, Lin Shitty. Without your guidance these past 2 months, I might not even have had the standing to be here, Danling replied, her gaze towards Lin Yan filled with gratitude, as crafting perfect pills has fulfilled her lifelong dream. Oh, do not sell yourself short, sister. With your innate talent for alchemy, you will surely create pills adorned with numerous patterns in the future. Now, I declare the alchemical competition officially concluded. The pills crafted by all participating alchemists will be auctioned 7 days hence. If anyone is interested in specific pills, please prepare your funds in advance. With Danqing's announcement, the crowd of alchemists and numerous cultivators below erupted with inquiries. Will Lin Dan's pills also be included in the auction? Danqing smiled and nodded in response to the eager questions. Of course. Wonderful. Those are legendary pills inscribed with patterns from ancient texts, capable of substantially enhancing cultivation and inducing a state of enlightenment. I must not miss this opportunity. One exclaimed. I must hurry back to inform my sect to prepare their resources. 7 days from now, I must secure a patterned pill. The 10-pattern blood-continuing pill is a boon. My master can finally heal his severed arm. Another lamented, having been stuck at the peak of the golden core stage for so long. This breakthrough to the nascent soul stage is within reach. I shall bid for a patterned spirit-infusing pill, even if it costs me everything. Observing the throngs of exhilarated individuals below, Lin Yan merely smiled, unperturbed. The auction of pills is a customary rule of every competition, and he welcomed it with open arms. Such a grand auction would undoubtedly attract widespread attention across much of Dongyan Prefecture, enhancing his reputation. When the time comes, with countless individuals seeking his pills, he would no longer need to search for resources. Opportunities would come knocking at his door. Moreover, assisting others in crafting pills would not only yield material rewards, but also grant him systematic accolades, a trifecta of advantages. Lin Dan, please follow me. The prize of the 5th-grade competition, the Dan Fire, awaits you at the Alchemist Association, as Chapter 53 unfolds. Revealing the truth of the Dan Tower and the acquisition of the 4th-grade Dan Fire, Danqing led Lin Yan towards the towering Dan Tower of the Alchemist Association. The super pill chi method sensed an exceptionally rich aroma of medicinal fragrance, accelerating comprehension of the Earth-grade gold elemental treasure. The Wanhua pill formula sensed the potent fragrance, striving to enhance itself. The Wanhua array method sensed the aura of a heavenly grade array, entering a state of enlightenment. The fusion fire technique sensed the essence of Dan fire, exhibiting great excitement. As Lin Yan followed Danqing to the majestic base of the Dan Tower, his internal techniques responded with fervor. This was a sight that thrilled him. The profound aroma of medicinal fragrance within the tower promised not only improvement in alchemical skills, but also an enhancement in the quality of the pills produced under such conditions. Ah, Lin Yan, what you behold is a divine treasure, a legacy from our founding ancestor of the Northern Alchemist Association, established a millennium ago. The essence of countless years of medicinal fragrance has coalesced here, which is why our association has nurtured so many talented alchemists, Danqing explained as he guided Lin Yan forward. Lin Yan was astonished. He had not anticipated that the Dan Tower itself was a divine artifact. It was no wonder he felt an almost imperceptible pressure upon approaching it. Soon, under Danqing's guidance, Lin Yan entered a space filled with intense heat. Is this a small world unto itself? Lin Yan marveled, realizing he stood on the third level of the Dan Tower, which resembled a miniature secret realm crafted by the founding masters. The Dan fire rewarded for the 5th grade competition lies deep within this secret realm, Danqing encouraged. Do not hesitate to retrieve it. I will safeguard you. Gradually composed, Lin Yan nodded and ventured deeper into the secret realm. The heat was far greater than that he encountered when acquiring the earth flame lotus fire. Yet, as a fire spirit body with a grasp of fire elemental principles, he felt no discomfort. It was clear why Lin Yan was capable of crafting pills inscribed with fire patterns. His understanding of fire energy reached astonishing depths. Danqing, trailing behind Lin Yan, watched in awe as he traversed the secret realm with ease. Master, this is indeed the 4th grade Dan fire, the nether flame. Upon reaching the depths, Lin Yan felt the exhilaration of the fusion fire technique resonate within him. 4th grade Dan fire, Lin Yan exclaimed, his heart racing at the sight of the nether flame atop a mound of Dan firestones. The super pill chi method sensed the presence of an earth grade fire elemental treasure. Do you see that crimson stone bearing the Dan fire? It perfectly meets our requirements for an earth grade fire elemental treasure. At that moment, the excitement of the super pill chi method echoed in the air. Lin Yan could hardly contain his joy. He promptly settled down, channeling a strand of his spiritual energy into the 4th grade Dan fire. As a remarkable connection formed, he activated the fusion fire technique, effortlessly drawing the 4th grade nether flame into his being. What a remarkable control over fire. How effortless it is to subdue a 4th grade Dan fire. At this moment, standing at a distance and safeguarding Lin Yan, Danqing gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, scarcely believing the reality before him. Typically, when it reaches the 3rd grade or higher, it begins to develop a semblance of sentience. Thus, for a cultivator to subdue it generally requires the use of forceful means to erase that intelligence and bring it under control. However, while the power of the subdued remains undiminished, it lacks a certain essence, rendering the control over it less than perfect in both alchemy and combat. Conversely, if one can coax the into willingly submitting, these adverse effects dissipate entirely. Clearly, Lin Yan had effortlessly achieved this with the 4th grade moments ago. No wonder Master Lin could concoct legendary. His fire control techniques were truly unprecedented. Returning to Lin Yan, after subduing the 4th grade, he chose not to integrate and refine it immediately, but instead temporarily sealed it within his body using the technique. After all, he still lacked the earth-grade natural treasures of, and necessary to condense and attain the pinnacle of. Should he merge the 4th grade now, the vast contained within would likely overwhelm him. The temptation was palpable. The master sighed, gazing longingly at the 4th grade, unable to integrate it just yet. Rest assured, I believe it won't be long before we can condense at which point we shall merge it, Lin Yan reassured. After securing the 4th grade, Lin Yan stood and turned to Danqing, inquiring, Senior Danqing, may I take this earth grade with me? With a swift motion, Danqing appeared before Lin Yan, smiling as he replied, it is merely an earth grade fire natural treasure. If Master Lin desires it, feel free to take it. Danqing was delighted for Lin Yan to take it, as it would mean a favor owed to him by the Alchemist Association. The goodwill of a future would be immensely valuable. Who knows, he might need Lin Yan's assistance to break through to in the future. Thank you, Senior Danqing. Lin Yan respectfully acknowledged before stowing away. He had now gathered an Earth-grade natural treasures, only lacking in contemplating this. Lin Yan turned to Danqing once more. Senior Danqing, I have a request. Do you know where I might find Earth-grade and natural treasures? Danqing, puzzled by Lin Yan's inquiry regarding these items, replied with a smile. Coincidentally, our Alchemist Association has a stock of these treasures, as many cultivators have previously sought in exchange for them. Really? Lin Yan's heart leapt with joy at Danqing's words. He had not anticipated the Alchemist Association would possess such resources. However, considering it was the most powerful force in the northern region, he quickly understood. While precious, Earth-grade natural treasures were primarily useful for cultivators. Their significance diminishes for cultivators. Does Master Lin require these two items? If so, I can have them fetched immediately. Lin Yan nodded earnestly. To be honest, these two treasures are indeed of great use to me. He continued. The cost of these treasures can be deducted from the future proceeds of the auction. However, Danqing shook his head and chuckled. Master Lin, do not say such things. These are merely two Earth-grade natural treasures, not particularly precious. Moreover, they would simply gather dust in our association. It is better to give them to someone in need like you. Despite Danqing's generous offer, Lin Yan smiled wryly. If Senior is unwilling to accept payment, then I would prefer to seek them out myself. Having already received an Earth-grade fire natural treasure for free, he did not wish to appear as a petty opportunist by acquiring two more Earth-grade treasures without cost. Observing Lin Yan's resolute demeanor, Danqing's eyes sparkled with admiration, and he became increasingly fond of him. Master Lin, how about this? I have been stuck at it for quite some time. When you reach the ability to concoct 5th grade late stage, would you be willing to create it for me? In the cultivation world, for a cultivator to break through to, they must convert into a process that triggers the descent of heavenly tribulation. This serves to protect the cultivator during this transformation, offering a safeguard against the tribulation's destructive forces. Without the protection of, even the most gifted would risk losing there during this perilous transition. This was why Danqing had hesitated to attempt a breakthrough. Who would gamble their life on such uncertain odds before their time was up? A 5th grade late stage? Lin Yan initially expected a lofty request from Danqing, but found this simple task within his capabilities. Provided he had the materials, he could refine it right now, likely achieving more than 5, even if it may not reach 10. No problem, Senior Danqing. Once my alchemy skills reach the 5th grade late stage, I will ensure to concoct it for you, guaranteed above 10. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, even Danqing appeared as jubilant as a child. Then I shall await your good news. Subsequently, Danqing handed Lin Yan the Earth grade and natural treasures. By the way, Senior Danqing, I may need to use this small secret realm to cultivate for a while. Feel free to use it, Master Lin. From now on, you shall be an honorary elder of our Northern Region Alchemist Association. You are welcome to visit this small secret realm at any time. With a beaming smile, Danqing departed, as he had many matters to attend to as the president and could not linger with Lin Yan. Super Danqi technique. Successfully comprehended the Earth-grade natural treasure. Comprehension of rules power reaches 20%. Super Danqi technique. Successfully comprehended the Earth-grade natural treasure. Comprehension of rules power reaches 40%. Myriad transformation array technique. Comprehension of completed upgraded to. Successfully comprehended a combined offense and defense array. Little Dan, it seems you will be quite busy again. Lin Yan, deep within the small secret realm, ascended a towering peak and sat cross-legged at its summit. Fear not, Master. This is precisely what I have been anticipating. Super Danqi technique has sensed the Earth grade and natural treasures, entering comprehension state. Meanwhile, Lin Yan was not idle. He took out a 10-dan and silently recited, System, activate 10,000-fold return on the, Congratulations, host. Successfully activated 10,000-fold return on the 4th grade early stage 10-dan, yielding a 10-dan cultivation. Buzz. As the moment of the sacred elixir's emergence arrived, a radiant pillar imbued with sacred essence surged skyward, seemingly intent on shattering this small realm. The entire space quaked violently, as if it were on the verge of succumbing to this overwhelming sacred force. Steady yourself. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Yan was taken aback. If he were to inadvertently destroy this alchemical tower, he would become a pariah in the eyes of the entire alchemist association of the northern region. After all, before the sacred essence, even the most divine treasures were rendered inconsequential. Fortunately, this elixir had been meticulously crafted by Lin Yan himself. Thus, even with the system's assistance elevating it to sacred status, it remained under his control. Ultimately, under Lin Yan's restraint, the tumultuous sacred essence vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. What was happening? Meanwhile, on the 9th floor of the alchemical tower, President Danqing, engaged in administrative duties, suddenly felt a wave of trepidation, cold sweat beating on his forehead. The sensation was akin to facing imminent demise. Could it be that a formidable entity had covertly visited my alchemist association? With this thought, Danqing dared not be presumptuous and immediately bowed to the void. I do not know which esteemed elder graces my alchemical tower, but I implore you to reveal yourself. However, no matter how fervently Danqing called, there was no response. Could it be an illusion? In stark contrast to Danqing's bewilderment, Lin Yan, situated in the small secret realm on the 3rd floor, was enveloped in a state of profound enjoyment. Indeed, it seemed that today he would successfully condense a golden pill and ascend to the golden pill realm. 3 days later, Super Danqi Ju has successfully comprehended the earthly powers of wood and water, achieving a grasp of their principles at 20%. The next step was the golden pill. Atop the mountain peak, feeling the perfectly harmonized elemental powers within him, Lin Yan's face broke into a smile. He then placed the sacred elixir, marked with 10 alchemical patterns, before him and immediately entered a state of cultivation. Prior to this meditative state, Lin Yan had already set up a low-grade heavenly defensive array atop the mountain. This array was formidable enough that even a nascent soul expert would find it difficult to breach without special means. Although this was within the alchemical tower, Lin Yan felt secure under his own control. As he entered his cultivation state, Lin Yan began to operate the Super Danqi Ju, gradually gathering the elemental powers he had comprehended in his Dantian, slowly condensing his ultimate golden pill. Simultaneously, this process consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy, making the sacred elixir before him pivotal. With each strand of sacred energy absorbed into his body, the speed at which Lin Yan condensed his ultimate golden pill accelerated. Furthermore, during this process, Lin Yan discovered that his understanding of the elemental powers of heaven and earth appeared to deepen significantly. Super Danqi Ju, during the golden pill condensation process, sensed the sacred essence, accelerating the condensation speed and enhancing all elemental powers by 10%. Is this truly possible? Lin Yan's heart surged with excitement. This was an unforeseen delight. Did this mean that once he successfully condensed the golden pill, the Super Danqi Ju would naturally ascend to divine status? Concurrently, as the speed of Lin Yan's golden pill condensation increased, his comprehension of all elemental principles began to resonate with the elemental forces of this small realm. Consequently, the entire space became unstable, trembling in response. What was happening? Again, at this moment, Danqing on the 9th floor sensed the powerful fluctuations with his keen soul, his brow furrowing in concern. However, upon realizing that the disturbance emanated from the 3rd floor, his heart lurched. This was where Lin Yan, the alchemist, resided. Could it be that someone had infiltrated the alchemical tower with malicious intent toward Lin Yan? With this thought, Danqing's expression darkened ominously, and in a flash, he appeared in the small secret realm of the 3rd floor. Yet, upon witnessing the reality before him, he was rendered speechless with shock. This commotion was actually caused by Lin Yan himself. He was condensing a golden pill, preparing to break into the golden pill realm. After a brief moment of astonishment, Danqing's face was overtaken by an expression of horror. Such a rich elemental energy of heaven and earth. Could it be that Lin Yan aimed to condense the ultimate golden pill using elemental power? Gasping at the thought, Danqing involuntarily inhaled sharply. Many had attempted to condense the strongest golden pill using elemental forces, yet all had met with tragic ends, their bodies exploding in the process. Even a millennium ago, in the central continent of the eastern Xian region, a most prodigious talent aspired to condense a golden pill, only to narrowly escape death at the hands of his master. Since then, that genius had faltered and faded into obscurity. Thus, the cultivation world believed that the ultimate golden pill was merely a myth. Now, witnessing Lin Yan's attempt to condense the strongest golden pill, Danqing was filled with apprehension. He could not bear to see such a remarkable talent in the realm of alchemy perish. Consequently, he focused intently on Lin Yan, ready to intervene at the slightest sign of danger, willing to risk his own life to rescue him. However, Danqing's wait extended into 3 days, and the catastrophic scene he had anticipated never materialized. Instead, from afar atop the mountain, Lin Yan's previously closed eyes gradually opened. Simultaneously, an aura far surpassing that of an ordinary golden pill radiated outward, causing even the elemental energies of the small secret realm to retreat momentarily. Gasp! Did Alchemist Lin actually succeed? He has successfully condensed the ultimate golden pill. Below, Danqing gazed at Lin Yan as if observing a marvel. The entrenched conventions of the cultivation world had been shattered today by Lin Yan. Today, I have witnessed the birth of a miracle. After a considerable time, Danqing regained his composure, his gaze toward Lin Yan transforming profoundly, and he found himself unable to fathom the limits of Lin Yan's talent. Super Danqi Ju has successfully condensed the golden pill with comprehension of all elemental principles exceeding 30%, elevating to divine low grade. Upon the Super Danqi Ju's ascension to divine status, cultivation speed increases threefold, raising the host power to the 5th level of the golden pill. Excellent, Master. I have finally ascended to divine status. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of condensing the strongest golden pill and receiving a 10,000-fold reward. Master, don't forget about me. We must refine that damned fire. Just as Lin Yan reveled in his newfound elevation, the urgent voice of the melting fire Ju echoed in his mind. Hearing this, Lin Yan smiled gently and replied, "All right, let's absorb and refine that nether flame." With a hum, Lin Yan immediately activated the melting fire Ju, absorbing and refining the nether flame, which offered no resistance, but rather approached willingly. Thus, within half a day, Lin Yan successfully refined the nether flame, merging it with the 3rd-grade earth flame lotus fire. Upon absorbing and refining the 4th-grade nether flame, the melting fire Ju has ascended to high-grade Xian status, elevating the host's power to the pinnacle of the golden pill, to break through to the golden pill and already reach its pinnacle. Feeling the transformation within his power, Lin Yan couldn't help but chuckle. This enhancement was indeed rapid, yet he relished the swiftness of his progress. After merging the 2 types of Dan fire, the melting fire Ju has named the newly formed flame the Nether Lotus Fire. With a hum, Lin Yan summoned a new alchemical fire and examined it, discovering that its power had significantly increased compared to before, though it remained at the 4th rank. Master, they're all advancing. When shall we begin our forging? Chapter 56. Lin Yan becomes highly coveted, the enthusiastic artifact sect. Just as Lin Yan reveled in his newfound strength, the ethereal voice of the super forging technique suddenly resonated. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan chuckled and replied, "I almost forgot about you. Once I procure a forging platform, we shall commence our work." With that, Lin Yan swiftly made his way to Danqing, who had been waiting at a distance. "Senior," Lin Yan greeted with a smile, surprised that his golden core's commotion had even caught the attention of the president. "Congratulations, Master Dan, for successfully forging the mightiest 5 elements golden core." Danqing returned the gesture with a smile. As a peak nascent soul, he was now bowing to a golden core cultivator. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire northern region. However, Danqing was acutely aware that it was merely a matter of time before Lin Yan surpassed him. Hence he opted for a more casual address. Lin Yan paid little heed to Danqing's subtle shift and replied with a grin, "I am merely fortunate." To this, Danqing responded, "Excessive modesty is unwise. Master Dan's talent is undeniably the finest in the eastern Xian region." After this exchange, Danqing inquired, "What are your plans next, Master Dan?" Additionally, the alchemical auction will be held tomorrow. Upon hearing Danqing's words, Lin Yan paused briefly before responding, "Senior Danqing, I shall not participate in the auction. Simply deduct a portion of the proceeds for the Alchemist Association and remit the rest to me. Furthermore, I wonder if you know of any places in the northern Saint City that sell forging platforms? Master Dan is going to forge?" Danqing's face reflected surprise and disbelief. He had noticed the towering mountain shrouded in a heavenly formation where Lin Yan had been in seclusion. Yet, he never anticipated that Lin Yan possessed such extraordinary talent, not only in alchemy, but also in formations, and now, he was delving into forging as well. What sort of prodigy is this? I have merely dabbled a bit. I don't know much, just a little, Lin Yan replied with a smile. Upon hearing Lin Yan's response, Danqing did not press further, but said, not far to the east of my alchemist association. There is a forging workshop established by the artifact sect in the Saint City. There, I believe Master Dan will find a satisfactory forging platform. The artifact sect's workshop? As a native of the northern region, Lin Yan was certainly familiar with the illustrious name of the artifact sect, which stood alongside Qingxia sect and Xianin sect as one of the three major factions of the northern region. These three sects were the most formidable forces in the northern region, aside from the Alchemist Association. However, alchemists generally remained neutral and did not involve themselves in sect disputes, allowing the three sects to solidify their status as the paramount forces in the minds of the people. It was said that the ancestor of the artifact sect had once forged a divine artifact, which secured their current standing. Thank you, Senior. After bidding farewell to Danqing, Lin Yan hurried towards the forging workshop. However, as Lin Yan departed from the Dan Tower toward the workshop, within a nearby pavilion, a voice exclaimed, "My lord, Lin Yan has exited the Dan Tower." What of it? Has he left the city? Reporting to my lord, he has not. It appears he is heading to the artifact sect's forging workshop. What does he intend to do at the workshop? Continue the investigation. Yes. Ding ding dong. Upon arriving at the entrance of the workshop, the sound of hammers clashing resonated from within, accompanied by a rush of heat. One could not help but admire the artifact sect's grandiosity. The mere facade of the workshop was a heavenly grade, defensive treasure. Greetings, esteemed friend. What artifact do you wish to forge? Our prices for crafting are quite reasonable. Just as Lin Yan marveled at the artifact sect's opulence, an elder approached with a smile. You old fool, you must be losing your wits. How could you not recognize Master Dan? However, before the elder could finish, a middle-aged man, who had just entered the nascent soul stage, hurried over to Lin Yan and respectfully said, I did not expect Master Dan to grace our artifact sect's workshop. I apologize for the lack of reception in the entire Saint City, and indeed throughout the northern region, who was not aware of Master Dan's esteemed name. He was a paragon of alchemy, capable of creating pills imbued with Tao patterns. During the recent alchemical competition, nearly every sect in the northern region saw enhancements in strength thanks to Master Dan's contributions. Take me, Baishan, for instance, before the competition. I was merely a minor figure stuck at the peak golden core. Yet now, I have become a significant power at the nascent soul level, all thanks to Master Dan's generosity. Thus, Master Dan is now the most sought-after figure across all factions in the northern region, with everyone eager to invite him to their sects, regardless of the cost, to have him craft a batch of pills. Upon hearing Baishan's words, the elder who had initially spoken was taken aback. So, this young man was the recently renowned Master Dan? He felt a pang of guilt for his earlier attitude, fearing that he might have offended Lin Yan and lost the chance to establish a favorable relationship with him. Haha, Senior need not be so formal. I have come today merely to purchase a forging platform, Lin Yan said, taken aback by the respect shown by a nascent soul cultivator. Master Dan, you honor me. Baishan's ascendance to nascent soul is entirely due to your grace. If you do not mind, please call me Baishan. Baishan dared not act superior before Lin Yan, for his nascent soul status was a gift from the latter. Seeing Baishan's determined gaze, Lin Yan could only nod with a smile. Then I shall dare to address you as Brother Baishan. Master Dan, please enter. In the northern region, when it comes to the quality of forging platforms, our artifact sect dares not claim second. None would dare claim first. Upon hearing Lin Yan address him as brother, Baishan was overjoyed, feeling that their relationship had grown closer. As they entered the outer hall of the workshop, a dazzling array of artifacts greeted Lin Yan's eyes. The artifacts ranged from yellow grade to earth grade. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the treasures displayed here were worth the combined wealth of several second-rate sections. Master Dan, do you see any artifacts that catch your eye? Just mention it, and I will have someone retrieve it for you, free of charge. To Baishan's enthusiasm, Lin Yan shook his head and replied, Brother Baishan, there is no need for such gestures. I am here solely to purchase a forging platform. Oh, what requirements does Master Dan have for the forging platform? Lin Yan smiled and replied, "No special requirements. An Earth-grade forging platform will suffice." Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Baishan immediately nodded and quietly instructed someone behind him, "Go, bring out that heavenly-grade forging platform and present it to Master Dan." Chapter 57. Acquiring a heavenly-grade forging platform for free, impressing all with his skills. How dare they whisper in front of a fifth-rank alchemist? Did you forget that the most formidable aspect of an alchemist is their soul power? Lin Yan gazed at Baishan, who wore an awkward smile, feeling utterly speechless. He merely sought a terrestrial-level refining platform, yet Baishan presented him with a celestial-grade one, and for free no less. "Good sir, must your generosity be so overwhelming? Please do not take offense, Master Lin, for this is entirely the will of our sect leader. Furthermore, this celestial-grade refining platform is the finest quality we have produced thus far, hence the sect leader intends to present it to you as a token of our meeting." Baishan looked at Lin Yan with an expression of deep apology, realizing that his unilateral decision was somewhat inappropriate. Yet he felt compelled to comply with the sect leader's directive. Observing Baishan's earnest demeanor, Lin Yan chuckled softly. "Brother Bai, what are you saying? If I were to possess a celestial-grade refining platform, it would indeed be a boon. There is no question of blame here. Moreover, since this is your sect leader's intention, you are merely acting on orders, so there is no fault to be found with you." With that said, Lin Yan sighed, contemplating a visit to your divine artifact sect soon. With such warmth extended, it would be remiss not to accept, as it would be a slight against your esteemed sect. Consequently, when the artisans brought forth the refining platform, Lin Yan graciously accepted it. "Master, this refining platform is extraordinary. The refining hammer is embedded with celestial-grade memory gemstones, enabling the craftsman to forge superior quality artifacts during the second stage of shaping." The voice of the super refining technique resonated with excitement. "Can you comprehend this?" Lin Yan felt a surge of joy within as he inquired mentally. "Naturally, Master, just watch me." The super refining technique has detected the presence of celestial-grade memory gemstones and is currently deducing the perfect shaping method. As the super refining technique entered a state of concentration, Lin Yan did not remain idle and turned to Baishan with a question. "May I enter the inner hall to observe how the disciples of the divine artifact sect refine their crafts?" Baishan, as the workshop master, did not hesitate for a moment, smiling as he nodded. "Of course, as long as Master Lin does not mind, I would be happy to guide you." A smile graced Lin Yan's face as he replied, "Then I shall trouble you, Brother Bai." Upon entering the inner hall, a wave of heat washed over him, accompanied by the scent of sweat. He was astonished to discover such a multitude of craftsmen at work. Witnessing the magnificent scene of refining, Lin Yan felt a stir of emotion. The craftsmen ranged from yellow grade to terrestrial grade, numbering at least 1,000. The super refining technique has sensed various refining methods, accelerating its deduction speed, successfully deducing the perfect shaping and forging technique. The super refining technique has entered a state of comprehension amidst the myriad of refining techniques. Master Lin, our refining workshop receives numerous orders from various sects daily, hence the abundance of craftsmen. Baishan explained with a smile, pride swelling within him. For their divine artifact sect practically monopolized the refining trade across the northern regions. The myriad transformation array technique has sensed the aura of formations and has entered a state of comprehension. Oh! Upon hearing that the myriad transformation array technique had entered a state of comprehension, Lin Yan paused briefly, recalling that once an artifact reaches the terrestrial level, formations are inscribed upon it to ensure its potency. Thus, just as a craftsman must be a formation master, the reverse does not hold true. Brother Bai, may I refine here in your esteemed establishment? Hearing Lin Yan's request, Baishan was initially taken aback, then smiled and said, "Please, Master Lin, feel free." However, despite his words, Baishan believed Lin Yan was merely interested in refining. After all, who in this world could possibly excel in both alchemy and refining? Hence, Baishan did not expect Lin Yan to produce any genuine artifacts. With Baishan's approval, Lin Yan wasted no time. He found an empty space and summoned the celestial-grade refining platform he had just acquired, along with the 5 elemental treasures needed to craft the 5 elements artifact. These treasures were the same ones Lin Yan had used during his foundation establishment. Who is that? An outsider not from our divine artifact sect appearing here? How does he possess our workshop's signature refining platform? That's Master Lin. I told you not to stay cooped up in here refining. You should explore more, yet you still ignored me. How could you not recognize Master Lin, a genius capable of crafting artifacts imbued with Tao patterns? Do you comprehend the quality of the pills Master Lin produces compared to our crafted artifacts? Artifact quality levels: inferior, good, superior, excellent, perfect. Let me tell you, even an excellent artifact pales in comparison to the pills Master Lin concocts. Hiss. Initially, the disciples of the divine artifact sect regarded Lin Yan with hostility. But upon hearing some explanations from the crowd, they turned their gazes to Lin Yan with newfound respect. Yet, some remained dismissive, retorting, even if he possesses unparalleled talent in alchemy, this is refining. It is not as simple as alchemy. Indeed, I suspect Master Lin is merely curious about refining. Even producing a mundane artifact would be quite an achievement. As the focal point of this discourse, Lin Yan paid no heed to their reactions and earnestly began crafting his destined weapon. After laying out all the materials, he prepared to commence the melting process. Little super, the melting technique should be quite similar to alchemy, correct? Master, allow me a moment to deduce. The super refining technique is comparing the perfect melting method from the myriad transformation alchemy formula and beginning to derive its own flawless melting technique. Take your time to deduce. I will practice a bit. With those words, Lin Yan cast all 5 elemental materials into his summoned netherfire for melting. For this initial step, he opted for a direct approach. Although he lacked an impeccable refining melting technique, his immense soul power rendered this first step manageable. I knew Master Lin was merely intrigued. He is treating refining as if it were alchemy. Even our sect leader can only melt 3 materials at once. Yet Master Lin is attempting 5. Alas, I fear Master Lin's burgeoning refining journey may soon come to an end. The assemblage of craftsmen in the inner hall halted their activities, gazing at Lin Yan, shaking their heads as they resumed their own tasks. However, just as they were about to disregard Lin Yan, the subsequent scene left them utterly stunned. How? Is this possible? He actually succeeded? Chapter 58. The birth of the legendary craftsman with an excellent quality 5-element sword. At that moment, within the inner hall, everyone, including Baishan and the celestial grade craftsman, stared in astonishment at Lin Yan. To successfully melt 5 materials in such a short span was nothing short of miraculous. Could it be that Master Lin possesses not only unmatched talent in alchemy, but also excels in refining? Good heavens, this is not merely talent. It is terrifying prowess. This is Master Lin's first attempt at refining, and he succeeded in melting 5 materials at once. Have you ever seen a craftsman so extraordinary? Could it be that Master Lin's aptitude for refining surpasses even that of our sect leader? Do not rush to conclusions. This is merely the initial step, indicating only that Master Lin Dan's unparalleled alchemical skills have enhanced his success rate at this stage. Indeed, we may have been overly enthusiastic. Let us continue to observe. Within the inner hall, all disciples of the divine artifact sect set aside their tasks, riveted on Lin Yan, their hearts brimming with anticipation, as if they were about to witness the emergence of a legendary artifact master. Lin Yan, gazing at the swirling 5-colored liquid within the netherfire lotus, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. This refined material certainly belongs to the category of exquisite craftsmanship. He then placed the vibrant liquid into a pre-prepared mold, shaped like a sword. Once it cooled and solidified, Lin Yan commenced the second phase of shaping. He raised the heavenly grade hammer, employing the perfect shaping forging technique, striking the sword with an intricate rhythm. What kind of shaping technique is this? As a terrestrial grade craftsman, why do I find it somewhat incomprehensible? Among the many disciples present, several terrestrial grade craftsmen stood stunned, observing Lin Yan's masterful hammer movements that resonated with an almost enlightening aura. Meanwhile, Baishan, positioned outside the crowd, was utterly astonished, fixated on Lin Yan's hammering actions. Could this be the legendary perfect shaping technique? Baishan's breath quickened. He never anticipated encountering such a monumental opportunity today. He promptly summoned his own heavenly grade crafting platform, endeavoring to grasp the arcane hammering rhythm while forging. Yet, despite his efforts, he felt an invisible barrier separating him from true understanding, leaving him only with superficial insights. Nevertheless, he found himself entranced in a state of intense enlightenment. After several hours of meticulous shaping, the sword's flawless form gracefully emerged before Lin Yan's eyes. its proportions impeccable, devoid of flaws, capable of unleashing its full potential. Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to the third step of tempering. Thanks to the existence of the perfect tempering method, this phase was completed under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. The tempered blade exuded an ethereal glow, emanating a fierce aura that sent chills down the spine of anyone who dared to glance. The fourth step, the final product, proved to be far simpler. Within less than half an hour, Lin Yan successfully forged a 5-element sword. However, lacking engraved formations, this sword was classified only as a superior grade artifact. The supreme forging technique sensed the birth of the exquisite 5-element sword, accelerating the simulation speed and successfully deriving the perfect smelting method. Under the influence of numerous craftsman techniques, the supreme forging technique has successfully ascended to superior grade status. With the 5-element sword in hand, Lin Yan gently swung it, producing a melodic resonance. The sound of the blade slicing through the air vanished, as if its sharpness cleaved the surrounding atmosphere, offering no resistance, gliding effortlessly. How is this possible? A supreme grade artifact. At this moment, the many disciples of the divine artifact sect gazed at Lin Yan's 5-element sword, their faces etched with profound astonishment, as if witnessing a ghost, unable to believe the reality before them. To forge an artifact of such exceptional quality on his first attempt. What an extraordinary prodigy. I recall the last time an artifact of superior quality was unveiled during the previous East Yin State forging competition. That craftsman is now a distinguished guest of the North Underworld sect, holding an esteemed position. Who would have thought that today we are witnessing the birth of a legendary craftsman? Outside the crowd, Baishan had emerged from his state of epiphany, his gaze fixed on the exquisite superior grade 5-element sword Lin Yan had crafted, his heart overwhelmed with shock. Is this truly Master Lin Yan? Not only does he possess unparalleled talent in alchemy, but he is also a prodigy in forging. To achieve such an artifact on his first attempt, the likes of which have never been seen in the annals of East Yin State history, Master Lin Yan has shattered conventions. Baishan's thoughts were tumultuous. As a fellow craftsman, he understood the magnitude of Lin Yan's potential, provided Lin Yan harbors a commendable aptitude for formations. His ascendance to the status of a divine craftsman is all but assured. A divine craftsman would be a coveted figure not just in East Yin State, but throughout the entire Eastern profound domain. Yet, I wonder if Master Lin Yan has dabbled in the art of formations? With this thought, Baishan approached Lin Yan, clasping his fists in salute. Congratulations, Master Lin Yan, on your first forging attempt yielding a superior grade artifact. Your talent in forging is no less remarkable than in alchemy. A smile graced Baishan's face. Previously, the divine artifact sect held an advantage over Lin Yan in forging, but now that advantage had evaporated. In response to Baishan's congratulations, Lin Yan smiled modestly. It is merely good fortune. After a brief pause, Lin Yan continued, Please, Brother Baishan, wait a moment while I forge another artifact. His next intention was to craft a terrestrial-grade, 5-element natural artifact. He also harbored a plan. Once he successfully forged the terrestrial-grade 5-element sword, he would set forth for the heavenly-grade formation master's inheritance site. Chapter 59. The Fiery Auction. Everyone comes for me? Simultaneously, in the northern region, under the vigorous promotion of the Alchemist Association, the city of Dansheng was already teeming with people, with more arriving from the outskirts. These individuals were formidable cultivators from all over East Yin State, including members of the 3 great sects, along with various other sects and factions. Such is the allure of the Tao pattern elixirs. Who would have thought that even members of the 3 great sects would attend? Inside the Alchemy Tower, President Dan Qing observed the esteemed guests from the 3 great sects seated in the VIP area, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. The 3 great sects of East Yin State are the North Underworld sect, the Mystical Sword sect, and the Netherworld sect. These sects are the true powerhouses of East Yin State, each harboring formidable masters of the condensing spirit realm. President, the distinguished guests and attendees have all entered the auction hall. Shall we commence immediately? An elder from the Alchemist Association inquired as he approached Dan Qing. Let's announce the beginning right away. Furthermore, this auction will exclusively feature top-tier elixirs. As Dan Qing's words fell, the elder promptly prepared to proceed. Most attendees were drawn here for the perfect grade elixirs, while the lower-tier elixirs could simply be displayed for sale at the auction. Welcome, everyone. to this auction organized by the Alchemist Association. I trust you have all heard of the quality of the elixirs to be auctioned today. Therefore, I shall not dwell on further details. Now, I hereby declare the auction officially commenced. As the elder in charge of the auction concluded his declaration, a chorus of cheers erupted from the numerous cultivators who had been waiting eagerly around. Even those in the VIP room felt a surge of excitement within. Would they finally behold the alchemical pills adorned with Tao patterns? The first item up for bid was 6 perfect-grade foundation establishment pills, starting at a base price of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. As soon as the elder's words fell, gasps of astonishment reverberated through the crowd. Perfect-grade foundation establishment pills. How marvelous! If I could acquire them, the foundation establishment would no longer be a distant dream. I bid 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. 30,000. The bidding for the perfect-grade foundation establishment pills, primarily contested by innate and foundation establishment cultivators, concluded swiftly. The 6 pills refined by Dan Ling fetched an astonishing total of 600,000 low-grade spirit stones. The elder, observing the heightened emotions of the crowd, chuckled. The next item will undoubtedly be something none of you, including myself, have encountered before. 4 innate pills of 10 Tao patterns or above, each featuring fire Tao patterns. The opening bid for each is set at 100 middle-grade spirit stones. 1 middle-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, as soon as the elder's announcement concluded, a profound silence enveloped the audience, clearly indicating that everyone was taken aback by the exorbitant price. Nonetheless, witnessing this reaction, the elder remained unfazed, smiling as he elaborated, "You must understand how precious pills adorned with Tao patterns are. Moreover, only pills of 10 Tao patterns can potentially produce Tao patterns." Continuing, he added, "Consuming one of these pills guarantees a 100% entry into the state of enlightenment. Furthermore, as this is a pill with fire Tao patterns, it presents an unparalleled opportunity for cultivators possessing fire spiritual roots and practicing fire attribute techniques. Even so, do you still deem 100 spirit stones to be too steep?" Following the elder's remarks and a brief silence, many cultivators' eyes brightened, and bidding commenced. I bid 100 middle-grade spirit stones. 300. 500. Ultimately, the first innate pill with fire Tao patterns was secured by a cultivator in the VIP room for 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones equate to 1 million low-grade spirit stones, a staggering sum for many. The auction continued. Meanwhile, as the auction thrived, Lin Yan was wholly absorbed in crafting his Earth-grade 5-element sword within the refining workshop, thanks to his mastery of 3 perfect refining techniques. The initial steps proceeded remarkably well, leaving the onlookers in the inner chamber in awe. However, as he approached the final step, Lin Yan slowed his pace. In this phase, he needed to inscribe formations onto the 5-element sword, which would significantly amplify its power and elevate its grade beyond the earth level. As it was his first attempt at inscribing formations on a magical artifact, Lin Yan was particularly meticulous. Fortunately, being a heavenly grade formation master endowed him with a solid foundation, enabling him to inscribe 5 sets of natural formation patterns on the sword's body. Buzz! As the formations were successfully inscribed, the surrounding space emitted a resonating hum, and the elemental energies of the universe seemed to be drawn in, flooding into the 5-element sword and causing it to radiate a dazzling array of colors. An awe-inspiring sight. The sensation was such that it felt as if the sword could cleave open the very heavens. The super refining technique successfully crafted a perfect grade, earth-level low-grade 5-element sword and yielded insights during the refining process, resulting in an advancement to earth-level low-grade. The myriad formation techniques combined with various inscribing methods sparked a revelation in his mind, nearing the threshold of advancement to heavenly grade mid-tier. "Master, I require further insights from refining masters to produce more magical artifacts. With ample materials, I can swiftly enhance the 5 elements grade." Hearing the excited voice of the super refining technique in his mind, Lin Yan smiled inwardly. Rest assured, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. However, in stark contrast to Lin Yan's elation, the inner chamber of the refining workshop was awash with astonishment as everyone, including the heavenly grade refiner by Sean, stared in disbelief at the magnificent sword radiating vibrant colors on Lin Yan's refining table. This This is indeed a legendary perfect-grade magical artifact. I never expected to witness history today, witnessing the birth of a perfect-grade magical artifact. A perfect-grade artifact. Surely there's only one such item in all of Dongyan Prefecture? Even the divine refiner from the Beiming Dao sect would struggle to replicate this. At that moment, all disciples of the artifact sect gazed at Lin Yan with a newfound respect. To be able to forge a perfect-grade magical artifact, such a refiner could easily be revered as their ancestral master. Yet, unlike the astonished reactions of those around him, Lin Yan felt somewhat perplexed. He approached Baishan and inquired, "Brother Baishan, what distinguishes a perfect-grade magical artifact from those of other grades?" The distinction is immense. Baishan gradually emerged from his daze, responding with a smile. As everyone knows, magical artifacts are categorized into 5 quality tiers: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, superior grade, and perfect grade. The low-grade artifacts need not be elaborated upon. Only mortals might cherish them, while cultivators would seldom resort to using them unless absolutely necessary. 4 low-grade artifacts offer at most a mere 10% increase in combat prowess. Mid-grade artifacts provide a 20% enhancement. High-grade artifacts grant a 50% boost. And superior-grade artifacts yield a 70% increase. At this point, Baishan, visibly animated, added, "Perfect-grade artifacts not only grant cultivators a 100% enhancement in strength, but also ensure that the cultivator's full potential is realized. Among peers, the one with the superior quality artifact will invariably possess greater strength. However, with a perfect-grade artifact in hand, overcoming opponents of higher tiers becomes entirely feasible." As he spoke, Baishan's gaze flitted back and forth over the perfect-grade 5-element sword, his face a mask of envy. Even their sect's treasure artifact was merely of high-grade quality. "Now I understand." Lin Yan nodded in realization, then lowered his gaze to the perfect 5-element sword in his hand, noting that the elemental energies coursing through it were far more potent than he had anticipated. "Thank you, Brother Baishan, for your enlightening explanation. I have a few matters to attend to, so I will not intrude further. After the auction concludes, I shall personally visit the artifact sect." With that, Lin Yan turned to leave. "The artifact sect awaits your visit, Master Lin." Baishan respectfully performed a gesture of reverence as Lin Yan departed. Just moments ago, he had gained profound insights from observing Lin Yan's refining process, leading to a fresh understanding of the craft. He sensed that it wouldn't be long before he too would advance to heavenly grade mid-tier refiner. Upon leaving the refining workshop, Lin Yan made his way to their temporary residence in Dansheng City. "Congratulations, Master, on successfully reaching the nascent soul stage." Upon returning, Lin Yan found Fong Ming seated in meditation, consolidating his cultivation. At the pinnacle of his golden core stage, he immediately discerned that Fong Ming's cultivation had ascended to the Yuanying level. "Junior brother." At that moment, Lu Mei approached, greeting him warmly. "Sister, your timing is impeccable. I happen to have a gift for you," Lin Yan declared, producing a high-grade Shin level 5-element sword and presenting it to her. Upon seeing the sword shimmering with a cold light, Lu Mei's face registered a look of astonishment. "This is a top-quality Shin level magical artifact. Junior brother, where did you acquire this? It is far too precious for me to accept. If I do, I might be compelled to repay you with my very self." As she spoke, she shook her head vigorously. "What is this talk, sister? Well, I would not mind. I would prefer you to refrain from saying such things in front of our master." Lin Yan teased, then firmly placed the Shin-level sword into Lu Mei's hands. "Just take it. Spare me the unnecessary chatter." His words left Lu Mei blushing, and she quickly realized she might have misspoken. However, she soon regained her composure and looked at Lin Yan, who stood empty-handed. "Junior brother, if you give me this 5-element sword, what will you use?" Lin Yan smiled gently. "Me? I will manage just fine. Sister need not worry." Just then, Fong Ming interrupted them with a few coughs. "You too. Could you be more mindful of your surroundings when discussing such matters?" "I'm still here. Master, why are you joining in on a jest?" Liu Mei's face flushed, and she hastily retreated from the scene. After her departure, Fong Ming turned to Lin Yan, a smile gracing his features. "You have come with the intention of visiting the legacy site of the heavenly level array master, have you not?" Lin Yan nodded in affirmation. Seeing this, Fong Ming's expression turned serious. "Are you aware that individuals from the Martial King Manor have also arrived in Dansheng City and are secretly keeping an eye on you. Lin Yan acknowledged, I am aware, and I also know they have enlisted one of the top powers from the Northern Territory, the Xianming sect, intending to take action against me. Knowing all this, you still plan to venture to the legacy site of the heavenly level array master? Fang Ming inquired earnestly. Rest assured, Master, I am well aware of my limits. I doubt the Xianming sect would risk offending the Alchemist Association for the sake of the Martial King Manor by targeting me. Do not underestimate them. The people of the Xianming sect are reckless and dare to do anything. Fang Ming paused momentarily before continuing. I, along with the old sect master, will provide you with covert protection throughout this journey. You are a crucial asset to our Qingyun sect, and we cannot afford to lose you. Hearing this, Lin Yan felt a surge of emotion. Yet before he could respond, Fang Ming interrupted him. It is settled. You may depart at any time. Lin Yan smiled and replied. In that case, I shall set off immediately. Excellent. Lord, good news. That young man has exited the city via the teleportation array. In a tower within Dansheng City, a cloaked figure reported to an elderly man. Really? Did he leave alone, or was he followed? Where is he headed? Sir, I can confirm he was alone. After leaving the city, he headed straight for the extreme northern region. He's splendid. According to Wu Tian, this lad possesses a secret to concocting perfect-grade elixirs. If we can acquire that, Ming Qi, will also be able to produce elixirs of perfect grade and above. With that, the figure of Ming Qi from the Xianming sect vanished in an instant. Due to the vast distance between the extreme northern region and Dansheng City, Lin Yan finally arrived at the edge of this frigid expanse after traversing 2 teleportation arrays. The air is suffused with biting cold. Upon entering the extreme northern territory, Lin Yan immediately felt the chill penetrate to his bones. Although there were traces of cultivators, they were predominantly of the golden core level, indicating that Foundation establishment practitioners could not withstand this terrifying cold. Master, this frigid energy is a manifestation of the water element's natural force. I suspect that deep within this vast, icy expanse lies a heavenly level water element treasure. Chapter 61. The Yuanying Sevenfold Assault. Lin Yan breaks the array. The entire realm was enveloped in a dense aura of extreme cold, with frostbitten trees resembling exquisite artworks shimmering under the sun's rays. As far as the eye could see, a boundless world of ice and snow stretched forth, with even the towering mountains encased in ice, appearing as if frozen by some unseen force. Clearly, this vast icy expanse was no ordinary place. Lin Yan's gaze turned serious as he peered into the depths of the ice field. Even from a distance, he could sense a chilling energy far more intense than that of the outside world. However, if there was a possibility of uncovering a heavenly level water element treasure within, it was imperative to venture deeper. With that thought, Lin Yan made his way toward the legacy site of the heavenly level array master. Not only was he driven by the desire for the heavenly level water element treasure, but more importantly, he sought the legacy of the heavenly level array master. With the presence of 4th grade Danfire, the cold air had little effect on Lin Yan as he hastened through the icy expanse. After a day of rapid travel, he soon reached the heart of the ice field. Master, I sense the aura of a heavenly level array. As he arrived in the depths of the ice field, the excited voice of Wan Hua array Dao echoed in his mind. Master, I too sense a faint water element aura. It seems to be deeper within. The thrilled voice of the super Dan Qi Ju chimed in. However, Lin Yan had no intention of delving deeper just yet. Upon arriving here, he could clearly feel that if he pushed any further, his 4th grade Yuming Lotus Fire would be insufficient to withstand the overwhelming cold. The water element treasure in the depths of this ice field was likely of at least heavenly level quality. Lin Yan's heart was stirred, but he gradually regained his composure. It was wiser to secure the legacy of the heavenly level array master first. Yet, rather than immediately breaking the array, he turned his gaze to a specific point in the void and spoke coldly. You have been following me for some time. It is high time you revealed yourself. As soon as Lin Yan's words fell, Qin Jianzi and Fang Ming, both Yuanying cultivators covertly protecting him, froze in surprise. What? Someone has been trailing us. How do we not notice? Indeed, he is worthy of being an extraordinary alchemist capable of refining Dao pattern elixirs. Even his spiritual force is enough to place him among the finest. Moments later, from the spot Lin Yan was gazing at, a sinister voice emerged. followed by an old man clad in skeletal attire materializing before them. You are from the Xianming sect. Upon the appearance of Ming Qi, both Qin Jianzi and Fang Ming immediately revealed themselves, standing protectively in front of Lin Yan, their expressions icy as they locked their gazes on the skeletal-clad elder. I was curious about the two auras I sensed in the shadows. It turns out to be you. It seems the Qinyan sect has been developing quite well. You two have successfully reached the Yuanying stage. With that, the Qinyan sect can barely be considered a first-rate power in the Northern Territory. Ming Qi observed without a hint of fear, his demeanor calm as he smiled at the two Yuanying cultivators. Lin Yan, shortly I will hold him off with your teacher. You seize the opportunity to escape. However, Qin Jianzi did not respond to Ming Qi's words but turned back, his expression grave, and fixed his gaze on Lin Yan. This individual possesses strength far beyond ours. He likely has the cultivation of the 7th level of the nascent soul. We are no match for him. Upon hearing Qin Jianzi's words, Lin Yan's heart tightened as he recognized the severity of the situation. What surprised him was that the Xianming sect dared to disregard the threat posed by the Alchemist Association and directly attack him. After all, he was now considered an honorary elder of the Northern Alchemist Association. Elder Qing, can you and the teacher hold him off for a while? Yet, Lin Yan had no intention of retreating. His cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, and armed with various methods. He could never abandon Qin Jianzi and Fang Ming. Lin Yan, do not act impulsively. You are still young, and your future is long. As long as our Qinyan sect has you, we will surely dominate the entire Eastern Xuanyu in the future. When that time comes, it will not be too late to avenge us. Seeing Qin Jianzi's resolute expression, Lin Yan hurriedly interrupted. Elder Qing, I have a way to deal with this person, but I need you to hold him off for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yan disregarded the reactions of Qin Jianzi and Fang Ming and sat down cross-legged, beginning to break the formation. The method Lin Yan referred to was, of course, to set up several heavenly-level great formations after breaking the array, utilizing the inheritance of this heavenly-level array master, which would ensure they were not afraid of Ming Qi. The myriad transformation array sensed the presence of a high-grade heavenly-level defensive formation and is currently deciphering it with all its might. As Qin Jianzi observed Lin Yan entering the array-breaking state, he marveled at Lin Yan's talent in array techniques and gradually began to trust Lin Yan's method. He then joined Fang Ming in attacking Ming Qi. Although your strength is akin to that of ants, I must commend your courage. You dare to take the initiative against me. Facing the two attackers, Ming Qi showed no intention of evading and allowed their combined assault to approach. Just as Qin Jianzi and Fang Ming were about to strike, he slowly waved his sleeve and a torrent of dark energy erupted, nullifying their attacks. What? This aura carries a strong demonic presence. Both Qin Jianzi and Fang Ming displayed shock. The demonic race has always been at odds with human cultivators. Even 1,000 years ago, a great war broke out between the demon realm and humanity. Although humanity emerged victorious, it was a narrow victory. Why would someone from the Xianming sect employ such a demonic technique? Haha, do not worry, since I have revealed this secret to you. You shall not leave here alive today. As soon as he finished speaking, Ming Qi launched an assault on Qin Jianzi and Fang Ming. Faced with the attack of a 7th-level nascent soul practitioner, the two, being at the 3rd and 1st levels of nascent soul, could only rely on their various skills to evade and defend themselves. In an instant, they found themselves in a dire situation. The myriad transformation array successfully deciphered the high-grade heavenly-level defensive formation and, during the process, experienced a breakthrough, advancing to a medium-grade heavenly level. Master, we have struck gold. Chapter 62. The Astonishing Place of Inheritance. Insights of the Divine Level Array Master. As the high-grade heavenly level formation was breached by Lin Yan, he immediately stepped inside and secretly communicated with Qin Jianzi and Fang Ming. Elder Qing, teacher, quickly enter the formation. The moment Lin Yan's message was transmitted, Qin Jianzi and Fang Ming exchanged glances and immediately adopted a desperate posture, charging towards Ming Qi. Seeing their determined stance, Ming Qi's heart tightened slightly. Although he was indeed a 7th-level nascent soul, he could not underestimate the desperate assault of two nascent soul experts and had to temporarily retreat. However, just as Ming Qi prepared to defend, Qin Jianzi and Fang Ming swiftly turned and plunged into the high-grade heavenly-level defensive formation. Once they entered the formation's range, Lin Yan quickly sealed the breach. Elder Qing, teacher, are you all right? Lin Yan inquired anxiously, observing their breathless condition. The two shook their heads and smiled. Lin Yan, thanks to your mastery in array techniques, both the teacher and I would likely have perished here today. Indeed, but now it is fine. With this high-grade, heavenly-level defensive array in place, even if Ming Qi exerts all his strength, he cannot breach it. Seeing that both were in decent condition, Lin Yan sighed in relief, but quickly adopted a serious expression. However, we must not let our guard down. What if the opponent calls for reinforcements? You foolish boy. You can call for help as well. The president of the Alchemist Association, who is quite close to you, is a peak nascent soul powerhouse. If he arrives, will the Xianming sect still dare to act recklessly? Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Qin Jianzi chuckled and shook his head, as if it were common knowledge that everyone could call for help. However, Lin Yan could only smile wryly. I wish I could call for help. Unfortunately, upon entering this formation, I discovered that it is isolated from the outside world, and even messages cannot be sent. What? Qin Jianzi and Fang Ming's expressions instantly turned grim. Should we go out and hold him off while you call for help? However, Lin Yan immediately shook his head in denial and pointed outside. Going out now would be tantamount to sending ourselves to our deaths. Did you not see that old man's face, dark as water from anger? Lin Yan continued. But Elder Qing and the teacher need not worry. There are ample materials for formation here. Once I set up a few great formations, that old demon will surely be unable to do anything to us. Perhaps we can only rely on that. The two placed their utmost trust in Lin Yan's array talent. Master, we are truly fortunate. This place not only contains abundant formation materials, but also numerous formations. The excited voice of the myriad transformation array echoed in Lin Yan's mind. The myriad transformation array sensed many formations and began to comprehend and record them. After prolonged effort, the myriad transformation array successfully recorded 3 high-grade heavenly-level formations, 5 earth-level formations, and 10 Xian-level formations. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Yan's heart surged with excitement. Since the myriad transformation array comprehended the supplemental formations, it appeared that only 3 high-grade heavenly-level formations were recorded, but in reality, there were a total of 18 high-grade heavenly-level formations. Among these 18 formations, 5 were primarily offensive, 5 were for defense, and the rest serve as auxiliary. While collecting the formation materials, Lin Yan ventured deeper into the land of the heavenly-level array master's inheritance. As Lin Yan proceeded, a small palace came into view before him. Peering through the palace's entrance, he could distinctly see the figure of the heavenly-level array master, who had become a skeleton, along with a scroll placed before him. What level of scroll is this? It emanates a profound array rhythm. Lin Yan's heart trembled. After confirming that the palace was safe, he stepped inside. Approaching the skeleton of the heavenly-level array master, Lin Yan first bowed respectfully before lowering his gaze to the scroll radiating array rhythm. The myriad transformation array sensed the insights of the divine-level high-grade array master and entered a state of comprehension. What? It is indeed the insights of a divine-level high-grade array master. Lin Yan's heart was filled with astonishment, and he could not calm himself for a long time. The insights and reflections of a master arrayist are such that, if disseminated, they would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among numerous celestial and even divine arrayists. Moreover, this scroll contains the profound insights of a top-tier divine arrayist. At that juncture, it would not only be arrayists who would vie for it. Even the legendary beings of transformation would likely descend to seize it. Suppressing the tumultuous excitement within, Lin Yan gently lifted the scroll. To his astonishment, he discovered that it bore not only the lifelong reflections of this divine arrayist, but also numerous celestial and divine array formations. The Spirit Seal Array Technique. Master, this is indeed a remarkable treasure. The ever-evolving array way, upon reading this phrase, immediately brimmed with exuberance, exclaiming, if we could comprehend this Spirit Seal Array Technique, we would no longer require materials for array formations. We could directly capture the spirit seals drifting in the cosmos and construct grand arrays. Lin Yan nodded, his face alight with joy. With the Spirit Seal Array Technique, his speed in array formation would experience a profound leap, allowing him to shape a grand array with merely a flick of his hand. The array way begins to comprehend the spirit seal array technique. This scroll was fortuitously obtained by me, yet has also entangled me in great karma. Thus, I was compelled to flee here, enduring the remainder of my days in hardship. Should a fated individual later discover this, they must remember, never reveal the spirit seal array technique before the world. Otherwise, they will undoubtedly be pursued to the ends of the earth by that formidable power. However, when Lin Yan reached the final page of the scroll, his expression suddenly turned grave. An arrayist capable of arranging celestial grade formations must possess cultivation at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Yet even at this peak, they had to flee here. What kind of power is so formidable that it instills such dread in a nascent soul peak expert? Lin Yan fell into contemplation. But one thing was certain. This power was certainly not from Dongyan Prefecture. Could it be a powerful sect from the eastern Xian region? Boom! Just as Lin Yan was lost in thought, a sudden and violent explosion jolted him back to reality. Looking up, he was startled to find that the old ghost Ming and another nascent soul expert were exerting their full strength to break the array. Moreover, Lin Yan quickly discerned that the individual Ming had summoned was indeed a mid-tier celestial arrayist, with cultivation comparable to that of the old ghost Ming. Old ghost Ming, we agreed that once the array is breached, the individuals inside belong to you, while this celestial arrayist's inheritance will be mine. Chapter 63. Raising a hand to arrange a celestial grand array, the two nascent soul seventh layers were stunned. The elder who was vigorously breaking the array wore a smile as he glanced at old Ghost Ming. Little did he expect that this outing would yield the inheritance of a celestial arrayist, akin to a windfall from the heavens. Haha, rest assured, my friend Ren Yan, I, Ming Chi, am a man of my word. As long as you can breach this turtle shell, everything inside, except for that brat, is yours to take. Old Ghost Ming smiled slightly at Ren Yan, while simultaneously, under Ren Yan's guidance, he continued to bombard the weak points of the array. Under their combined efforts, this celestial grade grand array began to tremble precariously, as if it might collapse at any moment. Damn it! I never anticipated that old Ghost Ming would bring in a mid-tier celestial arrayist. It seems that breaching this celestial grade grand array is merely a matter of time. Inside the array, Qin Jianzi and Fang Ming exchanged glances, their expressions grim as they focused intently on the two outside who were breaking the array with all their might. The priority now is to ensure Lin Yan's safety. After a lengthy recovery, thanks to the medicinal pills Lin Yan provided, they had regained their peak condition, and their fighting capabilities were even stronger than before. This newfound strength bolstered their confidence to protect Lin Yan's retreat. The array way has successfully comprehended 1/5 of the insights of the top-tier divine arrayist and has been promoted to celestial grade. The array way has successfully comprehended the spirit seal array technique, enhanced it, and integrated it into a 5-elements array technique. How about that, master? Am I impressive? The excited voice of the array way chimed in, eager for praise. Lin Yan, in turn, praised it without reservation. Well done, little arrayist. I commend your efforts. As Lin Yan ascended to the status of a celestial grade arrayist and grasped the 5-elements array technique, he turned his gaze once more to the two outside the array, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips. Old Qing, teacher, it is time to conclude this. Lin Yan, have you succeeded in your comprehension? Are you preparing to arrange the array? Qin Jianzi and Fang Ming exclaimed in surprise upon witnessing the scene. If Lin Yan could assist with several celestial grand arrays, they would be absolutely confident in ensuring his safe departure. To this, Lin Yan nodded. Then with a wave of his hand, the celestial grade grand array vanished from view as it was withdrawn. Heh, I never expected you to seek death all on your own. Had you remained inside that turtle shell, you might have survived a bit longer. High above, old Ghost Ming scoffed as he saw Lin Yan voluntarily emerge. Even the mid-tier celestial arrayist beside him wore a smug expression. The withdrawal of the celestial grade grand array certainly saved him a considerable amount of time. However, as he looked down at the interior of the celestial arrayist's inheritance, he could not contain his rage, roaring at Lin Yan, "You little rascal. What have you done to my inheritance site?" Unperturbed by the murderous intent of the two nascent soul seventh layers, Lin Yan had no intention of responding. He slowly raised his hand towards them, with a hum, as Lin Yan pointed into the void where the two stood. The five elements' energy in that space began to converge as if drawn together. Subsequently, a series of five elements' spirit seals gradually coalesced in the void, and moments later, a grand array radiating immense power and a scorching aura enveloped Lin Yan, an old ghost Ming. Initially puzzled by Lin Yan's gestures, the two felt a surge of dread as the formidable array descended upon them. How? How is this possible? When did you arrange this celestial-grade grand array? Why did I not perceive it? Both Lin Yan and old ghost Ming gazed at Lin Yan in disbelief. The manifestation of a celestial-grade grand array with a mere gesture far exceeded their understanding. Was it not said that arranging an array requires ample preparatory materials? Boom! As the two within the array sensed an overwhelming aura of danger, they grimaced and unleashed their strongest techniques in a desperate attempt to break the array. Yet, how could Lin Yan permit them to have their way? He promptly drew forth his five-element sword, enveloping it with the fourth-grade nether lotus fire, and then slashed into the earth flame lotus array. Buzz! As this sword struck the earth flame lotus array, the grand array erupted with a fearsome sword intent, as if ignited by a catalyst. This is fourth-level sword intent. Old Ghost Ming was taken aback by the sudden emergence of a sword energy tempest within the array, his expression betraying deep apprehension. Aren't you a celestial-grade arrayist? Hurry up and break the array. If you don't, we will both meet our end here today. Observing the encroaching tempest of five elements energy, Old Ghost Ming kicked Lin Yan beside him and cursed out loud. He was genuinely anxious. Why are you so anxious? I'm merely a mid-tier celestial arrayist. If I could break it, I would have done so long ago. Do you really think you need to remind me? With that, Lin Yan continuously summoned various array discs, simultaneously resisting the terrifying onslaught while striving to break the array. Ah, damn it. The old man felt the sting of a sword piercing his backside. The ghostly figure, with his mangled flesh, turned to behold his grievously wounded rear and was gripped with a profound sense of dread regarding the storm of sword energy imbued with the essence of the five elements. He deftly employed various evasive maneuvers to escape its wrath. Below, Qin Jianzi and Fang Ming observed with heartfelt satisfaction the two individuals ensnared in the grand formation, desperately attempting to extricate themselves amidst their evident distress. Haha, how delightful. Let them boast. Do they truly believe our Qingyun sect is so easily trifled with? Simultaneously, they were increasingly astonished by Lin Yan's displayed talent. The ability to effortlessly establish a heavenly tier formation surpassed their understanding of formation masters. You truly are difficult to eliminate. Yet, Lin Yan, watching the two struggling within the formation, could not suppress his exasperation. The grand array he had conjured, infused with the power of the five elements, was significantly more formidable than ordinary formations, yet he was astonished to find it unable to swiftly vanquish two cultivators at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. This left Lin Yan feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Immediately, he raised his hand again, pointing toward the two in the void. Damn it, here it comes again. This is absurd. At that moment, within the formation, the two desperately resisting individuals could not help but curse as they saw Lin Yan's finger aimed at them once more. The instant their words fell, another grand formation, constructed from the essence of the five elements, enveloped them. What is this formation? I feel as if I am being frozen solid. Chapter 64. The annihilation of two 7th-level nascent soul cultivators and the corrupted Xianming sect. As the formation took shape, both the ghostly figure and Lin Yan felt an icy chill pierce through them. Alongside this relentless cold was the searing heat emanating from the earth flame lotus formation, creating an experience akin to enduring both ice and fire simultaneously. Whoosh! Moreover, as the formation imbued with frigid energy solidified, countless ice spikes coalesced from the void, primarily wielding the power of water, supplemented by the other four elemental forces, and surged toward the two. The myriad of ice projectiles that soared through the air produced a series of hissing sounds. Thud! In his attempt to evade the storm of sword energy, the ghostly figure was caught off guard and struck by several ice spikes, resulting in a violent expulsion of blood, clearly indicating he had sustained severe injuries. Damn it! Each of these ice spikes is no weaker than a full-force strike from a peak nascent soul cultivator. The ghostly figure was horrified. Had it not been for the overwhelming demonic energy within him absorbing much of the damage, he would have met his end right then and there. However, while the ghostly figure possessed such a trump card, Lin Yan did not share the same fortune. As a formation master, he was inherently weak in close combat. Thus, he could only continuously deploy formation plates to fend off the ice spikes, while also being wary of the sudden eruption of lotus flames. Cursed Ghost. Today, I have fallen into your trap. Although he was a heavenly tier formation master with profound roots, he could not withstand such relentless attrition. Soon, the formation plates he had meticulously prepared were nearly depleted. Thud! Moments later, countless ice spikes shattered Lin Yan's last formation plate and struck his body. The terrifying cold and fiery energy wreaking havoc within him, extinguishing all semblance of life. Bang! Lin Yan's corpse was reduced to mere ashes beneath the onslaught of raging flames. His essence obliterated. Lin Yan, my friend. Witnessing Lin Yan's demise, the ghostly figure was suddenly filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. I surrender. I concede. No more fighting. I am willing to offer compensation. Whatever you desire, my shimming sect can procure it for you. The ghostly figure's sudden plea elicited laughter from Lin Yan below. I never anticipated such naivety within the realm of cultivation. Lin Yan shook his head and, with a wave of his hand, intensified the assault of the two formations. Ah! Thud! 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 The two grand formations immediately fused, unleashing a torrent of attacks upon the ghostly figure, whose anguished cries echoed through the air. You insolent wretch! You dare to annihilate me? The shimming sect will not let this go unpunished. Ultimately, under the combined onslaught of two superior heavenly tier formations, the last remnants of the ghostly figure's demonic energy were utterly consumed, leaving him as defenseless as a turtle without its shell, annihilated by the twin formations. Whoosh! Following that, Lin Yan waved his hand and collected the storage bags of both individuals. How absurd! A dignified heavenly tier formation master, yet reduced to a pauper. Lin Yan examined Lin Yan's storage bag, which contained only some earthly tier formation materials, a few heavenly tier materials, a handful of medium-grade spirit stones, and several formations. After cataloging those formations, Lin Yan opened the ghostly figure's storage bag. What is this? To his astonishment, within the ghostly figure's bag lay a fist-sized object that resembled a stone but was not quite so. This peculiar item emitted faint wisps of dark gas. Could this be the source of the demonic energy within the ghostly figure? Lin Yan's expression turned serious. Although the demonic energy was scarce, it had contaminated the bag, which housed thousands of medium-grade spirit stones, releasing tendrils of black mist. Furthermore, Lin Yan felt a jolt of shock as the demonic energy seemed to possess its own consciousness, sensing his soul and actively attempting to curry favor with him, showcasing its power in a bid for Lin Yan to absorb and refine it. Begone! Lin Yan bellowed, realizing that this demonic energy had the hallmarks of enchanting cultivators, leading them unwittingly into traps. Fortunately, Lin Yan's soul power was exceptionally strong. Otherwise, he too might have fallen prey to its allure. This matter is of great significance. I must take the time to inform the Anti-Demon Alliance in the middle domain of Dongyan Prefecture. With a grave expression, Lin Yan sealed the entity using the power of the 5 elements before stowing it away. Lin Yan, the auction has concluded. The representatives of the 3 major sects wish to meet you. Where are you currently? At that moment, the voice of President Danxing echoed from Lin Yan's communication token. Please allow them to wait a moment. I shall return shortly. As soon as he spoke, Lin Yan and Qinjianzi hastened back toward Danxing City. Meanwhile, within the Xianming sect, the shattering of Ming Qi's soul tablet signified his demise in the outside world. Within an exceedingly dim hall, a middle-aged man exuding waves of demonic energy gazed coldly at the shattered soul tablet in his hand, his surroundings swirling with malevolent energy, radiating an aura of boundless killing intent. Ming Qi's cultivation was at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, and with the existence of demonic stones as a safeguard, anyone capable of slaying him must undoubtedly be a peak nascent soul cultivator. Yet, that was not the gravest concern. If the secret of the demonic stones were to be uncovered, it would herald a catastrophic disaster for our Xianming sect. Should we notify the upper sect and request them to conduct a discreet investigation into this matter? In the hall, the high-ranking members of the Xianming sect, all above the nascent soul stage, were gathered each radiating varying degrees of demonic energy, their strength significantly surpassing that of ordinary nascent soul cultivators. Yet, each face bore a profound seriousness as they looked up at the sect leader seated upon the high dais, awaiting his command. After a prolonged silence, the sect leader, enveloped in thick demonic energy, finally spoke in a cold tone. Notify the upper sect. This matter is of great importance and cannot be overlooked. Furthermore, it is essential to monitor Lin Yan closely. Elder Ming Qi ultimately met his demise because he fixated on this individual. Below, several Yuan cultivators received their orders and immediately took action. It is crucial that the Anti-Demon Alliance remains unaware of this matter. Otherwise, years of planning would be in vain. The leader of the Xianming sect gazed at the departing Yuan elders and murmured to himself, subsequently indulging in the overwhelming demonic energy, exclaiming how delightful it felt. He then declared that he would be entering seclusion for a period to break through to the spirit concentration realm, instructing that no one should disturb him during this time. All matters, large and small, within the sect would be delegated to the two vice-sect leaders. Chapter 65. An invitation from the three great Dao sects. Striving for late-stage 5th grade. In the northern region, within the Pill Saint City and the Alchemist Association, the younger Lin Yan respectfully greeted the esteemed elders. In a lavish reception hall, Lin Yan observed the representatives from the three great Dao sects who had been waiting for quite some time, and he hurriedly paid his respects. These were the individuals from the three great Dao sects of Dongyan Prefecture. He dared not exhibit any arrogance. How astonishing it is to witness Lin Danshi. So young, yet capable of concocting legendary pills imbued with Dao patterns, truly deserving of our admiration. The Yuan representative of the three great Dao sects regarded Lin Yan with a warm smile, entirely devoid of the lofty demeanor typically associated with such sections. It would be our honor if Lin Danshi could visit our Beiming Dao sect. Our sect leader has expressed great anticipation in meeting you, having heard of your ability to craft pills with Dao patterns. Additionally, I've heard that Lin Danshi has also delved into the sword path with commendable skill. You ought to visit our Xianjian Dao sect. Your innate talent in swordsmanship would surely enhance your abilities considerably. You both are being somewhat excessive. Why should you directly solicit Lin Danshi upon your arrival? If Lin Danshi is to visit, it should also be to our Yuming Dao sect, which possesses numerous insights from renowned alchemists. Standing there, Lin Yan observed the exceedingly enthusiastic representatives from the three great Dao sects, inwardly feeling a bittersweet smile. One offered the goodwill of a spirit concentration realm powerhouse, another the allure of swordsmanship, and yet another the wisdom of many esteemed alchemists. It was indeed a difficult choice. However, what puzzled Lin Yan was the unsettling sensation he experienced when he looked at the Yuan representative from the Yuming Dao sect, as if he sensed an evil aura reminiscent of that old demon. Was it merely an illusion? Shaking his head internally, Lin Yan smiled and addressed the representatives, saying, "How about this, esteemed seniors? I have an urgent matter to attend to in the central region of Dongyan Prefecture. Once I have concluded my affairs, I shall certainly pay a visit to each of you." Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the representatives from the three great Dao sects nodded in agreement, seemingly satisfied with this arrangement. Thus, they expressed their eagerness to welcome Lin Danshi in due course. Following their departure, Lin Yan noticed that the Yuan representative from the Yuming Dao sect suddenly received a communication, and an aura of malice radiated from him. Directed unmistakably at Lin Yan, it appeared that the Yuming Dao sect harbored significant issues as well. Congratulations, Lin Danshi, on garnering the favor of the three great Dao sects. This is a dream come true for many alchemists. After seeing off the representatives from the three great Dao sects, Dan Xing returned to Lin Yan's side, beaming with congratulations. The others, including Dan Xuanzi and Dan Ling, looked at Lin Yan with envious gazes. Being courted by the three great Dao sects was indeed a tremendous honor in Dongyan Prefecture. However, Lin Yan could not share in their joy. Instead, his expression turned grave as he spoke. Dan Xing, esteemed seniors, we must hasten to strengthen our powers. I foresee that chaos will soon erupt in Dongyan Prefecture. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, everyone fell silent, clearly perplexed by his implications. Lin Yan chose not to elaborate further and instead retrieved the demonic stone infused with malevolent energy. This is a demonic stone tainted with malevolent energy. It is a product of the demon realm, known to ensnare the minds of cultivators. Lin Yan, where did you acquire this? Dan Qing recognized the item immediately, his expression turning serious as he scrutinized Lin Yan. If Lin Yan were to fall under its influence, it would spell disaster for humanity. Rest assured, this object cannot affect me. Lin Yan responded. I found it in the storage bag of Elder Ming Qi from the Xianming sect. He attempted to ambush me, but I managed to turn the tables. As Lin Yan spoke, he did so nonchalantly. However, to Dan Qing and the others, it was akin to a thunderclap. What? Lin Dan sure turned the tables on the old demon? Wait, is it true? That old demon possesses the cultivation of a 7th level Yuan. Even I would require considerable effort to defeat him. Dan Qing seemed still in shock, staring incredulously at Lin Yan. In response, Lin Yan was prepared. He raised his hand, and a top-grade celestial formation slowly manifested, enveloping everyone in a wave of intense heat. This is a top-grade celestial formation. Dan Qing stood frozen, utterly astounded by the sudden appearance of the formation, feeling as though his entire worldview had been shaken. How could this be accomplished? The ability to set up a formation so effortlessly? Lin Shidi, please dispel the formation. I find it somewhat overwhelming. Eventually, it was Dan Ling's delicate voice that roused everyone from their stupor. Lin Dan, sure, you are nothing short of a prodigy. I never imagined you possessed such an extraordinary talent in formations. When Dan Qing and the others looked at Lin Yan again, their eyes were filled with profound respect. The identity of a top-grade celestial formation master placed Lin Yan on equal footing with them. Lin Yan, however, remained unfazed. He promptly dismissed the formation and shared his suspicions. To be candid, I sensed a similarly malevolent aura emanating from the Yuan-Ing representative of the Yu-Ming Dao sect, akin to that of the old demon. I suspect that the Yu-Ming Dao sect and the Xianming sect may have clandestine dealings with the demon clan. Upon hearing Lin Yan's revelations, the expressions of Dan Qing and the others turned grave. If that were the case, we must urgently inform the Anti-Demon Alliance. Lin Yan nodded in agreement, but then continued with a serious expression. This is precisely what troubles me. The Xianming sect is already aware of my identity, and the Yuan-Ing representative from a Yu-Ming Dao sect left with a palpable malice directed at me. It is highly likely that the Yu-Ming Dao sect has realized I know the secret of the demonic stone. If I were to venture into the central region with my current cultivation level, I would undoubtedly be ambushed by the Yu-Ming Dao sect. As he spoke, a wry smile crept across Lin Yan's lips. After all, his growth had been rather swift. Perhaps this way, Lin Dan, sure, you should entrust the demonic stone to me. I will personally head to the central region and inform the Anti-Demon Alliance. Lin Yan nodded in agreement and handed over the demonic stone to Dan Qing, then inquired. Dan Qing, esteemed senior, where can I find the insights and experiences of the alchemists within the Alchemist Association? Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Dan Qing immediately displayed a joyful expression. Is Master Lin planning to advance to the late stage of the 5th rank? Chapter 66, Consolidating the 5 Elements Yuan-Ing, Reward, God-Level Beast Mastery Technique. Observing Dan Qing's delighted demeanor, Lin Yan nodded and added, additionally, I kindly request that Senior Dan Qing provide me with the materials for the soul pill. Once you return from the central domain, you may attempt to break through to the spirit consolidation stage. Excellent. Dan Qing's heart swelled with excitement upon hearing Lin Yan's words, and he promptly handed over the materials for the soul pill that he had long prepared. Master Lin, the materials for the soul pill are exceedingly rare, so I only have one set, Dan Qing said with a worried expression. This was also one of the reasons he, as a 6th rank alchemist, was reluctant to craft the soul pill himself. In response, Lin Yan smiled reassuringly and gave Dan Qing an approving glance. No worries, one set is sufficient. Then I must thank you, Master Lin. All the insights and experiences of the alchemists in our Alchemist Association are stored on the 5th floor of the Dan Tower. You may come and go as you please. As Dan Qing's final words echoed, he summoned a heavenly grade flying treasure and set off towards the central domain. Simultaneously, after Dan Qing's departure, Dan Xuanzi and Qing Yunzi Fangming and others gazed eagerly at Lin Yan. They were all at the Yuan-Ing level and naturally held great anticipation for the soul pill. Noticing the trio's expressions, Lin Yan teased, "What are those looks? I have no such inclinations." However, he quickly added, "Rest assured, when the time comes, I will certainly craft the soul pill for you three, and it will be of the highest quality. But I must state in advance that you will need to gather the materials yourselves." Upon hearing this, the three were visibly overjoyed, exclaiming, "Lin Yan, we cannot express our gratitude enough. If you ever need anything in the future, just let us know. We would face any challenge without a second thought." "All right, you three need not be so formal. We are all comrades here. No need for such politeness." Lin Yan glanced at the three, bid farewell, and headed straight to the 5th floor of the Dan Tower. As for Dan Xuanzi and the others, watching Lin Yan's departing figure, they felt deeply moved, realizing that Lin Yan had already accepted them as his own. Now, not only is Lin Yan unparalleled in alchemy, but he is also remarkable in formations, and I've heard from the people of the artifact sect that he can even forge weapons. Therefore, what we can assist him with now is perhaps to seek out more resources in these areas. Upon entering the Dan Tower, Lin Yan faced no obstacles and arrived at the 5th floor, the repository of alchemical insights. Truly, the headquarters of the Northern Alchemist Association possesses an unparalleled foundation. Gazing at the myriad of alchemical insights, each varying in level, Lin Yan felt a wave of exhilaration. These insights could be deemed the finest in the northern region. The 10,000 transformation pill formula sensed the multitude of alchemical insights and entered a state of enlightenment. The super pill chi technique sensed the multitude of alchemical insights and entered a state of enlightenment. The 10,000 transformation array path sensed the presence of heavenly grade formations and entered a state of enlightenment. The super forging technique sensed the aura of divine artifacts and is perfecting its forging methods. Hearing the voices echoing in his mind, Lin Yan was pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated that this journey would elevate all 4 of his techniques. Without hesitation, Lin Yan sat cross-legged on the spot and entered a state of cultivation. Detecting that the host cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, a task is now issued. Please consolidate the power of the 5 elements. Manifest the 5 elements Yuan Ying, and subsequently break through to the Yuan Ying stage. Completion of the task will reward you with a god-level beast mastery technique. Oh, Lin Yan was startled, feeling a hint of surprise. He had not expected this breakthrough to the Yuan Ying stage would not require further collection of the 5 elements natural treasures. This was indeed a relief, sparing him much trouble. Immediately, Lin Yan sat cross-legged once more, began to circulate the super pill chi technique, and sought to consolidate the 5 elements Yuan Ying. However, he furrowed his brow, as no matter how he attempted to manifest the 5 elements Yuan Ying, he was unable to succeed. "Master, the fire element power in this realm is quite dense. Perhaps we can manifest the fire element Yuan Ying," the super pill chi technique prompted. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan realized the situation. It seemed that consolidating the 5 elements Yuan Ying required a step-by-step approach and was also contingent upon the surrounding environment. In areas rich in fire element power, he could manifest the fire element Yuan Ying, and the same applied to the other 4 elements. With this thought, Lin Yan suddenly grasped the essence of the matter and couldn't help but exclaim, "Darn, how is this any different from searching for heavenly grade 5 elements natural treasures? After all, both require an exceedingly dense 5 elements power to support them." Despite his complaints, Lin Yan remained seated and continued to circulate the super pill chi technique, capturing the fire element power in the void, intending to manifest the fire element Yuan Ying. As time slowly passed, 3 days soon elapsed. However, upon the completion of these 3 days, Lin Yan was astonished to discover that within his golden core, the fire element Yuan Ying had only just begun to protrude a single head. What is going on? Is the fire element power here insufficient? Lin Yan furrowed his brow in concern. If that is the case, then the difficulty of advancing to the Yuan Ying stage is no less than seeking heavenly grade 5 elements natural treasures. But soon, Lin Yan felt a sense of relief. After all, the path he was treading was one of invincibility through the 5 elements. Each realm was founded upon the power of the 5 elements, resonating with the principles of heaven and earth. As he continued on this path, who could possibly rival him in the future? With this mindset, Lin Yan calmed himself and began to ponder. Perhaps the depths of the extreme north region I visited previously could assist me in manifesting the water element Yuan Ying. The flame mountain, which possesses 5th rank Dan fire, should be able to help me consolidate the fire element Yuan. After much contemplation, Lin Yan finally identified these 2 locations. As for areas rich in metal element power, he might need to consult the people at the Alchemist Association. For the wood element power, perhaps the Great Wood Forest would suffice, as it bears traces of the legendary life tree. As for the earth element, that truly poses a challenge. Lin Yan shook his head and then stood up, intending to depart and first focus on manifesting the water and fire Yuan. The 10,000 transformation pill formula has comprehended numerous alchemical insights and has successfully advanced to the pinnacle of the 5th rank. The super pill chi technique has comprehended numerous alchemical insights, gaining minimal understanding, and has not been elevated. The 10,000 transformation array path has comprehended heavenly grade formations. Realizing its path to ascend to divine grade, it must comprehend 5 divine grade formations to ascend. The super forging technique has further refined its forging methods under the influence of divine artifacts and has advanced to high-grade earth level. Chapter 67. The 5 elements Tao body is 2/5 complete, God-level treasure, cold soul essence. Oh! Upon hearing the news of the advancements of the 4 techniques in his mind, Lin Yan felt a surge of joy. His alchemical proficiency has reached the pinnacle of the 5th rank, enabling him to craft the soul pill. And the next step is to strive for the 6th rank. The 10,000 transformation array path has also found its route to divine grade, requiring the comprehension of 5 divine grade formations, which should present a bit of a challenge, as there are only a handful of divine grade formation masters in the entire Eastern Yin state. To his surprise, even the super forging technique has reached high-grade earth level. It seems that a visit to the artifact sect will soon elevate it to heavenly grade. It appears that there is much to be done ahead. Before anything else, let us first concoct the soul pill for the esteemed Dan Qing. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Yan promptly retrieved his alchemical furnace and flame, followed by the necessary materials for crafting the soul pill. Although this was Lin Yan's inaugural attempt at creating the soul pill, his alchemical prowess had already ascended to the pinnacle of the 5th rank, complemented by his exquisite technique. Consequently, within half a day, a furnace filled with the intoxicating aroma of the soul pill was successfully produced. Congratulations to the host for successfully refining 2 soul pills inscribed with fire patterns, achieving a 100-fold return, and obtaining 3 additional soul pills with fire patterns. Congratulations to the host for refining 3 soul pills with fire patterns, thus acquiring the Earth Spirit Body. The Earth Spirit Body, under the influence of the super pill chi technique and the Earth Spirit Body, the comprehension of the Earth Law has reached 40%, nearing the threshold of advancing to the divine grade medium tier. The 10,000 transformations array has gained insight into the Earth realm due to the Earth Spirit Body, enhancing its power by 20%. The Blood Sword technique has grasped the profound sword intent, resulting in a 20% increase in its power. The super refining technique has become more attuned to the Earth Law. Upon successfully integrating the Earth Spirit Body, Lin Yan felt a further enhancement in his constitution and a deeper affinity with the earthly forces of nature. He pondered whether he could eventually gather the 5 elemental spirits to cultivate the 5 elemental body, envisioning a future where he could command the elemental forces of the universe. With a flicker of ambition in his heart, Lin Yan stored the 3 soul pills and departed from the pill tower. His next destination was the far north and the Flame Mountain, intending to cultivate both the water and fire elemental nascent souls before anything else. However, no sooner had Lin Yan stepped out of the pill tower than the figure of Dan Xuanzi appeared before him. Senior Dan Xuanzi, what brings you here? With a hint of apology, Dan Xuanzi smiled. The results of the previous auction have been announced. Before President Dan Qing departed, he entrusted me to deliver the proceeds to you, which I had forgotten. With that, Dan Xuanzi handed Lin Yan a storage bag and took his leave. Upon examining the contents of the bag, Lin Yan was astonished to find it contained a whopping 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Such an amount equaled the earnings of a top sect in the Northern Territory over 3 years. Lin Yan couldn't help but shake his head with a smile, sensing that this wealth might not be spent. After traversing 2 teleportation arrays, Lin Yan again found himself amid the vast, icy expanse of the far north. However, this time, he sensed something amiss. The numerous golden core cultivators who had previously sought treasures here had vanished without a trace. The entire icy plain seemed devoid of life, resembling a desolate wasteland. On the outermost fringes of the icy expanse, however, a diverse throng of golden core cultivators had gathered. Fellow cultivators, what has transpired here? Why have you all ceased your treasure hunting? One of the golden core cultivators, upon recognizing Lin Yan, quickly bowed in respect. Ah, it is Master Lin. What honor. The mention of Master Lin immediately drew the attention of everyone nearby, their eyes gleaming with envy. To converse with Master Lin was an extraordinary opportunity. Throughout the Northern Territory, who was unaware of Master Lin's generosity? Anyone who aided him, no matter how trivial, would receive ample recompense. The inquired golden core cultivator, filled with excitement, eagerly divulged all he knew. Master Lin, you may not be aware, but just a few days ago, the Xianming sect went into a frenzy, dispatching several nascent soul experts to seal off this icy expanse, seemingly in search of something. According to rumors, deep within the ice lay a natural ice cave that supposedly housed a divine-grade cold soul essence. Cold soul essence? Lin Yan's heart jolted. He had initially assumed that the Xianming sect was searching for the demonic stone lost by the old demon of the underworld. But it turned out they were after a divine-grade natural treasure, the cold soul essence. To speak frankly, the cold soul essence was invaluable for stabilizing and enhancing a cultivator's soul. It's worth rivaling that of a soul pill inscribed with 10 patterns. Moreover, the cold soul essence was beneficial not only to those at the peak of the nascent soul stage, but also to powerful cultivators at the spirit gathering stage. Clearly, someone within the Xianming sect was planning to break through to the spirit gathering stage. A glint of coldness flickered in Lin Yan's eyes as he handed the previously inquired cultivator a soul pill inscribed with 10 patterns. Without hesitation, he vanished, making his way deeper into the icy expanse. Is this truly a soul pill inscribed with 10 patterns? Ha ha ha. Wonderful. This 10-pattern soul pill will surely elevate my cultivation by at least 2 levels. The golden core cultivator, gazing at the soul pill in his hand, felt as though he was floating, overwhelmed by the surrealness of the moment. Fellow cultivator, I am willing to offer 1 million low-grade spirit stones for that soul pill, along with a fragment of a celestial level technique. Fellow cultivator, do not heed his words. I possess wealth. I will offer 5 million low-grade spirit stones and a high-grade, earth-level treasure, all for that 10-pattern soul pill. Wait, I have little time left. I've been stuck at the peak of the golden core stage for far too long. With that 10-pattern soul pill, I am certain to break through to the nascent soul stage. How about I protect you for life? Shameless old fool. At least others are willing to offer something of value for purchase, but you? You're utterly lacking in dignity. Fellow cultivator, as the throng of golden core cultivators closed in, the one previously questioned by Lin Yan unleashed a formidable aura, roaring, all of you be gone. If you wish to acquire this pill, bring forth a divine-grade treasure. Otherwise, stay away. Having driven off the crowd, the golden core cultivator wasted no time in departing. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, having sensed the presence of numerous Xianming sect cultivators deep within the ice through his formidable soul power, halted in his tracks. Since he had decided to act, he would aim for a substantial score this time. Chapter 68. The Terrifying Divine Grade Array. Lin Yan takes action. Upon observation, Lin Yan noted that the Xianming sect had dispatched a considerable force this time, with 5 nascent soul cultivators and a multitude of golden core peak experts. Truly, as one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, their foundation was indeed formidable. Yet, despite being astounded by the Xianming sect's immense power, Lin Yan's hands did not falter. He summoned his alchemical flame and furnace, casting forth countless materials to commence the alchemical process. Since they had become enemies, he intended to inflict significant pain upon them. As time passed, after half a day, Lin Yan had successfully refined a multitude of enhancement pills. Due to the icy environment, all the pills bore water elemental patterns: strength enhancement pills, constitution pills, agility pills, soul pills, regeneration pills, and blood revitalization pills, among others. Lin Yan prepared an abundant supply. However, as most of the enhancement pills he concocted were 3rd and 4th rank, the rewards he received consisted solely of various rare spiritual materials, continually enriching his store of resources. With these rewards, he would lack nothing for future alchemical endeavors. Lin Yan was quite pleased with this bounty. All right, the offspring of the Xianming sect, tremble. Your Lin grandfather is here. When it came to enemies, Lin Yan never held back, aiming to root them out entirely. Before embarking on his journey, Lin Yan naturally needed to disguise himself. Speaking candidly could easily invite hostility, as he was not alone. The Qingtian sect backed him. With the aid of a heavenly speed formation, Lin Yan swiftly arrived at the location of the previous heavenly formation master's legacy. Moreover, thanks to the heavenly concealment array, the numerous pinnacle golden core experts from the Xianming sect station below remained entirely unaware of his presence. Gradually, Lin Yan raised his hand, and a high-level heavenly sword chi storm formation quietly took shape, enveloping 6 pinnacle golden core experts below in an instant. After completing this, he continued deeper into the ice field. Behind him, anguished cries echoed from within the formation, quickly fading into silence. Damn it! The frigid air near this ice cave is nearly unbearable even for me. My spiritual energy is becoming sluggish. At this moment, in the deepest part of the ice field, under the sun's rays, everything appeared striking blue. The entire expanse was encased in ice. Even the flowing air contained traces of frost. At the center, a towering ice cave loomed, reminiscent of a dark vortex that instilled fear. 5 nascent soul experts from the Xianming sect, each holding a formation disc inscribed with intricate arrays, were laboriously approaching the ice cave. Isn't that stating the obvious? This is a divine-grade, cold soul essence. Not only us nascent souls, but even someone at the early stage of the spirit consolidation realm would find it challenging to enter that ice cave. Simultaneously, under the protection of the concealment formation, Lin Yan reached the deepest part of this ice field. To his astonishment, he discovered a small ice plain hidden within this vast expanse. However, the terrifyingly low temperatures here would likely freeze even an early nascent soul expert into a lifeless statue. Lin Yan felt a chill in his heart, yet he was unafraid. Not only did he possess the fusion of Dan fire and heavenly formations, but more importantly, as he continued to comprehend the water element's power through the super Danshi technique, the water element nascent soul within his golden core had gradually emerged halfway. Thus, he was unaffected by the dense chill in the atmosphere. As the nascent soul experts from the Xianming sect drew closer to the ice cave, it seemed as if some mechanism had been triggered. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of icy power erupted from the cave, instantly freezing the leading nascent soul expert in place. Master, a divine-grade formation. This ice cave is shrouded by a divine-grade formation. A divine-grade formation? Lin Yan felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. He realized that this divine-grade formation was not a naturally occurring phenomenon, but rather a carefully arranged setup. In other words, this divine-grade cold soul essence had long been marked by a divine-grade formation master. If that were the case, the Xianming sect was likely to encounter a formidable challenge. Lin Yan was quite pleased to witness this development. Besides, the cold soul essence was not something he desperately needed. He only required the abundant water element power in this area to solidify his water element nascent soul. It was not worth the risk of offending a divine-grade formation master to seize the cold soul essence. Furthermore, given the caliber of the divine-grade formation, it was at least a mid-tier divine-grade level, indicating that the formation master who set it up had to be at the spirit consolidation realm. Such experts were among the elite in Dongyan Prefecture, especially with the title of divine-grade formation master. Who would be foolish enough to provoke someone of that stature? However, if the Xianming sect's members truly possessed the ability to break the formation, Lin Yan could intervene, thus earning a favor from a divine-grade formation master. With this thought, Lin Yan took out a formation stone capable of recording images and began documenting the scene. Third Elder, among our 5, I possess the highest formation skills. Do you think we can breach this divine-grade formation? The remaining 4, after rescuing the frozen nascent soul expert, retreated a short distance, their expressions filled with dread as they gazed at the now visible divine-grade formation, their earlier anxiety still fresh. Indeed, let's commence our efforts. With this command, the 5 Xianming sect formation masters immediately arranged themselves in a complex formation, continuously channeling their spiritual energy into the formation disc. This was indeed a divine-grade formation disc. From his concealed vantage point, Lin Yan was slightly startled upon seeing the formation disc. If they possessed such a divine-grade formation disc, they might indeed succeed in creating an opening in the divine-grade array. However, he could not allow them to proceed any further. With a swift motion, Lin Yan conjured a high-level heavenly formation brimming with water element power, which rapidly formed above the 5 experts, enveloping them instantly. Not good. We are under attack. Chapter 69. Acquiring a divine-grade formation disc, casually obtaining 2 heavenly elemental treasures from the Xianming sect. Just as the 5 formation masters from the Xianming sect were exerting their utmost to break the formation, they suddenly sensed a terrifying pressure emanating from a formation that had unexpectedly materialized above them, instantly encompassing them within its grasp. The speed at which this formation formed left them no time to react, as if it had been set up long before, lying in wait. Who dares to interfere with the affairs of the Xianming sect? The 5, now enveloped by Lin Yan's formation, found their connection to the outside world severed. The formation disk that had been hovering before the divine-grade array was effortlessly summoned into Lin Yan's grasp. A divine-grade formation disk. What a remarkable treasure! A formation disk is a powerful tool wherein a formation master inscribes formidable arrays onto it in advance, allowing for immediate deployment of the formation when needed. This is a common method employed by formation masters in combat, yet crafting such disks requires exceedingly rare and valuable materials. Thus, the higher the grade of the disk, the scarcer it becomes. The divine-grade formation disc in Lin Yan's possession could be considered one of the Xianming sect's significant assets. Who are you? Why do you interfere in the matters of the Xianming sect? This cold soul essence was discovered by our sect first. Do you wish to make an enemy of us? The 5 members of the Xianming sect glared grimly at the figure in the black robe above, striving to maintain a semblance of cordiality in their tone. The ability of this individual to set up a high-level heavenly formation without their notice indicated that they far surpassed the 5 in both skill and cultivation. They even began to suspect that this person might be a formidable being at the spirit consolidation realm. In response to their inquiries, Lin Yan adopted a composed demeanor and replied, "Hee, you are mistaken, my friends. I discovered this cold soul essence a century ago when it was still immature. Thus, I set up this divine-grade formation to guard this location. In this moment, the essence of the cold spirit was on the brink of maturation. And yet you dare come and seize the opportunity for me?" As soon as the words left Lin Yan's lips, he began to channel the supreme Danchi technique of the lower-grade divine class. The elemental forces of the universe gradually converged, forming a divine halo behind him, emanating waves of terrifying pressure. The 5 individuals ensnared within the formation felt the overwhelming might radiating from Lin Yan, their expressions morphing into shock, leaving them utterly stunned. To harness the elemental forces for oneself is undoubtedly the prowess of a venerable master. Instantly, the haughty expressions the 5 once wore vanished, replaced with a semblance of respect. They spoke with a gentler tone. "Might we implore you, esteemed elder, to part with this treasure? It holds immense significance for our Xianming sect. Should you be willing, we are prepared to exchange any item of value." Observing the earnestness in their plea, Lin Yan felt a surge of satisfaction within. After a moment's contemplation, he replied slowly, "Seeing your sincerity, I too am inclined to make a concession." Upon hearing this, the 5 breathed a sigh of relief, smiles breaking across their faces. Yet, Lin Yan's next words left them frozen in disbelief. Acquiring this divine cold spirit essence is not impossible. However, it requires a heavenly grade natural treasure of the 5 elements in exchange. At this, their faces contorted with bitterness, and they looked up at Lin Yan, indignation simmering in their eyes. "Esteemed elder, your demands are rather exorbitant. While the divine cold spirit essence is indeed invaluable, it pales in comparison to a heavenly grade natural treasure." The 5 members of Xianming sect suspected that this old fellow was merely jesting with them, dismissing the possibility of a genuine transaction. However, Lin Yan, unperturbed by their discontent, allowed his fingers to weave another heavenly grade formation, which gradually took shape. "I do not require you to gather all 5 elemental treasures. Simply bring what you possess, and if it meets my satisfaction, I shall dismantle the formation and allow you to claim the cold spirit essence." Gasping, the 5 stared in awe at the heavenly grade formation being effortlessly conjured by Lin Yan's fingertips. What kind of formation technique is this? To erect a heavenly grade formation in an instant. Could it be that this old monster's mastery of formations has reached this saintly level? As their minds raced, they realized that if this were true, They could not afford to defy him. "Have you come to a decision?" Lin Yan inquired, as the five fell into contemplation. Yet, just as they were deep in thought, Lin Yan's other hand summoned another heavenly grade formation, exuding an aura of danger. At this sight, the five members of Xianming's sect, as if confronted by a specter, nodded vigorously, akin to chicks pecking at grains. "We shall abide by your words, esteemed elder. Please dismantle the formation and allow us to depart. We will return promptly with the heavenly grade 5 elemental treasures." However, Lin Yan merely shook his head slowly, his tone indifferent. "Have your people deliver the items to me. I shall grant you but one day. Should the treasures fail to arrive, you shall accompany them to the grave." Within the formation, the five felt the weight of Lin Yan's ominous words, their hearts trembling. They harbored no doubts about his capabilities. After all, to erect 3 heavenly grade formations with a mere flick of his hand suggested that even if he were not a true venerable master, he could easily dispatch them countless times over. Without hesitation, they produced their communication tokens, initiating contact. Meanwhile, Lin Yan temporarily restored the formation's ability to intercept communications. "Please hold on, esteemed elder. Our Xianming sect possesses 2 types of heavenly grade elemental treasures. They shall be delivered to you within half a day." Lin Yan nodded calmly. Yet inside, he was brimming with excitement, astonished that his impromptu scheme could yield such substantial rewards. As for concerns that Xianming's sect might see through his ruse and dispatch peak experts to eliminate him, such worries were entirely unfounded. With his current strength, he had no fear of any challenges, provided the venerable masters did not intervene. As time flowed steadily, half a day passed, and at last, a figure clad in Xianming sect robes, a Yuaning powerhouse, arrived swiftly, presenting Lin Yan with a storage bag. "Esteemed elder, these are the 2 types of heavenly grade elemental treasures you requested." Chapter 70, Conjuring the Earth Element Yuan Ying, annihilating 5 demon clan members in one strike. While the members of Xianming's sect might be somewhat irksome, they were indeed punctual, delivering the items in less than half a day. Lin Yan nodded slightly, accepting the storage bag, which contained 2 heavenly grade natural treasures radiating elemental energy: the heavenly grade water elemental treasure and the heavenly grade earth elemental treasure. Lin Yan acknowledged the rich earth elemental energy, which he had previously lacked, and with his heavenly grade earth elemental treasure, he could now coalesce the earth element Yuan Ying. The super Danchi technique sensed the abundant earth and water elemental energies, entering a state of comprehension, stimulated by the rich water elemental energy. The speed of coalescing the water element Yuan Ying accelerated, successfully forming the water element Yuan Ying under the influence of the rich earth elemental energy. The process of forming the earth element Yuan Ying commenced. "Esteemed elder, how do you find the treasures?" The leader of the Yuan Ying 8th level Xianming sect members inquired cautiously, fearful of provoking this formidable figure. Lin Yan nodded, affirming, "Not bad. You certainly exhibit commendable efficiency. Then, may I request you to dismantle the formation and the divine formation?" The Yuan Ying 8th level leader's face lit up with excitement at Lin Yan's words. However, observing the elation on the Xianming sect member's face, Lin Yan's tone shifted, growing cold. "When did I ever state that I would dismantle the formation?" As he spoke, Lin Yan summoned the 2 heavenly grade formations, enveloping the 5 individuals within. The 3 formations radiating terrifying energy imposed such immense pressure that the 5 found it difficult to even channel their spiritual energy, let alone resist. In that moment, fear and confusion washed over the 5. Wasn't the agreement to trade in good faith? Why had circumstances taken such a sudden turn? "Esteemed elder, could there be a misunderstanding? We are from Xianming sect. Our sect maintains a cordial relationship with the Ghostly Path sect in the central region. We implore you to spare our lives for the sake of the Ghostly Path sect." Gradually regaining their composure, the 5 members' faces turned pale with terror as they invoked the name of the Ghostly Path sect to plead for mercy. Simultaneously, the overwhelming pressure caused demonic energy to uncontrollably seep from their bodies in a desperate attempt to resist. "Do you still wish to flee?" Lin Yan did not respond immediately, instead turning to point with his finger, instantly ensnaring the Yuan Ying powerhouse who had delivered the items within a heavenly grade formation. As he coalesced the water element Yuan Ying, Lin Yan's spiritual energy reserves allowed him to simultaneously cast 5 heavenly grade formations. After capturing another Yuan Ing powerhouse, Lin Yan discarded his disguise, revealing a row of pristine white teeth as he smiled. Do you still believe there is a misunderstanding between us? At that moment, upon recognizing Lin Yan's true identity, the 5 members were overcome with fury, one of them unable to suppress a spurt of blood. It's you little scoundrel. Witnessing their enraged and contorted faces, Lin Yan felt a surge of satisfaction. Still daring to speak insolently? With a gentle wave of his hand, a massive hand of condensed spiritual energy emerged within the formation, delivering a resounding slap to the faces of the 5. A resounding slap caused the 5 individuals to spew forth blood once more. Lin Yan, still not fully satiated in his wrath, waved his hands, and within the grand formation, a series of thundering sounds echoed. Due to the oppressive nature of the 3 high-grade heavenly formations, the spiritual energy within the 5 was nearly sealed, resulting in their faces swelling grotesquely under Lin Yan's violent outburst. How absurd for human cultivators to dabble in demonic artifacts. They have rendered themselves neither human nor demon, a true blight upon the world. Once his fury was spent, Lin Yan regarded the 5 with a dispassionate tone. Speak. From where did you acquire this demonic stone? However, within the confines of the formation, the 5 offered no response to Lin Yan's inquiry. Instead, as dark energies surged around them, they began to descend into madness, their auras rising and their ability to move restored. You little brat, thank you for awakening the demonic essence within us. In gratitude, we shall make you our nourishment. As their words fell, their bodies began to twist grotesquely, various appendages emerging from within, exuding a repugnant malevolence. Even the spiritual energy within the formation was corrupted, transforming into demonic energy. A pack of demonic wretches daring to turn against humanity on our land. With that, Lin Yan's gaze grew sharp. With a swift gesture, he summoned yet another high-grade heavenly formation. You think 4 high-grade heavenly formations can obliterate us? How naive, unless you can summon 5 at once. Today shall be your demise. Inside the formation, the 5 corrupted experts from the Xianming sect wore sinister smiles, mocking as they attempted to break through the formation. Thank you for the reminder. With a decisive motion, Lin Yan drew forth his top-grade, Earth-level 5-element sword, its formidable elemental energies swirling as he charged towards the approaching nascent soul expert. With a cultivation level of merely the 3rd phase of nascent soul, this individual was no match for Lin Yan, who effortlessly eliminated him in an instant. With a wave of his hand, the originally encompassing high-grade heavenly formation surged towards the 5, enveloping them almost instantaneously. As the 5 formations fused, an overwhelming pressure burst forth, rivaling even the earlier divine formation. Kerstbrat, I never anticipated you could indeed set up 5 high-grade heavenly formations at once. The 5, now shrouded by the formations, were seized by panic. Under the influence of Lin Yan's vital energies infused with the essence of the 5 elements, the formations coalesced into an immense 5 elements formation, continuously drawing upon the elemental forces of heaven and earth to refine and obliterate the 5. You little brat, just wait. When my demonic army returns to this land, it will be your end. With a final, unwilling roar, the 5 corrupted individuals were reduced to ethereal wisps of azure smoke, leaving behind 5 unevenly sized black stones. More demonic stones. Lin Yan's expression grew grave. He had not realized the depth of the demonic infiltration into human territories. In Dongyan Prefecture alone, he was aware of the presence of both the Yuming Dao sect and the Xianming sect, with more yet undiscovered. Had the entire Eastern Xian domain succumbed to such insidious infiltration? This matter was far more serious than I had imagined. Reflecting on the last words of the 5, it was evident that they bore the essence of the demonic race. After employing special means to collect the 5 demonic stones, he departed the location. The Super Danchi formula has sensed the dense demonic aura and is attempting to decipher it. Chapter 71. Deciphering Demonic Energy? The demonic stones comparable to spiritual essence. Oh, hearing the voice resonating in his mind, Lin Yan felt a tremor of surprise. Could this Super Danchi formula truly unravel the essence of demonic energy? Little Dan, can you really decipher this demonic energy? Lin Yan queried internally. If the demonic energy could indeed be resolved, even in the heart of the demonic realm, Lin Yan would no longer fear the tainted spiritual energies. Indeed, Master, this demonic energy is fundamentally a form of spiritual energy, merely corrupted into demonic essence. Once I decipher it, I shall understand how to neutralize the demonic energy, allowing us to absorb the essence from these demonic stones for cultivation without any adverse effects. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's brow furrowed slightly. Absorbing demonic energy for cultivation? That sounds rather unsettling. Master, do not underestimate these demonic stones. They contain some of the purest spiritual energy in existence, even surpassing that of premium spiritual stones, rivaling that of certain spiritual essences. Moreover, with my presence, the demonic energy within these stones shall pose no threat to you. In other words, these demonic stones represent an exceptionally perfect resource for our cultivation. Lin Yan sensed within the demonic stones an exceptionally pure essence of heaven and earth, albeit tainted by demonic energy. If it could truly be purified, these stones would indeed be an invaluable resource for his advancement. Excellent. Little Dan, continue your efforts. Strive to decipher this demonic energy swiftly. Master, 5 stones are insufficient. I require more to effectively unravel the essence. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Yan reassured, fear not. In the future, many demonic stones will be at your disposal for deciphering. The Wanhua formation successfully comprehended the divine formation, completing 1/5 of the progress towards divine level and acquiring a divine level ice domain formation. Oh, at that moment, the notification of the Wanhua formation's successful comprehension echoed in Lin Yan's mind. Master, once I ascend to divine level, I'll be able to establish divine formations. Furthermore, all previous formations can directly elevate to divine level. Am I not impressive, Master? Lin Yan smiled inwardly, praising, you're doing splendidly. Imagining the day when the Wanhua formation ascends to divine level, all of its formations transforming into divine formations, Lin Yan envisioned unleashing several divine formations at will. Who could possibly stand against him? Even formidable experts would likely retreat in fear. Very well. Next, I shall head to the Flame Mountain to condense the fire elemental nascent soul. With the water elemental nascent soul successfully condensed and the earth elemental nascent soul in progress, the fire elemental nascent soul had begun to take shape. Lin Dan, are you available right now? However, just as Lin Yan prepared to leave the vast, icy expanse for the Flame Mountain, a message suddenly arrived through his communication token. Brother Baishan, what is it? Lin Dan, our sect leader wishes to meet you. His time is short, and he seeks a divine soul pill. Fearing Lin Yan might refuse, Baishan quickly added, rest assured, Lin Dan, our artifact sect will provide you with satisfactory rewards. Upon hearing Baishan's words, Lin Yan shook his head with a smile. Brother Baishan, you flatter me. Your artifact sect has treated me exceedingly well. The high-grade refining platform was given without hesitation. Having received such a significant favor from your sect, assisting in the creation of a divine soul pill is only right. Please do not mention rewards. With that, Lin Yan promptly set off toward the refining workshop. Lin Dan, you have arrived. As soon as Lin Yan entered the workshop, Baishan greeted him personally. Brother Baishan, please take me directly to the artifact sect. There have been many pressing matters lately, and I am rather pressed for time. Lin Yan smiled gently and spoke to Baishan, excellent. The refining workshop possesses a teleportation array that leads directly to our sect. Let's depart at once. As soon as he finished speaking, Baishan led Lin Yan into the teleportation array of the refining workshop. After a brief moment of dizziness, a magnificent view of the sect unfolded before Lin Yan's eyes. Is this the divine artifact sect? Lin Yan's heart stirred. The scale of this place surpassed that of their Qingyun sect by several degrees. Moreover, upon arriving at the divine artifact sect, Lin Yan instantly sensed the pervasive golden elemental energy in the air. The Super Danshi art has detected the golden elemental energy and entered a state of comprehension, beginning to condense the golden elemental nascent soul, especially at the forefront. The 3 towering peaks were enveloped in a rich flow of golden elemental energy, resembling divine dragons that guarded the 3 summits. Master Lin Dan, please follow me. The sect master has been awaiting your arrival at the main peak, Baishan said. Before long, Lin Yan followed Baishan to the main peak. The super refining art sensed various refining techniques and entered a state of comprehension. The myriad transformation array art sensed the aura of a god-level formation and entered a state of comprehension. The fusion fire art sensed a remarkably rich fire elemental aura and entered a state of comprehension. The super Danshi art sensed the dense fire elemental aura and is attempting to condense the fire elemental nascent soul. However, upon attempting, it was found that this fire elemental aura is insufficient to condense the fire elemental nascent soul. Upon arriving at the main peak, Lin Yan's various techniques reacted simultaneously, bringing him unexpected joy. Old man Lei Dong, I have the honor of meeting Master Lin Yan. At that moment, an elderly man, surrounded by a throng of admirers, swiftly approached Lin Yan and performed a slight bow. At the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, this elder was undoubtedly a formidable powerhouse. Lin Yan did not dare to be presumptuous and quickly returned the gesture. Junior Lin Yan, greetings to Senior Lei Dong. Master Lin Yan, I shall be direct as my time is limited. Lei Dong's eyes gleamed with hope as he looked at Lin Yan. He retrieved a set of materials for crafting the soul pill from his storage bag and earnestly said, I implore you, Master Lin Yan, to assist me in refining a soul pill. Should you desire anything, feel free to take it. Seeing the sect Master Lei Dong and the many senior members of the Divine Artifact sect bowing respectfully to him, Lin Yan hurriedly stepped forward to help them up, stating, Seniors, please do not be so formal. I owe a debt of gratitude to the Divine Artifact sect, and it is only natural that I assist in refining pills. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yan accepted the materials for the soul pill from Lei Dong and began the refining process in front of everyone. With the experience of previously refining the soul pill, Lin Yan completed the task in less than half a day. Congratulations, host, for successfully refining 2 soul pills with golden elemental patterns, triggering a 100-fold return, and obtaining 3 soul pills with golden elemental patterns. Congratulations, host, for successfully refining 3 soul pills with golden elemental patterns, increasing comprehension of the golden elemental rules by 10%. Chapter 72. Condensing the golden elemental nascent soul. En précédente de refining technique. Hearing the voice resonating in his mind, Lin Yan felt a surge of joy. His comprehension of the golden elemental rules had increased by 10%. This meant that apart from the wood element, his understanding of the other 4 elemental rules was all above 40%. Through relentless effort, the Super Danshi art has successfully condensed the earth elemental nascent soul. The task of condensing the 5 elemental nascent souls is now 2/5 complete. Excellent. A smile graced Lin Yan's face as he handed the 3 soul pills with golden elemental patterns to the sect master of the Divine Artifact sect. Is this the soul pill with elemental patterns? The mere aura it emanates gives me a sense of enlightenment, truly worthy of Master Lin Yan. Such pills could only be refined by you. The 3 soul pills with golden elemental patterns meant that the Divine Artifact sect could potentially produce 3 formidable practitioners in the future. All of this was thanks to Master Lin Yan. The senior members of the Divine Artifact sect, including Sect Master Lei Dong, could not help but exclaim in astonishment upon seeing the 3 soul pills with golden elemental patterns, especially upon learning that Lin Yan could refine perfect-level magical treasures. Their admiration for him deepened. This great favor is beyond my ability to repay. From this day forth, my life belongs to Master Lin Yan. Should you require anything, just inform the Divine Artifact sect, and we shall spare no effort in fulfilling your needs. As the excitement surged within them, Lei Dong and the others bowed once more in reverence to Lin Yan. These 3 soul pills with golden elemental patterns are an incredible gift. Please, do not be so formal. The Divine Artifact sect is my friend. Aiding friends is only natural. Lin Yan stepped forward again, eager to help them up. This gesture of gratitude was overwhelming for him. However, the senior members of the Divine Artifact sect, feeling deeply moved, insisted, Master Lin Yan, please select some items you desire to take with you, even if it is our sect's only divine artifact. Lin Yan looked at the pleading expressions on their faces, feeling both amused and bewildered. How could one request others to take their possessions? Yet, unable to resist their fervent enthusiasm, he replied, Senior Lei Dong, might I inquire if there is a place rich in golden elemental energy within your sect? Upon hearing Lin Yan's question, Lei Dong's face lit up with excitement. Master Lin Yan, If you seek a place abundant in golden elemental energy, you have come to the right place. The foundation of our divine artifact sect is a grand secret realm filled with golden elemental power. As he spoke, Lei Dong led Lin Yan to a softly glowing entrance. This is the entrance to the secret realm. The golden elemental energy within is sure to satisfy Master Lin Yan. Furthermore, should you find anything of interest inside, feel free to take it. However, I must advise caution in the deepest part of the secret realm, as there lies a divine-grade, natural treasure of golden elemental energy. Lin Yan nodded and, under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, stepped into the secret realm. Once he entered, Lei Dong commanded, "Convey this directive from our sect master. From now on, the divine artifact sect shall endeavor to maintain closer ties with the Qingyan sect. Any promising ventures will be prioritized for the Qingyan sect." With a wave of dizziness, the scenery before Lin Yan transformed dramatically. He found himself surrounded by a plethora of various refining materials. Even the peaks of the secret realm were comprised entirely of metallic refining materials. No wonder the divine artifact sect dominated the art of refining in the northern region. It was guarding such a treasure trove. Lin Yan marveled internally, realizing that with these materials, the divine artifact sect would scarcely lack for refining resources in the future. The Super Danshi art sensed an even richer golden elemental energy. Accelerating comprehension. Master, if you venture a bit further inside, there's a divine-grade, natural treasure of golden elemental energy. If you can comprehend it, I will surely be able to condense the golden elemental nascent soul. The Super Danshi art's excited voice echoed in his mind. Very well, Lin Yan nodded, quickening his pace as he made his way deeper into the secret realm. Although the power of gold within this vast secret realm is exceedingly dense, deterring ordinary nascent soul experts from venturing deeper, it presents a unique exception for Lin Yan. Not only does he break through each major realm using the power of the 5 elements, but his comprehension of the rules of gold has reached an impressive 40%, rendering him unafraid of the gold power that permeates this space. After a prolonged journey, Lin Yan successfully arrived at the depths of this grand secret realm, where he beheld the true form of the divine-grade, natural treasure of gold, a humanoid metal piece roughly the size of a basin. The gold power it emanated was exponentially stronger than any celestial-grade natural treasure he had collected along the way. The supreme Danshi technique sensed the aura of the divine-grade natural treasure, accelerating the comprehension speed and hastening the condensation of the gold nascent soul. Under the stimulus of the divine natural treasure, the comprehension of the rules of gold reached 50%, successfully condensing the gold nascent soul. The task of condensing the 5-element nascent soul is now 3/5 complete. As the gold nascent soul took shape, Lin Yan instantly felt a surge of strength, becoming more attuned to the rules of gold in the world around him. At this moment, he believed he could deploy 7 celestial-grade superior formations in one go. Indeed, with 3 elements of the 5-element nascent soul already condensed, even peak nascent soul experts would find it challenging to inflict any harm upon him. Once the myriad transformation formation techniques ascend to the divine level, I shall not fear even the strongest of them. A wave of excitement surged within Lin Yan. The exhilaration brought by this enhancement of power was simply delightful. It was time to depart. Before leaving, Lin Yan cast a glance at the divine-grade natural treasure of gold and then turned away. Although this treasure was incredibly precious, it was fundamentally the cornerstone of the artifact sect, and Lin Yan could not possibly take it with him. Even being able to carry away a celestial-grade natural treasure of gold was already quite commendable. The supreme refinement technique has successfully ascended to celestial-grade inferior due to insights gained from various refinement methods, and has comprehended the repair technique. The myriad transformation formation technique has achieved completion of 2/5 in comprehending divine-grade formations. The fusion fire technique has gained new insights from the intense fire aura, ascending to earthly grade inferior. As soon as he stepped out of the vast secret realm, news of the ascensions of 3 of his techniques echoed in his mind, filling Lin Yan with joy. The repair technique was nothing short of miraculous. With materials of sufficient grade, it could elevate the level of magical artifacts. In other words, as long as I possess enough celestial-grade 5-element treasures now, I could upgrade the earthly-grade superior 5-element sword in my possession to celestial grade. Lin Yan was elated. This meant he would no longer need to replace his magical artifacts in the future. Indeed, upon returning to the sect, he could enhance the life weapons of Elder Qing and the sect master. Surely, by now, the sect master must have successfully reached the nascent soul stage. Elder Lin, you emerged so swiftly? Was the gold secret realm not to your liking? Lei Dong and several high-ranking members of the artifact sect gathered around Lin Yan, their expressions tinged with anxiety. If this vast secret realm had failed to meet Lin Yan's expectations, they would bear a weight of guilt for eternity. Seeing the concern etched on their faces, Lin Yan smiled reassuringly. Oh, esteemed seniors, you misunderstand. The gold power within was indeed profoundly rich and greatly beneficial to me. I have already completed my comprehension. Completed it in such a brief time? Upon hearing this, the group gazed at Lin Yan with a look of astonishment, as if observing a marvel. After a long moment, they clasped their fists in respect, exclaiming, Elder Lin's talents are truly unparalleled throughout history. Lin Yan chuckled and bowed to Lei Dong and the others before saying, In that case, I shall not linger any longer. With that, he promptly turned to depart. Upon returning to Danxing City via the teleportation array, Lin Yan hurried to the Dan Tower, as he intended to head to Flame Mountain to condense the fire element nascent soul. Conveniently, Flame Mountain lay within the territory of the Great Yan dynasty, allowing him to return to the sect alongside Qing Yunzi and Feng Ming. However, just as Lin Yan entered the Dan Tower, he immediately heard a sigh resonate through the air. Sigh. Matters have grown rather troublesome. The source of the sigh was none other than President Danxing, who had just returned from the central domain. Elder Danxing, what troubles you? Lin Yan approached, noticing that the discussion hall was not only occupied by Danxing, but also several other powerful figures he did not recognize. Elder Lin, you arrived just in time. Upon hearing Lin Yan's voice, Danxing's worries diminished significantly, and he beckoned Lin Yan to join the discussion. I have already handed over the Demon Stone to the Anti-Demon Alliance in the Central Domain. However, they do not seem inclined to deploy troops immediately. What is the reason? Could it be that the Anti-Demon Alliance has been infiltrated by demons as well? Lin Yan questioned, puzzled. They had provided evidence, yet they were unwilling to take action. What could possibly justify this? Seeing Lin Yan's slightly agitated expression, Danxing shook his head, indicating his own uncertainty. The Anti-Demon Alliance claims that the Demon Stone can only prove the connection between the Xianming sect and the demons, but it does not establish any link between the Yuming Dao sect and the demon race. Elder Lin, do not be overly agitated. The Anti-Demon Alliance is comprised of representatives from the three major Dao sects. Now that this involves the Yuming Dao sect, their members in the alliance naturally are reluctant to act. After all, the Yuming Dao sect is one of the most powerful forces in Eastern Yan State. If they were indeed infiltrated by demons, handling the situation would be far more complex. The other peak nascent soul experts present in the hall also urged Lin Yan to remain calm. This is our human territory. Those demon wretches cannot stir up any trouble. Moreover, while we still need to investigate the Yuming Dao sect, the headquarters has already decided to obliterate the Xianming sect. This is the purpose of our gathering here. Observing the relaxed demeanor of the peak nascent soul experts as they engaged in light-hearted conversation, Lin Yan felt compelled to remind them. I must caution you, esteemed seniors. I recently received word that the leader of the Xianming sect is currently attempting to break through to the spirit gathering stage. If we are to take action, we must do so promptly. Is Elder Lin serious? The peak nascent soul experts from the central domain revealed expressions of grave concern upon hearing Lin Yan's words. The spirit gathering stage is an entirely different realm from the nascent soul stage. Even if they were to join forces, a group of peak nascent soul experts would not stand a chance against a spirit gathering expert. At this level, practitioners have already begun to comprehend the rules of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, achieving at least 50% comprehension. Given this, it would be arduous for our small group to accomplish this task. Should we send a message to headquarters requesting reinforcements? We need a spirit gathering expert to join us. It was evident that the peak nascent soul experts from the central domain took this news seriously. However, Lin Yan merely smiled and said, Oh, esteemed seniors, there is no need for alarm. The Xianming sect may have a spirit gathering expert, but that does not mean we lack one on our side. What do you mean by that, Elder Lin? The peak nascent soul experts looked puzzled, wondering if there were hidden spirit gathering experts in the Northern Territory that they were unaware of. Lin Yan remained silent, instead directing his gaze toward Danqing. What do you think, Danqing? Aren't you also at peak nascent soul? Danqing was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Lin Yan's intentions. However, at that moment, Danqing suddenly thought of something. His face filled with excitement as he stared at Lin Yan, his voice trembling slightly. Have you succeeded, my young friend? Lin Yan smiled and nodded, then handed Danqing a soul pill inscribed with fiery runes. This is a soul pill, and it bears runes. The instant the pill was revealed, it immediately caught the attention of several peak nascent soul experts nearby. Fools, can't you see? That is no mere rune. It is the legendary supreme Tao pattern. Such Tao patterns can only be found in pills of at least 10th grade quality. Observing the ignorance of his peers, another peak nascent soul expert, well-versed in alchemy, could not help but interject. What? A pill with Tao patterns? Does that mean this pill can ensure a peak nascent soul can effortlessly break into the spirit refinement realm? That's simply stating the obvious, the explaining expert added. Moreover, not only does this pill enable a peak nascent soul to break through to spirit refinement, but it also facilitates entry into that profound state of comprehension. During the breakthrough, one's strength will be significantly enhanced, especially in grasping the rules of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. It will become remarkably easier. Such a pill possesses such extraordinary effects. The several peak nascent soul cultivators from the central region gazed enviously at the soul pill in Danqing's hand. And had it not been for the inappropriateness of the moment, they would likely have rushed to seize it. Lin, my young friend, this great favor shall be etched in my memory for eternity. Chapter 74. The Changes in Qingyun, the Timely Aid of the Divine Artifacts Sect. Senior Danqing, you speak as if we are strangers. Given our relationship, there is no need for such formality. You should quickly retreat for meditation. Perhaps in the future, we will need your assistance against the Xianming sect. Lin Yan replied with a smile. Hearing this, Danqing felt a surge of emotion within. He had been stuck at the peak nascent soul stage for many years, believing he would never break through until Lin Yan's arrival. Without further ado, Danqing nodded to Lin Yan and proceeded to the 9th floor of the Pill Tower, entering his cultivation chamber to prepare for a breakthrough into spirit refinement. Once Danqing departed, the remaining peak nascent soul experts from the central region swarmed around Lin Yan, their faces eager. Master Lin, do you have any more of those soul pills? I am willing to pay a high price for them. You know, our purpose here is to confront the Xianming sect, and if our strength could be enhanced, wouldn't that make the task much simpler? Exactly. Master Lin, if you assist us in this endeavor, it would be a monumental achievement. The Alliance will certainly reward you handsomely. However, in response to their sweet talk, Lin Yan merely shook his head with a smile. Do you truly believe that a pill inscribed with Tao patterns is so easily crafted? The only reason I could produce this one is because Senior Danqing generously provided me with 50 sets of materials. If you all wish for a soul pill with Tao patterns, you must also prepare 50 sets of spiritual materials in advance. I, Lin Yan, guarantee I can produce one. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the faces of the group turned awkward. Indeed, pills with Tao patterns were said to exist only in legends. Not even in Dongyan Prefecture, nor throughout the entire Dongxian realm, could anyone craft such a thing. They immediately clasped their fists in apology to Lin Yan. It seems we were reckless, Master Lin. Lin Yan smiled and waved them off, indicating he was not concerned, and then said, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. After exiting the discussion hall, Lin Yan intended to return to the sect with Fang Ming and the others, only to find that only Qinji Yunzi remained. Recently, the Martial King's mansion had rebelled with the assistance of the Xianming sect, and now the entire Dine dynasty was fraught with complexities, with various factions seeking to seize resources amidst the chaos. I sent Fang Ming and the others back to the sect first. Upon hearing Qinji Yunzi's explanation, Lin Yan felt a sudden clarity, yet still expressed concern. Elder Qing, is it wise for you not to return and personally oversee the sect? To this, Qinji Yunzi shook his head with a smile. Qingyun has successfully reached the nascent soul stage. With both of us overseeing, the sect is secure. However, Lin Yan could not shake off the gravity of the situation. This time may be different. I have a grudge with the Xianming sect. They could very well retaliate against the sect. In any case, we must hurry back to the sect. With that, Lin Yan hastened towards the teleportation array. Hearing his words, Qin Jianzi's expression grew serious, a chill flickering in his eyes. I seem to have overlooked this matter. He promptly followed Lin Yan, using the teleportation array to swiftly return to the Pill Saint City of the Dian Dynasty. The Pill Saint City appeared normal. Upon their arrival, Lin Yan and Qin Jianzi wasted no time and immediately summoned their flying treasures, heading straight for the Qingyan sect. Hee. Sect Master Qingyan, I advise you to obediently dismantle your formation and surrender. Perhaps the Xianming sect will be in a good mood and spare your lives. Simultaneously, the surroundings of the Qingyan sect were already enveloped by a mid-grade heaven-level defensive formation, safeguarding all the elders and disciples within. Above the great formation, over a dozen cultivators clad in Xianming sect attire hovered in the air. The 3 leading figures were all at the 5th stage of nascent soul, while the remaining 10 or so were at the golden core stage. The one who had spoken was a peak golden core cultivator of the Xianming sect. Shut your mouth. If you have the ability, wait here until our former sect master returns. It will be your death day. The newly ascended sect master of Qingyan, his face filled with rage, glared at the group in the sky, wishing he could tear them to pieces. Yet, with 3 5th-stage nascent soul experts, his 2nd stage nascent soul cultivation was utterly insignificant. Even with Fang Ming, who was also at the 2nd stage, they could only meet a tragic end. Oh, are you referring to that defeated foe from hundreds of years ago? Yet, in response to the sect master's words, one of the Xianming sect's nascent soul experts merely scoffed, showing no fear. That old fool is still alive? Ha ha ha. If he dares to come, we'll kill him too. You need not hope for other factions to send reinforcements. Your fate today is sealed, death. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden core cultivators, under the leadership of the 3 nascent soul experts, intensified their assault. Sect Master, we must think of a solution quickly. With just our heaven-level mid-grade defensive formation, it won't be long before they breach it. Atop the peak of the Qingyun sect, the senior members gathered around the sect master and Fang Ming, their faces filled with concern as they gazed up at the assailants. Especially the master of the formation hall, who appeared particularly anxious. As a heaven-level formation master, he understood well that this formation would not withstand the assault of 3 5th-stage nascent soul experts for long. Oh, do you truly believe that your Xianming sect can dominate the north? As the members of the Qingyun sect found themselves at a loss, with the formidable figures in the sky exerting all their strength to break the formation, a sudden voice, cold and laced with murderous intent, echoed from the horizon. Almost instantaneously, 5 figures transformed into streaks of light, appearing above the Qingyun sect, confronting the disciples of the Xianming sect. The artifact sect. The 3 Yuanying experts from the Xianming sect, upon seeing their counterparts from the artifact sect, were immediately struck with a sense of wariness, their expressions darkening as they glared at the 5 arrivals, coldly questioning, "Are you from the artifact sect intending to meddle in our affairs?" In response to the inquiry from the 3 Yuanying experts of the Xianming sect, the 5 Yuanying from the artifact sect merely scoffed. The Qingyan sect is one of our most cherished allies. Wouldn't you agree? Most cherished allies? The 3 Yuanying experts from the Xianming sect exchanged perplexed glances. When did this seemingly insignificant Qingyun sect forge a relationship with the artifact sect, one of the foremost powers in the Northern Territory? Furthermore, how could they command the presence of 5 Yuanying experts in their aid? It was not only the Xianming sect's members in the sky who were bewildered. Even the high-ranking officials of the Qingyun sect within the protective formation wore expressions of confusion. In my recollection, our Qingyun sect has never had any dealings with the artifact sect. Why would they extend such assistance now? Meanwhile, Fang Ming, after some contemplation, suddenly revealed a look of realization. I understand now. This must be the doing of Lin Yan. You're unaware, but during our recent visit to the Northern Territory's Dan Saint City, Lin Yan not only showcased his extraordinary alchemical talents, but also exhibited remarkable prowess in formations and artifacts. The high-ranking members of the Qingyun sect, upon hearing Fang Ming's words, felt a surge of excitement and respect for Lin Yan. What's this? Are you still unwilling to retreat? Or do you wish to engage with us? The 5 Yuanying experts from the artifact sect, emanating a cold demeanor, gazed at the unmoving figures of the Xianming sect, their powerful Yuanying auras enveloping the entire realm. Very well, but do not rejoice too soon. It will not be long before even your artifact sect must bow beneath the feet of my Xianming sect. The 3 Yuanying experts from the Xianming sect, casting a disdainful glance at the crumbling formation, uttered a harsh retort before swiftly retreating. Yet, The words of the Xianming sect's experts elicited only disdainful laughter from the 5 members of the artifact sect. Are you merely Yuanian cultivators? The artifact sect has no shortage of them. Just at that moment, as the Xianming sect's party turned to depart, a blinding sword light cleaved through the heavens, striking down upon them. The terrifying radiance obliterated the 3 Yuanian experts of the Xianming sect in an instant. How could they think to harm our Qingyun sect and leave so easily, without showing us any respect? The sudden onslaught of sword light not only terrified the remaining Jindan cultivators of the Xianming sect, but also instilled profound apprehension in the 5 Yuanian of the artifact sect as they beheld the luminous blade. One sword strike, annihilating 3 Yuanian at the 5th level. Who could have imagined that Master Lin, not only skilled in alchemy and artifact creation, but also formidable in combat? The 5 members of the artifact sect swiftly soared to Lin Yan's side, respectfully clasping their fists in greeting. We have come to pay our respects, Master Lin. Lin Yan, sensing their reverence, softened his demeanor and returned the gesture. Thank you, esteemed seniors, for your timely aid. Here are some pills. I hope you'll accept them. Upon receiving the 10 Yuanian pills, the 5 members of the artifact sect were astonished and expressed their gratitude to Lin Yan. We are deeply thankful, Master Lin. Lin Yan nodded in acknowledgement, then turned, raising his hand to instantaneously form a heavenly grade confinement formation, enveloping the over 10 Jindan experts of the Xianming sect who sought to flee. Elder Qing, I entrust these individuals to you. Elder Qing nodded, his eyes glinting with a fierce light as he swiftly entered the formation, ready to unleash a massacre. Wait for us. After holding back for so long, we too shall vent our frustrations. Simultaneously, the sect leader of Qingyun and Fangming, upon witnessing Lin Yan's emergence, were filled with exhilaration and dashed into the formation, beginning a one-sided slaughter of the Xianming sect's Jindan experts. Inside the formation, the anguished cries of the Xianming cultivators rose and fell, quickly diminishing to a haunting silence. Curse you, Qingyun sect. Just wait. Our sect leader has successfully broken through to the condensing spirit realm. It won't be long before your Qingyun sect meets its end. And as for the artifact sect, everything that has transpired today will be accounted for in due time, with a final, unwilling roar echoing into silence. All the Xianming sect cultivators within the formation were reduced to a mist of blood, their essences extinguished. What a relief! The sect leader of Qingyun and Fangming emerged from the formation, unable to suppress their laughter. The recent days had been unbearable under the oppression of the Xianming sect. And now, having decisively eliminated their adversaries, they felt an immense release, their spirits soaring. Everyone, let us return to the sect. This is not a suitable place for discussion. In the main hall of the Qingyun sect, apart from Elder Qingyun and the other Yuanian, the pinnacle Jindan leaders were gathered. I have summoned you all here today to deliberate on a significant matter. A transformation is imminent in the Northern Territory. The Xianming sect, in covert alliance with the Demon Clan, has been marked for eradication by the Anti-Demon Alliance. Thus, this presents a splendid opportunity for our Qingyun sect to rise. Lin Yan's proclamation left the assembly in shock and confusion. How could the annihilation of the Xianming sect possibly translate into an opportunity for their Qingyun sect? An alliance with the Demon Clan? That explained the sudden surge of Yuanian experts from the Xianming sect, the 5 Yuanian experts from the artifact sect. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, wore expressions of enlightenment. As one of the foremost powers in the Northern Territory, the number of Yuanian experts from the Xianming sect was indeed excessive. Lin Yan, according to the words of the Xianming sect themselves, they have condensing spirit experts stationed. Has the Anti-Demon Alliance dispatched any condensing spirit experts? The sect leader of Qingyun voiced his concerns, recognizing the vast disparity between Yuanian and condensing spirit cultivators. In response, Lin Yan smiled and shook his head. The Anti-Demon Alliance has only sent a few pinnacle Yuanian. They have not dispatched any condensing spirit experts. No condensing spirits. The assembly gasped in astonishment. How could they contend against such odds? Observing the fearful expressions on their faces, Lin Yan chuckled. That is precisely why I assert that this is our Qingyun sect's opportunity to rise. As he spoke, Lin Yan glanced at the members of the artifact sect, who immediately grasped his meaning and nodded in agreement. Master Lin is correct, indeed. With that, the 5 members of the artifact sect paused momentarily before continuing. Just because the Xiaming sect has condensing spirit experts does not imply that our artifact sect does not possess them. The pinnacle of cultivation in the northern wilderness has historically reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. When did a surge of congealing spirit experts appear? Within the Grand Hall, the 5 members of the Divine Artifact sect observed the reactions of those present and chuckled. All of this is thanks to Master Lin Yan. Otherwise, our Divine Artifact sect would surely have faced annihilation at the hands of the Xianin sect. Yet, I remain perplexed as to why the downfall of the Xianin sect would provide an opportunity for our Qingyun sect to rise. In response, Lin Yan smiled and explained, "Consider this. The Xianin sect is, after all, a local sect in our northern wilderness. If the Anti-Demon Alliance were to dispatch congealing spirit experts to eradicate the Xianin sect, who would inherit the vast accumulation of their resources? Conversely, if it were members from our northern wilderness who brought about their downfall, then who would claim that legacy?" Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the assembly experienced a moment of enlightenment. Indeed, if the Xianin sect were to be eradicated by the Anti-Demon Alliance, it would be a miracle if our northern wilderness sects were left with even a morsel. Lin Yan nodded in agreement, adding, "Therefore, this time, I propose that our 3 factions jointly divide the Xianin sect's assets. There is no need for the Anti-Demon Alliance to involve themselves." This was not due to Lin Yan's animosity towards the Anti-Demon Alliance, but rather his persistent skepticism regarding an alliance that included members of the Underworld Dao sect. "Which 3 factions?" inquired the assembly. Although Lin Yan currently stood at the peak of the Golden Core stage, his words frequently shaped the landscape of the northern wilderness. He responded with a smile, "Naturally, it is our Qingyun sect, the Divine Artifact sect, and the Northern Wilderness Alchemist Association." Upon hearing Lin Yan include them, the 5 members of the Divine Artifact sect felt a surge of gratitude. It indicated that Lin Yan regarded them as allies. Consequently, they immediately expressed, "Thank you, Master Lin, for your consideration. Our Divine Artifact sect will certainly extend our utmost support." Lin Yan nodded with a smile, saying, "In that case, please prepare accordingly. Once we receive news from the Alchemist Association, we will promptly notify you to launch our assault on the Xianin sect." The assembly departed, filled with excitement. "Master, here are several batches of nascent soul pills I have concocted. During this period, make sure to enhance your cultivation. If the pills are insufficient, do not hesitate to contact me for more." Lin Yan continued, "As for these Golden Core pills, I suggest you distribute them among the elders at the peak Golden Core stage. This way, the foundation of our Qingyun sect's nascent soul experts will grow even more formidable. Only then, after acquiring part of the Xianin sect's resources, will we be qualified to enter the ranks of the Northern Wilderness's top powers." In a secluded chamber, Lin Yan produced a multitude of pills from his storage and handed them to the 3 individuals. Qin Jianzi and the others received the 10-pattern nascent soul pills, their hearts racing with excitement as they looked at Lin Yan. "Rest assured, we will swiftly elevate our strength and not let you down," said one of them. "However, your rapid growth in power has left us old bones lagging behind," another lamented. "Indeed, we used to be able to lend you a hand with our modest cultivation, but now, it seems we are of little assistance." In response to their remarks, Lin Yan smiled and shook his head. "Dear seniors, please do not speak so. The Qingyun sect is our shared home. Regardless of who possesses greater power, our ultimate goal is the future of our sect. As for me, I often wander outside and have little opportunity to remain within the sect. In this regard, I hope you 3 will keep an eye on things." "Ha ha ha. Young master, feel free to venture into the world. With the 3 of us here, the sect will face no unforeseen troubles," they exclaimed, their hearts swelling with emotion. Having such a devoted talent in the sect was indeed a blessing from a past life. But remember, protect yourself out there. You are the cornerstone of our Qingyun sect. Also, when you grow weary from your travels, do return home often. The Qingyun sect will always be your sanctuary." Lin Yan nodded deeply and subsequently bid farewell to the 3. "Master, shall we now proceed to Flame Mountain to consolidate the fire element nascent soul?" came the excited voice of the super pill technique in his mind. Lin Yan nodded. "However, before we depart, I must reinforce the sect." As his words fell, various pre-engraved array materials flew forth, landing at different positions within the Qingyun sect. With each material placed, a formation more formidable than the previous heavenly great array took shape, enveloping the Qingyun sect. This is a superior heavenly grade defensive formation. Furthermore, it is significantly more powerful than ordinary superior heavenly grade formations. Within the Qingyun sect, the master of the formation hall gazed in astonishment at the suddenly manifested array. However, upon realizing that it was Lin Yan who had set it up, a sense of admiration arose within him. With this superior heavenly grade formation, even a peak nascent soul expert would find it challenging to breach. However, it was evident that Lin Yan was not yet satisfied. More heavenly grade materials surged from his storage. Once all materials were positioned, the master of the formation hall stood in shock, utterly petrified. Six superior heavenly grade formations. He gasped. Among them was one superior heavenly grade spirit gathering formation, radiating a rich aura of the 5 elements. At that moment, not only the master of the formation hall, but all golden core and higher experts within the Qingyun sect were left in a state of stunned disbelief upon witnessing Lin Yan's actions. 5 superior heavenly grade formations would be nearly impenetrable even to congealing spirit experts. Moreover, the spirit gathering formation, infused with the essence of the 5 elements, would enhance the concentration of spiritual energy within the Qingyun sect by hundreds of times and facilitate practitioners in comprehending the powers of heaven and earth. The prowess of cultivators nurtured in such an environment would far exceed that of their peers. The sect leader and others gazed up at Lin Yan in the sky, filled with gratitude and profound satisfaction. With the presence of these 6 formations, the Qingyun sect was destined to thrive in the long term, unafraid of adversaries. As for inquiries about why Lin Yan required array materials for this arrangement, it was simply because these formations needed to operate continuously, necessitating materials to sustain them. Having completed these tasks, Lin Yan remained unsatisfied. He sat down in the void, summoned a refining platform, and began crafting various magical artifacts. Given that Lin Yan's refining skills had now reached the low heavenly grade level within 3 days, he had refined all the heavenly grade materials he had collected and received as rewards from the system into low heavenly grade magical artifacts, all of perfect quality. After placing all the perfect, low heavenly grade magical artifacts into his storage, Lin Yan presented them to the sect leader before transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into the horizon. Next, it was time to consolidate the fire element nascent soul and strive to ascend to the nascent soul level soon. Chapter 77, Undercurrents Rising. Consolidating the fire element nascent soul. In the northern wilderness, within the main hall of the Xianin sect summit, the sect leader found himself taken aback. The divine artifact sect actually intervened to assist the Qingyun sect. They even annihilated one of our Xianin sect teams, led by 3 nascent soul experts. Has the master of the divine artifact sect lost his mind? Does he not fear retaliation from our Xianin sect? Or has Lin Yan provided them with an irresistible treasure? At present, the Xianin sect's leader was in closed-door meditation, while the deputy sect leader, who was managing the sect's affairs, wore a grim expression, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Vice Master, not only that, but our spies have reported that during the fall of Ming Qi, the magic stone was obtained by Lin Yan, and it has now been handed over to the Anti-Demon Alliance. Upon receiving this news, the Anti-Demon Alliance has dispatched 5 peak Yuaning experts to obliterate our Xianming sect in one fell swoop. It is fortunate for us that the Yuming Dao sect has provided assistance. Otherwise, they would have sent in nascent soul experts. Below, a Yuaning cultivator of the Xianming sect expressed concern and added, furthermore, those we sent to the extreme north a while ago have all vanished without a trace. Bang! Upon hearing this, the vice master of the Xianming sect, filled with rage, crushed a piece of earth-grade jade in his hand, his expression darkening further. It is Lin Yan again. This child is merely a 5th-grade alchemist. What capability does he possess to kill Ming Qi? The Yuaning cultivator below could not help but remind him. Vice Master, the focus is not on Lin Yan, but rather on the fact that our dealings with the demons have been discovered by the Anti-Demon Alliance, and they have already sent experts our way. I do not need your reminders. I am aware. However, 5 peak Yuaning cultivators are nothing to us. My Xianming sect does not take them seriously. In a few days, once the sect master and the 2 supreme elders break through to the nascent soul stage, the northern region will be ours to command. At that time, we will consolidate all resources in the north, and my Xianming sect will surely give rise to several nascent soul experts. By then, even if the anti-demon alliance wishes to act against us, they will need to weigh their options. With that said, the vice master of the Xianming sect paused slightly before continuing. As for the anti-demon alliance, with the presence of the Yuming Dao sect, we need not worry too much for now. Our greatest task at present is to consolidate the entire northern region. Since the Dian dynasty has opened a pathway, let us begin there. Those unwilling to submit shall be sacrificed in blood. As for the Qingyun sect and the divine artifact sect, we shall allow them to linger for a while. Once the sect master and the others emerge from their seclusion, they will all be sacrificed. Hearing the words of the vice master, the previously anxious Yuanian cultivator's heart swelled with excitement, and he immediately bowed deeply, saying, I shall take care of it. Additionally, send someone to the Qingxia sect to gauge their attitude. Yes. In the central region, Yuming Dao sect. In a secret chamber, Lord Moing. How shall we deal with the Xianming sect? Should we rescue them? An elder in a Taoist robe with white hair respectfully inquired of a man completely enveloped in demonic energy before him. The man, with a hoarse voice, coldly replied, Now is not the time to set our plan in motion. The Xianming sect is too arrogant. One must be severed. It must be severed. Continuing on may jeopardize our clan's grand plan. The white-haired elder nodded gravely, indicating his understanding, and immediately inquired further, should we send nascent soul experts to eliminate the threat? Mo Ing shook his head and said indifferently, Right now, the other two Dao sects in the central region are watching you Yuming Dao sect closely. If the Xianming sect were to be suddenly eradicated, then the connection between you and my clan would practically be confirmed. What should we do now? If the Xianming sect cannot withstand the pressure and reveals our sect, it would be disastrous. The white-haired elder furrowed his brows tightly. The Xianming sect truly is a troublesome entity. In response, Mo Ing said, Do not worry. As long as you Yuming Dao sect remain uninvolved and deny any connection, they will have no evidence to act against you. With this, Mo Ing slightly shook his head and remarked, It is a pity about the land in the northern region. As soon as the words left his lips, Mo Ing transformed into a mass of demonic energy and vanished from sight. In a secret chamber, after absorbing that demonic energy, the white-haired elder felt his cultivation advance significantly, and he was filled with joy. I humbly bid farewell to Lord Mo Ing. In the northern region, near the border of the Dian dynasty, within the Fire Mountain. Now, as the Xianming sect dispatches powerful individuals to intervene in the conflict between the martial king's residence and the royal family, the entire Dian dynasty is engulfed in flames of war, leaving countless commoners displaced. Even near Fire Mountain, many citizens can be seen fleeing with bundles, seeking refuge in neighboring dynasties. The once bustling Fire Mountain now sees few figures, with only a handful of cultivators remaining. Alas, it is always the common people who suffer the most from the power struggles of the elite. Lin Yan shook his head. Although he felt sympathy for the fleeing ordinary folk, he was no saint, and there were more formidable enemies awaiting his attention. Thus, he could only lament the law of survival of the fittest before swiftly making his way deeper into the Fire Mountain. With the fire spirit body and mastery of two types of alchemical flames, Lin Yan found that even in the depths of Fire Mountain, the terrifying heat posed no threat to him. Rather, it brought him a sense of comfort. The oppressive heat here would likely incapacitate even peak golden core experts within a quarter of an hour. Lin Yan looked ahead and saw an endless expanse, his heart shaken. This place alone threatens peak golden core cultivators. How terrifying must it be deeper within? Truly, the might of fifth-grade alchemical flames is not to be underestimated. The super alchemy technique senses an extremely dense fire elemental force, beginning to condense the fire elemental yuanying. The fusion fire technique senses the rich fire elemental force, attempting to alter its own constitution. The super forging technique senses the rich fire elemental force and, combining with its own insights, begins to devise methods for forging with fire elemental force. Hearing the voices in his mind, Lin Yan's face lit up with joy. He immediately accelerated deeper into the heart of the mountain. As he ventured further, Lin Yan noticed that everything around him seemed to vanish, leaving only the terrifying heat that twisted the very fabric of space. At the same time, Lin Yan felt a twinge of pain on his skin, clearly indicating that the heat was nearing his limits. Master, the temperature here far exceeds our capacity to endure. If we proceed further, we shall be in danger. The voices of the fusion fire technique and the super alchemy technique echoed in Lin Yan's mind almost simultaneously. Lin Yan nodded. Fifth-grade alchemical flames could easily extinguish even a Yuanian cultivator, so he must not underestimate it. What is that? Chapter 78, Divine Root Fire God Tree. Mysterious Fire Sparrow. In the distance of Lin Yan's vision, he beheld a colossal tree towering over 100 feet, swaying gently in the searing heat of this realm. The tree's body radiated a vibrant crimson hue, adorned with strange patterns that resembled serpentine dragons coiling around it. On its branches hung over 100 dark red fruits, small yet substantial, akin to the size of a fist. Even from afar, Lin Yan could sense an overwhelming fire elemental force emanating from these fruits, far denser than the surrounding environment. Could this be the legendary divine root, fire god tree? Lin Yan felt an immense surge of excitement, for he recognized it from ancient texts. The divine root fire god tree is a divine tree born from the amalgamation of the rules of fire in this world. It is said that consuming one of its fruits allows a cultivator to harmonize with the rules of fire and enter a state of enlightenment, grasping the profound depths of fire elemental rules in a remarkably short time. Moreover, the fire god fruit can be used to concoct divine fire pills, aiding peak nascent soul cultivators in safely overcoming the divine fire tribulation, thus breaking free from their shackles and stepping into the transformation stage. A look of exhilaration spread across Lin Yan's face. He was eager to rush towards the fire god tree. No wonder that within the depths of Flame Mountain, one could discover the fifth-grade Danfire. This is the truth. Lin Yan suppressed his inner excitement, refraining from disturbing the slumber of the fire god tree. As far as he knew, divine-grade spiritual roots possessed their own consciousness, with an acute sense of impending danger. If he were to startle the fire god tree due to his overwhelming emotions, it would be a tremendous loss. Consequently, Lin Yan seated himself and began to concentrate fully on coalescing the fire elemental nascent soul. Under the rich influence of the fire elemental power, the Super Pilchi technique successfully comprehended 6/10 of the fire elemental rules. The pace of coalescing the fire elemental nascent soul accelerated. The fusion fire technique, under the potent fire elemental power, did not alter much but became more attuned to the fire elemental rules. It successfully ascended to a high-grade, earth-level technique. The super refining technique, stimulated by the abundant fire elemental power, successfully deduced the method of forging with fire elemental power. The fire elemental forging method. This technique can draw upon the heavenly fire elemental power, inscribing it upon the artifact, allowing the treasure to unleash terrifying might. Indeed, Lin Yan felt a surge of joy within. With this fire elemental forging method, the treasures he crafted in the future would be able to channel the heavenly fire elemental power for combat, even if the wielder was not a fire element cultivator. Furthermore, as Lin Yan comprehended 6/10 of the fire elemental rules, he could venture deeper into Flame Mountain. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. With relentless effort over these 3 days, the Super Pill Chi technique successfully coalesced the fire elemental nascent soul. At that moment, as the fire elemental nascent soul took shape, Lin Yan felt the terrifying heat of the world, which seemed to have no effect on him. Nevertheless, he decided to delve deeper. Immediately, Lin Yan activated several high-grade heavenly concealment arrays and began to slowly make his way towards the location of the fire god tree. However, this journey took another 3 days, and Lin Yan had lost track of how deep he had ventured. It felt as though the fire god tree was both distant and near. Lin Yan could not help but furrow his brows. Master, I sense the aura of a divine-grade formation. Just as Lin Yan was engulfed in confusion, the slightly excited voice of the myriad transformations array path suddenly echoed in his mind. Really? Where exactly is it? Lin Yan's heart surged with excitement as he inquired. Master, proceed eastward for 100 paces, then westward for 10, and finally north for 50 paces. Such trouble? Ultimately, Lin Yan followed the directions given by the myriad transformations array path, only to discover a divine-grade formation that was even more formidable than the one he had encountered deep within the icy plains. Master, this is a natural divine-grade formation. Moreover, its level seems quite high. The myriad transformations array path sensed the presence of the divine grade formation and immediately entered a state of comprehension. As for Lin Yan, due to the isolation provided by the divine grade formation, the intense heat within posed no threat to him. Through the formation, he could see a Dan fire, exuding a terrifying aura, taking the form of a firebird, perched upon the branches of the fire god tree. However, he was puzzled as to why there were two such firebirds. Lin Yan's brows knitted together. In the next moment, he realized that the crimson birds were not singular, but rather two in number. One of these firebirds bore a mysterious pattern upon its forehead, setting it apart from the one formed by the fifth grade Dan fire. Due to the divine grade formation, Lin Yan could not ascertain the strength of the firebird adorned with the mysterious pattern. However, one could surmise that to reside upon the fire god tree, it must be a peak nascent soul existence, possessing an extremely profound understanding of the fire elemental rules. Moreover, the firebird within the formation seemed to sense Lin Yan's presence, slowly turning its head to regard him with a look of curiosity. Have I been discovered? Lin Yan's heart trembled. What kind of bird was this that could perceive him despite 3 high-grade heavenly concealment arrays? Without hesitation, he activated 2 more high-grade heavenly concealment arrays to cloak himself. Inside the array, the mysterious firebird appeared even more perplexed, seemingly sensing the disappearance of Lin Yan's aura, and turned its head back to frolic with the Dan fire manifestation. This bird is extraordinary. Seeing that the firebird no longer focused on him, Lin Yan secretly exhaled in relief. Time swiftly passed, and after another 3 days, Lin Yan finally emerged from his meditative state. Myriad Transformations Array Path has successfully comprehended a natural divine grade formation, achieving 3/5 completion towards the divine grade promotion, and has also grasped a divine grade illusion formation. Master, splendid. Once I comprehend 2 more divine grade formations, I can ascend to divine grade status and deploy divine grade formations. By then, even the strongest of the spirit gathering realm shall not intimidate us. Hearing the excitement in the Myriad Transformations Array Path, Lin Yan smiled and nodded. Rest assured, that day shall not be far off. Lin Xiaoyu. At that moment, just as Lin Yan finished speaking, a voice from his communication token suddenly rang out. Senior Danqing, have you succeeded? Lin Yan's heart leapt with joy as he inquired. Thanks to Lin Xiaoyu's soul pill, I not only successfully ascended to the spirit gathering realm, but even reached the 3rd layer of this realm in one go. Lin Yan laughed in response. Allow me to congratulate you, Senior Danqing. This also speaks volumes of your profound foundation. As Lin Yan's words fell, the voice from the communication token replied immediately. Lin Xiaoyu, whenever you plan to act, I am fully prepared. Chapter 79. The Surge of Power in Qingyun Sect. The expedition against Xianming Sect begins. Good. I shall return at once. With that, Lin Yan severed the communication. Having already coalesced the gold, fire, water, and earth elemental nascent souls, he was only missing the wood elemental nascent soul. It seems that after the Xianming Sect incident, I must visit the giant wood forest. Lin Yan stood up from his spot, pondering. The giant wood forest harbors the traces of the precious life tree, which is also one of his goals. Glancing back at the divine grade formation, the divine grade spiritual root of the fire god tree, the 5th grade Dan fire, and the mysterious firebird, Lin Yan set 3 high-grade heavenly illusion arrays at the perimeter of the divine grade formation before departing with peace of mind. Currently, his cultivation had yet to reach the nascent soul stage, rendering him unprepared to recklessly collect the 5th grade Dan fire that had already gained sentience. Moreover, the fusion fire technique was only at the high-grade earth level. Should he find an opportunity to elevate it to the heavenly level, his chances of successfully acquiring the 5th grade Dan fire would be significantly enhanced. Calculating the time, it had been nearly half a month since he left the sect. He wondered if there had been any movements from the Xianming sect. With this thought, Lin Yan quickened his pace, soon leaving Flame Mountain and heading straight for Qingyun sect, all the while contacting the artifact sect along the way. Senior Lei Dong, congratulations on successfully ascending to the spirit gathering realm. Ha ha ha. This is all thanks to Master Lin Dan. The voice from the token conveyed Lei Dong's joyous tone, adding, Master Lin Dan, I've heard everything from them. My artifact sect will unconditionally stand by your side and assist you. Whenever you choose to strike, just say the word, and my sect will spare no effort. Hearing Lei Dong's words, Lin Yan smiled knowingly. If that is the case, then I fear I shall have to trouble the esteemed elders of the artifact sect. Master Lin Yan, do not say such things. As you mentioned, we are friends, allies. Not long after, Lin Yan swiftly returned to Qingyan sect. Lin Yan, you have returned at the perfect time. We have assembled our forces and are ready to launch an attack on the Xianming sect. Upon returning to the sect, Qin Jianzi and the others quickly gathered around. Old Qing, in just half a month, your cultivation has remarkably reached the 9th level of the Yuan Ing stage, and both the sect leader and my master have also ascended to the 6th level of Yuan Ing. Lin Yan was taken aback by the rapid advancements of the three, finding their cultivation speed astonishingly formidable. In response, the trio laughed heartily. Enough of your astonishment. Our rapid improvements are largely thanks to you. The 10-pattern Yuan Ing pills you provided have not only made our training remarkably efficient, but have also come with no side effects. The sect leader of Qingyun added with a smile. Furthermore, the top-tier 5 elements spirit gathering array you arranged has elevated the spiritual energy within our sect to hundreds of times that of the outside world, and has drawn upon the elemental forces of heaven and earth, significantly enhancing our strength. Additionally, the golden yuan pills you left behind have nurtured no fewer than a dozen yuaning powerhouses for the sect. At this point, the sect leader's face gleamed with excitement. Without exaggeration, excluding the spirit consolidation strongholds, the number of Yuan Ing powerhouses in our Qingyun sect can now be considered the foremost in the northern region. Seeing their joyful expressions, Lin Yan felt a surge of happiness. The better the sect thrived, the more delighted he became. However, how many individuals are we planning to dispatch this time? Upon hearing this, the three of them smiled and raised 2 fingers. Since we are one of the 3 beneficiary sects and lack any spirit consolidation strongholds, we shall send a dozen Yuan Ing powerhouses. Lin Yan nodded in agreement. A dozen Yuan Ing cultivators constituted a formidable force. Moreover, the main battlefield against the Xianming sect would still be within the realm of spirit consolidation. Well, since we are prepared, I will promptly contact the Alchemist Association and the Artifact Sect. After Lin Yan and his companions agreed upon a rendezvous point, they swiftly led the numerous Yuan Ing strongholds of Qingyun sect towards their destination. Yomong Mountain, the nearest mountain range to the Xianming sect, was now the site of anticipation. Atop Yomong Mountain, President Danqing and several peak Yuan Ing powerhouses from the central domain awaited, gazing into the distance at the peaks emanating ominous black energy. That was the territory of the Xianming sect. They certainly show no signs of concealment. The Yuan Ing strongholds from the Anti-Demon Alliance wore grim expressions, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. Soon, a celestial-grade flying artifact appeared above Yomong Mountain, from which over 10 Yuan Ing and higher strongholds emerged. The newcomers were from the Artifact Sect, led by the now Spirit Consolidation Stronghold, Lei Dong. Congratulations, my friend Danqing, on successfully reaching the Spirit Consolidation level. As soon as Lei Dong disembarked from the flying artifact, he approached Danqing with a broad smile. Thank you, Lei Dong. Congratulations to you as well. Danqing acknowledged, noting Lei Dong's breakthrough to the same level, but understanding the implications of Lin Yan's connection with the Artifact Sect. Just then, another flying artifact approached, from which nearly 20 Yuan Ing strongholds, including Lin Yan, emerged. Master Lin, the moment Lin Yan appeared, Danqing and the members of the Artifact Sect quickly surrounded him. Greeting, esteemed Signor. Lin Yan greeted them with a smile before his expression turned serious as he gazed towards the Xianming sect, engulfed in a sea of demonic energy. Have we discerned any movements from the Xianming sect? Danqing and Lei Dong shook their heads. The Xianming sect seems to have chosen to close their doors, showing no signs of activity, but my intuition tells me they are undoubtedly well prepared, waiting for our assault. Lin Yan nodded, acknowledging that the news of their impending attack on the Xianming sect could not be concealed from them, especially since the Yuming Dao sect was their backing. However, Lin Yan furrowed his brow slightly. What news from the Qingxia sect? The individuals from the Qingxia sect have not shown any significant movements, but someone reported that the Xianming sect had sent people there recently, though their intentions remain unclear. Danqing explained, his brow slightly furrowed. It seemed the Xianming sect had indeed underestimated the Qingxia sect, a top power in the northern region. Did the Xianming sect send individuals to the Qingxia sect? Could it be that the Qingxia sect has aligned itself with them? The leaders of the Artifact Sect and Qin Jianzi expressed their concerns. If they decide to strike from behind while we clash with the Xianming sect, we will find ourselves besieged. Lin Yan realized the gravity of the situation and turned his gaze to the members of the Anti-Demon Alliance. I would appreciate your assistance in monitoring the movements of the Qingxia sect. The 5 peak Yuan-Ing strongholds of the Anti-Demon Alliance looked puzzled. If we leave, who will deal with the Xianming sect? As soon as their words fell, Dan Xing and the leader of the artifact sect turned their gazes toward them, their expressions conveying unmistakable meaning. Under their scrutiny, coupled with Lin Yan's growing reputation, the 5 members of the Anti-Demon Alliance fell silent, quickly dispatching 2 of their own to keep watch over the Qingxia sect. Good. Now that our rear is secure, let us commence our actions. With Lin Yan's command, nearly 50 Yuan-Ing powerhouses from the 3 factions transformed into streaks of light, racing towards the Xianming sect. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! As the Yuan-Ing strongholds from the 3 factions neared the vicinity of the Xianming sect, a powerful figure within the sect raised the alarm. Almost instantaneously, several figures ascended into the air, locking their murderous gazes upon Lin Yan and the other leaders. 2 spirit consolidation strongholds. No wonder they dare to brazenly invade our Xianming sect. Within the Xianming sect, the vice sect master, a peak Yuan-Ing, wore a cold smile as he regarded the nearly 50 Yuan-Ing strongholds without a hint of fear. Ming-Er, spare us your words. Your Xianming sect has colluded with the demon race, violating a grave taboo of humanity. Quickly dismantle your protective array, and perhaps I shall leave you with a whole corpse. Dan Xing glared with killing intent at the vice sect master of the Xianming sect and shouted, If you wish to enter, then break the array yourself. Otherwise, once our sect master and the 2 elders break through to spirit consolidation, what awaits you will be nothing but a dead end. The vice sect master of the Xianming sect mocked, confident in their protective array, a genuine divine-level formation. He sneered, even if you bring 2 more spirit consolidation strongholds, you will not breach it in a short time. When our sect master and the 2 elders emerge from their seclusion, your demise is inevitable. Thus, the vice sect master appeared unfazed, relishing the impending confrontation. This protective array is indeed divine level, yet here I am, merely a top-tier celestial array master, unable to breach it in a short time. The leader of the artifact sect lamented, gazing at the formidable array. If they delayed too long, as Ming-Er had said, they would face a counterattack from 3 spirit consolidation strongholds upon the emergence of the Xianming sect master and 2 elders, resulting in catastrophic losses for them. Leave the array breaking to me. Just as anxiety mounted among them, Lin Yan stepped forward, his face alight with a smile. Although the old man acknowledges Lin's remarkable talent in array formations, this is, after all, a divine-level array. Even I cannot decipher it. The leaders of the artifact sect and Dan Xing exchanged worried glances as they observed Lin Yan stepping forward. Before Lin Yan could respond, however, Qin Jianzi interjected, stating that despite Lin Yan's mere peak golden core status, his mastery in array formations was undeniably that of a top-tier celestial array master. What? Upon hearing Qin Jianzi's words, the leaders of the artifact sect were taken aback, staring at Lin Yan in astonishment. Achieving the status of a top-tier celestial array master at such a young age? What an astonishing talent for array formations. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire eastern Xian region. As Lin Yan prepared to break the array, he implored the 2 elders to await his instructions. He then found a suitable position, sat down, and began his work. The moment he entered a focused state, the artifact master was shocked to observe waves of array rhythm surging towards the divine-level array. This, Lin Dan's talent in array formations seems rather monstrous. He is utilizing this divine-level array to validate his own path towards mastery in arrays. Beside him, Dan Xing expressed confusion, inquiring, "What do you mean, Taoist Lei Dong?" The artifact master elucidated. In other words, Lin Dan's mastery in array formations is nearing that of a divine-level array master. The divine-level array of the Xianming sect might truly be dismantled by him. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a surge of hope. Meanwhile, within the array, the deputy leader of the Xianming sect noticed Lin Yan attempting to break through and scoffed. A mere golden core dares to attempt to breach my sect's divine-level array? What a delusional thought! Had Lin Yan not eliminated all the celestial array masters of the Xianming sect amidst the icy plains, he surely would not have spoken so arrogantly. As Lin Yan deepened his understanding, the array rhythms seamlessly integrated into the divine-level array, seeking its central weakness. Elder Danxing, strike with all your might at a distance of 100 feet to the true north. With no hesitation, Danxing summoned his life weapon, a refining furnace, and struck the divine-level array with a tremendous force. The resulting roar sent the deputy leader of the Xianming sect reeling, blood surging within him. What just happened? How could Danxing discern the central point of my divine-level array? Yet before he could contemplate further, Lin Yan indicated another location to the artifact master. 50 feet to the due west, then 60 feet to the true north. Strike with all your might. With another fierce attack, the deputy leader finally realized the divine-level array's power was being weakened. If this continued, it might genuinely be breached. He immediately commanded, "Quick, everyone, assist me in stopping that golden core from breaking the array." However, it was too late. As the familiar voice echoed in Lin Yan's mind, he gradually opened his eyes, a smile illuminating his face as he stood. With a wave of his hand, he opened a chasm nearly 100 feet wide in the divine-level array, which could even withstand the strongest of the concentration realm. "Everyone, it is time to eliminate the threats from this world." As Lin Yan's words fell, countless pill vials soared from his hands into the grasp of each Yuan Ing expert. These are supportive medicinal pills, offering healing, augmentation, and spiritual energy recovery. Let us decide the fate of this battle and eradicate the Xianming sect from existence. The nearly 50 Yuan Ing experts, upon receiving Lin Yan's vials, discovered they contained 3 sets of healing, augmenting, and recovery pills, all of the 10-pattern variety. Instantly, their spirits soared, excitement radiating from their faces. "It's been ages since I've felt this exhilarated. Indeed, with these 10-pattern pills from Lin Yan, I can take on 3 at once." They laughed heartily. They never anticipated they would have the privilege of utilizing such precious medicinal concoctions. "Prepare yourselves, you vile creatures. Let us slay." As the fervent battle cries resounded, nearly 50 Yuan Ing experts, led by 2 concentration realm masters, charged into the Xianming sect. Elder Qing, sect leader, master, take this divine-level array disc. Even if the Xianming sect leader emerges, it can serve as a temporary safeguard. Also, take this blood-renewing pill. You 3 are the strongest in the sect and must not falter. As they prepared for the assault, Qin Jianzi, the sect leader, and Fang Ming felt a warmth rise within them, touched by Lin Yan's thoughtful gestures and medicinal gifts. "Lin Yan, you should keep the divine-level array disc for yourself. With the blood-renewing pills, we are adequately equipped. Indeed, your safety is of utmost importance." However, Lin Yan shook his head with a smile. "Sect leader, do you underestimate your disciple? Do not forget, I am now a top-tier celestial array master. As long as I remain focused, no one can harm me. Furthermore, with my current proficiency in array formations, I possess means for self-preservation even against concentration realm foes. Do not worry about me." Seeing Lin Yan's resolute demeanor, they ceased their objections and, armed with the divine-level array disc, charged into the Xianming sect. Concurrently, Lin Yan took action, summoning several top-tier celestial augmenting arrays to envelop his allies. "You dark entities that thrive in filth, even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth despises you." With the dual enhancement of Lin Yan's medicinal pills and top-tier celestial arrays, the Yuan-Ing forces surged into the Xianming sect like a pack of ferocious tigers among sheep, decimating their foes with ease. Even when the other peak Yuan-Ing elders from the Xianming sect intervened, they were swiftly overwhelmed and annihilated. However, as they delved deeper into the Xianming sect, the pervasive demonic energy began to hinder their recovery of spiritual energy. The atmosphere was nearly saturated with this malevolent force, and if any human Yuan-Ing dared to absorb it, they risked becoming tainted and joining the ranks of the demonic. These demonic wretches deserved death. I sensed something was amiss on the way here. The several ordinary cities along the route were eerily silent, completely decimated by these beasts. As the Yuan-Ing experts of the 3 factions progressed further into the Xianming sect, they discovered the demonic energy was interspersed with remnants of human souls. The truth became evident when combined with their earlier observations. "We cannot proceed any further. This demonic energy is starting to erode our soul power." The Yuan-Ing experts who had pressed into the depths of the Xianming sect revealed expressions of trepidation, unwilling to venture deeper. In light of the sinister atmosphere that has permeated the surroundings, Let us seek other realms to engage in battle. The Xiaming sect has an abundance of corrupted nascent souls, sufficient for our purposes. Although the number of powerful nascent souls within the Xiaming sect is considerable, most have been forcefully elevated by the malevolent energy, rendering their foundations precarious. Their true combat prowess may not rival that of normally ascended nascent souls, yet the malevolent energy within them ensures an astonishing resilience. As Lin Yan aptly puts it, they possess thick blood and can endure punishment. However, under Lin Yan's enhancements through several amplifying formations and weakening arrays, the tide of battle has decidedly turned against us. This is particularly true with the leaders of the Danqing and Artifact sect remaining inactive. Damn that array master! Were it not for him, the Xiaming sect would have effortlessly vanquished these nascent souls. At the heart of the Xiaming sect, atop the main peak, the vice sect leader gazed grimly at Lin Yan's figure high above, wishing fervently to obliterate him on the spot. Initially, the advantage in numbers of nascent souls would have allowed them to contend with the three factions' powerful beings, but thanks to the healing elixirs provided by Lin Yan, even the gravest injuries could be swiftly remedied, restoring them to peak condition. Even the malevolent energy, which suppresses the spiritual essence of the world, could not deplete the spiritual energies within the nascent souls of the three factions, as they had access to elixirs that replenished their essence. Just one pill could fully restore their depleted energies. Damn it, as an unparalleled alchemist, I could tolerate it. But why does he possess such terrifying talent in the formation arts? Beside him, other corrupted nascent souls of the Xiaming sect, witnessing the one-sided battle, urgently urged, "Vice sect leader, we must summon the sect master and the others from their seclusion. If this continues, the Xiaming sect may perish before they emerge." As these words were spoken, the crowd turned their gaze to the summit, where a pitch-black palace loomed, shrouded in an overwhelming malevolent energy that obscured its true form. Damn it, do you think I do not wish to? Why don't you call upon the sect master and the two elders to emerge? Casting a cold glance at the elder beside him, the vice sect leader silenced him with a sharp look. The elder, now fearful, averted his gaze towards the dark palace atop the peak. Let us wait. They dare not assault us here. Once the three elders emerge, we will surely turn the tide. After annihilating these foes, the entirety of the northern territories will fall under the dominion of the Xiaming sect. However, at that moment, as if on cue, Danqing and the Artifact sect master, who had been waiting patiently, suddenly surged towards the black palace atop the main peak. As they approached, they unleashed a formidable strike aimed at the palace. Ha! My dear friends, how could you engage in such obstructive endeavors? Chapter 82, Crisis. The three emerge from seclusion. Space artifacts seal the heavens. Just as the combined assault of Danqing and the Artifact sect master was about to strike the Black Palace, a force, equal in might to theirs, emerged from the shadows, nullifying their attack. Consolidation. Both Danqing and the Artifact sect master turned their cold gazes towards the source. From the darkness, a diminutive figure emerged, dripping with a sinister black liquid. It was the former leader of the Qingxia sect, the elder Qingxia. Recognizing him immediately, Danqing and the Artifact sect master exchanged glances filled with apprehension. The world has long whispered of your dwindling lifespan. Have you transcended through seclusion? They scrutinized the elder Qingxia, repulsed by the dark liquid that flowed from him. Ha! It is not so simple to reach the state of consolidation, he replied with a dismissive smile. What then is your condition? Danqing and the Artifact sect master's expressions turned icy as realization dawned. Indeed, the Xiaming sect found me. With my time short, I could not resign myself to such a fate. Thus, I embraced the malevolent energy and transformed into a member of the demonic race. In doing so, I have gained formidable power and prolonged life. At this juncture, the elder Qingxia paused briefly, adding, as cultivators, we strive for enlightenment and longevity. My actions do not betray the essence of cultivation. Angered by his shamelessness, Danqing retorted, but you have betrayed humanity. I shall hold him off. You must disrupt their breakthrough. With a determined glance at the Artifact sect master, Danqing charged at the elder Qingxia. Meanwhile, the Artifact sect master, seizing the moment, brandished a massive halberd as he advanced towards the Black Palace. This halberd was a treasured artifact of their sect, unparalleled in quality. You two have surprised me greatly. To have ascended to the state of consolidation on your own. The elder Qingxia's tone dripped with envy as he regarded Dan Xing, whose cultivation surpassed his own. If you do not emerge soon, I shall be unable to hold them off. Dan Xing, wielding his third-level consolidation prowess, kept the elder Qingxia on the defensive, barely managing to avoid injury. He had no chance to intercept the artifact sect master, who was also at the third level of consolidation. If you wish to emerge, first consult my halberd's opinion. Just as the elder Qingxia finished speaking, the artifact sect master arrived at the mountain zenith. In an instant, his halberd expanded to an enormous size, radiating divine light as it descended towards the Black Palace, shaking the very fabric of space around it with its overwhelming pressure. My dear friend, you underestimate the Xianming sect. Yet, just as the divine halberd was about to strike the Black Palace, the vast malevolent energy that enveloped the peak coalesced into a colossal hand, deflecting the halberd's devastating blow. Accompanied by a chilling laugh, 3 figures, cloaked in malevolent energy, emerged from the palace. They were none other than the Xianming sect master and the 2 esteemed elders. I underestimated you. I did not expect the Xianming sect to possess a true artifact. High above, the artifact sect master retracted his halberd, his expression dark as he gazed at the 3 figures below. As the malevolent energy dissipated, he discerned that the Black Palace, like his halberd, was indeed a genuine artifact of exceptional quality. The situation had become perilous. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, who was maintaining several high-grade amplification formations, furrowed his brow as he beheld the 3 emerging figures and the artifact palace. He had not anticipated the Xianming sect's deep ties with the demonic race. Since you have come to congratulate us on reaching the state of consolidation, then you shall all remain here forever to celebrate. The Xianming sect master sneered at the assembled forces, gesturing grandly as the artifact palace behind him swelled to an immense size, enveloping a substantial portion of the Xianming sect within a shadow. This naturally includes all factions, including Lin Yan and his comrades. How unexpected is that apart from us, 2 formidable cultivators have emerged in the northern region. I find myself quite curious. However, it is regrettable that they are destined to perish here, ensnared by my divine-grade spatial artifact. They have no hope of escape unless they possess the prowess of a divine-grade array master. Even if one is a formidable cultivator, today, they face only a path to death. After sealing this realm, the master of Xianming's sect gazed mockingly at Dan Xing and his companion, showing no haste to strike. With this divine artifact sealing the heavens and the earth, all those present have become mere prey on his cutting board. Lin Yan, take this divine array plate and swiftly break through the artifact to escape. The 3 of them returned to Lin Yan's side the moment the realm was sealed, handing him the divine array plate, urging him to act quickly. They all understood that once trapped by such a spatial artifact, unless one possessed a high level of cultivation in the condensation stage, there would be no chance of breakthrough. Master is a divine-grade spatial array. The 10,000 transformations array sensed the aura of the divine-grade array and entered a state of comprehension. The super-refining technique sensed the presence of 2 divine artifacts and also entered a state of comprehension. However, in response to their concerns, Lin Yan merely waved his hand, saying, "Let's wait a moment. There is no need to rush." The 3 of them displayed anxious expressions, given the current circumstances. What was there to wait for? Yet, upon seeing Lin Yan's unwavering confidence and determination, they began to ponder. They all knew that Lin Yan never undertook endeavors without certainty. Could it be that this young lad had devised a solution? Lin Yan, however, paid them no mind. He withdrew all the heavenly grade arrays, concealed his aura, and quietly blended into the crowd, observing the unfolding events. I am curious. How did you ascend to the condensation stage? Did you perhaps obtain some astonishing opportunity? Chapter 83. The battle begins. Lin Yan's crucial role. The master of Xianming's sect watched Dan Xing and the master of the artifact sect with intrigue. As the leader of a top faction in the northern region, he was well aware that opportunities for a peak yuanying to break into the condensation stage were nearly non-existent here. Yet, the 2 before him had ascended to this stage even before him, which stirred a sense of imbalance within him, especially since they relied on the essence of demonic energy. Do you wish to know? First, take a blow from my great spear, and then I shall divulge the secret. From afar in the sky, the master of the artifact sect displayed a clearly irritable temperament, one ready to engage at the slightest provocation. With a cold smirk, he brandished his divine spear and, in an instant, charged directly at the master of the Xianming sect, showing no sign of retreat even in the face of 3 formidable cultivators. Meanwhile, Danqing, witnessing the proactive assault of the master of the artifact sect, felt a slight tightening in his heart. Although the 3 from Xianming had just broken through to the condensation stage, their cultivation was not inferior to his own. The master of Xianming was at the 3rd level of condensation, and the 2 elders behind him were at the 2nd level, akin to the elder Qingxia. In such a configuration, relying solely on the master of the artifact sect would not suffice. Danqing, I possess a divine artifact and can stall them. You must swiftly deal with that elder Qingxia. If they adapt to their newfound powers, we shall be in grave danger. Despite his irritable nature, the master of the artifact sect was astute, communicating with Danqing even as he attacked the 3 from Xianming. Hearing this, Danqing nodded solemnly and turned to face the elder Qingxia, coldly declaring, "Why choose to be a butcher of living beings in this world? Today, I shall grant you release from your suffering." With his voice echoing, Danqing, filled with overwhelming murderous intent, unleashed his full strength at the 3rd level of condensation against the elder Qingxia. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Only the strong have the right to exist. The weak can be slain without a second thought. Although the elder Qingxia harbored trepidation towards Danqing's full-on assault, he showed no sign of weakness in his words. In an instant, the 2 clashed violently, each strike sending terrifying shockwaves radiating outwards, wreaking havoc within the Xianming sect. With every collision, droplets of black liquid dripped from the elder Qingxia, transforming the ground within a 100-foot radius into a desolate wasteland devoid of life. Even the spiritual energy in the air shunning that blackened expanse. Do you think you can contend with us 3 using just a fine-quality divine artifact? Like Dong, you are underestimating the Xianming sect. The master of Xianming, alongside the 2 high elders, mocked even as they defended against the master of the artifact sect. Just as the master of Xianming finished speaking, he and the 2 elders revealed a divine artifact from their storage bags, each of exquisite quality. How is this possible? The master of the artifact sect was taken aback upon seeing the 3 wheeled artifacts that rivaled his own. As they produced their divine artifacts, they moved in unison, swiftly encircling the master of the artifact sect, cutting off all avenues of retreat. Since when did divine artifacts appear in such abundance? The master of the artifact sect quickly regained his composure, observing the 3 with a cold gaze, perplexed. The trio from Xianming showed no haste to attack, but instead smirked, saying the demonic forces are no longer what they were 10,000 years ago. In the demon domain, divine artifacts are as common as cabbages. The fine-quality divine artifacts in our possession are merely discarded items that the lords of the demon domain do not desire. In summary, the current demonic forces have undergone a tremendous transformation, far surpassing what the human race can contend with. Upon concluding his words, the master of Xianming paused briefly, then turned to the master of the artifact sect, smiling. Lei Dong, you have devoted your life to the art of artifacts. Here, I offer you a chance for allegiance. If you join us, I promise to petition the lords of the demon domain, allowing you to study the art of refining artifacts there, ensuring you can attain the status of a divine-grade artifact master and array master. How about it? Such an opportunity is rare. I hope you grasp it well. However, the moment the master of Xianming finished speaking, the master of the artifact sect retorted angrily, "I will grasp your nonsense. A bunch of ignorant little demons. Prepare to meet your end." As the words fell, the master of the artifact sect's aura surged violently, erupting with terrifying power far surpassing his previous state. Bang! With a sweeping motion of his spear, even the master of Xianming, despite wielding a divine artifact, was sent flying, spitting blood. What just happened? How did his power suddenly become so formidable? Stabilizing himself, the master of Xianming wiped the blood from his lips, staring in bewilderment at the suddenly explosive master of the artifact sect. Not only he, but the 2 elders at the 2nd level of condensation were also sent flying, suffering even greater injuries. Fortunately, the 3 possessed an unending supply of demonic energy, enabling them to rapidly heal their wounds. Master, it is an array. He is enveloped by 3 high-grade heavenly enhancement arrays. Not merely an array. Just moments ago, I witnessed him ingesting a pill. two esteemed members of the second stage of concentration, one of whom is a celestial-grade array master, immediately discerned the underlying truth and swiftly reported to the Lord of the Xianming sect. An array? A pill? The Lord of the Xianming sect furrowed his brows tightly and glared at the celestial-grade array master, admonishing him, "Do you take me for a fool?" Without any prior preparation of array materials or any observable actions related to array formation, how could there be a celestial-grade array? Is it so simple to arrange a celestial-grade superior array? You should be more aware than I am of the time required for such an endeavor. On the other side, the chastised master felt a deep sense of injustice, but mustered the courage to explain, "Lord, it is true. These three celestial-grade superior arrays actually manifested in space without my slightest awareness." As he spoke, the celestial-grade array master was struck by a sudden realization. Could it be that a high-tier divine array master lurked nearby? This old fellow with three celestial-grade superior arrays, combined with that formidable divine weapon, the great halberd, would make it exceedingly difficult for us to subdue him. We must locate and eliminate that hidden array master. Otherwise, victory in today's battle will elude us. Upon hearing this, the celestial-grade array master of the Xianming sect felt a pang of bitterness. He wanted to express that he had no inkling of when the opponent set up the array, let alone how to find him. However, confronted with the Lord of the Xianming sect's unyielding gaze, he gritted his teeth and replied, "I shall do my utmost." At that moment on the peak below, the Vice Lord of the Xianming sect suddenly shouted, "Lord, I know where that damned array master is." Hearing this, the Lord of the Xianming sect and the two esteemed masters of concentration turned their gazes downward to the Vice Lord Ming-Er, especially the celestial-grade array master. Upon glancing at Ming-Er, displayed a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. "Dare you to distract yourself while contending with me?" Yet, before the Vice Lord Ming-Er could reveal the identity of the individual, the Lord of the Divine Weapon sect took the initiative to launch an attack. With a sweep of his great halberd, he carved through the surrounding space, feeling overwhelmingly powerful. "Damn it, Old Lei, do you truly think I fear you? I shall see how long your enhancement can last." The Lord of the Xianming sect was equally provoked, wielding his divine weapon, and charged alongside the two esteemed masters towards Lei Dong. Although he claimed to be unafraid of Lei Dong, his body was honest. Faced with the assault from the Lord of the Divine Weapon sect, he merely adopted a defensive stance, refraining from any offensive action. "Lord, please listen to me. That person is within the opponent's nascent soul ranks, the renowned peerless alchemist, Lin Yan. Look, he is in that corner of the crowd, dressed in white, particularly handsome." The Vice Lord Ming-Er, seeing his lord and the two esteemed masters being suppressed by the Lord of the Divine Weapon sect, felt an immediate surge of anxiety. Without considering whether his voice would affect them, he shouted while pointing at Lin Yan among the crowd, "Who is it among the four engaged in combat?" The celestial-grade array master from the Xianming sect could no longer contain his curiosity and instinctively turned to look at the crowd, where he beheld a striking young man with flowing hair, gazing back at him with a smile. "Is it him? How can he be so young? Are you going to continue to be distracted?" However, in that moment of shock, the Lord of the Divine Weapon sect swung his great halberd directly at the celestial-grade array master's face. With a loud thud, the unprepared celestial-grade master found himself reeling. Half his head cleaved away. Yet, astonishingly, he did not perish. Instead, a torrential surge of demonic energy erupted within him, gradually mending his shattered skull. "Ming-Er, look at the mess you've caused." After restoring his head, the celestial-grade master cast a cold glare at Vice Lord Ming-Er, unable to suppress a sharp rebuke. What a tenacious life! The Lord of the Divine Weapon sect regarded the now-restored celestial-grade master with a hint of regret, then disregarded him and continued his assault on the other two. "Ming Xian, take this opportunity to eliminate that little brat. With him supporting from behind, victory will be difficult for us." The Lord of the Xianming sect commanded, observing that Ming Xian's demonic energy had significantly diminished. Although the previous strike failed to claim Ming Xian's life, without the essence of demonic energy within him, he would have certainly perished. It was this very essence that had pulled him back from death's door. However, due to the near depletion of his demonic energy, he was not fit to join the battle. Otherwise, if Lei Dong found an opportunity, he would truly meet his end. Clearly, as a celestial-grade array master, Ming Xian understood this reasoning and immediately revealed a chilling intent as he advanced towards Lin Yan among the crowd. "Hey, little brat, enjoying the sight of me being beaten, are you? I shall make you feel even better," as he charged into the ranks of the nascent soul warriors. It was akin to a wolf entering a flock of sheep, a one-sided massacre. Nonetheless, nearly 50 nascent soul warriors did not flinch, forming a protective barrier around Lin Yan. "Esteemed seniors, I am grateful for your kindness. However, I must ask you to step back. With just his second stage of concentration, he cannot harm me." With that, Lin Yan soared into the air, pointing at the approaching Ming Xian. "Ha, little boy, what are you pointing at? Do you think you can give me a massage from a distance?" Ming Xian scoffed at Lin Yan's actions, his disdain evident. As a master of concentration, exterminating a peak golden core would be an effortless task. "Come and die." With a cold snort, Ming Xian reached out a massive hand of spiritual energy towards Lin Yan. However, the moment he extended his hand, he felt an unprecedented resistance that prevented him from advancing an inch. "What is happening?" Ming Xian paused in confusion, but mere moments later, his eyes widened in horror as he glanced around. Disbelief etched across his features. How is this possible? 10 celestial grade superior arrays. This is too much of an overestimation of my abilities. Simultaneously, below, the myriad nascent soul warriors from the three factions, witnessing Lin Yan ensnaring a master of concentration, erupted into fervent cheers. "Truly worthy of alchemist Lin. I was just worrying for him, and now it's a swift turnaround." Indeed, to arrange 10 celestial grade superior arrays at once is beyond my understanding of array formation. How could he achieve this without array materials? 10 celestial grade superior arrays, let alone a second stage of concentration. Even a fourth stage would struggle to dismantle them in a short span. Alchemist Lin is magnificent. Have you noticed? The arrays Alchemist Lin has set up are intricately interlinked, effectively binding the 10 celestial grade superior arrays together. If Ming Xian wishes to break the array through sheer force, he must destroy all the arrays at once. In stark contrast, the members of the Xianming sect, upon witnessing this scene, displayed faces of despair. Yet, their gazes towards Lin Yan were filled with boundless malice. Though lacking the strength to act, they could only stare in helpless frustration. "How infuriating! What a waste!" exclaimed the Xianming sect master, observing the battle from a distance, his brow darkening as he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Meanwhile, trapped within 10 superior celestial formations, Ming Xian felt a sense of grievance upon hearing his master's voice. It wasn't that he lacked capability. Rather, his opponent was simply too extraordinary. In the entire Eastern Xian domain, could there be any celestial formation master like Lin Yan who could summon 10 superior celestial formations with a single move? That was nothing short of monstrous. Please, do not compare me to such a freak. However, within the array, Ming Xian quickly regained his composure. Casting a cold smile at Lin Yan, "I shall see just how long you can confine me. After all, you cannot inflict harm upon me. Unless you enter the array yourself, you shall find me unscathed." With confidence plastered on his face, Ming Xian reasoned that since Lin Yan could only seal him in place, it afforded him time to break free. In response to Ming Xian's self-assured yet provoking words, Lin Yan chuckled. "Oh, you believe I cannot harm you? Is that so?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yan slowly produced a divine-grade formation plate. Chapter 85, Surpassing Realms to Annihilate, certifying as a divine-grade formation master. Inside the array, the once confident Ming Xian's expression faltered as he beheld the divine artifact formation plate in Lin Yan's hands, disbelief flashing in his eyes. This is our sect's divine-grade formation plate. How could it possibly be in your possession?" Yet a moment later, Ming Xian connected the dots and coldly inquired, "Could it be that those we dispatched to the frozen wasteland were all annihilated by you?" Lin Yan, seeing this, replied with a smile, "You are indeed quite astute. You figured it out." Ming Xian, trapped within the array, seethed with rage at Lin Yan's mocking tone. However, a moment later, panic washed over his face. This was a divine-grade formation plate, inscribed with a divine-grade array. If it fell into the hands of a prodigious formation master like Lin Yan, it would surely unleash its utmost power. "Master, you possess a divine-grade array within as well." The voice of the myriad transformation array echoed, tinged with excitement. The myriad transformation array senses the presence of a second divine-grade array. Comprehension speed is accelerating. Indeed, I already have a ready-made divine-grade array. At the reminder from the myriad transformation array, Lin Yan facepalmed and shook his head. Yet, none of this mattered anymore. Once the myriad transformation array achieved comprehension, it would naturally ascend to divine status. With this thought, Lin Yan directly infused his powerful soul force into the divine grade formation plate. Buzz! Almost instantly, a massive array emanating a terrifying aura began to materialize. Go! With a gentle toss, Lin Yan activated the divine grade array, which soared into the 10 celestial arrays, enveloping Ming Xian within. The moment the divine grade array took shape, Ming Xian felt an immense pressure, rendering him unable to even attempt breaking free. 5-element sword, go. Earth flame lotus fire, go. Azure assault technique, go. In rapid succession, Lin Yan unleashed all his techniques into the divine grade array, augmenting them into formidable assaults capable of threatening even a spirit concentration expert. The 5-element sword, imbued with quadruple sword intent and the power of the 5 elements, transformed into sweeping sword energy storms that surged toward Ming Xian. The earth flame lotus fire morphed into a terrifyingly potent fire lotus, which shot towards Ming Xian and slowly bloomed before him. The 3 styles of the Azura sword technique, laden with menacing killing intent and fire-based sword intent, struck at Ming Xian, each stronger than the last. Damn it! Am I truly to perish at the hands of a mere golden core junior today? Inside the array, Ming Xian regarded the 3 distinct yet perilous assaults with palpable trepidation. However, trapped within the array, he could not evade, and thus had no choice but to face them head-on. Puff! The first wave of sword energy storms sliced through Ming Xian, despite his desperate attempts to defend. Overwhelmed by the sheer force, he coughed up blood and suffered severe injuries, his surrounding demonic energy dimming. Boom! Just as the first wave concluded and Ming Xian had yet to catch his breath, the second fire lotus unfurled before him. The terrifying heat and overwhelming energy coalesced into a strike that rivaled a full-powered assault from a 3rd-level spirit concentration expert, crashing into Ming Xian's chest. Puff! Ming Xian again spat out a mouthful of blood, a bloody hole opening in his chest, and his previously dim demonic energy now dwindled to almost nothing, rendering him incapable of healing his wounds. Master, save me! Ming Xian, barely holding his grievously injured body, pleaded for help from the Xianming sect master, who was entangled in combat with the artifact sect master. He could not withstand the final 3 sword techniques. He would perish here. Damn it, what a waste. High above, the Xianming sect master observed the scene, his eyes brimming with a murderous intent. He yearned to assist, but was unable to break free. At last, in Ming Xian's desperate gaze, Lin Yan's final assault approached. The 3 sword techniques, each stronger than the last, struck down upon Ming Xian, reducing him to a mist of blood, obliterating his very existence. Success! Lin Yan had indeed slain a spirit concentration expert, despite only being a celestial formation master. This was utterly exhilarating. From below, the numerous Yuaniing experts from the 3 factions gasped in astonishment at this development. A spirit concentration expert, an apex existence in the Eastern Yin state, capable of deciding the fate of entire sects with a mere word, had unexpectedly fallen at the hands of a peak golden core cultivator. Should this news spread, who would believe it? The entire Eastern Xin domain would surely tremble. Congratulations, Sect Master Qingyan. Your Qingyan sect has produced a super genius. Almost instantaneously, the Yuaniing experts from the Anti-Demon Alliance and the Artifact sect gathered before Sect Master Qingyan, offering their congratulations. With Lin Yan's presence, the future of Qingyun's sect was bound to soar to new heights, and it was essential to cultivate good relations now. Indeed, this is a stroke of fortune for humanity. The 3 representatives of Qingyun's sect responded with smiles, their faces radiating pride and satisfaction. Deputy Sect Master, perhaps we should flee swiftly. Even a spirit concentration expert is no match for that boy. Our Xianming sect may truly be doomed this time. Meanwhile, atop the Xianming sect peak, some Yuaniing experts beside Ming Er expressed their fear upon witnessing the demise of the spirit concentration expert at Lin Yan's hands. You dare! Anyone who attempts to leave without permission will be treated as a traitor. Ming Er's words swiftly quelled the thoughts of those wishing to escape, instilling a sense of fear. Do not forget, we still have the presence of the Netherworld Dao sect behind us. A mere Lin Yan can be extinguished with a snap of our fingers. With Ming Er's words, The would-be deserters were promptly deterred, especially upon hearing the name of the Netherworld Dao sect, which filled their faces with newfound confidence. Indeed, we have the Netherworld Dao sect. What is there to fear? Simultaneously, on the battlefield of Danqing and Elder Qingsha, Danqing, witnessing Lin Yan's triumph over a spirit concentration expert, felt a mix of shock and satisfaction. Lin, my young friend, has already achieved great merit. I cannot fall behind. With that, Danqing unleashed his full strength, forcing Elder Qingsha into a retreat, blood spilling from his mouth. Yet, due to the demonic energy within him, no matter how severely Danqing wounded him, he always managed to recover. Truly, he was an unkillable cockroach. Returning to Lin Yan's side, after vanquishing Ming Xian, he let out a long sigh of relief. Spirit concentration experts were indeed more formidable to defeat than he had anticipated. 10 superior heavenly level formations, along with a single divine level grand formation, were required to vanquish him. Ultimately, my understanding of the art of formations still falls short of the divine level. Lin Yan sighed inwardly. Superb refinement technique. Mastery of 5 artifacts completed. Successfully advanced to superior heavenly level. Myriad transformations of formations. Mastery of divine level formation completed. Successfully advanced to inferior divine level and acquired a divine spatial grand formation. Chapter 86. Escape? That word does not exist in my lexicon. What does the master mean by that? Isn't this already divine? Hearing the voice of myriad transformations of formations echo in his mind, Lin Yan chuckled. Well done. Upon entering the ranks of divine-level formation masters, Lin Yan suddenly felt as though he had established an extraordinarily mysterious connection with the world around him. It was ineffable and elusive. In any case, his sole intuition was that laying out formations in the future would become remarkably effortless, and their power would surpass that of an ordinary divine-level formation master. Boom! At that very moment, while Lin Yan was still immersed in the joy of his advancement, the leader of the Xianming sect suddenly struck, directly repelling the leader of the artifact sect. Good, very good. The leader of the Xianming sect retreated to the main peak, his eyes gleaming with a fierce killing intent as he fixated on Lin Yan and the gathered forces, uttering 2 words of approval. Since that is the case, then all of you shall remain here today to accompany the elders and disciples of my sect in death. The moment the leader of the Xianming sect's words fell, a surge of demonic energy erupted around him, his expression contorted with a ghastly demeanor, as if some terrifying entity was about to be unleashed. What does the leader's remark imply? Is today truly the end for our Xianming sect? Will everyone perish here? Below, on the main peak, many high-ranking members of the Xianming sect, including Ming Er, looked up at the leader with bewildered expressions. Whoosh! The leaders of the artifact sect and Danqing swiftly retreated to the side of the 3 forces, shielding everyone behind them, their faces grave as they focused intently on the leader of the Xianming sect. At that moment, the leader of the Xianming sect exuded an aura of imminent danger. Buzz! Simultaneously, as the Xianming sect members were confused and the 3 forces remained on guard, a colossal black vortex formed above the leader's head, swirling ominously. The instant the vortex took shape, a terrifying force of suction emanated from it. Ah! Leader, no. We are your own people. Immediately after, numerous disciples of the Xianming sect on the main peak let out wretched cries. The essence of their lives and demonic energy was being slowly siphoned away by the vortex. In just a moment, many disciples of the Xianming sect turned into lifeless husks, collapsing to the ground devoid of vitality. This, on the main peak of the Xianming sect, including Ming Er, the high-ranking members were struck with profound fear at this horrifying sight. At this moment, even the most loyal disciples of the Xianming sect felt a pang of terror and began to scatter in a frenzy. No, I don't want to die yet. However, the Xianming sect was enveloped by the divine spatial grand formation, leaving the members with no avenue of escape. Ultimately, they could only serve as nourishment for the leader of the Xianming sect, absorbed their life force. Even the severely injured ancestor Qingxia, whose demonic energy had dimmed, could not evade this fate of absorption. I demand all of you from the 3 forces to accompany my sect's disciples in death. Once only the Yuaning level high-ranking members remained in the Xianming sect, the leader finally ceased this frenzied action. He coldly gazed at the members of the 3 forces, sweeping his hand, unleashing a gigantic hand of demonic energy imbued with terrifying might, which surged toward them in anger. This aura, It is comparable to a full force strike of the 5th level of spirit consolidation. Danqing and the leader of the artifact sect, upon witnessing the approaching hand of demonic energy, were immediately engulfed in shock, their expressions turning grave. The 5th level of spirit consolidation. Even if they joined forces, they would stand no chance against it, let alone contend with a 2nd level spirit consolidation expert lurking nearby, quickly protect Lin Yan and facilitate his escape. The 5th level of spirit consolidation is beyond our capacity to withstand. Danqing and the leader of the artifact sect quickly positioned themselves in front of Lin Yan, instructing the others behind them. We will hold off the leader of the Xianming sect for now. You all must escort Lin Yan to break through the formation swiftly. The situation had escalated beyond their control, and their only hope was that Lin Yan could escape. They understood that only if Lin Yan successfully fled could they hope for a resurgence in the future. Master Lin, we must leave at once. A chorus of Yuanying experts looked at Lin Yan, who stood motionless, pleading earnestly. In response, Lin Yan shook his head and smiled. Escape? That word does not exist in my lexicon. What a jest. I have just broken through to become a divine-level formation master. How can I leave without first testing my formations? That is simply not my style. Instantly, as Lin Yan's words fell, he raised his hand and lightly pointed at the furious hand of demonic energy, and a divine grand formation took shape in an instant. Bang! The moment the divine grand formation materialized, the once unstoppable and terrifying hand of demonic energy was shattered into a multitude of dispersing demonic essence. Moreover, under the circulation of the 5 elemental forces of the divine grand formation, the abhorrent demonic energy was continuously obliterated. What has occurred? In front, Danqing and the leader of the artifact sect, who stood ready, were momentarily stunned as they witnessed the hand of demonic energy being halted so effortlessly. However, being a heavenly level formation master, the leader of the artifact sect quickly comprehended the situation and exclaimed in astonishment. This is a divine grand formation, and it has appeared out of thin air. Once he uttered those words, the leader of the artifact sect recalled the enhancement technique Lin Yan had previously used, and immediately turned to Lin Yan, finding him smiling with a radiant expression. He realized then, Master Lin, you have advanced to become a divine-level formation master. The leader of the artifact sect regarded Lin Yan with shock and anticipation, for being a divine-level formation master was his lifelong pursuit. Lin Yan did not deny it. Instead, he nodded and said, I observed 2 divine grand formations and gained some enlightenment, fortuitously breaking through. Upon hearing Lin Yan's acknowledgement, the leader of the artifact sect gasped in awe, feeling a rush of emotion as he regarded Lin Yan as if he were an extraordinary prodigy, exclaiming, Master Lin's talent truly surpasses that of all ages. The thought that this formation mastery was merely Lin Yan's side endeavor filled the leader of the artifact sect with shame, realizing that at his age, he was outshone by a younger generation. Simultaneously, Danqing and the others around cast astonished and delighted glances at Lin Yan. Since Lin Yan had successfully advanced to become a divine-level formation master, the outcome of the battle became increasingly clear. Meanwhile, high above the main peak of the Xianming sect, the leader of the Xianming sect, witnessing his full-force attack being so easily neutralized, felt a flicker of confusion arise within him, his brow furrowing tightly. The aura of a divine grand formation? How could it appear out of thin air? Chapter 87, ten divine grand formation. Annihilating enemies in the blink of an eye. Leader, it is that brat Lin Yan. Such methods can only be executed by him. Just as the leader of the Xianming sect wore an expression of bewilderment, Ming-Er suddenly leaped forward, pointing at Lin Yan, who was clad in white among the 3 forces, and shouted. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Xianming sect's gaze shifted, instantly locking onto Lin Yan, and a voice imbued with a chilling, killing intent, reminiscent of the depths of the 9 hells, emerged. It is you again. I never anticipated that the fate of today's battle would hinge upon a mere pinnacle gold core cultivator like you. The leader of the Xianming sect glared at Lin Yan, his eyes brimming with a palpable murderous intent. At the pinnacle of the golden core stage, this young prodigy had not only annihilated their sect's elder of the 2nd level of concentration, but had also ascended to the ranks of divine-level array masters, effortlessly neutralizing a full-force strike from a 5th level cultivator. Such innate talent in the realm of formations is undeniably terrifying. Most importantly, this individual could effortlessly arrange formations without the aid of any materials. Should he continue to develop, he would undoubtedly become a formidable foe for the demon clan. It seems that today, I must eliminate you without fail. As the words of the Xianming sect master echoed, he vanished from sight, lunging toward Lin Yan amidst the crowd. Whoosh! Danxing and the artifact sect leader immediately positioned themselves in front of Lin Yan. Leave the Xianming sect master to me. You two take care of the remaining members of the sect, Lin Yan declared, before swiftly ascending into the sky to confront the fifth-level Xianming sect master alone. With unwavering calmness, Lin Yan raised his hand and pointed several fingers at the approaching Xianming sect master. Almost instantaneously, 5 divine-level formations materialized, ensnaring the Xianming sect master within their confines. This is impossible. 5 divine-level formations arranged in an instant, within the confines of the 5 formations. The Xianming sect master felt an overwhelming pressure, a flicker of panic igniting within him. Perhaps he could contend with 1 or 2 divine-level formations, but 5? No one had informed him that an array master could deploy 5 divine-level formations simultaneously. Damn it, I underestimated you. Inside the formations, the Xianming sect master, driven to madness, unleashed a torrent of desperate and fearsome attacks in an attempt to break free. Yet, no matter how fiercely he struggled, it was akin to drawing water with a basket, futile. If this is all you are capable of, then it's my turn now. With that declaration, Lin Yan waved his hand, replacing one of the divine-level confinement formations with a new one that radiated an aura of chilling frost, enveloping the Xianming sect master. Endless frost. As the ice domain formation took shape, countless ice pillars imbued with frigid power slowly emerged in the void. Then, like a volley of arrows, they surged toward the Xianming sect master. Thud! Thud! The ice pillars struck from every direction, leaving the Xianming sect master no chance to evade, forcing him into a defensive position. In mere moments, he spat forth black blood, severely wounded. You force my hand. Inside the formation, the Xianming sect master glared at Lin Yan, his face contorted in rage as he let out a furious roar. Almost immediately, a black vortex reappeared above him, attempting to absorb the remnants of the Xianming sect. You still wish to absorb? Not on my watch. Lin Yan was determined not to grant him another chance to grow stronger. With another wave of his hand, he summoned 5 more divine-level confinement formations, ensnaring the Xianming sect master once again. Huh? Within the formation, the sudden appearance of 5 additional divine-level formations left the Xianming sect master utterly bewildered. He had lost all connection to the outside world, unable even to sense Lin Yan's presence. Is it even reasonable to arrange 10 divine-level formations without any materials? This is utterly absurd. Inside the formations, the Xianming sect master was completely disoriented, akin to a headless fly flailing about. Observing this from above, Lin Yan simply shook his head, then pointed slowly at the 10 divine-level formations, softly uttering, "Annihilate." As the words fell, the 10 divine-level formations erupted with blinding light, unleashing their terrifying divine pressure. In an instant, the 5th-level Xianming sect master was reduced to a mist of blood. His essence was obliterated. Following the demise of the Xianming sect master, a massive essence of demonic energy, brimming with overwhelming dark power, lay quietly in the formation. With a casual gesture, Lin Yan summoned the essence into his grasp. This essence of demonic energy is remarkably rich. It has the potential to continuously convert the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into demonic energy. Its absorption rate rivals that of any divine-level technique. Holding the essence in his hand, Lin Yan felt a surge of excitement. Just one piece of this essence is equivalent to a divine-level technique. How formidable must the foundation of the demon clan be? At this moment, below, not only were the numerous Yuaniing cultivators from the 3 factions stunned, but even the remaining Yuaniing warriors atop the Xianming sect peak were left petrified at the sight. That was a 5th-level super powerhouse. Such strength, even among the 3 great sects of Dongyan Prefecture, equates to an elder of the highest order. The gazes of those from the 3 factions were filled with profound reverence for Lin Yan. The news of a golden core pinnacle cultivator defeating a 5th-level being would undoubtedly send ripples throughout the entire Dongxian domain. Is that not self-evident? Who is Lin Yan? He is a divine-level array master, Effortlessly eliminating a concentration-level cultivator is as simple as quenching one's thirst. Indeed, let's not forget that Lin Yan, as a divine-level array master, is unlike any other. He can instantaneously deploy 10 divine-level formations. Who in the entire Dongxian domain could rival that? If I could arrange 10 divine-level formations at once, not only 5th-level cultivators, but even pinnacle-level ones would have to think twice before confronting me. At this moment, many Yuanian cultivators among the 3 factions began to extol Lin Yan's myriad strengths. Meanwhile, the last remaining concentration-level Xianming sect cultivator was swiftly eradicated by Dan Xing and the artifact sect leader working in unison. Despite the opponent's possession of the demonic energy essence, which could restore their strength indefinitely, they could not withstand the assault of 2 third-level concentration cultivators. Deputy Master, shall we flee? The Yuanian practitioners atop the Xianming sect peak gazed in terror at the battlefield, unable to suppress their urge to speak. However, when they looked down to where Ming Er had been, they were met with sheer bewilderment. Deputy Master, where is he? Chapter 88. Beyond the independent realm of the 5 elements, the power of darkness. Damn it. I'm so glad I was clever enough to escape while everyone's attention was fixated on the Master-S fall. This is terrifying, a golden core pinnacle divine level array master monster, and our master even sought to absorb me. This world is too frightening. At this moment, on a mountaintop some distance from the Xianming sect, Ming Er had transformed into an old man, gazing uneasily toward the direction of the sect. However, this matter cannot simply be left unresolved. Lin Yan, you say? The Alchemist Association? The Artifact Sect? The Qingyan Sect? Very well. I shall take your messages to the Yuming Dao Sect and summon reinforcements. With that, Ming Er vanished from sight. Meanwhile, within the Xianming Sect, as the 3 concentration-level powerhouses fell, the remaining members were cornered atop the main peak by the forces of the 3 factions. However, due to the ominous, dark energy emanating from the Divine Palace at the peak, none dared to approach, save for the concentration-level cultivators. Lin Yan, how shall we handle that artifact? Dan Xing and the others did not rush to deal with the remaining members of the Xianming sect, but instead turned their attention to the dark energy-infused artifact palace. Seeking Lin Yan's counsel, although they were concentration-level cultivators, they found themselves unable to subdue the artifact palace, for the dark energy it emitted could even corrode their own strength. Lin Yan also regarded the dark palace, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. Leave this to me. I should be able to purify the dark energy. As Lin Yan's voice fell, he soared into the sky, heading directly towards the black palace atop the mountain. Upon approaching, Lin Yan immediately summoned 5 divine formations imbued with purifying capabilities, swiftly suppressing the demonic energy emanating from the black palace, which began to be cleansed gradually. Splendid. The demonic energy surrounding the main peak has weakened. We can now delve deeper. At the moment Lin Yan subdued the demonic energy around the Black Palace, the once surging malevolence above the main peak dimmed significantly. This instantaneously ignited excitement among the many Yuan-Ing experts who had been waiting at the periphery. Watching from the sidelines was utterly dull. Almost 50 Yuan-Ing experts erupted from their positions, their gazes fixed on the remaining Yuan-Ing experts of the Xianming sect, akin to hunters eyeing their prey. Demonic wretches, prepare to meet your end. With the collective assault from all Yuan-Ing experts of the 3 factions, the remaining combat turned overwhelmingly one-sided. The Xianming sect survivors had no means of defense, for they were vastly outnumbered. Consequently, the battle concluded swiftly and the spoils were tallied. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, as Lin Yan purified the Black Palace, he felt a surge of resistance emanating from within. Could this artifact have developed its own sentience? Lin Yan's heart stirred, prompting him to intensify his purifying efforts. Dumnomans, you dare attempt to purify me. Such foolish aspirations. A faint will emanated from the Black Palace, which Lin Yan keenly sensed. Just as I suspected, it appears that this Black Palace, nourished by the overwhelming demonic energy, has indeed birthed its own intelligence. In response, Lin Yan remained silent, his expression cold as he continued his purification. The super pill technique sensed an extraordinarily dense essence of demonic energy, accelerating its analytical speed, successfully deriving a method to convert demonic energy into spiritual energy. Master, we might consider sparing its life. just as Lin Yan poured all his energy into purifying the demonic energy. The voice of the super pill technique suddenly resonated in his mind. Lin Yan, perplexed, inquired why. The super pill technique earnestly explained, "Master, through my recent analysis of the essence of demonic energy, I discovered that this energy is rejected by this realm due to the presence of a dark power independent of the 5 elements. This dark power is a force that rivals the strength of the elemental powers. If we can spare its life, I can comprehend this dark power through the continuous release of demonic energy. In that case, Master, we shall wield a force that exists beyond this realm." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's heart trembled with excitement. "You say this dark power exists independently of the elemental forces? However, it belongs to the demonic race. Could this dark power erode my soul?" In response to Lin Yan's concerns, the super pill technique reassured him, "Master, rest assured. This dark power is inherently separate from this realm, a mysterious force outside the 5 elements, and will not affect us. Rather, we can harness it. The reason demonic energy can erode the souls of cultivators is that it is inherently infused with the various insatiable desires of the demonic race. The dark power, however, is devoid of such impurities and is an exceedingly pure force. I suspect that even among the demonic race, few can comprehend this dark power." Upon hearing the super pill technique's explanation, Lin Yan's heart was enlightened, and a spark of excitement surfaced. "Excellent. If that is the case, we shall subdue it. However, I perceive considerable animosity from the Black Palace towards me. It may be challenging to subdue it. Fear not, Master, for I am here." As soon as the words left its mouth, the super pill technique began to operate autonomously. Lin Yan was astonished to find that the spiritual energy within him had transformed entirely into demonic energy. "Master, why not give another try now?" Lin Yan smiled knowingly and beckoned to the Black Palace. "If not now, then when?" Sensing the surging demonic energy surrounding Lin Yan, the Black Palace pondered aloud. How peculiar! Where did that human cultivator go? Despite its curiosity, it obediently shrank to the size of a palm and nestled into Lin Yan's embrace, thus falling under his control. The super pill technique sensed an extraordinarily rich essence of demonic energy and entered a state of comprehension. Indeed, quite obedient. "From now on, you shall be known as Little Black." Lin Yan chuckled with satisfaction, then activated the super pill technique, immediately converting all the demonic energy back into formidable spiritual energy. "Master Dan, have you succeeded?" Dan Xing and the master of the artifact sect hurried over, their faces lighting up with joy upon seeing the palm-sized Black Palace in Lin Yan's hands. It was a stroke of luck. However, this Black Palace is heavily infused with demonic energy. I will need some time to purify it. Lin Yan replied with a smile. Dan Xing and the master of the artifact sect nodded earnestly. If this Black Palace fell into the hands of others, it would undoubtedly birth another sect akin to the Xianming sect. "Master Dan, what are our plans moving forward?" In response to their inquiries, Lin Yan gazed towards the horizon and replied calmly, "We shall conserve our strength and await the changes in the central domain." As for Lin Yan himself, following this event, he intended to journey to the giant wood forest to seek a place rich with wood elemental energy, hoping to condense his wood elemental Yuan-ing and ascend to the Yuan-ing level. Chapter 89. The Secrets of the Giant Wood Realm. News reaches the Underworld Path sect. After the 3 factions finished tallying the spoils of the Xianming sect, they returned to their respective sections. Aside from the artifact sect, taking some refining materials and cultivation resources, the rest of the usable assets from the Xianming sect were claimed by the Qingyan sect. As for Dan Xing and the Anti-Demon Alliance, they naturally took nothing. According to them, receiving so much assistance from Master Dan during the battle was already an immense fortune. "Master Dan, are you planning to venture to the Giantwood Forest?" Within the Alchemist Association, Dan Xing looked at Lin Yan with a hint of surprise in his eyes, unable to restrain a smile. "How did you know that a major secret realm has recently been discovered in the Giantwood Forest? I had intended to inform you of this news, yet you learned it before I could." Upon hearing Dan Xing's words, Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? His original intention was to inquire if Dan Xing knew where the Giantwood Forest harbored a place rich in wood elemental energy. Yet the conversation unexpectedly shifted to a secret realm. "Senior Dan Xing, you jest. I truly did not know this. My mention of the Giantwood Forest was solely because it is abundant in wood attributes. and I wish to inquire if there exists a place rich in wood elemental energy. Lin Yan chuckled, thinking it absurd. If he had indeed known about a secret realm emerging in the giant wood forest, why would he have come here? Seeing this, Danqing also chuckled and said, "Whether you know or not is inconsequential. I intended to share this news personally." With that, Danqing paused slightly, his expression turning serious. This secret realm was discovered not long ago by an elder from our Alchemist Association who went to the giant wood forest in search of herbs. He has concealed the entrance to the secret realm, which means that currently, only those from the Alchemist Association are aware of its existence. As Danqing spoke, a smile graced his face, and he continued, "According to the elder who discovered the secret realm, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a towering tree exuding a profound life essence at the entrance. Could it be the legendary Tree of Life?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yan felt a surge of excitement within, unable to contain his astonishment. Danqing nodded in affirmation. It is likely that Master Lin Yan is aware of the immense value of this Tree of Life, should the news leak. It would undoubtedly attract numerous formidable practitioners vying for it, and perhaps even those reclusive transformation masters would emerge to contend. Hence, when Master Lin Yan conveys this information to the sect, he must ensure it reaches only trustworthy individuals, instructing them to keep it strictly confidential. After this exchange, Danqing gazed at Lin Yan with a beaming smile. In response, Lin Yan, captivated by Danqing's cheerful demeanor, could not help but inquire, "Senior Danqing, are you willing to explore this great secret realm alongside our Qingyun sect? There is no need for such generosity. We, the Qingyun sect, might find it a bit overwhelming. A secret realm housing the Tree of Life is, in essence, no less than some of the small paradises born from the heavens. Therefore, the rare treasures and opportunities within this secret realm are likely to far exceed those found in ordinary ones." Observing Lin Yan's inclination to decline, Danqing hastily interjected, "Master Lin Yan, do not be so modest. This is a unanimous decision made by our Alchemist Association. Setting aside the fact that you are a friend of our association, your esteemed status as a guest elder merits such treatment." With that, Danqing paused momentarily, then added with a touch of embarrassment, "Moreover, I must admit I harbor a slight selfish motive. If the Tree of Life truly exists within the secret realm, I hope Master Lin Yan could graciously assist our Alchemist Association in refining a few longevity elixirs." Seeing Danqing's bashful expression, Lin Yan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Promptly nodding, "In that case, I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of the Qingyun sect for your kindness, Senior Danqing. Rest assured, if the Tree of Life is indeed present, I will exert my utmost effort to assist in the refinement of the longevity elixirs. The longevity elixirs do not possess a fixed rank. Their ultimate quality depends entirely on the grade of the primary materials used." "Very well. It is settled then." Danqing's face brightened at his words, and he promptly provided Lin Yan with the location of the secret realm, adding, "Master Lin Yan, according to our observer stationed there, the power at the entrance of the secret realm will weaken significantly in 5 days, making it the optimal time to enter. Therefore, you must inform your sect to prepare in advance." Lin Yan nodded, then bade farewell to Danqing and made his way back to the Qingyun sect. In the central region, within the Yuming Dao sect, the sect leader was informed by a golden core practitioner. There is a person claiming to be the vice sect leader of the Xianming sect seeking an audience. Upon hearing this, the Yuming Dao sect leader's expression shifted dramatically, and he urged, "Quickly bring him in." In a hidden chamber of the back mountain of the Yuming Dao sect, the atmosphere grew tense. "What? The Xianming sect has been annihilated? All 3 of their condensation masters have perished." The Yuming Dao sect leader was taken aback by Ming Er's revelation. Although it was the rule of the Demon Realm Lord not to assist the Xianming sect, how could a mere northern territory withstand the might of a sect protected by 3 condensation masters? Please elaborate. Could it be that the other 2 great Dao sects intervened? He was acutely aware that there were members of their faction within the Anti-Demon Alliance. Thus, they could not have dispatched any condensation masters. The only possibility was that the other 2 great Dao sects had acted covertly. Yet, as Ming fled from the north, he shook his head, tears streaming down his face. Sect leader, it was not them. Aside from a few peak nascent soul practitioners sent by the Anti-Demon Alliance, no other Central Region forces were involved. The root cause of our Xianming sect destruction was merely a peak golden core practitioner. A peak golden core practitioner? The Yuming Dao sect leader cast a doubtful and hostile glance at Ming Er. Do you truly believe I'm so easily deceived? A peak golden core practitioner emerged. Sensing the leader's suspicious gaze, Ming Er felt a chill run down his spine and quickly clarified. Please, sect leader, hear me out. That individual is not an ordinary peak golden core practitioner. He is also a divine-level formation master and a pinnacle 5th grade alchemist. What? A divine-level formation master? The Yuming Dao sect leader's heart raced at the mention of this, for in the entire Eastern Yin prefecture, apart from one elusive figure, only the 3 great Dao sects possessed such a master, and there was only one. It confirmed that the other 2 factions had indeed acted in the shadows. With this realization, the Yuming Dao sect leader turned to Ming Er, asking, "Did you see the face of this divine-level formation master?" As the leader of the Yuming Dao sect, he naturally recognized all the divine-level formation masters in Eastern Yin prefecture and could identify anyone with a mere description. However, Ming Er wore a bitter expression in response. Sect leader, the divine-level formation master I mentioned, is not from the central region. He hails from the north. Perhaps this individual is someone you have heard of before. The Yuming Dao sect leader's heart raced with shock. A divine-level formation master could emerge from such a desolate place as the north? And he might have heard of him? Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Oh, who is this person? I must see for myself." Chapter 90. The Yuming Dao sect's conspiracy, the Qingyun sect's surging strength. It is none other than Lin Yan, the extraordinary alchemist renowned recently for his ability to refine pills imbued with Dao patterns. What? Upon hearing Ming Er's words, the Yuming Dao sect leader felt a jolt run through him, as if the world had turned upside down. How could I have offended him? I was hoping he would refine a divine fire pill with Dao patterns for me. The Yuming Dao sect leader pounded his chest in regret and despair. Sect leader, what is the matter? Ming Er, observing the leader's demeanor, was puzzled. Had he said something wrong? But in the next moment, the Yuming Dao sect leader's expression shifted to one of eager anticipation as he asked, "Has he discovered our clandestine dealings with the Xianming sect?" Despite his confusion, Ming Er contemplated for a moment before answering honestly. Previously, one of our alchemists sought to eliminate him, but was instead ambushed and killed by his protector, who uncovered the existence of the demon stones. Afterward, we relayed this information to your envoy dispatched to the north, who happened to be negotiating with him at the time. As he spoke, Ming Er rested his chin in thought, then looked up at the Yuming Dao sect leader, smiling. I believe he must have realized it. Upon finishing his statement, Ming Er could not help but envision the scene of the Yuming Dao sect taking action to eliminate Lin Yan and his companions. However, the Yuming Dao sect leader shook his head, sighing deeply. After a moment, he murmured, "Leave a complete corpse and toss it into the back mountain's demon pool." What do you mean? Ming Er was bewildered, for there were only the ability to refine elixirs imbued with mystical patterns marks, one as a master of divine-level formations. If such a prodigy could be harnessed for my demonic clan, it would undoubtedly facilitate our rapid ascension. A plan for seduction and betrayal begins to take shape in his mind. In the northern realm, the Great Flame Dynasty, following the obliteration of the Xianming sect by the triad of forces led by Lin Yan, the martial forces of the Wang family, which had previously been routing the dynasty's army, found themselves bereft of formidable support. Moreover, the ancient figure from the imperial family, who had been in seclusion, achieved a breakthrough and successfully entered the nascent soul stage, thus extending the dynasty's lifespan by several millennia. The rebellion of the Wang family resulted in the extermination of 9 clans. With the old emperor's decree, any forces associated with the Wang family were thoroughly annihilated wherever the imperial army passed. After dismantling the Wang family, the Great Flame Dynasty, under the leadership of the old emperor, chose to submit to the Qingyun sect. Currently, in the northern realm, the Qingyun sect has risen to become one of the foremost powers following their decisive battle. Although there are no spirit condensation experts stationed, the presence of Lin Yan is a formidable asset. Congratulations to Elder Qing, the sect leader and the master. In the main hall of the Qingyun sect's peak, Lin Yan gazed at the 3 individuals who had remarkably ascended to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, feeling genuine joy within. After the battle against the Xianming sect, their growth was substantial. This is all thanks to you, young Lin. It must be said that the Xianming sect indeed lived up to its reputation as a top-tier sect in the northern realm. For the resources allocated to us from the Qingyun sect have endowed us with an extraordinary foundation. The excitement among Qingyun Zi and the others was palpable. This bounty was immensely enriching for their sect. With the foundation of the sect bolstered, that is splendid. Lin Yan concurred, then added, "You all must be planning to condense your spirits next, correct? Just tell me what attributes of the soul elixir you require. I will provide them immediately." Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the trio felt a surge of joy but quickly expressed their discomfort. "Lin Yan, you always help us. Yet we find ourselves unable to repay you adequately. We feel quite guilty about receiving these soul elixirs." Observing their expressions, Lin Yan feigned anger and said, "You must not speak like that, sect leader. Do not forget that we are family. I received the sect's protection before I grew. Now that I have matured, it is only right to give back. If you continue to speak this way, you will make me feel like an outsider." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yan handed a soul elixir inscribed with fire patterns to his teacher, Feng Ming. "Sect leader and Elder Qing, what type of soul elixirs do you require?" "I cultivate a grand and expansive technique. A gold-attributed elixir would suit me best," Elder Qing stated without hesitation. Lin Yan had just the right elixir and promptly presented it. "I need one with wood attributes," the Qingyun sect leader added with a smile. "For the wood attribute, you'll have to wait a bit," Lin Yan responded. "No worries. I am not in a hurry," Lin Yan assured him. "Rest assured, it will not be long. Once we venture into the Great Wood Secret Realm, we shall have everything we need." "The Great Secret Realm?" the three elders exclaimed in astonishment. Seeing their shocked expressions, Lin Yan nodded with a smile. "Indeed, I have returned to inform you of this news." With that, Lin Yan's expression grew serious. "This information was conveyed to me by the senior Dan Qing. Currently, only our two factions are privy to it, so it must not leak. Therefore, when selecting individuals to venture to the Great Secret Realm, I hope you will exercise prudence." The three elders nodded solemnly. If word of the Great Secret Realm were spread, it would undoubtedly attract numerous factions vying for it, leading to fierce competition and unnecessary troubles. "Very well, let us prepare. We shall depart tomorrow and secretly make our way to the Great Wood Forest." After giving the three elders a few instructions, Lin Yan returned to his dwelling. With the Qingyun sect's ascent to one of the Northern Realm's top powers following their recent victory, many factions were now covertly observing them. Thus, in order to travel discreetly to the Great Wood Forest, a means to conceal their presence was essential. Having previously crafted numerous offensive and defensive heavenly-grade artifacts for the sect, it was now time to focus on travel-related artifacts. With this thought in mind, Lin Yan wasted no time and summoned the heavenly-grade crafting platform, initiating the forging process. Time flew by, and before long, a night had passed. As the first rays of dawn illuminated Lin Yan's dwelling, he completed the forging of 3 superior heavenly-grade flying artifacts. Beholding the palm-sized flying artifacts in his hands, Lin Yan wore a satisfied smile. He had inscribed 6 superior heavenly formations onto each of these artifacts. Naturally, defensive and offensive formations were indispensable, alongside enhancement formations, spatial formations, and concealment formations. As for the last one, Lin Yan chose a gathering spirit formation. If the journey were to be overly long, it would allow for cultivation along the way. Moreover, due to Lin Yan's status as a divine-level formation master, the efficacy of these inscribed heavenly formations far exceeded that of typical superior heavenly formations. For instance, the spatial formation enabled each flying artifact to possess an interior space of 1,000 zhang. Junior brother, just as Lin Yan was about to exit his dwelling to join the sect leader and the others, he heard Lu Mei's voice resonating from outside. "Sister Lu Mei." Lin Yan's heart leapt with joy. He had not seen her for quite some time since the alchemy competition. Brimming with a smile, he stepped out of his dwelling. "Sister Lu, it has been a while. You look even more beautiful." Gazing at Lu Mei, who stood before the dwelling in a form-fitting red dress, her figure accentuated, hair tied in a ponytail, and a long sword at her waist, Lin Yan couldn't help but praise her. He recalled that his senior sister had not adorned herself so elaborately before. "Junior brother, you are quite the charmer," Lu Mei replied, though the smile on her lips betrayed her delight. "Come, the sect leader is waiting for us. Are you going to the Great Secret Realm as well, sister?" Lin Yan asked in surprise. "What sort of question is that? I have reached the golden core stage, you know." Lu Mei crossed her arms, expressing her discontent. "Oh, I was momentarily distracted by your beauty and forgot. Lin Yan chuckled sheepishly, then immediately soared into the air, making his way to the main peak. You. Lu Mei shook her head with a smile and quickly followed suit. Atop the main peak of the Qingyun sect, Lin Yan and Lu Mei arrived and greeted the sect leader. You have arrived. The Qingyun sect leader smiled upon seeing Lin Yan and Lu Mei. Setting aside Lin Yan, who was an anomaly, Lu Mei was also regarded as one of the sect's most outstanding prodigies, known for her diligence. Lin Yan, what do you think of our selection for this expedition? Is it sufficient? The Qingyun sect leader gestured to nearly 50 strong members of the Qingyun sect before turning to Lin Yan with a smile. Everything is at your discretion, sect leader, Lin Yan replied cheerfully, then produced the 3 flying artifacts he had just crafted. Sect leader, these are the 3 flying artifacts I forged for the sect. With these, our journey to the Great Wood Forest will be significantly expedited. The leaders of the Qingyun sect gazed in astonishment at the 3 flying treasures, radiating a powerful aura of high-grade celestial quality held by Lin Yan, their hearts brimming with excitement. 3 high-grade celestial flying treasures. How splendid! The trio looked towards Lin Yan, wishing to express their gratitude, but after a moment's reflection, they realized that no words could adequately convey Lin Yan's contribution to the sect. Thus, they could only silently observe him, their eyes reflecting a depth of emotion that spoke volumes. Lin Yan smiled and nodded at the 3 leaders, then declared, "Sect Master, let us depart." "Very well. Everyone, heed my command, and let us set forth immediately." Upon the sect master's command, he waved his hand, and one of the high-grade celestial flying treasures expanded dramatically in size. Soaring to several thousand zhang, the brilliance upon it shimmered, and the concentration of spiritual energy was no less than that found within the sect itself. Moreover, it featured an exceptionally vast platform suitable for disciples to spar. Truly, Lin Xingzi is an unparalleled prodigy of the northern region. Just the formations on this flying treasure alone, I can sense at least 3. Indeed, the richness of the spiritual energy here rivals that of our sect. This is remarkable, even in transit. Our cultivation speed will not diminish. With Lin Xingzi among us, our Qiyun sect shall endure through the ages. Nearby, many high-ranking members of the Qiyun sect, awed by the enormous flying treasure hovering in the air, cast admiring glances at Lin Yan. "All aboard," the sect master bellowed, leading the way as he soared towards the flying treasure. He had just named this first flying treasure as the Qiyun ship. "Sister, we should take our leave as well." Lin Yan smiled at Lu Mei, who was still in a state of shock, and then took to the air, landing atop the Qiyun ship. "Has my junior brother truly reached such heights?" Lu Mei pondered, looking at Lin Yan's figure with a heart full of emotion. She had believed that her recent efforts would allow her to catch up with him, yet the gap remained immense. With a wry smile and a shake of her head, she thought, "It seems I shall never have the chance to match my junior brother." Shaking off her negative thoughts, she steeled herself and ascended towards the Qiyun ship. "If I cannot catch up to my junior brother, then I must strive even harder in my cultivation, so that one day I might stand beside him and offer my assistance." At that moment, as the Qiyun sect and the Alchemist Association stealthily made their way towards the Great Wood's secret realm, deep within the vast forest, atop a mountain peak, there stood a thatched cottage. "Master, are we truly not going to the outer region of the secret realm? I have heard there are traces of the tree of life within." Outside the cottage, a young girl clad in a hemp robe respectfully inquired. The precious tree of life is not so easily discovered," her master replied from within. "I went to great lengths to obtain this tree of life." Beside the cottage, a towering spirit tree, radiating a profound aura of life, swayed gently, as if responding to the words within. The girl stared at the swaying tree, puzzled. "But master, did you not say that the trees of life possess attributes? If we gather trees of life of other attributes, we could directly transform into sacred spiritual roots, right? Ours is merely of the wood attribute. What if the tree of life in that secret realm belongs to another attribute? Wouldn't we be missing an opportunity?" Upon hearing her words, her master leisurely replied, "I see you are simply weary of staying here and wish to venture out." The girl's face flushed slightly at being called out, yet she defended herself. "Master, you misunderstand. I only wish for you to break through soon." "Very well. If you wish to go, then go ahead. With your current mastery of formations, few in Dongyan Prefecture can rival you. Also, when you have the time, Venture deep into the frozen wasteland to collect the cold soul essence. It should be right by now. With that, the cottage fell silent once more. Yay! The girl, having received her master's approval, was overjoyed like a child and immediately dashed towards the secret realm. As the shadows of the great wood secret realm loomed, Lin Yan led the members of the Qiyun sect after 3 days of travel, finally arriving at their destination. Indeed, it lives up to the name of Great Wood, Lin Yan exclaimed, gazing at the towering trees that resembled mountains. In his previous life on Blue Star, just one of these colossal trees would have been sufficient for people to carve out thousands of dwellings and sell them at exorbitant prices. Lin Yan chuckled, shaking his head at the sudden thought. He then guided the group towards the location of the secret realm. Though they were at the junction of the outer and middle areas of the Great Wood Forest, it remained exceedingly concealed, unreachable by ordinary folk. Lin Yan, you have arrived. Upon their arrival, Danqing greeted them with a beaming smile. You have come just in time. In about half a day's time, the seal at the entrance of the secret realm will weaken, and that will be our perfect opportunity to enter. Senior Danqing, has no force near the Great Wood Forest discovered this secret realm? Lin Yan inquired, puzzled. Such opportunities should logically have been uncovered by nearby sects first. Much like the prior small secret realm in the South Sea that had been discovered by the Bihue sect, only to leak the news and attract various forces. Haha, Lin Yan, you may not know this, but the Great Wood Forest is no easy place to traverse. It is one of the perilous areas of the northern region, and who would dare venture deep into it except for those above the Golden Core stage? This forest, nourished by wood energy for years, has birthed many formidable spirit beasts. Especially at this junction between the outer and middle areas, traces of nascent soul-level spirit beasts have been detected. Danqing explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan understood. The nearby sects were generally not as strong as the Bihue sect or the Earth Attribute sect. Suddenly, a buzzing sound emanated from a nearby tree hollow. Instantly, they noticed that the sealing power around the hollow had become exceedingly weak, allowing those above the Golden Core stage to enter. It seems the seal at the entrance of the secret realm has weakened even more rapidly than we anticipated. Danqing remarked, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Lin Yan, let us hurry into the secret realm. With that, Danqing led the group into the entrance of the great secret realm, disappearing from sight. The members of the Qiyun sect followed suit under the guidance of their leaders. Lin Yan, however, chose to act last. He approached the tree hollow, the entrance to the secret realm, looked around, and raised his hand to cast a powerful concealment formation, enveloping the area around the tree hollow. With this, it should remain undisturbed. As Lin Yan stepped forward, he entered the grand secret realm. Following a wave of dizziness, the scenery before him transformed dramatically. What greeted his eyes was a veil of hazy mist that obscured much of the sunlight, severely limiting visibility. Everyone, Danqing cautioned with a serious expression. Though this mist poses no harm to us, it does impair our perception. We must proceed with utmost caution during our search. The group, upon hearing this, immediately heightened their alertness, aware that this secret realm had been sealed for an indeterminate length of time. Who knows what formidable spirit beasts might have emerged within? Thus, exercising extreme caution was the wisest course of action. Master, this mist is a divine-level illusion formation. Suddenly, the voice of the myriad transformation formation resonated excitedly in Lin Yan's mind as they ventured forth. Can we break the formation? Lin Yan was reluctant to see those around him face any danger. Of course, the myriad transformation formation, sensing the aura of the divine-level array, entered a state of comprehension, commencing the dismantling of the formation. Junior brother, aren't we going to move? Lu Mei, who was beside Lin Yan, noticed him sitting down in place and asked in confusion. Lin Yan replied with a smile, no need to rush. Let me break this formation first. Break the formation. Liu Mei's curiosity deepened, but she remained vigilant beside Lin Yan. As time flowed slowly, after an hour, a breakthrough occurred. The myriad transformation formation has successfully comprehended the divine level array, nearly advancing to the mid-tier divine level, and has successfully dismantled this illusion formation. Hearing this voice in his mind, Lin Yan smiled slightly and stood up, waving his hand. The mist that had enveloped the forest suddenly receded like a tide, revealing the true visage of the forest and the entire secret realm. What is this? Danqing and the others, who had been cautiously advancing, were taken aback by the sudden disappearance of the mist. They gazed at the scene before them, utterly astonished. It was as if they had stumbled upon a celestial paradise. In the distance, mountains undulated and vibrant springs flowed down from lofty peaks, cascading into breathtaking waterfalls. The rich mist hung in the air, creating an ethereal atmosphere, reminiscent of a realm beyond mortal comprehension. At the same time, cranes and various auspicious beasts flitted among the waterfalls, while numerous spirit fish frolicked in the clear ponds below. So many spirit materials, and their quality is exceptional. The members of the Alchemist Association gazed at the dazzling array of spirit materials dotting the mountainside, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Look, what is that? Suddenly, a nascent soul cultivator pointed excitedly toward the mountain peak. The group turned their attention to see a spirit tree swaying gently in the wind, exuding a powerful life force. With each sway, the surrounding spiritual objects shimmered with brilliance. Could this be the legendary treasure, the Tree of Life? In that instant, a surge of vibrant wood energy swept toward them with the breeze. Everyone felt as if they were bathed in a refreshing spring wind, immersed in the invigorating essence of the wood energy, even feeling a few years younger. Master Alchemist Lin Yan called out to Lin Yan. Lin Yan nodded, and in a flash, he and Yan raced toward the Tree of Life atop the mountain. Meanwhile, the rest of the group scattered to search for various treasures, aware that even the soil in this secret realm was prime for nurturing spirit materials. Simultaneously, outside the secret realm, a girl clad in a coarse robe appeared. Oh, a divine-level concealment formation? She marveled at the formidable array cloaking the entrance to the secret realm. The individual who set this up possesses profound knowledge of array formations. The girl expressed her admiration, only to follow it up with a dismissive tone. However, compared to me, it still falls short. With that, she raised her hand and pointed a few fingers at the divine-level concealment formation, causing it to shatter instantaneously. If I were to meet the one who arranged this formation, I might consider taking them as my disciple, should I be in a good mood. With that, she stepped forward and vanished into the secret realm. Chapter 93. The Tree of Life and the Transformed Mother Dragon. Within the secret realm, aside from Lin Yan and Yan, the rest of their respective factions were scattered throughout, searching for various opportunities, even collecting spirit soil to take away, given that this secret realm was located in an area rich in wood energy. Most of the treasures found here were infused with potent wood energy and various spirit trees. Although this secret realm was expansive, the actual space was relatively limited. Thus, Lin Yan and Yan quickly ascended to the highest peak within the realm. Before them stood a towering Tree of Life, emanating a rich essence of wood energy and swaying gently in the breeze. Its branches were adorned with no less than 100 life fruits. With these life fruits, we have struck it rich, Yan exclaimed, unable to conceal his excitement. Each life fruit could extend one's lifespan by at least 100 years, and if used as the main ingredient in elixirs, could reportedly extend life by over 500 years while also improving one's constitution. This was an irresistible temptation for cultivators like them. The path of cultivation is inherently defiant against the heavens. The myriad paths of existence are complex and profound. Without sufficient time, how could one hope to fully comprehend them? Yet, human lifespans are limited, making the life fruits rare and coveted treasures among powerful cultivators. Lin Yan looked at the glistening life fruits and felt a surge of excitement. The Tree of Life, said to be born of the natural laws of the universe, was rumored to be inscribed with the complete essence of wood law power. If he could obtain this Tree of Life, his future understanding of wood law power would be unhindered. Though Lin Yan was overwhelmed with anticipation, his formidable spiritual force cautioned him that acquiring the Tree of Life would not be straightforward. Senior Yan, obtaining this Tree of Life may not be as simple as we think, Lin Yan remarked gravely as he glanced toward a deep pool beside the Tree of Life. Yan sensed the gravity of the situation and nodded. Master Lin, I will distract the guardian beast while you seize the opportunity to retrieve the Tree of Life. The deep pool was not as simple as it appeared. Its waters had absorbed the Tree of Life's essence for years, transforming into a spiritual spring rich in wood energy and life force. Lin Yan estimated that even an ordinary person drinking from this spring could extend their life by 100 years, and lower-tier cultivators could enhance their affinity with wood energy and prolong their lives significantly. Human, to take the Tree of Life, you must first pass my test. As Lin Yan and Dan Xing were preparing to take action, a dragon emerged slowly from the depths of the pool. It transformed into a voluptuous middle-aged woman, wielding an enormous halberd, and stepped forward, casting a cold gaze upon Lin Yan and his companion. Have they already attained the ability to take human form? Lin Yan wondered aloud, taken aback by the seductive figure of the dragon woman. The ability to transform signifies that her cultivation must be at least at the 5th level of spirit concentration. However, the 2 prominent horns on her head stood out conspicuously. Meanwhile, Dan Xing's expression grew grave as he assessed the dragon woman's beauty. As a 3rd-level spirit concentration cultivator, he immediately recognized her cultivation level. The 6th level? This posed a formidable challenge. Lin Dan, sure, I can only hold her off for a quarter of an hour at most. You must retrieve the life tree swiftly and leave the secret realm, Dan Xing declared, swallowing several enhancement pills that Lin Yan had given him during their previous confrontation with the Xianming sect. In the blink of an eye, he charged towards the dragon woman. Impudent, how dare you address me in such a manner before my presence? You seek death. The enraged dragon woman, embodying the 6th level of spirit concentration, heard their words and unleashed her fury upon Dan Xing. With a fierce sweep of her halberd, a terrifying force surged forth, cleaving a mountain in half. Fortunately, due to the effects of the enhancement pills, Dan Xing narrowly evaded the attack. Lin Dan, sure, hurry. This dragon woman is even stronger than I anticipated, he shouted while dodging her onslaught. Too arrogant. Neither of you will leave here alive. The dragon woman, in a fit of fury, transformed back into her true form. With a sweep of her massive tail, Dan Xing was caught off guard, spewing blood as he was sent flying. At that moment, Lin Yan found himself stunned, standing 100 feet away from the life tree. What is happening? There is actually a divine-level formation here. The 10,000 transformation array senses the presence of a divine-level formation and enters a state of comprehension, beginning to break the formation. Xiao Wan, how long will it take to break the formation? Lin Yan silently inquired. About half an hour, master, came a reply. Hearing this, Lin Yan sighed in resignation. Then I should assist Dan Xing first. I fear that in half an hour, I might only be left to collect his remains. With a swift motion, Lin Yan ascended into the sky, joining the fray. You've arrived just in time, little brat. I'll take care of you along with him. The dragon woman redirected her wrath towards Lin Yan upon his arrival. Yet, unperturbed by the 6th-level dragon's assault, Lin Yan resolutely pointed at her, summoning divine-level confinement arrays that enveloped her instantly. What is this? The dragon woman halted, reverting to her human form, holding her halberd with a puzzled expression as she stared at the 5 divine arrays surrounding her. This aura, it resembles that of the life tree. Outside the arrays, Lin Yan couldn't help but chuckle at her musings. It seemed she had mistaken the life tree for her benefactor. Senior dragon, your temper is far too volatile. Do not address me in such a manner, she retorted, her cheeks flushing with anger upon hearing Lin Yan's voice and seeing his smile. She swung her halberd, causing ripples to emanate from the divine arrays. What power? Even 5 divine arrays cannot contain you? Lin Yan thought, deeply shaken. He raised his hand and summoned 5 more divine confinement arrays. Once 10 arrays enveloped the dragon woman, the tumult within gradually subsided. Lin Dan, sure, why waste words with such a beast? Just eliminate her. A 6th-level dragon is bound to possess treasures. Dan Xing coughed, clutching his chest. The dragon's tail strike had dealt him a grievous blow. He was only alive thanks to Lin Yan's enhancement pills. Meanwhile, the confined dragon woman, sensing the pressure from the 10 arrays, displayed a flicker of reluctant fear in her eyes. Yet, her proud dragon lineage compelled her to glare defiantly at the 2 outside the formation, struggling against her confinement. Having transformed from a mere serpent to a dragon over thousands of years, she refused to become a trophy for the human race. Senor Dan King, there is no need to rush. Our priority is still the life tree. As Lin Yan spoke, he cast a reassuring glance at the dragon woman. Chapter 94. Lin Yan reaches the nascent soul stage, obtains the life tree. The dragon woman, trapped within the 10 divine arrays, felt a flicker of confusion upon receiving Lin Yan's glance. Could it be that this human desires to claim me for himself, to indulge in base desires? The very thought caused her cheeks to flush, and she bellowed, "Lecherous human, you shall not prevail. Even in death, I will thwart your vile scheme. The sudden outburst startled both Lin Yan and Dan Qing, leaving them momentarily speechless. Even those drawn to the spectacle by the battle displayed astonished expressions, watching Lin Yan with a mix of admiration and disbelief. Truly, Lin Dan sure possesses extraordinary courage. Only someone of his caliber could contain a volatile 6th-level dragon. Indeed, despite her tempestuous nature, she is undeniably alluring, particularly with those distinctive horns. Lin Dan sure was still quite young, and it was understandable that he would be captivated. But the real question remained. Could he truly tame this fierce dragon? I'm curious, if Lin Dan sure succeeds, what offspring might they produce? A dragon-human hybrid? Brother, I must say, your focus is rather peculiar. Lin Dan sure, do you truly intend to? Dan Qing, overhearing the chatter, turned to Lin Yan, his voice low. You must exercise extreme caution. This dragon woman is not easily subdued. However, Lin Yan was at a loss, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. Senor Dan Qing, why are you joining in with their gossip? He regarded Dan Qing with exasperation. As a spirit concentration expert, was it really appropriate to indulge in such frivolities? What is Lin Dan sure's true intention in keeping her? Dan Qing pointed at the dragon woman within the arrays, puzzled. Such a potential threat must be dealt with swiftly. After all, she is a 6th-level dragon, and aside from you, no one can contain her. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan facepalmed, unsure how to explain. Surely, he couldn't reveal that his intent was to tame her? After all, the wood element nascent soul was nearly formed, and the divine-level beast control technique would reward him with a 6th-level combatant. After much contemplation, he finally sighed. Senior Dan Qing, let us retrieve the life tree first. We can discuss this matter later. With that, Lin Yan disregarded Dan Qing's reaction and headed directly toward the life tree. Lin Yan successfully comprehended the profound natural array, advancing to the divine tier and adeptly breaking the formation. Upon arriving before the majestic natural array, he waved his hand, revealing a passageway wide enough for a single individual. He then entered the divine array, enveloping the tree of life alongside Dan Qing. At the same time, as Lin Yan gradually approached the tree of life, a young girl high above observed him with a peculiar expression. Why does the array manipulation of this individual resemble my own? Utilizing the spiritual seals of heaven and earth to construct the formation. Such a technique is a closely guarded secret of my master, is it not? After pondering for a considerable time, she found herself unable to grasp the situation, her mind nearly ablaze with confusion. Could it be that this person is a hidden, illegitimate child of my master? This seems to be the only plausible explanation. The girl felt a strong sense of agreement with her own thoughts, silently watching Lin Yan from the cover of the divine concealed array. The reason she refrained from competing with Lin Yan for the Tree of Life was solely because her master already possessed one. Acquiring another would serve little purpose. However, her master's illegitimate child does seem to have peculiar tastes, particularly in such matters. She glanced at the scantily clad mother dragon and, comparing it to her own attire, immediately clicked her tongue and shook her head. Meanwhile, within the grand array, Lin Yan and Dan Qing stood before the Tree of Life, being baptized by the overwhelming essence of wood energy. The super pill chi technique, under the immersion of the wood energy, accelerates the condensation of the wood yuan-ing, successfully forming the wood yuan-ing. The super pill chi technique has successfully condensed the 5 elements yuan-ing, elevating the host cultivation to the yuan-ing tier. Congratulations to the host for successfully condensing the 5 elements yuan-ing, acquiring a divine beast taming technique. All beasts, whether ordinary spirit beasts, divine beasts, or ancient ferocious beasts, lie under my control. The voice of the beast taming technique resonated in Lin Yan's mind. Hearing this, Lin Yan smiled, inquiring whether the dragon outside could be subdued. Master, what are you saying? A mere spirit dragon is trivial to tame, replied the beast taming technique with utmost confidence. That is splendid. Lin Yan chuckled inwardly and then gazed at the Tree of Life, speaking with a smile. The natural energies here can no longer aid your growth. How about you accompany me to explore the outside world? Such extraordinary natural roots possess their own consciousness. Will you harm me? I am aware that every part of my being is regarded as rare and precious material by your kind. The branches of the Tree of Life swayed gently, emanating a strand of divine consciousness that entered Lin Yan's mind. I assure you, I will not only refrain from harming you, but I will also assist in your evolution and growth." Upon finishing its words, Lin Yan's Wood Yuan Ing radiated a gentle aura, attempting to connect with the Tree of Life. Sensing the familiar essence of Lin Yan's Wood Yuan Ing, the Tree of Life felt an immediate kinship, transforming into a small spiritual tree mere inches tall, approaching Lin Yan. "You share my essence. I trust you. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you." Lin Yan promised the Tree of Life before carefully storing it in his storage pouch. "Thank goodness. I never imagined it would be so easy to subdue the Tree of Life." Beside him, Danqing was deeply shaken by Lin Yan's prowess. As a member of the Alchemist Association, he was well aware of the formidable difficulty in taming the Tree of Life. Once it sensed danger, it would swiftly burrow underground. "It seems Lin Yan is simply fortunate," he thought with a smile as they exited the Grand Array. "Friend above, if you do not reveal yourself, I shall take the Tree of Life." Upon leaving the array, Lin Yan did not immediately confront the Mother Dragon. Instead, he looked up at the void with a stern expression and called out, "Ever since I entered the natural divine array, I've sensed a pair of eyes watching me from above. Now that I have exited the array, that feeling has intensified. Since this person was able to dismantle the divine concealed array I set up, they must either be a high-tier spirit master or a divine array master." "Master Dan?" Danqing was taken aback by Lin Yan's actions, alarmed by the possibility of someone lurking nearby. How could he detect such a presence without any awareness? He immediately became vigilant. The ability to evade his three-tiered spiritual probing indicated that the other party's strength was at least on par with his own. Could there be a male dragon nearby? Danqing's expression turned serious as he glanced at the trapped mother dragon within the array, seemingly searching for answers in her gaze. This king, the mother dragon, hearing Danqing's words, felt a wave of frustration wash over her, thinking, "Do these humans not respect me at all? I'm still a dragon." She promptly closed her senses and shut her eyes. "Senior Dan need not be alarmed. This individual likely harbors no malice towards us. If they had ill intentions, they would have acted when the Tree of Life was being subdued, rather than allowing it to proceed so smoothly. It appears their target may be you, Master Dan." Danqing expressed his confusion, to which Lin Yan shook his head in uncertainty. "If you do not reveal yourself soon, we shall take our leave." No sooner had he spoken than a voice filled with curiosity descended from the sky. "That cannot be. How did you discover me? Why was concealed so well?" A girl clad in a simple robe slowly materialized from the void, gazing down at Lin Yan with wide eyes. A girl? Lin Yan was taken aback, having anticipated an elder cultivator or an ancient being. Never did he expect that it was a young girl who had unraveled his divine concealed array. "Illegitimate child, what is that look you're giving me?" The girl shot back, her expression turning unfriendly as she cast a glance at the humanoid dragon within the array. She had no interest in that regard. "Illegitimate child?" The very words rendered Lin Yan utterly dumbfounded. "What in the world? When did I become an illegitimate child? And why does she regard me with such disdain?" "Wait, little girl, how do you refer to me as an illegitimate child?" Upon hearing Lin Yan's address, the girl's face fell, her eyes flashing with indignation as if she were ready to unleash her wrath at any moment. No, no, no. I meant heroine." Lin Yan hastily corrected himself, eager not to provoke this little girl, sensing that beneath her seemingly harmless exterior lay an immense and terrifying power. If he were to make an enemy of her, he feared that, aside from himself, none would survive within this secret realm. "Your array manipulation techniques are identical to my master's. If you're not his illegitimate child, then what are you?" After all, her master's array techniques were never to be revealed. High above, the young girl clasped her hand across her chest. Despite the absence of any support, she struck a pose reminiscent of an adult and addressed Lin Yan. "Are you referring to this method of array formation?" As soon as her words fell, Lin Yan pointed into the void, and a divine-level array swiftly coalesced before him. In this vast expanse, aside from the teacher, who else could wield such a technique? The girl nodded, then raised her hand to point at the air, and instantly, another divine-level array materialized, which, when compared to Lin Yan's, was even more formidable by a slight margin. Lin Yan observed this with a hint of astonishment, realizing he had encountered someone with such extraordinary talent in array formation. "What do you think? Impressed?" The girl beamed with pride upon noticing Lin Yan's look of surprise. "Though you're the teacher's illegitimate son, according to the rules, you must address me as senior sister." After all, my expertise in array formation surpasses yours. Hearing this, Lin Yan was engulfed in a wave of frustration, suddenly demoting himself in rank. Was this even permissible? However, he soon recalled the words left by a heavenly-level array master in the depths of the vast ice field when he had acquired this array formation technique. It was a method reliant on the spiritual seals of heaven and earth, obtained by chance, yet it had drawn the attention and pursuit of a powerful faction. To his surprise, had he now encountered the disciple of the rightful possessor of this array formation technique? Lin Yan couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and disbelief at the sheer smallness of the world. Moreover, he was struck by the realization that the mentor capable of nurturing such a genius in the form of this young girl must possess terrifying prowess, possibly even surpassing the realm of spirit condensation and entering the realm of divine transformation. What a bizarre situation! A bitter smile crept onto Lin Yan's face. It seemed he could no longer deny this matter, for to claim ignorance of that individual would surely incite the girl's ire. Yet passivity was not in his nature. He stepped forward, ascending into the air to face the young girl from a respectful distance. Since you claim your skills surpass mine, shall we have a contest? In his heart, Lin Yan held two intentions. First, if he were to lose the contest, he would graciously acknowledge the girl's status to appease her vanity. Second, if he were to emerge victorious, it would demonstrate that the girl was not his equal, allowing him to dictate the terms of their relationship. Dismissing any notions of being an illegitimate son, he would never concede to such a label. Upon hearing Lin Yan's proposal for a contest, the girl sparkled with excitement and readily agreed. I've been cooped up for too long. You must give your senior sister a good show. Chapter 96. Reverse engineering the mysterious array-breaking technique. 40 divine-level arrays astonished the crowd. As the girl's words echoed, she immediately shed her whimsical demeanor and adopted a serious expression. Terrifying divine-level arrays slowly materialized at her fingertips. Just as she was about to make her move, Lin Yan interrupted her. What's the matter? Are you afraid, junior brother? The girl teased, a triumphant smirk gracing her face. Fear is no shame. Just call me senior sister, and I shall protect you in this realm. Lin Yan, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with exasperation. How utterly narcissistic and shameless. Once I tame this fierce dragon, then we shall compete. He had employed 10 divine-level arrays to subdue the sixfold spirit condensation dragon. How could he possibly enter a contest in such a disadvantageous position? Junior brother, do you perhaps have a peculiar preference? The girl inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. Beast affection could tarnish our sect's reputation. You are the one with such inclinations. Lin Yan retorted angrily, disregarding the girl as he made his way toward the dragon, intending to use his beast taming technique to fully subdue it. Meanwhile, Danqing, already gathered with others, observed Lin Yan and the dragon, then glanced up at the young girl in the sky, sighing. Such a complicated relationship. I cannot fathom it. I truly cannot. Around them, others chimed in. We all know that Lin Yan is well connected, but I never imagined it was this extensive. That dragon has ultimately failed to escape Lin Dan's grasp. Indeed, Lin Dan's tastes are beyond our comprehension. Sigh, if only I had half of Lin Dan's openness. I'd likely already be surrounded by grandchildren. As they congregated, munching on a local delicacy, the spiritual seeds, they were just missing a place to sit. What do you intend to do? I warn you, do not act recklessly. I am still. Inside the array, the mother dragon felt a surge of panic as Lin Yan approached her step by step, her heart racing. Yet, trapped by 10 divine-level arrays, she could only express her frustration vocally. Ignoring her, Lin Yan internally called out, Little you, it's your turn. Rest assured, master, leave it to me. As Lin Yan uttered the beast taming technique, a beam of white light imbued with his soul's imprint shot forth from him, embedding itself in the dragoness brow. What have you done to me? The mother dragon's voice echoed with indignation, startling those in the distance. However, since Lin Yan had his back to them, they could not discern what transpired, only witnessing the dragon kneeling in a submissive manner, venting her fury. Could it be that Lin Dan? After a flurry of speculation, the onlookers couldn't help but give Lin Yan a thumbs up, declaring, Lin Dan, you are our role model. What are you howling about? Lin Yan, sensing the peculiar gazes around him, couldn't help but shout in frustration. Initially, it was nothing, but after her outcry, it felt as though he had stepped into a puddle of mud. Yet, he soon discovered something miraculous, as his soul imprint entered the mother dragon's brow. An enigmatic connection was established between them. He realized he could command her to perform any action he desired, with the imprint exerting absolute control, rendering her incapable of any resistance. Only submission remained. How fascinating! Master, I have tamed her. You may rest easy. Upon hearing the beast-taming technique's confirmation, Lin Yan waved his hand, instantly withdrawing the 10 divine-level arrays. The moment the arrays dissipated, the previously restrained mother dragon surged forward in anger. However, her innate resistance was overwhelmed by a mysterious force, transforming her intended attack into a respectful kneel before Lin Yan. Spirit dragon pays respects to my master. Yet moments later, the mother dragon, now identified as spirit dragon, erupted with rage. Ah, how could I, the Great One, exhibit such disgraceful behavior toward human? What have you done to me? Spirit dragon glared at Lin Yan, desperately yearning to resist, but she found herself utterly powerless against the mysterious force binding her, compelling her to submit to him. Lin Yan chuckled and said, Spirit dragon, I have a task for you. Please gather the spiritual soil from this mountaintop and the spiritual water from that pool and place them into this vial. As soon as Lin Yan's voice fell, he tossed a jade vial to the spirit flood dragon. This was a celestial-grade treasure he crafted during his leisure time, inscribed with a spatial formation capable of containing numerous items. Why should I heed your words? Despite her verbal dissatisfaction, the spirit flood dragon's body was remarkably honest. Upon receiving Lin Yan's jade vial, she immediately turned to commence her tasks. I observe that Master Dan has employed such methods before. Indeed, our thoughts align. After completing these tasks, Lin Yan returned to the sky and addressed the young girl. Come, let me witness your abilities. With those words, he waved his hand, summoning 10 divine-grade formations that enveloped the young girl. Now that Lin Yan had reached the yuanying stage, he could deploy up to 18 divine-grade formations. Truly, he is the illegitimate child of the Master. Such aptitude in formations is rare, likely unmatched in this world save for my senior sister. However, this is still insufficient. On the opposite side, the young girl let out a cold laugh. With a flick of her delicate fingers, she instantly formed 15 divine-grade formations, countering Lin Yan's 10 and swiftly began dismantling them. One extraordinary method of breaking formations. Lin Yan marveled at the scene, deeply shaken. This was the first time he had witnessed such an astonishing technique. The myriad transformation formation sensed the presence of numerous divine-grade formations and entered a state of comprehension. The myriad transformation formation sensed the profound dismantling technique and entered a state of derivation. Master, continue. This is a rare opportunity for us. Perhaps after this contest, I could ascend to the superior divine-grade level. The excited voice of the myriad transformation formation echoed in his mind. Hearing this, Lin Yan felt a surge of joy and bellowed, summoning 8 more divine-grade formations in an instant. Little girl, if this is all you have, then I shall claim victory in this contest. The young girl, upon hearing Lin Yan's words, scoffed. In terms of formations, I have never conceded. Clearly, Lin Yan's remark had provoked her, prompting her to unleash her full power as 10 divine-grade formations were summoned once more, countering Lin Yan's 8. The myriad transformation formation sensed a multitude of divine-grade formations, accelerating its comprehension speed. A total of 43 divine-grade formations. Is this still within the realm of humanity? Chapter 97. Consolidating the yuanying third layer, the mysterious girl's origins. The 43 divine-grade formations radiated terrifying energy, spanning the heavens and earth within this grand secret realm. The overwhelming force caused the very laws of this realm to tremble precariously. Even the void at the collision point of these 43 formations was rent with fissures. Meanwhile, below, the spectators, initially munching on snacks, dropped their spirit melon seeds in shock upon witnessing the spectacle above. Am I dreaming? 43 divine-grade formations. Danqing murmured, gazing skyward. Such a terrifying array. Not even a minor practitioner at the third layer of concentration could withstand it. Even those at the pinnacle of concentration would likely be extinguished in an instant. Even the legendary transformation masters would find their lives in peril. Gulping, the onlookers stared in astonishment. I never imagined there existed someone in this world who could rival Master Dan in formations. Moreover, judging by her appearance, She seemed even younger than Master Dan. Wait, look closely. The might of that girl's formations is clearly superior to Master Dan's. Master Dan is at a disadvantage. Could it be that this girl has already attained the superior divine grade level in formation mastery? Upon this realization, the crowd gasped in awe. A divine grade master of such caliber. If this word spread, not only the three great sects of Dongyan State, but even the powerful factions in Dongxian region, bolstered by transformation masters, would treat her as an honored guest. In the heavens, the young girl seemed to have heard the praises from below, her face beaming with pride. I say, junior brother, since you are an illegitimate child, you should boldly acknowledge it. I won't say anything. Moreover, since the master has allowed you to grow independently, it must be for your training. Rest assured, I want to inform him of your existence. Lin Yan, observing the girl's smug expression, felt an overwhelming urge to retort. You are the illegitimate child. Your whole family is. Yet, despite his inner dissatisfaction, the truth was that he was indeed no match for this little girl in formation mastery at present. Besides, he had just broken through to the Yuanying stage and had not yet solidified his cultivation. Master, I dislike your line of thought. Is it merely the pinnacle of Yuanying? Watch me. The super pill chi formula, feeling underestimated, voiced its displeasure. The super pill chi formula sensed the urgency and accelerated the consolidation of Lin Yan's cultivation to the Yuanying third layer. Stimulated, the super pill chi formula increased its absorption of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, rapidly enhancing the host's cultivation. Master, don't forget we still have a holy grade pill. Take it out and watch me elevate my cultivation to the pinnacle of Yuanying in no time. Upon hearing the super pill chi formula-s words, Lin Yan's annoyance multiplied. Enough with the boasting. Do you think I can break through from the Yuanying third layer to the pinnacle in a mere moment? I would surely be dissected for research. As he spoke, Lin Yan inquired within, little formation, how goes your comprehension? Have you finished? The myriad transformation formation, sensing the host call, tripled its comprehension speed. Master, give me 1 more hour, and I shall succeed. Upon hearing the voice of the myriad transformation formation, Lin Yan nodded and turned to the young girl with a smile. Little girl, is this truly your limit? What other abilities do you possess? Feel free to reveal them. The young girl, hearing his words, instantly pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Who told you this is my limit? If you wish to see my true capabilities, you must first resolve the predicament before you. It was evident that her tone revealed a lack of confidence. Clearly, deploying 25 divine-grade formations at once was already her limit. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, bolstered by his formidable foundation, countered the 25 divine-grade formations while smiling at the young girl. Little girl, apart from formations, do you possess no other skills? Who said that? I would not hesitate to astonish you. I also possess considerable prowess in alchemy. As she spoke, the young girl's expression regained its confident and proud demeanor. Not only am I a 5th-grade alchemist, but I can also concoct pills with 5 inscriptions. Huh? This time, Lin Yan was utterly bewildered. He had casually mentioned it, intending to buy some time, but he had not anticipated that this little girl truly possessed such skills. Capable of crafting 5 inscription pills as a 5th-grade alchemist? This truly caught Lin Yan off guard, leading him to smile and say, "Oh, I did not expect you to also be skilled in alchemy. Since I too am an alchemist, why don't we have a friendly competition?" Upon hearing Lin Yan's suggestion, the young girl's eyes sparkled with surprise, not expecting him to be versed in formations and alchemy as well. However, the momentary look of astonishment in her eyes quickly vanished, replaced by an expression of overwhelming confidence and pride. It was as if Lin Yan's decision to compete with her in alchemy was an exceedingly foolish one. Junior brother, you must think carefully. If you lose in formation and then again in alchemy, it will be quite embarrassing. The petite girl gazed at Lin Yan, and although she spoke in jest, she had already retrieved her alchemical furnace. Inquiring further, let us not say that I'm taking advantage of you. Tell me, how would you like to compare? The choice is entirely yours. A smile graced her face. After all, she hailed from a prestigious family of alchemists, having been exposed to the art of alchemy from a young age. Her talent in alchemy was not merely among the best in her family, but rather, it was a rarity akin to a phoenix feather. Even within the vast Dongxian region, her alchemical prowess ranked among the elite. With her skills, arriving in Dongyan Prefecture would surely allow her to dominate effortlessly. Junior brother, allow me to remind you that my primary focus is on formation. Across from her, Lin Yan observed the petite girl as arrogant demeanor, his smile growing increasingly pronounced. Little girl, my primary focus is alchemy. As soon as Lin Yan's words fell, he summoned his alchemical furnace and fourth-grade flame. Since you claim to be a fifth-grade alchemist, let us concoct the simplest fifth-grade Yuan Ying Dan, and let the quality of the final elixir determine the victor. Below, the onlookers, including Dan Qing, were utterly astonished as they beheld the two in the sky. With such an extraordinary talent in formations, and being a fifth-grade alchemist capable of crafting 5 alchemical patterns, when had such prodigies begun to appear in pairs? Unlike the internal turmoil felt by the disciples of Qingyun's sect, the members of the Alchemist Association, including Dan Qing, wore bitter smiles, feeling as if their years of hard work had been futile. Alas, it seems the world now belongs to the youth. The new generation is indeed pushing the old to the shore. Nevertheless, I am genuinely curious about the origins of this girl. Possessing such remarkable gifts in both alchemy and formations, she must not be an ordinary individual, certainly not one from Dongyan Prefecture. After a flurry of discussion, expressions of astonishment adorned their faces. Simultaneously, in the skies above, upon hearing Lin Yan's declaration, the petite girl chuckled. Junior brother, you mean to say that your primary focus is alchemy? Could it be that this initial grade Yuan Ying Dan is the pinnacle of what you can concoct? However, she added, no matter, I shall allow you a slight concession, for you are the teacher's illegitimate son, and it would be rather unfortunate if your Tao heart were to shatter. As her words fell, the petite girl summoned her alchemical flame and began her work. Yet, she did not throw all the spiritual materials into the flame for refining at once, instead opting to refine a maximum of 3 materials at a time. The Wanhua Dan formula sensed the differing alchemical methods and entered a state of comprehension. The Ronghua Ju sensed the distinct aura of the alchemical flames and entered a state of comprehension. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, observing the petite girl's haughty demeanor and hearing her words, felt a surge of irritation, wishing to rush over and teach her the virtue of humility. Yet, he realized that he was hardly one to preach about modesty. Shaking his head, he quickly regained his composure and began the alchemical process. For Lin Yan, crafting the Yuan Ying Dan was as simple as falling asleep. Thus, as the petite girl completed her first step, Lin Yan successfully produced a batch of Yuan Ying Dan. Congratulations, host! Successfully refined 12 Yuan Ying Dan imbued with wood patterns, triggering a 100-fold return, acquiring 15 Yuan Ying Dan imbued with wood patterns. Congratulations, host! Crafted 15 Yuan Ying Dan imbued with wood patterns, gaining 50 years of soul power growth. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Yan felt an overwhelming joy as his soul power surged to an unprecedented strength. Originally capable of arranging 18 divine-grade formations, he now, bolstered by 50 years of soul power, had surpassed the threshold of 20 formations. Ultimately, his cultivation base was still too low. Otherwise, the number of divine-grade formations he could arrange would far exceed that of the petite girl. Lin Yan felt no dissatisfaction. After all, progress must be made step by step. He turned to the petite girl and declared, "Little girl, you have lost." Upon hearing Lin Yan's proclamation, the petite girl scoffed disdainfully. Alchemy is about stability. Your haste and quickness to produce a Dan, especially in the first step where you amalgamated all the spiritual materials, what kind of rubbish elixir do you expect to concoct? She continued, in my opinion, you might as well concede. With your alchemical skills, even those dogs raised on elixirs in Dongshin region would shake their heads in disbelief. As she spoke, with calmness and precision, she successfully refined her Yuan Ying Dan. As the lid of her furnace lifted, 9 5-pattern Yuan Ying Dan, exuding a delightful aroma, lay quietly within the furnace. Lift the lid, junior brother, so that I may see the results of your so-called focus on alchemy. Seeing the petite girl's arrogant demeanor, Lin Yan was not angered. Instead, he smiled and slowly unveiled his furnace lid. I believe the victor is already clear. As Lin Yan revealed the lid, an overwhelming force of wood energy, richer than that of the tree of life, permeated the surroundings. The spirit serpent, who had been assisting Lin Yan in gathering spiritual springs and soils, felt invigorated by this energy and instantly entered a state of enlightenment. Even among the spectators, those with spiritual roots found themselves entering a state of comprehension. Even those without wood roots greatly benefited from this aura. An elixir with larger patterns. Is it? Not bad. the petite girl instinctively exclaimed upon witnessing Lin Yan's yuaning Dan. However, she quickly approached Lin Yan, retrieving one of the wood-patterned yuan ing Dan from the furnace for close examination. Yet, the longer she scrutinized it, the more intense her astonishment became, until eventually, she trembled with excitement. How is this possible? Could it be the legendary elixir inscribed with Tao patterns from ancient texts? Am I not dreaming? Is there truly someone capable of crafting such an elixir? As a petite girl stood in shock, she couldn't help but look up at Lin Yan, her previous contempt replaced by earnest curiosity, as if seeking answers from his eyes. Lin Yan, in turn, smiled and nodded. You are not dreaming. These are 15 yuan ing Dan imbued with wood patterns. Upon receiving confirmation from Lin Yan, the petite girl was instantly thrown into a state of disarray. The astonishment in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by boundless excitement and exhilaration as she gazed at Lin Yan. This is wonderful. Junior brother, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. As she finished speaking, the petite girl bowed respectfully to Lin Yan, adding, Your ability to craft elixirs with Tao patterns means that our teacher's breakthrough is promising, and my father's long-standing hidden injuries may finally be healed. At this moment, tears welled in the corners of her eyes. Witnessing her genuine emotion, Lin Yan was taken aback and quickly inquired, Little girl, what do you mean by that? Hearing this, the petite girl hastily wiped away her tears, clutching Lin Yan's sleeve with both hands, and said softly, Junior brother, the teacher is your biological father. You cannot stand by and do nothing. Although the teacher has always allowed you to roam freely, ultimately, you are still his bloodline. Now that the teacher's lifespan is drawing to a close, even the longevity effect of the life fruit has become negligible for him. The longevity elixir I concocted offers little help as well. I believe that only the longevity elixir imbued with Tao patterns, which you can refine, will be effective for the teacher. At this point, the young girl's voice softened, adding, Moreover, my father has long harbored a hidden ailment. Our family's esteemed alchemists have deduced that only the Tao pattern elixirs recorded in ancient texts can heal his wounds. Therefore, once you assist the teacher in refining the Tao pattern longevity elixir, could you also help me, your senior sister, just this once? As she spoke, a glimmer of pleading appeared in the girl's eyes, marking her first time humbling herself to seek assistance. However, upon hearing her words, Lin Yan felt a profound shock within him. He brushed aside everything else, but the phrase esteemed alchemists left a lasting impression. How could a family possessing such distinguished alchemists have several of them? Little girl, wait a moment, let me gather my thoughts. For a moment, Lin Yan felt his mind whirl. Are there indeed forces within the Eastern Xian domain that boast several esteemed alchemists? Why had he never heard of them? Chapter 99, Ascending to 6-Star Alchemist, The Temptation of Dual Esteemed Alchemists. The comprehension of the myriad transformation array has been completed, successfully advancing to the superior divine level. The reverse method to break the myriad transformation array has made some progress, but has yet to succeed. Master, this girl's array-breaking technique is quite unique. I may need to comprehend it a few more times to deduce it, came the voice of the myriad transformation array, pulling Lin Yan from a stupor. He gazed at the delicate girl before him, his inner turmoil gradually settling. With such a formidable background, having several esteemed alchemists in her family, she should be able to navigate the Eastern Xian domain with ease, shouldn't she? Junior brother, please agree to my request. If you do, once the task is accomplished, I will surely ask the elders of my family to provide you with insights from the esteemed alchemists. Seeing Lin Yan lost in thought, the young girl felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that he might refuse her. After all, in this world, there might be no other alchemist capable of refining Tao pattern elixirs but him. Insights from esteemed alchemists. Lin Yan's heart trembled slightly upon hearing her words. Such generosity was astonishing. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly nodded. Very well, I shall agree, but I do have one request. The young girl, noticing Lin Yan's intense gaze, glanced over at the seductively tamed spirit dragon, her cheeks flushing slightly as she whispered, Junior brother, speak your mind. I will agree to any condition you set, even if it means offering myself. Seeing her bashful expression, Lin Yan couldn't help but facepalm in disbelief, then looked at her with exasperation. What on earth are you thinking? My request is quite simple. Do not refer to me as junior brother. As for everything else, you are free to choose. Allowing the little girl to take advantage of him was something he certainly did not want spread around. what would become of his reputation as an alchemist? Then shall I call you illegitimate child? Illegitimate child is also unacceptable. Lin Yan nearly lost his patience. What kind of absurd reasoning was this? How am I supposed to address you then? The young girl, feeling a bit indignant, wanted to throw a tantrum in her ladylike manner. However, recalling her request of Lin Yan, she suppressed her impulses and replied sweetly, "My name is Ling Shuang Shuang. You can simply call me Shuang Shuang from now on. And what shall I call you?" Lin Yan. You may refer to me as Alchemist Lin. The comprehension of various alchemical techniques has been completed, successfully advancing to the early stages of 6-star alchemist. The comprehension of the fusion fire technique has been completed, successfully advancing to the inferior heavenly level. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, I intend to take my leave. What about you? Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Yan felt a surge of joy. He had finally become a 6-star alchemist. Lin Yan, are you not planning to visit the teacher? His lifespan is limited, and he requires your longevity elixir to survive. What kind of address is that? Lin Yan halted and turned to Ling Shuang Shuang, inquiring. I believe the title Alchemist Lin sounds rather distant, given our relationship as fellow disciples. We should be more amiable. Ling Shuang Shuang explained earnestly. Seeing her serious demeanor, Lin Yan reluctantly accepted the title for the time being, then said, "You misunderstand. I am not the descendant of the teacher you speak of, so I truly cannot assist with this matter." What a joke. If he were to meet that old man and his array techniques were discovered, he would be done for. Lin Yan, I understand that accepting the notion of being an illegitimate child is difficult for you, and I empathize. However, you must visit the teacher. He is nearly exhausted and cannot hold on for much longer. If not for the existence of the Tree of Life, he would have long since passed. Ling Shuang Shuang pleaded earnestly. Yet, as Lin Yan listened to her words, he wanted to retort, "What do you understand? This matter is entirely unfounded." But then, her next words made him temporarily reconsider. The teacher possesses a scroll containing insights from esteemed array masters. Can you bear to let such a legacy go to waste? Master, the insights from the esteemed array master may lead me to the path of becoming an esteemed master myself. Before Lin Yan could respond, the myriad transformation array within him exclaimed excitedly, "Insights from esteemed array masters?" Lin Yan's heart quaked with excitement, and his expression softened as he looked at Ling Shuang Shuang. Seeing your earnest request, I suppose it is not entirely out of the question. However, I still have a small condition. Ling Shuang Shuang's face lit up with joy upon hearing Lin Yan's agreement, and she nodded earnestly. That is, you must not disclose my knowledge of the spirit imprint array techniques to the teacher. Unless you agree to this, I absolutely will not accompany you to meet that old monster. Ling Shuang Shuang quickly nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I will not inform the teacher. I understand. As soon as she finished speaking, she smiled at Lin Yan. For the sake of the insights from the esteemed array master, Lin Yan decided to let the matter slide for now and said, "In that case, lead the way." With that, Lin Yan approached Dan Qing and the others, giving them a brief explanation before following Ling Shuang Shuang toward the outer depths of the secret realm. Spirit Dragon, hurry up and keep up. Deep within the secret realm, the Spirit Dragon, busy collecting spirit springs and spirit soil, heard Lin Yan's command. Despite her reluctance, she obediently followed suit. This little lecher, having secured my allegiance, still dares to pursue a young girl. The seductive Spirit Dragon glared at Lin Yan's back, her expression filled with dissatisfaction. Upon exiting the grand secret realm, Lin Yan and Ling Shuang Shuang swiftly moved deeper into the giant tree forest under her guidance. As they ventured further in, Lin Yan was astonished to discover that the power of wood within the depths of the forest was even weaker than in the outer regions, while the power of earth grew increasingly potent. Lin Yan, have you noticed? Ling Shuang Shuang, leading the way, turned to Lin Yan and asked, "What is happening here?" Lin Yan displayed a look of confusion and inquired. In response, Ling Shuang Shuang also shook her head, stating, "I am not entirely certain either, but I happened to overhear the teacher mention that deep within the giant wood forest lies a great and terrifying presence." As they ventured further, Lin Yan was astonished to discover that the depths of the giant wood forest were not only rich in earth elemental energy, but the once towering trees were gradually transforming into a magnificent stone forest. Amidst the dense stone formations, one could frequently observe Yuan Ing-level spirit beasts traversing, and occasionally, Even powerful spirit beasts at the condensation stage would make an appearance. However, due to the presence of the alluring spirit flood dragon, no unforeseen incidents occurred along their journey. You speak of a great terror existing deep within the giant wood forest? What do you mean by that? Lin Yan asked, his expression perplexed. Isn't it quite simple? Surely, there are super powerful spirit beasts lurking in the depths of the giant wood forest. Ling Shuang did not answer directly, but the alluring spirit flood dragon interjected. Do you know? Lin Yan asked in astonishment. To this, the spirit flood dragon shook its head. I merely sense a bloodline pressure emanating from the depths of the giant wood forest that sends shivers down my spine. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's heart trembled. If even the condensation stage spirit dragon felt fear, could it be that a spirit beast of the transformation stage resided deep within the giant wood forest? Ling Shuang, seemingly aware of Lin Yan's thoughts, solemnly explained, it should not merely be a spirit beast of the transformation stage. As a transformation stage expert and a semi-saint level formation master, even he does not dare venture recklessly into those depths. What? Upon hearing Ling Shuang's words, Lin Yan nearly turned to leave. Your teacher is a transformation stage expert. Why did you not mention this earlier? Little girl, I should be able to trust you, right? Ling Shuang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the crux of the matter and smiled. Rest assured, Brother Lin Yan, I have it all remembered. As they spoke, the pair followed Ling Shuang to the top of an exceptionally tall peak. Here we are. This is where my teacher resides, she said, pointing to a bare mountain peak with a smile. There is no one here. It looks quite desolate, the alluring spirit flood dragon remarked in confusion. Ling Shuang did not respond but smiled and waved her delicate hand, revealing an entrance before the trio. Let us proceed. There's a formation set up by my teacher. If one were to attempt to force their way in, even a transformation stage expert would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Upon entering the grand formation, Lin Yan was instantly taken aback by the sight before him. This was no longer the barren stone mountain. Within the grand formation, the wood elemental energy was abundant, and the entire area was filled with various precious spirit materials. Various spirit birds flitted about the peaks, and a spirit spring waterfall cascaded down, forming a bottomless pool at the mountain's foot. All of this was attributed to the life tree at the summit. Ling Shuang smiled slightly, and with a flash, she led Lin Yan and the others towards the mountaintop. Upon reaching the summit, Lin Yan noticed that the arrangement was quite simple. Aside from a thatched cottage and a stone pavilion, there stood a towering life tree. The waterfall flowed down from a lake at the peak. Teacher, I have returned and brought you an extraordinary alchemist. Ling Shuang immediately approached the wooden house, speaking excitedly. Junior Lin Yan, it is an honor to meet you. Faced with the transformation stage expert, Lin Yan did not dare to be negligent and bowed earnestly. The alluring spirit flood dragon mimicked Lin Yan's gesture. Frostchild, did I not tell you that the end of life is a mandate of heaven? Offer him some benefit and let him depart. After a long pause, a somewhat weary voice emerged from within the thatched cottage. I understand your intentions. However, in this world, the only thing that truly matters to me is that which is recorded in ancient texts regarding elixirs. Unfortunately, there is no one left who can refine them. Although the voice was filled with resignation towards life, it was evident that there was an undeniable reluctance to part with this world. Who would willingly leave early if given the choice, especially those who contend with the heavens for the Tao? How can you be so certain that no one can refine them if you do not allow me to try? Lin Yan smiled gently, glancing at the thatched cottage. This old sage was clearly putting on an act, appearing indifferent to life and death, yet deeply yearning for an extension of life. Indeed, teacher, the alchemist I have brought you can refine elixirs imbued with Tao patterns. Ling Shuang added from the side. After a long moment, the voice from within the cottage responded. It is good for the young to have confidence, but do not be overly arrogant, lest you appear pretentious. I am aware of Frostchild's alchemy skills. As a 5th-rank alchemist with 5 Tao patterns, there is no one in the entire Dongyan prefecture who can surpass her. Considering Frostchild's face, you may leave swiftly. I shall not hold it against you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan shook his head with a smile, offering no further words. He promptly summoned the alchemy furnace and fire, beginning his work. Although it was Lin Yan's first attempt at refining a longevity elixir, he had already ascended to the ranks of a 6th-grade alchemist. Coupled with his perfect alchemical technique, Thus, within half a day, he successfully crafted a longevity elixir exuding a rich life aura. The vitality emanating from the elixir was even stronger than that of the life tree. Congratulations to the host for successfully refining a longevity elixir imbued with wood Dao patterns. Triggering a 100-fold return, you have obtained 3 longevity elixirs imbued with wood Dao patterns. Congratulations to the host for successfully refining 3 longevity elixirs imbued with wood Dao patterns, receiving the wood spirit body reward. As the wood spirit body integrated, Lin Yan's cultivation level instantly rose to the 7th level of Yuan Ying, and he became more attuned to the wood elemental energy of the world. It turned out to be one of the 5 elemental spirit bodies, the wood spirit body. Lin Yan felt a surge of joy. With this, he was only a step away from possessing all 5 elemental spirit bodies, needing only the gold spirit body and water spirit body. The super alchemy technique has been influenced by the wood spirit body, and comprehension of the wood elemental rules has reached 40%. However, at that moment, just as the aura enveloped the mountaintop, an old woman dressed in coarse linen appeared as if she had instantaneously teleported to the front of Lin Yan's alchemy furnace. She lifted the lid and gasped in astonishment at the 3 longevity elixirs imbued with wood Dao patterns lying quietly within. This is truly a longevity elixir imbued with wood Dao patterns. The old woman picked up one of the elixirs, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Just when she thought she had lost all hope of rebirth, she found that hope standing right before her. "Young man, I owe you a life," the old woman declared to Lin Yan before taking one of the wood Dao pattern longevity elixirs and retreating into the thatched cottage to begin her seclusion. "Do not blame me, brother Lin Yan. My teacher is simply of this nature." Ling Shuangshuang hastily approached Lin Yan, explaining on behalf of the old woman. To this, Lin Yan waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "Oh, little girl, you flatter me. To have a transformation stage expert owe me a life is a favor that is hardly inferior to the insights of a saint-level formation master." Chapter 101. A great master takes on disciples. Insights of the saint-level formation master secured. A transformation stage expert, even within the Dong Xian domain, belongs to the ranks of top-tier powerhouses. In Dong Yin Prefecture, they are an invincible presence, striding through with unmatched authority. To have such a formidable individual owe me a significant favor. Would it not illuminate my future path? As Lin Yan smiled and assured Ling Shuangshuang that he bore no ill will, she, a fellow alchemist, understood the gravity of her teacher's recent actions, which had been quite disrespectful to a master alchemist. "I wouldn't dare to offend a divine realm powerhouse." Lin Yan swiftly denied her playful implication. After all, those who achieve the divine realm have comprehended the essence of a complete rule, their souls intimately attuned to the cosmos. Any discontent from Lin Yan would be immediately perceived. Offending such a being in their presence would be an act only a fool would commit. Lin Yan was far from seeking such folly. "By the way, little one, why did your esteemed teacher choose to retreat here?" With her skill level, she should be able to summon a saint-grade alchemist in the Eastern Xuanyu to concoct elixirs for her. Not to mention that the resources in Eastern Xuanyu are not inferior to those in the Northern Territories. Lin Yan questioned, perplexed. Ling Shuangshuang did not respond immediately. After a brief silence, she approached Lin Yan and whispered into his ear, "I heard that my teacher was forced to flee her family." Forced to flee her family? Lin Yan was taken aback, his mind racing with questions. What kind of family would compel a half-step saint-grade formation master, a being of the divine realm, to escape? Surely, they must be out of their minds. It's not that they are foolish, it's my own circumstances. Just then, a cool voice drifted in from behind. Lin Yan was taken aback and quickly turned to bow respectfully. "Senior." Ling Shuangshuang followed suit, appearing as though she were a child caught misbehaving. When Lin Yan lifted his gaze, his heart raced. The elder who had consumed the longevity elixir now appeared youthful, reminiscent of a charming neighbor. Her long legs and delicate hands exuded an aura of grace. It was a sight that would make any man's heart flutter. "Congratulations on regaining your youthful appearance and extended lifespan." Lin Yan promptly expressed his gratitude, noticing her acknowledgement. The rejuvenated elder waved her hand dismissively. "Thank you for the elixir. It has granted me an additional 5,000 years of life. I am Nangong Yi. You may call me Sister Yi from now on. It sounds more amiable." With that, Nangong Yi smiled warmly, clearly in high spirits. Sister Yi mentioned she was compelled to escape her family? Is there a hidden story there? Observing Lin Yan's inquisitive expression, Nan Gongyi remarked lightly, "You have an abundance of questions." After a moment, she inquired, "So, what is it that you desire?" "I have nothing related to alchemy. But if you seek anything related to alchemy in Dongyan Prefecture, just say the word, and I can retrieve it for you." Lin Yan felt somewhat embarrassed by her offer, thinking, that sounds more like theft than retrieval. He replied, "Respectfully reporting to you, Senior, I have heard from my mentor that you possess insights from Saint-grade Formation Master. Might I have the honor of observing them?" "Oh, you are also a Formation Master?" Nan-Gongyi asked, her interest piqued. Lin Yan nodded, smiling as he replied, "To be honest, I primarily focus on alchemy, but I have some understanding of formation techniques." Before Nan-Gongyi could respond, Ling Shuangshuang interjected, "Teacher, he is not merely knowledgeable. He is now a high-grade Formation Master." Upon hearing this, Nan-Gongyi's interest in Lin Yan deepened. At such a young age, not only excelling in alchemy, but also possessing extraordinary talent in formations. "My dear disciple is merely at the high-grade level due to my personal instruction. Do you have a mentor in this field?" This question left Lin Yan momentarily speechless, but he replied, "Respectfully, I do not have a mentor in formation techniques." "What?" Ling Shuangshuang gasped, her heart racing with shock. Could it be that her own pride in her formation talent was overshadowed by Lin Yan? In contrast to her astonishment, Nan-Gongyi's face lit up with delight as she turned to Lin Yan. "Really? Would you consider taking me as your mentor? I believe I can teach you more in the realm of formations." To achieve such an impressive level without a mentor is truly remarkable. Nan-Gongyi gazed at Lin Yan with eager anticipation, her desire for talented disciples evident. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Yan solemnly bowed to Nan-Gongyi, declaring, "Disciple Lin Yan pays respects to the teacher. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my second official disciple. Ling Shuangshuang will be your sister." Upon uttering these words, Nan-Gongyi produced 3 secret scrolls and handed them to Lin Yan, saying, "This is a welcoming gift from your teacher. Take your time to comprehend them." "What?" Lin Yan was momentarily dumbfounded. After struggling to escape the little one's insistence to call her sister, he found himself in a position where it was now perfectly justified. Ling Shuangshuang, who had been harboring a bit of dissatisfaction, immediately brightened at her teacher's words and turned to Lin Yan with a mischievous grin. "Hey, little brother, why aren't you coming to greet your sister?" Seeing Ling Shuangshuang's somewhat playful expression, Lin Yan felt as if he had jumped into a deep pit. Fortunately, he had obtained everything he desired. "Disciple will diligently follow the teacher's guidance and commence my training." With that, Lin Yan swiftly departed the scene. Chapter 102. The Changes in the Yuming Dao Sect. Lin Yan reaches the peak of the nascent soul. "Little brother, why are you running so fast?" "I want to eat you." Ling Shuangshuang pouted, dissatisfied with Lin Yan's hasty retreat. Honestly, he has no sense of decorum, completely ignoring what his sister said. Observing Ling Shuangshuang's displeasure, Nan-Gongyi chuckled. "If you are to be his sister, you must at least surpass him in one aspect." She pointed out currently, "Your formation skills are on par with Lin Yan's, and in alchemy, you are not his equal. It's a shame considering your esteemed lineage." "Teacher, how can you say this? He has just become your disciple, and you are already showing favoritism. He is just a bit more talented." Ling Shuangshuang protested. Her competitive spirit ignited. Immediately, she turned to leave, eager to begin her training. However, just as she was about to depart, Nan-Gongyi called her back. "Did you not retrieve the Han Bingpa? You are so close to condensing the water element soul. Just one step away from achieving the 3-element soul and entering the concentration realm." Achieving the 3-element soul and entering the concentration realm is an extremely rare feat in the entirety of Eastern Xuanyu. Upon being questioned, Ling Shuangshuang explained, "Teacher, I have not yet found an alchemist for you, and there is still no time to do so. When you have the opportunity, you can go with Lin Yan to acquire it. That substantial piece of cold soul ice essence is likely more than you could utilize alone. Now I, your teacher, must prepare for a closed-door retreat to strive for the rank of a saint-level array master. So you and Lin Yan should focus on your own cultivation." With Lin Yan's assistance from the longevity-enhancing Dao pattern elixir, she has extended her life by 5,000 years, not only restoring her to her peak, but also gaining a deeper understanding of saint-level formations through the Dao patterns. The moment Nan-Gongyi's words fell, her figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Congratulations in advance, Master, on entering the ranks of Saint-level Array Masters. Ling Shuangshuang bowed in the direction that Nangong Yi departed before glancing at Lin Yan and heading to her own training ground. Master, according to the insights on becoming a Saint-level Array Master, one must comprehend at least one complete rule of power to arrange a Saint-level formation. On the summit, atop a massive protruding rock, Lin Yan gazed at the insights of a Saint-level Array Master in his hand, his brow furrowing in concentration. The Saint-level formations involve the rules of power. It seems that even with my attainment as a Saint-level Array Master, without grasping a complete rule of power, I cannot arrange a Saint-level array. Contemplating this, Lin Yan fell into deep thought. Currently, my understanding of the rules of the 5 elements is deepest in the fire element, having comprehended 6/10. As for the other 4 elements, the highest comprehension is merely 5/10. It appears that after this endeavor, I must journey to Fire Mountain to capture the Fire God Tree and the Dan Fire. The Fire God Tree, being a divine-level spirit root, will surely aid me in furthering my comprehension of the fire element. With this thought, Lin Yan addressed the myriad transformation array path directly. I will comprehend the complete rule of power. I will find a way. As soon as Lin Yan finished speaking, the myriad transformation array entered a state of comprehension. The myriad transformation array sensed the insights of the Saint-level Array Master and entered a state of comprehension. The myriad transformation array sensed the spirit seal formation technique and began to refine its arrangement methods. The myriad transformation array sensed the central breaking array technique and entered a state of comprehension. In Eastern Yin State, Central Region, in a secret chamber at the back mountain of the underworld Dao sect, deep within the Giantwood Forest, what could this child be doing there? The depths of the Giantwood Forest bear traces of the Giant clan's activities. The sect leader of the underworld Dao sect displayed a look of confusion upon hearing the report from the cloaked figure before him. Reporting, my lord, he is not alone. He is accompanied by 2 others, a peak-stage nascent soul girl and a transformed flood dragon. Upon hearing the words of the cloaked figure, the sect leader of the underworld Dao sect felt a slight shock within, instinctively questioning, could it be that the rumors are true? Is there a hidden powerhouse in the depths of the Giantwood Forest? With this thought, the sect leader of the underworld Dao sect immediately considered something terrifying and instructed the cloaked figure, continue your investigation. Yes. However, just as this cloaked figure departed, another cloaked figure appeared, respectfully reporting, my lord. The North Underworld Dao sect and the Xian Sword Dao sect have begun to harbor suspicions about us and have secretly dispatched individuals to investigate. Upon hearing this, the sect leader's expression turned cold, and he said in a chilling tone, how audacious to drink the wine of respect only to invite punishment. Do they truly believe that the alliance of 2 Dao sects is a match for my Underworld Dao sect? With this, the sect leader of the Underworld Dao sect turned to the cloaked figure and asked icily, how is the divine creation plan progressing? Reporting, my lord, as per your command. Our Underworld Dao sect now boasts no fewer than 100 concentration stage experts. Hearing this report, a faint smile appeared on the sect leader's face. Excellent. With over 100 concentration stage experts, even in the past when the 3 major Dao sects allied, we did not possess such a terrifying number. Now, we await the arrival of those Saint-level Array Masters from the Demon Clan to proceed with the final plan to seize the state. The sect leader wore a cold smile. Once the state-seizing plan is complete, Eastern Yin State shall be entirely under the control of the Demon Clan. How I long for that day. Deep within the Giantwood Forest, atop the mountain where Nangong Yi resides. While Lin Yan was comprehending the insights of the Saint-level Array Master, he was not idle himself. Before him lay a Saint-level elixir, and waves of pure spiritual energy were being absorbed by Lin Yan. The Master's elixir is indeed delightful. I shall absorb it with vigor. The super elixir technique, stimulated by the Saint-level elixir, accelerated the cultivation speed by 5 times, successfully elevating the host cultivation to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Observing the now slightly dimmed Saint-level elixir, Lin Yan couldn't help but frown. Is it almost gone? If I weren't an alchemist myself, I would doubt whether this is truly a Saint-level elixir. Master, we cannot compare ourselves to ordinary individuals. Each of our realms is built upon the foundation of the 5 elemental powers. We are the embodiment of the 5 elements, and thus require a far greater amount of spiritual energy. The voice of the super elixir technique resonated in Lin Yan's mind, and he finally understood. Ah, I see. Detected that the host cultivation has reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. The system now issues a task. Collect divine-level 5-element natural souls to condense the 5-element divine soul and advance to the concentration stage. Task completed. Reward for the host. Divine-level soul fusion technique. Chapter 103. Harvesting fire and wood divine-level soul objects. Nangong Yi ascends to saint level. Collecting divine-level 5-element natural souls. Condensing the 5-element divine soul to advance to the concentration stage. Upon hearing the system's voice in his mind, Lin Yan's brow furrowed tightly. The system is indeed considerate, ensuring that each realm allows him to lay an invincible foundation. However, the materials required to establish such a foundation are exceedingly difficult to obtain. The only divine-level 5-element soul object I currently know of is the cold soul ice essence deep within the 10,000-mile glacier, a derivative of the water element. Moreover, I cannot retrieve it, as it is prepared for Ling Shuang by teacher Nangong. Alas, this is troublesome. Lin Yan sighed, rubbing his forehead and shaking his head, resolving to take it step by step. What is the matter with you, junior brother? Why the sighs and shaking of the head? Ling Shuang suddenly appeared behind Lin Yan, her expression one of confusion. Lin Yan, without turning around, instinctively replied, cultivation is too difficult. The resources needed are simply overwhelming. However, in the next moment, Lin Yan realized his mistake and turned to the grinning Ling Shuang. Don't call me junior brother. You're just a little kid, pretending to be an adult. Unfazed by Lin Yan's words, Ling Shuang smiled and asked, why not tell me what resources you need, and I, your elder sister, will help you solve it. As she spoke, Ling Shuang patted her chest, as if to assure Lin Yan that everything was under her control. Seeing the proud smile on Ling Shuang's face, Lin Yan initially intended to retort, but upon considering her background, he promptly dismissed that thought. Perhaps this little girl truly has information in that regard. With that in mind, Lin Yan immediately inquired, do you have any information about divine-level 5-element natural soul objects? Upon hearing Lin Yan's question, Ling Shuang was momentarily taken aback, her gaze toward Lin Yan becoming peculiar. Is it really that simple for what junior brother wants? Is this truly simple? Lin Yan wanted to retort, but he was soon astonished to see Ling Shuang naturally produce the divine-level natural soul objects of the fire and wood elements. Here, take it. Ling Shuang presented the divine natural soul objects of the fire and wood elements before Lin Yan, stating, the earth and metal elements may require your own search. As for the water element, my master has already prepared it for me. Deep within the vast, icy plains, I doubt I will exhaust it all. There will certainly be a surplus left. Upon receiving the divine natural soul objects of fire and wood, Lin Yan could not suppress a gulp and inquired, such rare natural soul treasures, did you truly seek them out yourself? With a nod, Ling Shuang replied, the fire and wood elements were brought from my family, while the water element was procured by my master for me. Fear not, these are merely the remnants after my use. My soul is not as powerful as yours, so these should suffice for your needs. Observing Lin Yan's hesitant demeanor, she smiled and added, indeed, my junior brother trained diligently. Should you have any questions or requirements, do not hesitate to inform me. From now on, I shall look after you. With that, she departed, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Yan chuckled and settled down to enter a meditative state. How about it, Xiao Dan? Are these divine, natural soul objects of fire and would sufficient to condense the corresponding divine souls? Lin Yan inwardly inquired. Absolutely sufficient, master. Furthermore, if I can absorb these divine, natural soul objects of fire and wood, I should be able to advance to the mid-tier of the divine level. The excited voice of Super Dan Chi Ju resonated, and then it immediately entered a state of cultivation. Super Dan Chi Ju absorbed the divine natural soul object of wood, beginning the transformation of the wood Yuan Ing into the wood divine soul. Super Dan Chi Ju absorbs the divine natural soul object of fire, beginning the transformation of the fire Yuan Ing into the fire divine soul. Simultaneously, as the Super Dan Chi Ju entered its cultivation mode, good news arrived from a myriad transformation array path. Myriad transformation array path has comprehended the insights of the Saint tier array masters and successfully deduced the conditions for advancing to Saint tier. Conditions for advancing myriad transformation array path to Saint tier. Comprehend the insights of 5 Saint tier array masters and 5 Saint tier grand arrays. Myriad transformation array path has gained new insights into the spirit seal array technique, successfully comprehending the 5 elements spirit seal array technique. Myriad transformation array path successfully comprehended the central breaking array technique. Master, by currently comprehending the insights of 4 Saint tier array masters and 5 Saint tier grand arrays, I can enter the ranks of the Saint tier. The excited voice of myriad transformation array path echoed in Lin Yan's mind. Lin Yan smiled and nodded. Well done. Not only have we found a path to advance to the Saint tier, but our array techniques have also seen tremendous improvement. The 5 elements spirit seal array technique harnesses the power of the 5 elements to form arrays. Such a formidable method is likely rare in this world. Undoubtedly, an array constructed with the power of the 5 elements will wield unparalleled strength. Moreover, having comprehended the central breaking array technique, Lin Yan's speed in breaking arrays would significantly increase. Once he condenses the fire and with divine souls, he would then head to the vast icy plains and the fiery mountain. Boom! However, just as Lin Yan's thoughts concluded, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the stone forest. What happened? Lin Yan's expression turned grave as he peered into the depths of the stone forest. Before entering, he had heard Ling Shuang mention that a terrifying existence lurked deep within the giant woods. Could it be that this being has awakened? Whoosh! Ling Shuang promptly arrived at Lin Yan's side, her face alight with excitement as she gazed into the depths of the stone forest. Wonderful news! My master has succeeded. Lin Yan, perplexed, asked, Succeeded? What do you mean? Seeing his confusion, Ling Shuang quickly clarified. My master has successfully broken through and ascended to the ranks of the Saint tier array masters. At that moment, in the depths of the stone forest, the air crackled with terrifying wood element rules, and a towering phantom of a life tree, thousands of feet in height, slowly took form. The entire realm was suffused with rich life energy, reminiscent of a vibrant revival after spring rains. Is this the celestial phenomenon marking the ascension of a Saint tier array master? Lin Yan pondered. Even from a distance, he could discern the life tree overshadowing the landscape. The abundant life energy it exuded brought him a sense of comfort. My master has attained the Tao through the power of wood element rules, and now she has achieved the Saint tier through the same. Ling Shuang exclaimed, her face radiant with joy and excitement. The significance of a Saint tier array master's birth was monumental, even across the entire eastern Xuanyu. The number of array masters who reached the Saint tier could be counted on one hand. Could the commotion caused by my master's breakthrough attract unwanted attention? Lin Yan expressed his concern, referring to the ominous presence rumored to dwell deep within the stone forest. Before Ling Shuang could respond, a tremor shook the ground, accompanied by a deafening roar from the depths of the stone forest. The sound echoed as if an ancient demonic mountain had sprouted legs and was now walking. What is that? As if to affirm Lin Yan's thoughts, a scene unfolded that left him utterly stunned. A colossal humanoid creature, towering over 1,000 feet, wielding a massive wolf-toothed club, suddenly appeared within Lin Yan's line of sight. This is bad. It's the legendary giant clan. Upon seeing the immense creature, a look of concern crossed Ling Shuang's face. The giant clan? Lin Yan, feeling somewhat uninformed, had never heard of them before. Ling Shuang nodded solemnly, explaining, our clan's ancient texts mention the giant clan. It is said that their bodies are as formidable as divine gold, endowed with terrifying strength capable of creating rifts in the void with a single punch. Furthermore, ancient texts suggest that the giant clan may share a connection with the legendary ancient god race. Hearing this, Lin Yan's expression grew grave. A single punch capable of rending the void was indeed terrifying power. Moreover, the association with the ancient god race, known to rival the immortals, implied that the giants were immensely powerful. However, they were believed to have been extinct long ago. Why then did they reappear here? Ling Shuang furrowed her brow in confusion. Boom! Yet, just as Lin Yan and Ling Shuang speculated about the origins of the giant clan, a fierce battle erupted in the depths of the stone forest. The newly appeared giant, upon sighting Nangong Yi, swung its massive wolf-toothed club with ferocity, causing the air to explode with a series of sonic booms, even creating fissures in the void. Human, you have overstepped your bounds. The massive spiked club missed its target, crashing into the earth and creating a colossal pit nearly 1,000 feet in diameter. Debris scattered in all directions, shattering the surrounding stone peaks, which had been solidified by the power of earth. This territory was not the private domain of the giant clan. Thus, the notion of crossing boundaries was absurd. Nanggongye, not one to passively endure an attack, had just ascended to the rank of a saint-level array master and required a formidable adversary to hone her skills. As soon as her words fell, she pointed a finger, and 3 grand saint-level formations materialized, enveloping the giant clan within their confines. The instant these formations manifested, the nearby void became unstable due to the intertwining forces of earth and wood principles. The clash of these two powers pushed the giant clan back relentlessly. However, given that the giants were adept at harnessing the earth element, their defensive capabilities were formidable. Thus, despite Nanggongye's fierce assault, little substantial damage was inflicted. "Are you a saint, master?" The giant, while on the defensive, expressed his astonishment, although he was unafraid of the onslaught of the formations. Escaping them proved to be a challenge. If this human sought assistance, he could indeed find himself trapped here. Realizing this, the giant bellowed in anger, "Enough. Depart swiftly, and I shall consider this day as if it never occurred. Otherwise, if my kin discover my prolonged absence, they will undoubtedly send powerful reinforcements, leading to unnecessary complications." The giant clan, nearly annihilated in a previous cataclysmic battle, had since retreated deep into this ancient forest, living a tranquil life, shunning worldly affairs. Should his actions incite a conflict between the giant and human clans, he would be forever marked as a traitor. High above, Nanggongye regarded the giant with a slight smile. "You were the one to strike first. Now you wish to withdraw? If you choose not to fight, then present some divine earth soul artifacts as compensation for my spirit." The giant, initially inclined to refuse, suppressed his fury upon realizing he had indeed initiated the confrontation. With a sweeping gesture, he produced a divine earth artifact imbued with potent soul energy, which then floated into Nanggongye's hands. Observing her accept the precious item, the giant felt a pang of regret. He had recently acquired it for the training of his junior, and while it was not invaluable, he was decidedly displeased. Do not wear such a pained expression. This single divine earth soul artifact is trivial for your giant clan, akin to mere cabbage. With that, Nanggongye retracted the 3 saint-level formations, and in a flash, departed towards her secluded abode. The giant watched her retreating figure, maintaining a cold gaze before turning away and vanishing from sight. It was imperative to inform the clan leader of today's events. Their hidden sanctuary had been discovered by human cultivators. Disciple congratulates the master on successfully ascending to the saint level. Upon her arrival atop the mountain, Lin Yan and Ling Shuang eagerly approached her, their faces alight with joy. Seeing them, Nanggongye smiled warmly and handed the recently acquired divine earth soul artifact to Lin Yan. "This should be of use to you, yes?" At that moment, Lin Yan was astounded by the rich soul energy emanating from the divine earth artifact. "Master, how did you know I?" Without missing a beat, Nanggongye replied with a playful smile, "You underestimate your teacher. My comprehension extends beyond merely the wood principle." She continued, "Take it. I believe with your talent. Condensing 3 soul spirits is merely the beginning. Your goal should be to achieve 4. Nanggongye's eyes shimmered with expectation. Throughout the annals of the East Xian domain, only a scant few had ever attained 4 soul spirits. Such prodigies were destined for greatness, inevitably reaching the saint realm. Lin Yan, moved by her words, bowed deeply. Expressing his gratitude, disciple thanks the master profusely. His older sister teacher treated him with such kindness. The super divine Dan Shi art will absorb the divine earth soul artifact, initiating the transformation of my earth elemental nascent soul into a divine soul. Very well, you may organize your own affairs from here on out. With the giant clan's emergence, I must remain vigilant to prevent any calamities from befalling Dongyan Prefecture. I shall also use this time to solidify my cultivation. After imparting a communication token to Lin Yan, she entered her humble abode. If you encounter any insurmountable challenges, contact me immediately. I will arrive post-haste. Once her final words echoed within the hut, silence enveloped the space. Junior brother, I intend to venture to the vast icy plains to collect the cold soul ice essence. Will you accompany me? Ling Shuang inquired after bowing to the hut. After returning her bow, Lin Yan replied, Let us go. With that, the two, accompanied by the enchanting spirit dragon, ventured forth from the ancient forest. Utilizing their pinnacle nascent stage cultivation and expertise as high-ranking array masters, they soon arrived at the depths of the northern icy plains. A battle has transpired here. The divine array set by the master has been breached. Upon arrival, Ling Shuang furrowed her brow. In response, Lin Yan, smiling, produced a pre-recorded image. Everything you seek to understand is detailed within this. Ling Shuang, upon receiving the recording, refrained from examining it immediately. Instead, she looked at Lin Yan with a hint of discontent. Why refer to me as little sister? Am I not just your sister? Are you implying that I'm small? As she spoke, she cast a glance at the alluring spirit dragon beside Lin Yan, momentarily pausing at its impressive form. The spirit dragon, catching her gaze, responded with a provocative look, uncrossing its arms, inviting further admiration. Lin Yan, sensing the subtle tension, furrowed his brow and sighed in exasperation. I was merely referring to age. He felt a twinge of helplessness. He certainly did not wish to be branded as a lecher. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Please review the information. Everything you wish to learn is contained within. Realizing her earlier misunderstanding, Ling Shuang blushed slightly and began to examine the recording. However, as the images unfolded, her initially rosy complexion darkened in anger. How infuriating! I cannot believe there are those who would serve as pawns for the demon clan. Such individuals deserve to perish. Consumed by rage, she shattered the recording stone. Where does the Xianming sect currently reside? Once I absorb the cold soul ice essence, I shall eradicate them completely. Seeing Ling Shuang's fierce expression, Lin Yan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such animosity towards the demon clan from this seemingly innocent girl. Fear not. The Xianming sect has already been dealt with. You can focus on your cultivation without worry. Concerned that Ling Shuang's wrath might lead her astray, he hastily reassured her. Upon hearing this, Ling Shuang gradually regained her composure. She waved her hand towards the divine formation, and an entrance effortlessly appeared before the three of them. To her surprise, the chill emanating from within was considerably more intense than that outside. The moment Lin Yan stepped into the area enveloped by the formation, he was immediately assaulted by a bone-chilling cold. No, it's too frigid in here. This king cannot endure it and shall not enter. The alluring spirit dragon hesitated at the threshold, retracting her foot as her lips trembled from the cold. Observing this, Lin Yan chuckled. In that case, you may remain outside to guard us. The alluring spirit dragon glanced at the retreating figures of Lin Yan and Ling Shuang, muttering, leaving me behind alone. Who knows what mischief they're up to with that little girl? Inside the formation, as Lin Yan and Ling Shuang ventured deeper, a magnificent palace constructed entirely of ice and snow materialized before them. The potency of the icy aura was overwhelming. The super pill technique sensed the abundant water elemental force and entered a state of comprehension. Through the grand doors of the icy palace, they could clearly see a lotus flower, the size of a basin, radiating a rich soul force. Cold soul, ice soul. Upon witnessing this, Ling Shuang's face brightened, and she swiftly made her way into the palace. The potential dangers within had already been cleared by Nangong Yi, allowing Ling Shuang to reach the cold soul ice soul without hindrance. She then sat down to commence her absorption. Lin Yan, seeing this, took a seat outside the palace, guarding Ling Shuang while comprehending the water elemental force. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. The super pill technique successfully absorbed the fire, wood, and earth elemental divine souls, solidifying the fire, wood, and earth divine spirits. The task of advancing to the divine concentration stage is 3/5 complete. The super pill technique, after solidifying the 3 elemental spirits, successfully elevated its rank to mid-tier divine level. In this realm of abundant water elemental force, the super pill technique successfully comprehended the rules of water to 50%. Excellent. Although Lin Yan currently stood at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, his combat prowess could effortlessly eliminate those at the divine concentration stage. At that moment, as Lin Yan made his breakthrough within the palace, Ling Shuang also successfully solidified her water elemental spirit, beginning her journey towards the divine concentration stage. A vortex manifested above her head, voraciously consuming the spiritual energy of the surrounding world. Lin Yan, noticing this, smiled gently. Allow me to lend you a hand. Chapter 106. A tenfold return on quantity. Solidifying the water elemental spirit. After solidifying her 3 elemental spirits, Ling Shuang's cultivation naturally progressed to the divine concentration level. The spiritual energy required for this advancement was immense. Furthermore, the more spiritual energy absorbed during this process, the higher her level upon entering the divine concentration stage would be. However, this varied from person to person. If one's constitution were inadequate and they continued to absorb energy without restraint, they risked exploding from the influx, leading to a disgraceful demise. System: can I achieve a tenfold return on the quantity of pills? As long as it pertains to pills, the host may determine the quality and quantity freely. Indeed, upon hearing the system's response, Lin Yan felt a surge of joy and promptly declared, "Let us apply the tenfold return to the nascent soul pills inscribed with wood elemental patterns." The application of tenfold return on wood elemental nascent soul pills is successful. The host receives 10,000 wood elemental nascent soul pills. As the system's words faded, Lin Yan found his storage bag filled with 10,000 nascent soul pills, exuding a rich wood elemental force. A smile graced his lips as he withdrew over 1,000 of these pills and tossed them all into the vortex above Ling Shuang's head. With a hum, as the 1,000 wood elemental nascent soul pills were absorbed, they transformed into waves of concentrated spiritual energy, continuously drawn into the vortex. Under this absorption, Ling Shuang's cultivation gradually advanced from the first to the second level of divine concentration. "Oh, you can absorb quite a lot," Lin Yan remarked, slightly taken aback at how quickly the pills were consumed. It seemed his little junior sister had indeed laid a solid foundation, her constitution far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. It is worth noting that the wood elemental nascent soul pills were no ordinary pills. To say they were fifth-tier pills is no exaggeration. They were sufficient for the daily cultivation of those at the divine concentration stage, and even beneficial for some nascent celestial beings. The sheer amount of spiritual energy absorbed by Ling Shuang attested to her exceptional talent. "Splendid," Lin Yan chuckled, casting another 2,000 wood elemental nascent soul pills into the vortex. After absorbing these 2,000 pills, Ling Shuang's once closed eyes gradually opened. "Junior brother, are you trying to make me explode?" The first thing Ling Shuang did upon waking was cast a displeased look at Lin Yan. But soon after, she flew over to him, her face brightening with a smile. "By the way, I must thank you, junior brother. With your help, I have successfully reached the pinnacle of the divine concentration stage." Her face was alight with joy. Achieving such a rapid ascent felt exhilarating. However, the resources consumed were staggering. Only with Lin Yan's support could such vast resources be allocated for a single individual's cultivation. Seeing Ling Shuang's delighted expression, Lin Yan responded with a grin. "Congratulations, little sister. Now you should prepare for the transformation stage." Upon hearing this, Ling Shuang shook her head, her tone laced with trepidation. "No. The transition from divine concentration to transformation requires both the soul and body to undergo the divine fire tribulation. If I attempt to break through now, I might be obliterated." Observing Ling Shuang's worried demeanor, Lin Yan retorted, "I'm not suggesting you break through right now. You must first refine your soul and body to their utmost limits." Lin Yan shook his head, intending to depart with Ling Shuang. However, just as he turned, Ling Shuang grabbed his arm. "Junior brother, aren't you going to absorb the cold soul, ice soul?" Lin Yan, puzzled, replied, "Is there still more left?" "Of course. I managed to absorb a third of the basin-sized cold soul ice soul. There's still a substantial portion remaining. It should be sufficient for you to solidify your water elemental spirit." Ling Shuang smiled. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's face lit up with joy. "Then wait here for me." With that, he entered the icy palace, gazing at the remaining portion of the cold soul ice soul. He promptly sat down to begin his absorption. The super pill technique absorbs the water elemental divine soul, initiating the transformation of the water elemental nascent soul into a water elemental spirit. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had elapsed. The super pill technique successfully absorbed the water elemental divine soul, solidifying the water elemental spirit. The task of advancing to the divine concentration stage is 4/5 complete. Now, Only the golden elemental spirit remains. Lin Yan gazed at the now vanished cold soul, a smile gracing his face. Initially, he had anticipated that gathering these 5 elemental divine souls would be a tedious and challenging endeavor. Yet, within less than a month, he had successfully solidified 4 elemental spirits, leaving only the golden one to reach the divine concentration stage. This progress exceeded all expectations. However, all of this is thanks to Teacher Nangong and this dear little junior sister. Lin Yan is someone who will always remember those who treat him well, and he will surely repay them 100-fold in the future. Come on, little junior sister, we should head out now. It has been over half a month, and that spirit dragon must be quite anxious waiting for us. Junior brother, have you truly succeeded in condensing 4 lines of divine soul? Ling Shuang gazed at Lin Yan as he emerged from the ice and snow palace, her face brimming with curiosity. According to her teacher, those who can condense 4 lines of divine soul are true geniuses, and throughout the history of the Eastern Xuanyu, only a handful have ever appeared. In response, Lin Yan chuckled, "You little brat, why are you so nosy? 3 lines are not bad at all." As Ling Shuang watched Lin Yan's departing figure, a look of astonishment crossed her delicate features. It turned out that her junior brother was indeed a genius among geniuses. He had truly succeeded in condensing 4 lines of divine soul. She had thought her teacher was joking, but then Ling Shuang suddenly came to her senses and hurried after him, indignantly exclaiming, "What little brat? How dare you tease your senior sister like that? You are the little brat." Thus, the two of them bantered and laughed as they exited the grand formation. Meanwhile, outside the formation, the spirit dragon, busy building a snowman, was taken aback at the sight of their close camaraderie. Something must have happened between them inside. Realizing this, a blush crept onto the spirit dragon's face as she looked at Lin Yan and couldn't help but murmur, "He really is a big pervert, not even sparing a little girl. What nonsense are you thinking?" Lin Yan, having implanted a soul mark on the spirit dragon, could naturally sense her thoughts. He turned to her with an exasperated expression and scolded, "You are all outrageous. I need to return to the sect for a while." "Little junior sister, what do you plan to do?" Lin Yan inquired, glancing at the still pouting Ling Shuang. "Junior brother, after you have treated me like that, you must take responsibility. Of course, I will accompany you." Chapter 107. All upgraded to divine level. The imperturbable Qingyun sect. Ling Shuang clung tightly to Lin Yan's hand, her face a picture of grievance. While speaking, she couldn't help but glance at the alluring spirit dragon beside her, as if to boast. The spirit dragon, feeling provoked, refused to be outdone and quickly came to Lin Yan's side, wrapping her arms around his other hand, swaying her delicate form before him, and sweetly exclaimed, "Master, you were so impressive that day. I want more." In an instant, Lin Yan found himself caught between 2 extremes, one as flat as an airstrip and the other soft and full of elasticity. He felt utterly helpless and speechless. Is this really the time to think about such things? Lin Yan quickly pushed the 2 away and bellowed, "You too." Shaking his head, he left behind a remark and soared into the sky. He felt quite helpless. Both Ling Shuang and the spirit dragon had spent too long in one place without interacting with the world, their thoughts overly innocent, resembling children. The mindset of children is often competitive, unwilling to be outdone. With this in mind, Lin Yan couldn't help but grumble. "Can't you find a different way to compete? Must it always be by putting me in the middle? You'd think that if both sides were balanced, it would be fine, but the truth is, it's not balanced at all." Sighing, Lin Yan shook his head and hastened towards the Qingyun sect. Behind him, Ling Shuang and the spirit dragon exchanged glances before quickly following. "Junior brother belongs to me. You shall not take him away. You are delusional. Don't you understand the purpose of Master accepting me? I will not concede. Neither will I." After 2 or 3 days, Lin Yan, along with Ling Shuang and the spirit dragon, returned to the Qingyun sect. "Lin Yan, you're back." Upon their return, the sect leader, Qin Jianzi, and Fang Ming greeted them with broad smiles. Disciples here congratulate Senior Qin Jianzi and Master on successfully entering the condensation realm. After the treacherous journey through the Great Wood Secret Realm, both Qin Jianzi and Fang Ming had successfully advanced to the condensation stage with the aid of the Divine Soul Pill, attaining a cultivation level above the 2nd layer of condensation. However, the sect leader remained at the peak of the nascent soul stage, as he had yet to obtain a suitable wood path Divine Soul Pill. "We have eagerly awaited your return. The sect leader looked at Lin Yan with great anticipation. Rest assured, sect leader, I shall refine the wood path divine soul pill for you. Lin Yan replied with a smile. However, before I begin refining pills, I will first upgrade the sect's heavenly level gathering spirit grand formation. It may be useful when you break through to the condensation stage. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yan intended to upgrade the formation, but was interrupted by Ling Shuang. Junior brother, you focus on refining pills. Leave the grand formation upgrades to me. After saying this, she cast a glance at the spirit dragon, as if to imply that she was more capable. With that, she vanished in a flash, appearing above the Qinyan sect, where various top-tier formation materials flew out and began upgrading all of the sect's formations. The spirit dragon, seeing this, was naturally infuriated, but alas, she did not possess the skills to set formations. Haha, sect leader, let me introduce you. This is my teacher's disciple, a top-tier divine-level formation master. Lin Yan said with a smile, observing the puzzled expressions of the sect leader and the others. A top-tier divine-level formation master. The three were instantly taken aback by Lin Yan's words. In Eastern Yin Prefecture, there were only a handful of divine-level formation masters, and the highest among them barely reached the mid-tier level. To think that Lin Yan made the acquaintance of a top-tier divine-level formation master during his outing, if word got out, it would certainly cause a stir throughout Eastern Yin Prefecture. Meanwhile, the alluring spirit dragon exchanged subtle glances with the three men, each understanding the implications. Sect leader, let's skip the pleasantries. I shall begin refining pills right away. With that, Lin Yan immediately commenced his pill refinement. As a 6th-tier alchemist, producing a 5th-tier divine soul pill was a trivial task for him. Therefore, within less than an hour, he successfully refined a batch of wood path divine soul pills. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully refined 2 wood path divine soul pills, triggering a 100-fold return, and received 4 wood path divine soul pills. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully refined 4 divine soul pills, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Lin Yan handed one of the wood path divine soul pills to the sect leader, smiling as he said, Sect leader, hurry and enter seclusion. With the aid of the divine level gathering spirit grand formation, I believe you will break through to the condensation stage and achieve a cultivation level above the 3rd layer. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Qin Jianzi and Fang Ming exchanged glances filled with regret. If only we had waited for Lin Yan to return before attempting our breakthroughs. Both men envied the thought of the terrifying enhancement provided by the divine level gathering spirit formation. No need for envy. What was previously lacking can be compensated for with medicinal pills, Lin Yan said with a faint smile, producing a storage bag and handing it to Qin Jianzi and Fang Ming. Inside are wood path nascent soul pills. It should be sufficient for your cultivation for a while. As Qin Jianzi and Fang Ming inspected the contents of the storage bag, their eyes widened in shock, leaving them momentarily speechless. 2,000 wood path nascent soul pills? How could there be so many? Seeing their reaction, Lin Yan chuckled. I had an abundance of materials, so I practiced more. In truth, it was the result of the 10,000-fold return. But he chose not to reveal this to them, thus providing a simpler explanation. Upon hearing this, although the 2 individuals accepted the explanation internally, they were still profoundly astonished. They both understood that Lin Yan had the capacity to surpass limits in terms of the number of Dan pills, yet they never anticipated such extremes. 2,000 yuan ink Dan imbued with wood element Tao patterns could sustain not just the 3 of them, but even if 2 additional spirit concentration experts were to join, it would still be sufficient for an extended period of cultivation. Moreover, this was not the most significant aspect. Pills bearing Tao patterns could indeed assist one in comprehending the Tao. This was particularly crucial for those like them, who had stepped into the realm of spirit concentration. As the understanding of the Tao became even more vital, the spirit concentration realm represented a stage of grasping the forces of the laws of heaven and earth, and comprehending a complete set of these laws would allow one to attempt the ascension to the God transformation stage. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang had successfully upgraded all the grand formations within the Qinyan sect, elevating them to the superior divine level. It is no exaggeration to say that the current Qinyan sect could not be breached unless a God transformation expert intervened personally. Lin Yan cast a grateful glance at Ling Shuang before turning to Qin Jianzi and Fang Ming, inquiring, during my absence, Has there been any news from the Yomi Dao sect in the central domain? Upon hearing this, Qin Jianzi and Fang Ming's expressions grew grave. Since the news from the central domain arrived half a month ago, there have been no further updates. Qin Jianzi and Fang Ming wore serious expressions as they explained. Since the incident with the Xianming sect, the major forces in the northern region have secretly established contact with the Anti-Demon Alliance. However, this connection has been severed for half a month, and even the messages we dispatched have vanished without a trace. After a brief pause, they added, "We have already reached out to the Artifact Sect and the Alchemist Association, and we all concur that there may have been significant upheaval in the central domain." Hearing this, Lin Yan's expression gradually shifted to one of intensity as he fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang, having grasped the circumstances, felt her innate hatred towards the demon clan rekindle, and she coldly remarked, "What are we waiting for? Let us strike directly. A mere Yomi Dao sect is not worth my concern. Those who align with the demon clan deserve death." Beside her, Ling Jiao echoed her sentiments. "Indeed, I also propose we attack directly. Let them experience my might." Upon hearing their declarations, Qin Jianzi and Fang Ming couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. These two were indeed fearless novices. The combined forces of the Baiming Dao sect and the Xianjian Dao sect were no match for the Yomi Dao sect. So what could they achieve by involving themselves? After a long pause, Lin Yan voiced his doubts. Logically, the alliance of the Baiming Dao sect and the Xianjian Dao sect should render them invincible in Dongyan Prefecture. Even if the Yomi Dao sect has clandestine support from the demon clan, they shouldn't be able to contend against two major Dao sections. Why is this the case? Qin Jianzi and Fang Ming nodded in agreement. That is indeed a valid point. However, the last report from the central domain indicated that the Yomi Dao sect seems to be secretly executing a god-making plan. Under this plan, the number of spirit concentration experts within the Yomi Dao sect has surged, surpassing 100. Over 100 spirit concentration experts. At this revelation, Lin Yan felt a tremor within. No wonder even the combined forces of the Baiming Dao sect and the Xianjian Dao sect were defeated. Over 100 spirit concentration experts constituted an exceedingly formidable force, not just in Dongyan Prefecture, but throughout the eastern Xuanyu region. Both Qin Jianzi and Fang Ming exchanged worried glances, a deep sense of trepidation rising within them. Over 100 spirit concentration experts exceed what we can manage in Dongyan Prefecture. It seems the demon clan is determined to seize this region. With this, Qin Jianzi and Fang Ming turned to Lin Yan, unable to restrain themselves. "Lin Yan, why not lead the elites of our sect to escape Dongyan Prefecture? As long as you are here, Qinyan's sect shall not perish. In the future, when you have grown stronger, you can return to avenge us." At this moment, even Ling Shuang and Ling Jiao fell silent. Over 100 spirit concentration experts could easily wear them down. "Junior brother, wait here. I will notify Master to emerge from her seclusion. I wish to see just how formidable these specters are." As Ling Shuang spoke, she produced a communication token to initiate contact, but was promptly halted by Lin Yan. "Junior sister, what are you doing?" Ling Shuang looked at him in confusion. Lin Yan replied with a smile. "There is no need for Master to intervene against mere over 100 spirit concentration experts." As he finished speaking, he turned to Qin Jianzi and Fang Ming, saying, "I would appreciate it if you, Elder Qing, could help me consolidate all Yuan Ing and above cultivators in the northern region." Qin Jianzi and Fang Ming exchanged puzzled glances. Yet Lin Yan gazed into the horizon, slowly articulating, "The Yomi Dao sect has a god-making plan, and I, too, have one of my own." Though Qin Jianzi and Fang Ming remained perplexed, they promptly set about their tasks. Since Lin Yan had taken the initiative to speak, he must surely have his own strategy. "Little junior brother, you have a god-making plan as well? What might that entail?" Ling Shuang inquired, her curiosity evident. Meanwhile, a hint of embarrassment crept onto Ling Jiao's face as he looked at Lin Yan, inwardly pondering. Could it be a plan for making children? But isn't that a bit premature? Are you daydreaming? Do you want me to use those two horns of yours as a trumpet? Lin Yan shot a displeased glance at Ling Jiao before exchanging a few words with Ling Shuang, then retreated to his own cave. "No one is to approach without my command." Upon hearing Lin Yan's directive, Ling Jiao stuck out his tongue and assumed the role of a guard outside Lin Yan's cave. "Huh, is this a competition to see who has more followers?" Lin Yan scoffed to himself as he entered his cave. He then summoned his alchemy furnace and began crafting divine soul pills and spirit concentration pills. This time, however, he intended to produce only 10 pattern pills, refraining from creating those imbued with Tao patterns, as they were meant for the northern region cultivators. As the alchemy furnace and flames were summoned, various spiritual materials were, and a fragrant aroma began to waft through the air. After a day of diligent crafting, Lin Yan successfully produced 2 batches of pills. Congratulations to the host for successfully refining 3 10-pattern divine soul pills, triggering a 1,000-fold return, and obtaining 10 10-pattern divine soul pills. Congratulations to the host for successfully refining 10 10-pattern divine soul pills, earning a reward of 50 years of swordsmanship cultivation. Congratulations to the host for successfully refining 12 10-pattern spirit concentration pills, triggering a 100-fold return and obtaining 15 10-pattern spirit concentration pills. Congratulations to the host for successfully refining 15 10-pattern spirit concentration pills, earning a reward of the water spirit body. With the realization of the 50 years of swordsmanship cultivation, a tremendous sword intent surged around Lin Yan, slashing through the surrounding void with a sizzling sound. The blood sword technique, under the enhancement of 50 years of swordsmanship cultivation, has successfully comprehended the sword intent to the peak of the 7th level. The peak of the 7th level. As Lin Yan sensed his current swordsmanship prowess, a flicker of joy illuminated his heart. Beyond the 9th level lay the realm of sword rules. Simultaneously, he successfully absorbed and integrated the water spirit body, now possessing the 4 elemental spirit bodies of wood, water, fire, and earth. He only lacked the metal element spirit body to complete the quintessence of the 5 elements. With the support of the 5 elements rules, he would be poised to transform the 5 elemental spirit bodies into the 5 elements Tao body. By that time, one must ponder, who among the vast expanse of heaven and earth could rival his innate talent? Having acquired the elixirs, the next step was to return them. As the words fell from his lips, Lin Yan silently recited in his mind, "System, execute a 10-fold return on the quantities of the concentration pill and the soul pill." Chapter 109. The Divine Creation Plan? Is it to have more people? Successfully executed a 10-fold return on the soul pill and the concentration pill, resulting in the acquisition of 10,000 10-pattern soul pills and 10,000 10-pattern concentration pills. Notice, the host currently has 1 10-fold return reward remaining. Upon witnessing the sudden influx of 10,000 concentration pills and soul pills in the system space, a faint smile involuntarily graced Lin Yan's lips. He chuckled softly. Now let us see whose divine creation plan proves to be more formidable. With that, Lin Yan strode out of the cave, turning to the spirit flood dragon and inquired, "Has there been any news from Kinjianzi? They have been waiting for you at the sect square for quite some time," the spirit flood dragon replied, casting a discreet glance at Lin Yan. She felt an inexplicable sense that her master had become even more powerful than before. It was quite perplexing. As there had been no discernible increase in cultivation, why then did he appear stronger? Though puzzled, the spirit flood dragon quickly followed Lin Yan as they made their way to the sect square. "Kinjianzi, pray tell, what is the purpose of Master Lin gathering us here?" "Indeed, we have been waiting here for over half a day, and we each have our own matters to attend to." At the sect square, the various forces from the northern region and hidden Yuan-ing masters voiced their inquiries. They harbored no disrespect. Rather, they were simply confused by this sudden assembly. After all, gathering over 100 Yuan-ing masters was no trivial matter. "Please remain calm. Since Master Lin has summoned us, it is undoubtedly for a matter requiring our assistance. You must have heard about the situation with the Ym-ing Daozong in the central region. As inhabitants of the Eastern Yin Prefecture, we ought to contribute our strength." Among the crowd, Dan Xing stepped forward, addressing the assembly with a reassuring demeanor. Simultaneously, he cast a glance toward the area where all Yuan-ing masters of the Qingxia sect were gathered. This glance sent a shiver down the spine of the Qingxia sect's master. Ever since their ancestor had betrayed humanity to join the demon race during the Xianming sect incident, their sect had been branded with shame in the northern region. This was their chance for redemption. Hence, every Yuan-ing master capable of walking had rushed to assemble. Why the commotion? Are you unwilling to lend a hand for the sake of the Eastern Yin Prefecture? If you are disinclined, you are free to leave. But you must first inquire whether this great formation in my hand permits it. From her elevated platform, Ling Shuang, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. She pointed her finger, causing a top-tier divine formation to begin swirling, radiating a terrifying aura. Below, not only the Yuaning masters, but even the concentration masters like Danqing and the master of the divine artifact sect wore expressions of trepidation. This was indeed a top-tier divine formation. If unleashed upon them, it would spell annihilation. Thank you for your patience. However, just as the tension mounted among the crowd, a hearty laughter suddenly resonated. Lin Yan, flanked by the spirit flood dragon, ascended to the high platform. Master Lin has finally arrived. Master Lin, what is the purpose of gathering us here? Upon Lin Yan's appearance, the crowd became restless once more, yet all wore expressions of excitement. They understood that whenever Lin Yan took action, it would invariably yield benefits. Please, remain calm and allow me to elaborate. Lin Yan chuckled, soothing the crowd, before continuing. I trust you have all heard of the happenings in the central region. The two major Dao sects have gone silent, and the central region seems to have vanished from existence, severing ties with other realms of the Eastern Yin Prefecture. The Wyoming Daozong's plan to create deities, with hundreds of concentration masters, poses a threat even to the two major Dao sects. All of this heralds the impending doom of the Eastern Yin Prefecture. At this juncture, Lin Yan added, I must ask all of you, are you truly willing to wait idly as the Wyoming Daozong gradually devours the Eastern Yin Prefecture and then advances into the northern region, obliterating all that we have painstakingly built? Surely, everyone understood the bloodthirsty nature of the demon race. Should they manage to consume the central region, all in the northern region would face certain extinction. Hearing this, all Yuaning masters in the northern region lowered their heads, enveloped in silence. They understood the logic but faced an overwhelming force of hundreds of concentration masters. Their own numbers barely exceeded 10. How could they resist? Would they descend their Yuaning masters in a battle? That would be tantamount to seeking death. Master Lin, given that the other side has over 100 concentration masters, what means do we have to contend with them? After a prolonged silence, Danqing voiced the question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds, directing his gaze toward the top-tier divine formation master beside Lin Yan. Though we have a top-tier divine formation master among us, can this truly withstand the charge of 100 concentration masters? Upon hearing Danqing's concerns, the others also turned their gazes toward Lin Yan, clearly sharing his apprehensions. Observing the crowd's expressions, Lin Yan smiled and said, I understand your worries, which is precisely why I have gathered you all here today. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the crowd displayed expressions of confusion. Could it be that Master Lin possessed a method of resistance? In response, Lin Yan smiled and announced, I propose to establish an anti-demon alliance centered in the northern region, composed of all of you present. This alliance will function solely to oppose the demon race. During other times, we shall maintain the current structure of the northern region. As his words fell, Lin Yan observed the reactions of the crowd. An anti-demon alliance of our own? While this proposal is commendable, we still lack the requisite strength. Indeed, even if we form an alliance, how shall we confront those 100 concentration masters? In the end, will it not lead to our demise? Not only the Yuaning masters, but even concentration masters like Danqing failed to grasp Lin Yan's intentions, unable to hold back their inquiries. Master Lin, spare us the suspense and directly inform us how we shall resist the Wyoming Daozong. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan smiled knowingly and replied, It is quite simple. Since the Wyoming Daozong has a plan to create deities, our alliance shall undoubtedly have its own plan for deity creation. At this point, Lin Yan elaborated. In other words, I possess the ability to elevate each of you present to the realm of concentration in a short span of time, without damaging your foundations. Chapter 110. Over 10,000 10-pattern pills suspended in midair, astonishing the crowd. At the sect square of the Qingyun sect, all the Yuaning masters gathered there regarded Lin Yan's proposal with overwhelming support. They understood that aligning themselves with Lin Yan would yield benefits that many could only dream of throughout their lifetimes. In fact, it was tacitly agreed upon that Lin Yan would be regarded as their leader. At this moment, even though they had mentally prepared themselves upon hearing Lin Yan's words, they couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, their breaths hitching in disbelief. Could Master Lin Yan truly elevate all of us to the spirit concentration level without damaging our foundations? Is this genuine? Although Master Lin Yan possesses remarkable talent in alchemy, Even pooling all the resources from our northern region wouldn't suffice to elevate over 100 individuals to spirit concentration, would it? Furthermore, entering the spirit concentration stage is no simple feat. Given our innate talents, spirit soul pills are indispensable. But where could we possibly acquire hundreds of them? Despite their deep trust in Lin Yan's words, a flicker of doubt arose within their hearts. The reason the Yuming Dao sect managed to produce over 100 spirit concentration experts in such a short span was due to the support of the demon clan. What resources does our northern region possess to achieve this? If we could produce 10 spirit concentrators, that might be credible. With this thought in mind, they couldn't help but cast glances filled with skepticism towards Lin Yan. Master Lin Yan, with our northern region's resources, it seems implausible to cultivate over 100 spirit concentration experts. Not only those present, including the likes of Danqing and the artifact sect leader, who had already attained spirit concentration, felt puzzled. But even the higher-ups of the Qingyun sect and Ling Shuangshuang were visibly confused, unable to fathom Lin Yan's methods. In response to their inquiries, Lin Yan chuckled. Since I propose this plan, rest assured, I am fully prepared. As his voice fell, Lin Yan waved his hand, and 9,000 spirit concentration pills adorned with 10 patterns, along with over 100 spirit soul pills, appeared suspended in the air above him. The overwhelming and pure spiritual energy emanating from the 10-pattern pills elevated the ambient concentration of spiritual energy by hundreds of times. Many cultivators of lower ranks began to show signs of breaking through simply by sensing this aura. All of these are 10-pattern spirit concentration pills and spirit soul pills. Below, including Danqing and the artifact sect leader, the spirit concentration experts could not help but rise from their seats, their faces painted with shock as they beheld this spectacle. 9,000 10-pattern spirit concentration pills. How is this even possible? How is this achieved? If anyone were to feel the greatest shock, it would undoubtedly be Danqing. Even as an alchemist himself, this was the first time he had witnessed such a vast quantity of pills. Could it be that a colossal medicinal garden exists deep within the Greatwood Forest? Lost in thought, Danqing pondered that perhaps only this could explain such a terrifying quantity of pills. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to concoct such an immense number of spirit concentration pills with the existing resources of the northern region. It seems I must seek Master Lin Yan's guidance on this matter. In contrast to Danqing's contemplative nature, the other Yuan Ing experts, after a brief period of astonishment, were filled with expressions of joy and excitement. The multitude of 10-pattern spirit concentration pills represented a tantalizing temptation for them. I need no more than 10. 10-pattern spirit concentration pills, along with one 10-pattern spirit soul pill, will be sufficient for me to reach spirit concentration. Just 5 for me. The crowd gazed at the sea of pills, their hearts brimming with desire. Yet due to Lin Yan's esteemed status, they dared not act recklessly. After all, many among them had personally participated in the recent battle against the Xianming sect, where they had fought against spirit concentrators with their golden core cultivation. Such terrifying combat prowess was not something they wished to face in their youth. Gentlemen, how do you find my divine creation plan now? Observing the urgency in their eyes, Lin Yan smiled and continued. With these 10-pattern spirit concentration pills, each of you will receive no less than 80, and at least one 10-pattern spirit soul pill. I believe that with these 10-pattern spirit concentration pills, even those who have just entered the Yuan Ing stage will have enough to achieve spirit concentration. Before the crowd could erupt in cheers of excitement, Lin Yan's expression turned serious as he added, however, I must make it clear that this is our first confrontation with the Demon Clan since the establishment of the Northern Alliance. Anyone who takes the pills but fails to uphold their end of the bargain or acts half-heartedly, I will not hesitate to sever ties. Lin Yan's words immediately quelled any ill intentions among the crowd. Not only did Lin Yan oppose such actions, but they also noticed the formidable peak spirit concentrator and the high-grade formation master beside him, both glaring at them with ill intent. Moreover, they were backed by the Qingyun sect, which had now become the foremost power in the northern region, with 3 spirit concentrators guarding it and Lin Yan's extraordinary presence. Who would dare provoke such a calamity? With this thought, the crowd collectively responded, rest assured, Master Lin Yan, as citizens of Dongyan Prefecture, we will not stand idly by while our homeland is invaded by the Demon Clan, even if it costs us our last drop of blood. We shall eradicate the Demon Clan. Lin Yan, reassured by their sincerity, smiled and said, "In that case, I appreciate your efforts." As Lin Yan's words fell, the floating pills divided into hundreds of portions, descending into the hands of each individual below. Aside from a few spirit concentrators, all the Yuaning cultivators received an extra spirit soul pill. "Now, everyone, hurry and retreat to break through. Time is not on our side," Lin Yan urged, observing the excitement and eagerness of the crowd. "We thank Master Lin Yan for your generous gifts. We will not disappoint you." After respectfully bowing to Lin Yan, the crowd dispersed. Dan Xing and the artifact sect leader exchanged a few pleasantries with Lin Yan before hastily departing, as the 10-pattern spirit concentration pills held immense significance for them as well. "Junior brother, do you not fear they might take the pills and flee?" Ling Shuang, observing the departing crowd, looked at Lin Yan in confusion. In response, Lin Yan replied with a calm smile, "Do you think my pills are so easily obtained? If they abide by the agreement, that will be fine. Otherwise, even if they escape to the ends of the earth, it will be of no use." With those words, Lin Yan turned and approached the 3 leaders of the Qingyan sect. "Sect master, please distribute these pills among the sect members." Lin Yan produced a storage bag and handed it to the 3 leaders of the Qingyan sect, which contained the remaining over 1,000 10-pattern spirit concentration pills and 3,000 Yuan Ing pills inscribed with wood path patterns. These wood path Yuan Ing pills were equally effective as the 10-pattern spirit concentration pills and could also facilitate enlightenment. You may distribute them among the higher-ups of the sect as you see fit. The leaders of the Qingyun sect did not hesitate to accept the pills. "Lin Yan, regarding your previous request to investigate the whereabouts of the divine-grade gold path soul item, we have made progress." Chapter 111, News of the divine-grade gold path soul item, requiring 5th-grade pill fire. Really, Lin Yan, who had initially intended to leave, felt a surge of joy upon hearing the Qingyun sect leader's words and inquired eagerly, "Where's the gold path divine soul item?" Lin Yan's expression lit up with anticipation. If he could absorb the gold path divine soul item, he would undoubtedly reach the spirit concentration level. However, upon seeing Lin Yan's eager gaze, the Qingyun sect leader could only smile wryly. "It is not within our northern region. According to the information we received, it may be located within the Baiming Dao sect." The Baiming Dao sect? Lin Yan, upon hearing this, did not feel disheartened. After all, he planned to venture into the central domain eventually. Since he now knew the whereabouts of the divine-grade gold path soul item, there was no need for haste. "All right, during this period, esteemed leaders, do seize the opportunity to cultivate diligently, for every ounce of strength you acquire enhances your chances of survival." Upon hearing this, the 3 leaders of the Qingyun sect nodded gravely and cautioned Lin Yan, "Young Lin, during our seclusion, do not venture alone into the central domain. Your safety is paramount." Warmth filled Lin Yan's heart as he nodded and replied with a smile, "Rest assured, esteemed leaders, I am not so reckless. Now, you should return to your retreat. I have another destination to attend to, so I shall not accompany you." With that, Lin Yan set off towards the Flame Mountain, accompanied by Ling Shuang and Ling Jiao. At present, having reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage and condensed 4 strands of divine soul, he was more than capable of absorbing and refining the 5th-grade Antfire. Moreover, Lin Yan looked forward to encountering the divine-grade spiritual root, the Fire God Tree. Not to mention, its fruits could facilitate a smoother transition into the God transformation realm, and the complete fire rule inscribed upon it was an immense temptation for Lin Yan. Should he fully comprehend that fire rule, he would fulfill one of the conditions for arranging a holy grade formation. The mysterious fire sparrow, akin to Ling Jiao, was presumably a companion spirit beast. Capturing it would indeed be an exciting prospect. With their current cultivation levels, the trio reached the depths of Flame Mountain in less than half a day. "Junior brother, the depths of Flame Mountain are not to be taken lightly. The power of the fire element is exceedingly dense, and I can also sense the aura of a divine-grade formation." As they entered the mountain, a look of seriousness emerged on Ling Shuang's small face. Even Ling Jiao wore a grave expression as she added, "I can sense a pressure from the bloodline deep within Flame Mountain." Lin Yan nodded in agreement. During his previous visit, he had not been as powerful, but now he could distinctly perceive an elusive pressure emanating from the mountain's depths. It seemed this pressure surpassed the realm of fire rules. Rumor had it that the end of Flame Mountain connected to another continent. It appeared that this rumor held some truth. As they conversed, They arrived at the divine-grade formation Lin Yan had discovered on his last visit. A divine-grade spiritual root, the fire god tree. Upon seeing the towering, swaying red giant tree within the formation, shock washed over Ling Xuangshuang's face. This divine-grade spiritual root was something even the most prestigious families in the eastern Xuanyu domain did not possess, nor had they ever found its trace. To encounter one in this remote northern region was truly astonishing. Junior brother, if you acquire this fire god tree, you will strike it rich. Ling Xuangshuang's face brimmed with envy. Coming from a prominent family, she understood the tree's value. Ling Jiao, though unfamiliar with their conversation, sensed the allure of the fruits on the tree. Lin Yan chuckled and gazed into the formation, where the fifth-grade danfire had transformed into a fire sparrow, dozing peacefully. The previously seen mysterious fire sparrow was nowhere to be found, but Lin Yan thought little of it, as it was all within the formation. He promptly summoned several high-grade divine formations, then carved an opening in the natural formation, allowing the three to enter swiftly. Upon entering the formation, both Ling Xuangshuang and Lin Yan acted simultaneously, unleashing dozens of divine-grade confinement formations to encompass the Dan Fire and the Fire God Tree. Given that entities like the fifth-grade Dan Fire and divine-grade spiritual roots often developed their own sentience, they were prone to escaping if disturbed. Without employing certain tactics, their mission could easily end in failure. As the formations were activated, the fifth-grade Dan Fire and divine-grade spiritual root were startled. By the time they attempted to flee, it was too late. They could only watch as the three appeared before them, their consciousness hazy, and asked, "Who are you? What do you intend to do with us?" Lin Yan wasted no time on pleasantries and directly employed the fire refinement technique on the fifth-grade Dan Fire. Instantly, the transformed fire sparrow felt an overwhelming pull, rendering its body uncontrollably drawn towards Lin Yan. "What do you want?" A panicked voice, tinged with fear, emanated from the fire sparrow. "Submit. Otherwise, your consciousness will be obliterated. Sister, save me." Yet, rather than acquiescing, the fire sparrow projected a vague plea for help towards a certain direction, just as Lin Yan and the others were puzzled. A terrifying flame suddenly surged from the depths of the formation, hurtling straight towards Lin Yan. As the flame passed, it scorched the air, leaving charred traces in its wake, an indication of its formidable nature. This flame contained a complete fire rule. Lin Yan's heart trembled as he quickly summoned several high-grade divine formations to intercept it. However, the flames seemed to disregard their defenses, piercing through the formations and closing in on Lin Yan. "Be careful, junior brother," cried Ling Xuangshuang. "Master." Both she and Ling Jiao rushed towards Lin Yan, aiming to shield him from the oncoming flame. Yet all was too late. In an instant, the terrifying flame struck Lin Yan directly. "It's over." Ling Xuangshuang and Ling Jiao's faces turned grave. They knew that an attack infused with a complete rule could annihilate any being beneath the God transformation realm. How could Lin Yan, at merely the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, withstand such an onslaught? Deservedly so. "How dare you humans trespass in my domain? You seek death." At that moment, a distinctly different fire sparrow alighted upon a branch of the fire god tree, gazing coldly at the trio. It then fixed its gaze on Ling Jiao, a malevolent expression crossing its features. "And you, Spirit Jiao, who dares to consort with humans, shall also be punished." As it spoke, another attack imbued with fire rule surged towards Ling Jiao. Seeing this, she was gripped by panic. The moment the fire sparrow appeared, she felt her bloodline suppressed, leaving her devoid of any will to resist. "I do not wish to die." However, just as despair washed over her and she braced for death, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before her, intercepting the terrifying attack. "This flame is impressive. Why not send more my way?" Chapter 112. The power of fire rules is enhanced. Capture the mysterious fire sparrow, tainted with sacred blood. "Master, Ling Jiao is here to accompany you." Ling Jiao, who had initially closed her eyes in resignation, felt a surge of surprise and gratitude upon seeing the familiar figure before her. "Master, you're alive." Hearing Ling Jiao's voice behind him, filled with joy yet slightly off-key, Lin Yan felt a bit speechless. "What? Did you wish for my demise?" "Master, how could you say such a thing? I intend to serve you for a lifetime." Ling Jiao replied with a playful smile, her eyes sparkling. Yet soon she realized the gravity of the situation, her expression shifting to one of shock as she inquired, "Master, How did you withstand that complete rule of power? It was well known that an attack containing a complete rule was enough to obliterate even those at the peak of the god transformation realm. Lin Yan was merely at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang, who had rushed to stand before them, shared similar confusion. Junior brother, you've been concealing your abilities. Have you fully comprehended the fire rule? Ling Shuang, hailing from the prestigious family of the Eastern Xian domain, possesses a wealth of knowledge. Talents like Lin Yan, who have yet to enter the realm of spirit condensation, yet can comprehend a complete rule of power, are not entirely absent, though they are exceedingly rare. At the very least, as a prodigy, she is unable to achieve such a feat in response. Lin Yan merely smiled and remained silent. He could hardly disclose that the complete power of the fire rule had been absorbed and refined by the super pill chi technique. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that the prowess of the super pill chi technique took Lin Yan by surprise. Master, quickly, have that fire sparrow unleash more attacks. I feel I am on the verge of comprehending the fire rule's power to 70%. Lin Yan nodded in agreement and turned to the mysterious fire sparrow with a faint smile. What's wrong? Are you hesitant to attack? However, the mysterious fire sparrow perched on the branch of the fire god tree fell into a state of confusion upon realizing that its attacks were ineffective against Lin Yan. This human appears to possess only the peak of the nascent soul stage. How can he disregard my onslaught? This attack contains the essence of an entire rule. Not even a transformation stage powerhouse would treat it lightly. Why does he seem unfazed? Could it be that he is merely feigning calmness? Has he employed some mysterious artifact to counter my strikes? With this thought, the mysterious fire sparrow nodded confidently and declared, "It must be so. I shall see how many of my attacks you can withstand." As soon as the fire sparrow finished speaking, it launched 3 more strikes imbued with the complete power of the fire rule toward Lin Yan. Bring it on. Lin Yan did not shy away from the 3 incoming attacks. Instead, he stood firm, awaiting their arrival. In an instant, the 3 strikes struck Lin Yan, yet to the astonishment of the fire sparrow, they vanished upon contact with his body, akin to mud sinking into the ocean. Not bad. How about a few more? The fire sparrow, observing the provocation in Lin Yan's expression, was filled with rage and shouted, "Come at me. I refuse to be outdone." With that, over 10 attacks containing the fire rule's power surged toward Lin Yan. Yet, the outcome mirrored the previous encounter, as all were absorbed by Lin Yan. Under the stimulation of the complete fire rule's power, the super pill chi technique has gained insight, successfully comprehending the fire rule's power to 70%. Is there more? Little one, I can handle it all. Hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Yan felt a surge of joy and looked up at the mysterious fire sparrow, his tone laced with provocation. In response to Lin Yan's taunt, the fire sparrow resembled a deflated balloon, appearing listless, even its once vibrant feathers dulled. Human, you are simply too arrogant. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the fire sparrow was infuriated, its teeth grinding in frustration. However, the recent barrage of attacks had depleted its meager reserves of spiritual energy, leaving it without much capacity for resistance. What was even more intolerable was that it had unwittingly aided Lin Yan's understanding of the fire rule's power. Speak, human. What must you have for me to leave you be? Before Lin Yan could respond, the spirit dragon behind him secretly conveyed, "Master, take advantage of this little bird's weakness and subdue it." I sense that this fire sparrow may be related to the legendary Phoenix clan. Upon hearing the spirit dragon's transmission, Lin Yan felt a flicker of astonishment and looked at the mysterious fire sparrow with a glimmer of sharpness in his eyes. He had not expected such an inconspicuous creature to potentially be of the Phoenix lineage. With this thought, Lin Yan donned a seemingly benevolent smile and addressed the fire sparrow. "It is quite simple. Everything here belongs to me now, including you." The fire sparrow, upon hearing Lin Yan's words and seeing his smug grin, retorted furiously, "Human, you are delusional. How could one of my noble status submit to a mere human like that foolish dragon? I would rather die than yield to you." The spirit dragon, overhearing, was immediately displeased. "You insolent bird, how dare you insult me? Just wait, you'll regret it." With that, the spirit dragon hastily urged, "Master, what are you waiting for? Quickly subdue this arrogant bird." Meanwhile, Ling Shuang observed the scene with curiosity, contemplating the potential strength of the fire sparrow if it were indeed captured. Lin Yan, gazing at the fire sparrow, which seemed ready to face death rather than submit, refrained from responding. He had considered the idea of subduing this fire sparrow even before arriving here. After all, it had compelled the mighty fire god, tree, to yield, clearly indicating it was no ordinary creature. With that in mind, Lin Yan summoned several high-grade divine formations to confine the fire sparrow in place. Subsequently, he activated the Beast Master technique, and a beam of white light, bearing his soul's imprint, swiftly penetrated the fire sparrow's forehead. Despicable human, what have you done to me? As the soul imprint embedded itself, Lin Yan established a master-servant bond with the mysterious fire sparrow, successfully tamed a fire sparrow infused with holy blood, discovered a pathway to ascend to a sacred tier. Chapter 113. The Resonance of the Holy Blood Pool. All techniques elevated. Oh, a delightful surprise. Upon hearing the voice echo in his mind, Lin Yan's heart soared with joy. He had not anticipated that this fire sparrow was imbued with holy blood, explaining its remarkable power. Holy blood, a substance exclusive to legendary sacred beasts, transformed this fire sparrow from an ordinary creature into one of such caliber through its cleansing. Moreover, this holy blood not only benefited spiritual beasts, but also held great significance for humans. Many prestigious families often employed holy blood in conjunction with rare treasures to baptize their newborns, laying a solid foundation for their cultivation. This practice elucidates why these noble families endure through the ages, continuously birthing prodigies. However, holy blood resides solely within the veins of pure-blooded sacred beasts, making them prime targets for human hunters. This, in turn, has fostered deep-seated animosity between spiritual beasts and humanity. Little one, come here. Lin Yan beckoned to the mysterious fire sparrow, which, against its will, landed in the palm of his hand. Can you tell me where this holy blood originated? Ling Shuang and the spirit dragon approached, their expressions filled with curiosity as they gazed at the fire sparrow. It was implausible that a sacred beast would willingly offer its blood for a baptism. Thus, there were only two possibilities. Either a sacred beast had perished in this location, or a severely injured sacred beast was in seclusion nearby. You wretched human, even if you beat me to death, I shall not divulge anything. Despite its defiance, the fire sparrow, under the influence of the Beast Master technique, could not help but address Lin Yan with reverence. Reporting to you, Master, deep within the Flame Mountain, at the border between Dongyan State and Huashan State, there exists a spatial barrier concealing a dying phoenix. Fortune smiled upon me, allowing me to reside beside the sacred blood that dripped from the heavens, leading to my current accomplishments. Remarkably, I have yet to exhaust this divine essence, and I shall escort you there. As the words left my lips, the fire sparrow flapped its wings and guided Lin Yan and the others deeper into the grand formation. Upon hearing the fire sparrow's proclamation, a profound curiosity ignited within Lin Yan and his companions, particularly for the spirit flood dragon as a spirit beast. She was acutely aware of the deadly allure that the sacred blood held for her. Should she receive the baptism of this divine essence, her bloodline would undoubtedly ascend, presenting the tantalizing possibility of transforming into a dragon in the future. Before long, the trio, under the fire sparrow's guidance, arrived at the heart of the formation. Before them lay a blood-red pool, measuring several feet in diameter, shimmering with a hint of divine majesty. This is indeed a pool of sacred blood. Gazing at the pool that radiated a faint aura of sanctity, Lin Yan and the others were struck with astonishment. Gursomans, what sorcery have you employed against me? How could I willingly bring you to my secret sanctuary? The fire sparrow roared in frustration, feeling as though she were ensnared by a curse. However, Lin Yan and his companions paid her no mind, their attention transfixed on the sacred blood. Within this divine essence seemed to emanate a profound Tao rhythm. Lin Yan's heart surged with emotion. The Tao rhythm transcended the power of rules and had touched upon the true essence of the great Tao. The 10,000 transformation pill formula has sensed the Tao rhythm and entered a state of comprehension. The 10,000 transformation array has sensed the Tao rhythm and entered a state of comprehension. The supreme pill chi technique has sensed the Tao rhythm and entered a state of comprehension. Simultaneously, Lin Yan's mind resonated with the sound of all his methods entering a state of enlightenment. Even Lin Yan himself promptly seated himself on the ground, entering a state of Tao comprehension. This sacred blood, infused with the essence of the fire element, would greatly aid both Lin Yan and Ling Shuang in their alchemical pursuits and cultivation. Even the spirit flood dragon, being a spirit beast, settled down to begin her own cultivation. The fire sparrow, witnessing this, refused to be outdone and immediately entered a state of meditation as well. Curso mans. How dare you compete with me for this opportunity? I shall not yield. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. Within 100 feet of the sacred blood pool, Lin Yan and the others gradually awakened. The 10,000 transformation pill formula has gained a certain understanding of the Tao rhythm, leading to new insights in pill crafting. The supreme pill chi technique has attained a significant comprehension of the Tao rhythm, successfully understanding 90% of the fire element's rule power. Its level has risen to the divine grade. The 10,000 transformation ray has gained a certain understanding of the Tao rhythm, greatly enhancing the fire element's intent, increasing the array's power by 30%. The melding fire technique has achieved a certain comprehension of the Tao rhythm, successfully advancing to the heavenly grade. The bloodsword technique has gained a certain understanding of the Tao rhythm, greatly enhancing the fire element's sword intent. The supreme refinement technique has gained a certain understanding of the Tao rhythm, discovering a method for refining artifacts infused with the fire element, related to the host comprehension level of the fire element's rule power, and identifying a path to elevate to divine grade, allowing the crafting of a divine artifact. The beast taming technique has gained a certain understanding of the Tao rhythm, successfully comprehending the fire element enhancement method, related to the host's comprehension level of the fire element's rule power. Upon hearing the voices resonating within his mind, Lin Yan was filled with immense joy. He had never anticipated that his understanding of the fire element's rule power would reach 90%, merely a step away from comprehending the complete rule. Moreover, all his techniques had experienced substantial enhancements. The fire element artifact refining method and enhancement technique particularly thrilled Lin Yan. The fire element artifact refining method would imbue crafted artifacts with the power of the fire element, vastly exceeding the capabilities of artifacts of the same tier. The fire element enhancement method would amplify the combat strength of tamed spirit beasts, significantly boosting their prowess. Though both techniques demanded a certain level of mastery from the host, Lin Yan was unfazed, as he was on the verge of comprehending a complete fire element's rule power. Splendid news, junior brother. I have grasped 90% of the fire element's rule power, just a step away from complete comprehension. The delighted voice of Ling Shuang echoed beside him, revealing that everyone had made remarkable gains during this enlightenment. Even the spirit flood dragon had elevated her cultivation to the peak of the spirit gathering stage under the influence of the sacred blood's aura and Tao rhythm, gaining insight into the fire element's rule power. Master, this sacred blood is of great use to me. I wish to undergo a baptism with it. The spirit flood dragon looked at Lin Yan, her eyes brimming with longing for the sacred blood. Lin Yan smiled and nodded. If you desire, you may immerse yourself in it. The sacred essence has gradually diminished over the years, leaving only the Tao rhythm, which should pose no harm to you. No, this sacred blood is reserved for my transformation. You cannot partake. However, just as Lin Yan's words fell, the fire sparrow, unwilling to relent, placed its diminutive form in front of the spirit flood dragon, attempting to obstruct her approach to the sacred blood pool. Yet, as a spirit beast herself, the sacred blood's allure was equally potent for the spirit flood dragon, who disregarded the fire sparrow's obstruction and strode directly towards the sacred blood pool. Fire sparrow, do you see what this is? Chapter 114. The 5 Great Demon Clans' Sacred Array Masters, comprehending the complete fire element's rule power. You cannot do this. I discovered this opportunity first, and it is reserved for my transformation. Lin Yan, observing the fire sparrow nearly in tears, slowly retrieved a pill from his storage bag, a smile gracing his face. Is that the transformation pill? Upon seeing the fragrant transformation pill in Lin Yan's hand, the fire sparrow's earlier distress transformed into joy, and it quickly fluttered onto Lin Yan's shoulder. Human, how effective is this pill? I have heard that transformation pills below the perfect grade are of little use to spirit beasts like us. The fire sparrow, gazing at the pill, desired to consume it, but was apprehensive about its quality being inadequate. Before Lin Yan could respond, Ling Shuang chimed in with a laugh. Little one, you should consider yourself fortunate. I can assure you that apart from my junior brother, no one else in this world can concoct such a pill. After all, This is a transformation pill infused with fire element Tao patterns. It is perfectly suited for you. Lin Yan nodded in agreement. Infused with Tao patterns. Although the fire sparrow did not fully comprehend Ling Shuang's words, the mention of the Tao implied that the quality of the pill was remarkably high. Without hesitation, the fire sparrow took the transformation pill from Lin Yan's hand, swallowed it whole, and then soared to the side to begin its cultivation. As the fire sparrow commenced its training, streams of fire element Tao rhythm formed divine halos around it, enveloping it in a magnificent display. Junior brother, you are quite fortunate. This fire sparrow has the potential to ascend to a sacred beast in the future. Observing the divine halos radiating Tao rhythm, Ling Shuang's beautiful eyes sparkled with envy. A sacred beast? Not even the forces of the Eastern Xian region can tame one. Lin Yan chuckled and nodded in agreement. As a spirit beast under his command, a sacred beast was merely the beginning. With this thought, Lin Yan divided the remaining numerous Yuan Ing pills, adorned with what element Tao patterns, and several soul pills, each bearing 10 Tao patterns, into 2 portions, presenting them to the spirit flood dragon and the fire sparrow for their independent cultivation. After completing these arrangements, Lin Yan and Ling Shuang returned to the fire god tree. Surrender. I willingly submit. As Lin Yan and his companion returned before the fire god tree, the 5th grade Dan, fire communicated a vague consciousness. Oh, I too am willing to submit. Subsequently, the fire god tree emanated a similar sense of bewilderment. Clearly, both entities were startled by Lin Yan's ability to tame the fire sparrow. However, Lin Yan found this reaction quite pleasing, as it alleviated numerous complications. Without delay, he began to channel the fusion fire technique, causing the 5th grade Dan fire to transform into a streak of flowing light, voluntarily entering Lin Yan's body. The fusion fire technique begins to absorb and refine the 5th grade Phoenix fire. Fire God Tree, reveal the innate, complete power of the fire rule within you. While absorbing the 5th grade Dan fire, Lin Yan addressed the fire God Tree. At present, both he and Ling Shuang were merely a step away from comprehending a complete fire rule, which the fire God Tree conveniently possessed. Upon hearing this, the fire God Tree exhibited no hesitation. Its branches swayed, and a complete fire rule power slowly materialized along its trunk, resembling a great dragon. Junior brother, you truly are remarkable. Ling Shuang gave Lin Yan a thumbs up, then sat down on the spot to begin her comprehension. Lin Yan also entered a state of enlightenment. In the Eastern Yin state, within the Myriad Shadows sect, the sect leader cautiously addressed the several figures clad in black robes seated at the head of a lavish hall filled with demonic energy. My lords, have you arrived a bit too early? We have yet to resolve the matters concerning the Baiming and Xianjin sections. It is not that we arrived too early, but rather that your sect's efficiency is rather lacking. If this continues, do you wish for the elders of the Eastern Xian domain to be informed? A voice of reprimand echoed from above the hall, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that forced the Myriad Shadows sect leader to the ground, resembling a wild dog. Despite such humiliation, he dared not express any dissatisfaction, humbly replying, "To be honest, it is not that our sect is ineffective. It is simply that the sacred level formations of the 2 sects are exceedingly formidable, and we are unable to breach them. Sacred level formations are not something you lot can overcome. A mere sacred level formation has managed to impede you? Truly a group of useless individuals. Indeed, the human race appears to have deteriorated over the years. In such a vast state, there isn't even a single sacred level formation master. Fortunately, we arrived in time, sealing this central region with several sacred level formations. Otherwise, should we be delayed further by this group of incompetents, it would surely lead to chaos." The figures in black robes above the hall did not even glance at the Myriad Shadows sect leader, sneering as they spoke. Number 3, you should personally take action to resolve these 2 nuisances and proceed with the plan to occupy the entire state. Upon hearing this, a previously silent figure in black rose and made his way towards the 2 sections. I have heard that in the northern regions of Eastern Yin State, there exists a place known as the Giant Wood Forest. It is said that the giant race resides there. The remaining 4 figures in black engaged in conversation. The giant race once caused our clan considerable losses. They must not be underestimated. Merely a struggling race. What is there to fear? I believe we can eliminate this threat before our main forces arrive. Among the 4, While some were cautious and disagreed with this notion, the majority prevailed, and he had no choice but to nod in agreement. Let us choose a time. Once number 3 returns, we shall set forth without delay. Returning to Lin Yan's side, after 5 days of comprehension, he successfully absorbed the 5th grade Dan fire. The fusion fire technique has ascended to a divine grade lower tier after absorbing the 5th grade Phoenix fire, and the new Dan fire has been named Phoenix Lotus Fire. Now, with the integration of the Phoenix fire, Lin Yan's Dan fire tier had smoothly reached the 6th grade. Furthermore, during these 5 days, he had successfully comprehended a complete fire rule power, significantly enhancing his strength. Naturally, Ling Shuang experienced a similar improvement, mastering a complete fire rule power. Junior brother, I may need to enter seclusion for a while. Are you planning to break through to the transformation god stage, senior sister? Lin Yan inquired, intrigued. Ling Shuang nodded, affirming. This place, rich in fire essence, is perfectly suited for my breakthrough. Chapter 115. A Century of Swordsmanship Enlightenment, Comprehending the Rules of the Sword. Observing Ling Shuang preparing to enter her breakthrough state, Lin Yan felt immense joy and promptly asked, Junior sister, would you like me to concoct a divine fire pill for you? In response to Lin Yan's inquiry, Ling Shuang shook her head, saying, Junior brother, do you not trust my talent? With such a dense fire essence present, if I cannot succeed in my breakthrough, I would hardly be worthy of the title of genius. Having said this, Ling Shuang added, Junior brother, if you wish to depart, feel free. Once I succeed in my breakthrough, I will promptly bring the Spirit Flood Dragon and Fire Sparrow to support you. Also, take the Fire God Tree with you. It should prove useful against the Demon Clan. Lin Yan smiled, not hesitating, and summoned the Fire God Tree, which promptly transformed into a size of an inch and flew into his hand. Then, he cheerfully declared, I wish you success in your transformation god breakthrough, senior sister. With that, Lin Yan turned and departed. However, before leaving, he collected a significant amount of spiritual soil soaked in sacred blood from beside the sacred blood pool, intending to ensure the fire god tree's healthy growth. Considering the time, he had already spent over half a month deep within the Flame Mountain. After exiting the confines of Flame Mountain, Lin Yan headed straight for the Qingyan sect. After a lengthy journey, he finally returned to the Qingyan sect. However, upon his arrival, he discovered the plaza was already filled to capacity with people, and what is more, all were cultivators of the spirit gathering stage or above. I remember that there weren't this many people from the northern region initially. Lin Yan alighted beside the 3 leaders of the Qingyan sect, expressing his confusion. With the aid of Lin Yan's pills and the divine grade upper-tier spirit gathering array, the 3 had all reached the pinnacle of the spirit gathering stage, poised to comprehend a complete rule power and attempt a breakthrough to the transformation god stage. Lin Yan, your timing is impeccable. These individuals below, aside from our northern region as powerhouses, are also their friends. The Qingyan sect leader smiled and explained upon seeing Lin Yan's perplexed expression. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan suddenly realized he had underestimated the efficacy of his 10 Dan pattern spirit gathering pills. This is splendid. Our northern region now boasts over 200 individuals at the spirit gathering stage, capable of contending with the myriad shadow sect. Lin Yan's eyes gleamed with confidence. The mere fact of having 200 spirit gathering cultivators would likely intimidate numerous factions. Simultaneously, the gathered spirit gathering powerhouses below recognized Lin Yan's presence and promptly bowed in unison, declaring, We greet the alliance leader. Alliance leader. Caught off guard by this sudden title, Lin Yan was bewildered. He had merely proposed an alliance. How had he suddenly become the leader? Lin, my boy, just accept it. This was a unanimous decision by all. In the northern region, there is no one else who can command such respect. The 3 leaders of the Qingyan sect smiled at Lin Yan. They all knew that Lin Yan was not fond of managing such affairs. Hence, since the establishment of this alliance, all matters were handled by the 3 of them, along with Dan Xing and the leader of the Divine Artifact sect. Master Lin Dan, we are prepared on our end. When shall we depart? Dan Xing and the leader of the Divine Artifact sect approached Lin Yan earnestly, both having successfully reached the pinnacle of the stage. Given the long disconnection with the central region, any delay could lead to unforeseen complications. Observing the serious expressions on Dan Xing and the leaders' faces, Lin Yan smiled lightly. There is no rush. since everyone is willing to contribute to the survival of Dongyan Prefecture. How can I, the initiator, lag behind? With that said, Lin Yan addressed Danqing, Senior Danqing. Please mobilize the Alchemist Association to concoct more basic healing and energy-restoring pills. As for the crucial pills, I shall personally refine them. Upon receiving the command, Danqing nodded and immediately set to work. After assigning tasks to Danqing, Lin Yan turned his attention to the leader of the Divine Artifact sect. Senior Leidong, whatever you can craft in terms of heavenly-grade treasures, please do so without concern for quality. We only need quantity. Hearing this, Leidong promptly turned to arrange the matters. After organizing these tasks, Lin Yan entrusted the responsibilities of the others to the likes of the Qingyun sect leader and then returned to his cave. Before heading to the central region, he needed to diligently refine various enhancement, healing, and energy-restoring pills, as well as artifacts. After all, these individuals had joined the alliance at his behest, and he did not wish for them to sacrifice in vain. All right, next, I shall refine various pills. Fortunately, the diverse spiritual materials rewarded by the system were ample. With this thought, Lin Yan immediately began the alchemical process. This time, he focused solely on crafting 6-tier enhancement, healing, and energy-restoring pills, while the life-renewing bloodbone pill remained the 5th tier. For Lin Yan, concocting these pills was second nature, a simple task. Thus, after 5 days, he successfully produced a variety of pills. Moreover, the creation of these 3 types of pills not only rewarded him with 2 instances of 10,000-fold returns, but also a century's worth of swordsmanship cultivation. The timing of the 10,000-fold returns was truly fortuitous. Lin Yan smiled faintly. Now he need not worry about a shortage of pills. Simultaneously, the centennial swordsmanship cultivation bestowed upon him unleashed a terrifying sword intent that surged around him. It was fortunate that he had previously fortified his cave with a top-tier divine formation. Otherwise, the overwhelming sword intent could have reduced his cave and even the entire mountain to mere dust. Is this? Have I successfully stepped into the realm of sword laws? Lin Yan's heart surged with emotion as he felt his sword intent permeate the world, as if he could effortlessly harness the power of the laws of heaven and earth. He slowly extended a finger, condensing sword intent at its tip, and with a gentle stroke through the void, an astonishing sight unfolded before him. The space in front of him was sliced open by his mere gesture, revealing a tumultuous spatial storm within. Why do I feel that the power of sword laws is several times more formidable than the power of the 5 elemental laws? Lin Yan's heart raced. He had witnessed Nan Gongye's prowess, where only with full effort could he create a rift in space using the power of the 5 elemental laws. Yet here he was, effortlessly slicing open a space rift with a mere flick. The comparison was stark. Furthermore, with the fire elemental laws he had comprehended previously, he could face even divine transformation practitioners head-on. Chapter 116. Ascending to God-level artifact mastery. All is ready. Lin Yan, filled with excitement, brimmed with confidence in his current strength. The might of divine transformation practitioners stemmed from their mastery over complete laws. Now, Lin Yan possessed not only a comprehensive understanding of fire elemental laws, but also the sword laws, wielding 2 powerful law forces. Additionally, with his 4 elemental spiritual bodies and 4 elemental souls, each foundation forged with the quintessence of the 5 elemental forces, combined with his god-level formation mastery. Even a novice divine transformation expert might not stand a chance against him. Indeed, even if the underworld Tao sect had a divine transformation demon entity backing them, he could still confront it directly. Even if he could not defeat it, he could hold it off until Master Nangong arrived to deal with it. A faint smile crept across Lin Yan's lips as he silently commanded, System, use the 10-pattern life-renewing bloodbone pills and the 10-pattern return-to-origin pills for an instance of 10,000-fold returns. As soon as Lin Yan's words fell, a familiar voice resonated in his mind. 10,000-fold return successful. Host has obtained 10,000 10-pattern life-renewing bloodbone pills and 10,000 return-origin pills. Gazing at the newly acquired 10,000 life-renewing bloodbone pills and return-to-origin pills within the system space, Lin Yan's smile widened. With these 2 types of pills, I shall face this battle without concern. With that, Lin Yan looked toward the central region, his eyes filled with anticipation. After this battle, The remnants of the demonic forces left in the underworld Tao sect should enable my understanding of dark power to reach a profound level, right? The demonic essence obtained from the Xianming sect only allowed Lin Yan to comprehend dark power to a third degree, and he had made no further progress since. This dark power was a secret weapon, not inferior to the 5 elemental laws. He was determined to master it to the highest level. Yet suddenly, Lin Yan recalled something and immediately turned to the 10,000 transformations array and the super pilchi technique. Little array, consult Little Dan on how to convert demonic energy into spiritual energy. Understood, master. The two powerful techniques promptly began their research. Lin Yan nearly forgot this crucial detail. This battle would likely take place in the homeland of the underworld Tao sect, which would undoubtedly be shrouded in endless demonic energy, rendering it unsuitable for human practitioners to fight. However, if Lin Yan could arrange a formation to convert demonic energy into spiritual energy, all problems could be resolved. After completing these preparations, Lin Yan entered a focused state once more, retrieving the artifact crafting platform to begin attempting to forge artifacts. With the existence of the replenishment technique, as long as his artifact crafting level reached the god level, he would be able to elevate the heavenly grade treasures crafted by the divine artifacts sect to god level. At that point, each of his allies would possess a high-quality artifact. One could only imagine the expressions of the underworld Tao sect members upon seeing this. How exhilarating! With this thought in mind, Lin Yan immediately set to work. God-level gold, elemental natural treasures. God-level earth, elemental. God-level wood, elemental. God-level fire, elemental. God-level water, elemental. Lin Yan took out the materials required for crafting. These were all items he had collected over time for this very day. Subsequently, Lin Yan used his 5-element sword as a foundation, beginning to melt the 5 god-level natural treasures and integrating them into the 5-element sword. Although this was Lin Yan's first attempt at forging an artifact, with the support of 4 perfect artifact crafting techniques and the fire elemental path rhythm, he successfully upgraded his 5-element sword to god level in less than 3 days. Moreover, its quality remained perfect, allowing the wielder to unleash their full power. Super artifact crafting technique successfully crafted a god-level treasure, advancing to low-grade god level. As Lin Yan's 5-element sword ascended to god level, a surge of divine light erupted, breaking through the barriers of his cave formation and shooting into the heavens. This sudden event captured the attention of everyone within the Qingyan sect. Could it be that a divine artifact has been born? Who possesses the ability to forge such a legendary item? Observing the celestial radiance soaring into the heavens, it is evident that the quality of this artifact is nothing short of exquisite. Could it be that the venerable leader of the artifact sect has encountered a resurgence in his fortunes? As the crowd murmured in astonishment, they speculated about the identity of the master craftsman behind this wondrous creation. Their gaze shifted towards the direction of Master Lin Yan's abode. Suddenly, a voice erupted from the throng, pointing towards the particular direction. In an instant, all eyes turned in unison, unable to suppress their astonishment. Indeed, it was the dwelling of Master Lin Yan. To everyone's surprise, not only was Master Lin a peerless alchemist, but he also turned out to be a god-tier craftsman. The onlookers were profoundly shaken. There were scarcely more than 5 god-tier craftsmen in the entire Eastern Yan Prefecture. Meanwhile, the leader of the artifact sect, who was orchestrating the efforts of numerous heavenly tier craftsmen, witnessed this scene. After a brief moment of astonishment, a bitter smile crept across his face. If only I could possess even half of Master Lin's talent for crafting. Despite having reached the pinnacle of concentration in his cultivation, the leader lamented his inability to advance beyond the heavenly tier craftsmanship level. With this thought in mind, he gathered the 200 heavenly tier treasures he had prepared and set off towards Lin Yan's cave. Within the cave, Lin Yan gazed at the divine 5-element sword emanating a subtle yet formidable pressure, feeling immensely satisfied. With the aid of this sword, his combat prowess would be greatly enhanced. Just then, a thunderous voice resonated from outside the cave, announcing the arrival of the artifact sect leader. Congratulations, Master Lin. You have successfully attained the status of a god-tier craftsman. Thunderous joy radiated from the leader as he clasped his fists in respect. Lin Yan smiled in return and cheerfully inquired, "Are all the materials ready?" The leader chuckled awkwardly. Gathering 200 god-tier materials has proven to be exceedingly difficult. We have managed to collect a mere 100 from all the resources of the northern region. Lin Yan, unfazed, nodded in agreement. 100 will suffice. With that, he turned and re-entered his cave. His next endeavor would be to utilize these 100 god-tier materials to elevate 100 heavenly tier treasures to the divine level. What a monumental task this would be. Lin Yan chuckled and shook his head, promptly embarking on his work. Meanwhile, deep within the depths of Flame Mountain, a terrifying aura suddenly surged forth from the god-tier formation.